a legendary hardcore gamer, on the brink of death, unexpectedly obtained the highest authority in the Tianyuan game. Reborn into a new life as a penniless orphan, he is destined to shake the gaming world to its core. On the bustling streets of Jiangbei District in Linhai City, the aroma of food wafted out of a small Sha County snack shop. Lu Ming quietly gulped down a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers over rice, while the chatter of nearby diners reached his ears. Discussions revolved around a security guard from Tingwei community, who, despite not finishing high school, had been recruited by the Dream Chaser esports team with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, simply because he registered a 3-star Tianyuan account. Others sighed enviously about a once-poor friend who got lucky with a 4-star account, now driving a Ferrari and dating supermodel-level girlfriends. After finishing his meal, Lu Ming walked into Ant Internet Cafe and chose a secluded computer station. When the Tianyuan game login interface appeared, he did something unusual: canceled the automatic ID number input and instead entered a completely unrelated string of numbers. The next moment, a dark vortex emerged from the screen, instantly engulfing him. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, "Welcome back, honored 10-star account player Yu Ming, to the world of Tianyuan." A flood of memories from his previous life surged into Lu Ming's mind. 100 years ago, the Tianyuan game had taken the world by storm. Every adult was granted a once-in-a-lifetime chance to register an account, which unexpectedly became humanity's sole hope against monstrous threats. In his past life, Lu Ming had only managed to obtain a lowly 1-star account. However, as the 99,999,999,999th registrant, he was given a priceless mission. Reach level 200 within 5 years to earn the Scroll of Divinity. For this mission, he poured his heart and soul into the game, spending over 18 hours online daily, swallowing his pride to beg others for dungeon carries. Yet, just as he achieved his goal last night, his girlfriend of 3 years, Yilinger, dealt him a fatal blow from behind. Memories of the past 3 years flooded back, running through the rain late at night to bring her brown sugar water, giving up critical missions to take care of her, grinding tirelessly to farm gear and pay off her family's debts, and delivering meals to her every day without fail. In return, all he received was her cold remark: "You're nothing but a worthless loser, except for how nice you are to me." Now, Lu Ming found himself reborn in the body of an 18-year-old orphan with the same name. The original owner of this body had taken their own life out of despair. But when Lu Ming successfully logged into his previous lives account, the wheels of fate began to turn. On the system interface, 10 dazzling stars signified his extraordinary identity. His 3 talents were nothing short of astonishing: Soul Reaper, allowing him to summon a loyal undead army; Universal Amplification, enhancing all abilities; and Phoenix Rebirth, granting him resurrection through the power of the undead. To put this into perspective, the strongest player in a century had only ever achieved 6 stars. At that moment, Lu Ming couldn't contain his laughter. 5 years. Do you have any idea what I've been through these past 5 years? It's time for me to rise to the top. Lu Ming snapped back to his senses and realized he was standing in the Moonfall town of Novice Village number 1947 in the Abyssal World. This unexpected discovery immediately put him on high alert. He quickly opened his status panel to check his situation. What appeared before him was a series of basic attribute data. Abyss account potential, 10-star level. Class, none. Level, 1. Basic attributes. Strength 1 point provides 1 physical attack. Agility 11 points provide 1 speed. Endurance 11 points provide 1 armor and 1 magic resistance. Spirit 11 points provide 10 mana and 0.1 mana recovery per second. Constitution 11 points provide 10 health and 1 health recovery per second. Combat attributes. Physical attack, 3. Armor, 1. Magic resistance, 1. Speed, 1. Mana, 20 base spirit bonus. Health, 60 base constitution bonus. Currently, his only skill was in Frank's Scout, which consumed 1 mana point to reveal the stats of monsters no more than 3 levels higher than his own, with no cooldown. His experience points sat at 0-100. The system's description of him was simple: a new recruit in the Abyss. Remember the rules of this world. Survival of the fittest. Why am I back to level 1? Lu Ming frowned in thought, but quickly deduced that his rebirth must have only brought back his memories. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With a 10-star account as his foundation, he was confident he could reach, if not surpass, level 200 within a year, a milestone that had taken him 5 years in his previous life. The system suggested he choose the mage class, but Lu Ming shook his head in refusal. Among the 8 major classes: mage, summoner, priest, formation master, archer, assassin, knight, and warrior, he decisively chose the one with the lowest employment rate of 0.71 formation master. This support class, often ridiculed as so bad even dogs wouldn't play it, would unleash astonishing power in his hands. With the 10-fold skill amplification provided by his comprehensive amplifications talent, Combined with the soul-severing talent, this so-called trash tier class would instantly ascend to T0 status. He was already imagining the awe-inspiring sight of an army of undead warriors enhanced by his amplified skills. To quickly boost his strength, Lu Ming opened the Abyss Marketplace. Using the 2,112.8 yuan he had earned from his part-time job at a cafe originally meant to cover 3 months of overdue rent, he purchased an Frank Formation Master Skill Scroll priced at 1,999 yuan and a Level 1 weapon for 100 yuan. Soon, the system delivered his purchases via mail. The skill scroll contained the following. War Stomp Frank. Effect. Creates a circular battle formation with a 50-yard radius. Allies within the formation gain a bonus of 10 of the Formation Master's attack power 3 attack power. Duration. 15 seconds. Mana cost. 3 mana to activate, 1 mana per second to maintain. Cooldown. 50 seconds. Note. Effects of the same formation type do not stack. Under the influence of his comprehensive amplification talent, the skill's effects were dramatically enhanced. Range increased to 500 yards. Bonus increased to 100 of attack power 30. Duration extended to 150 seconds. This meant that as long as he had sufficient mana, Lu Ming could maintain War Stomp indefinitely. The equipment he received was Rusty Iron Sword Common. Physical Attack, 3. Class Requirement, Formation Master, Warrior. Level Requirement, 1. Durability, 710. Description. Though old and worn, it still adds a touch of lethality. Equipping the Iron Sword increased Lu Ming's attack power from 3 to 6. For a weapon of such modest appearance, it was undoubtedly a bargain in the current Abyss economy. Lu Ming glanced at the 13.8 yuan balance displayed on his WeChat account, a faint, bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. At least it's enough for a bowl of roasted duck noodles, he muttered to himself. Having been reborn, he understood all too well that the Tianyuan world, though fraught with danger, was a land brimming with opportunities. With a 10-star qualification account in hand, wealth would no longer be an unattainable dream but something well within his grasp. The poverty of his previous life still haunted him. The 300 yuan a month rental that was barely the size of a bathroom. The mornings where 2 plain buns were all he could afford. The dinners of instant noodles without even the luxury of a sausage was determined never to live like that again. But more important than money was strength. In his past life, his lack of power left him defenseless, falling prey to Yi Linger's schemes and reduced to helpless rage. Now, Yi Linger had reached over level 180, and behind her was a shadowy figure of immense influence in the Xia dynasty, someone who had forced her betrayal. This time, power, wealth, and status ill-claimed them all. Lu Ming vowed, clenching his fists. But first, I need to grow stronger and uncover the identity of the one who orchestrated my downfall. After circling around Moonfall Town, Lu Ming accepted a quest posted by Dick, a bar bouncer. Who stole the ring? Difficulty, normal rating, 10. Description. Defeat jungle spiders in the Shadow Forest 010 and retrieve the engagement ring Dick planned to use for his proposal 01. Time limit, 9 hours, 59 minutes. Rewards, 50 EXP, 5 copper coins, low chance of obtaining a basic white-grade piece of equipment 1. When Lu Ming arrived at the northern gate of the town, he was greeted by a bustling crowd of players. The air was filled with chatter, ranging from novice-level banter to the confident boasts of seasoned adventurers. Tiangong Guild is recruiting. 1-star qualification guarantees a base salary of 5,000 yuan with bonuses, insurance, and 4 days off per month. Boosting services available. Fully equipped Black Iron Warrior. Ready to power level you to level 10 and beyond. New players, 50 yuan per hour. Discounts for friends and ladies. Looking for one more to complete our team for the Scorpion Hunt quest? Join us quickly. The veteran players wasted no time exploiting the anxiety of newcomers, promoting their services tirelessly. A small group even surrounded Lu Ming, reminding him of the overwhelming chaos he had faced as a first-time traveler at the train station. But with 5 years of experience navigating the perils of Tianyuan world, their sales pitches had no effect on him. Eventually, Lu Ming extricated himself from the throng of Moonfall Town and set off alone into the wilderness, ready to carve his path forward. Outside the town of Moonfall, a post-apocalyptic scene unfolded before the eyes. The ruined city was veiled in smoke, with shattered walls and crumbled structures everywhere. Sinister, grotesque mutated creatures roamed the ruins, their predatory gazes fixed on passing players. Thunder rumbled through the skies as dark clouds loomed heavily overhead, creating an oppressive atmosphere of death and despair. Newbie players were struggling to fend off jungle spiders. Even with group efforts, they could only deal 3 or 4 points of damage at a time, making the fight excruciatingly difficult. Lu Ming avoided the other players, heading alone to the far side of the Shadow Forest, where no one else could be seen. Suddenly, a guttural roar shattered the silence. Ahead of him emerged a giant spider, its massive body the size of a fully grown bull, covered in black, shaggy fur. Lu Ming immediately activated his scouting skill. Jungle Spider. Physical type normal monster. Level 1. Physical attack 4. Armor 1. Magic resistance 0. Speed 1. Health 50. Skill Venom grade F. Green, corrosive venom dripped from the spider's gaping maw, sizzling as it hit the ground, releasing wisps of smoke. For most beginner players, facing such a terrifying monster would take 3 to 7 days of practice to adapt. But having already experienced death once, Lu Ming showed no fear. He drew his sword and charged forward. With agility, he dodged the spider's ranged venom attack and lunged in close. His blade flashed, sending green blood splattering as red damage numbers appeared above the spider's head. Though lacking the necromancer's innate soul-slash talent, which made the fight more challenging, Lu Ming, as a tactical array master, had mentally prepared himself for such struggles. The spider shook its head and counterattacked, lunging at Lu Ming with its venomous jaws. He swiftly retreated to evade the strike, then spun and slashed in return. Drawing on 5 years of experience from his past life, Lu Ming finally brought down the monstrous spider. The system notification chimed. Jungle Spider level 1 defeated. XP 1. The spider's corpse began to shimmer with silvery light as the system prompted whether to refine it. Overjoyed, Lu Ming chose to refine it. The spider's body dissolved into starlight, granting him 1 soul power. A summoning panel appeared, indicating he could now consume the 1 soul power to summon a Tier 1 undead warrior. Without hesitation, Lu Ming clicked on the summon option. A 3-meter vortex of shadow tore through the space, and from within emerged a warrior clad in pitch-black heavy armor, wielding an iron sword. His closed helmet concealed his face, but eerie green light glowed from his eyes, and his entire being exuded the chilling aura of a harbinger of death. The oppressive energy was suffocating. The undead warrior immediately knelt on one knee, pledging unwavering loyalty to his master. The system displayed his attributes. Undead Warrior Tier 1. Master. Yu Ming. Level 1 syncs with Master. Strength 3. Agility 1. Spirit 1. Constitution 1. Endurance 1. Physical attack 3. Armor 1. Magic resistance 1. Speed 1. Mana 20. Health 60. Skills none. Though the stats were modest for now, Lu Ming knew well that under the enhancement of a 10-star tactical array master, this undead army would one day become an unstoppable force. With his first undead warrior by his side, Lu Ming eagerly tested the power of his 10-star talent. Planting his sword into the ground, he unleashed War Stomp. A crimson aura rippled outward, expanding across a 500-yard radius under the tenfold amplification, turning the shadow forest into a sea of blood. To avoid drawing too much attention, Lu Ming adjusted the visible effect radius to the standard 50 yards, though the actual effective range remained 500 yards. Even so, the brief display of power caught the attention of nearby players grinding in the area. A strange shadow flickered across the ground, and Lu Ming immediately tensed up. What the heck? Who just cast a forbidden spell? His eyes darted toward the direction of the shadow. Wasting no time, Lu Ming commanded his undead warrior to attack. The skeletal fighter, armed with an iron sword, surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. It targeted a nearby level 1 jungle spider, striking it down with a single blow. Under the tenfold amplification of War Stomp, the Rune Master's 100 attack bonus, combined with an additional 30 attack points, came into effect. Lu Ming's original 6 attack points instantly translated into a massive 36-point boost for the undead warrior, skyrocketing its attack power from 3 to 39 points. The hit landed squarely on the jungle spider, which only had 1 point of armor, taking away more than half of its health in a single strike. Without hesitation, the undead warrior delivered a second blow, cutting down the spider mercilessly. What would have taken Lu Ming ages to whittle down was now dispatched with just 2 strikes, showcasing the undead warrior's strength comparable to a fully geared level 5 player. A system notification popped up. You have slain a level 1 jungle spider. Experience 1. Without delay, Lu Ming began refining the spider's corpse, extracting 1 point of soul energy and summoning a second undead warrior. Following his command, the 2 warriors automatically began hunting for additional prey. The outskirts of the Shadow Forest were teeming with level 1 jungle spiders, and under the enhancement of War Stomp, the undead warriors could effortlessly dispatch each spider with 2 swift strikes. The rhythm of killing, refining, and summoning quickly accelerated. Before long, Lu Ming had summoned a total of 10 undead warriors, reaching the maximum number of summons for level 1. Along the way, he had slain 10 jungle spiders and obtained the quest ring. Although he had completed the quest, Lu Ming was in no rush to turn it in. In Abyss, standard quests were typically divided into 10 tiers. The current quest's first tier required killing 10 spiders, the second tier 30 spiders, and the third tier 50 spiders, with the rewards increasing significantly with each tier. Since each quest could only be completed once in a lifetime, Lu Ming decided to push forward. The 10 undead warriors advanced in a fan-shaped formation, cutting through the war's stomp-empowered zone with ease. All Lu Ming had to do was oversee the operation and continue refining soul energy for future use. The only challenge was his limited mana pool. 20 points of mana could barely sustain the 1 point per second drain of War Stomp. When his mana was depleted, he had to rely on his natural regeneration rate of 0.1 mana per second, courtesy of his 1 point in spirit. For most players, the cost of mana potions was prohibitively high. When the kill count reached 30, the system chimed in. Congratulations on completing the second tier of the Who Stole the Ring quest. Rewards upgraded. Experience 100, copper coins 10, small chance of white grade equipment 1. With the undead warriors pressing onward, Lu Ming soon met the requirements for the fourth tier, having slain a total of 70 jungle spiders. The rewards were upgraded to 250 experience points, 30 copper coins, and a high chance of receiving a piece of white grade equipment. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lu Ming entirely. The system's announcement followed. Congratulations! You have reached level 2. All 5 base attributes 1, mana 10, health 20, free attribute points 3. Next level requires 250 experience points. In less than half an hour, Lu Ming had already leveled up to level 2, a speed that could only be described as lightning fast. Typically, for most new players without guidance, leveling up from level 1 to level 2 would take anywhere from half a day to an entire day. To address the issue of insufficient mana in the early stages, Lu Ming decisively allocated all 3 attribute points gained from leveling up to his spirit stat. This decision had an immediate effect. With the automatic increase of 10 mana and 1 spirit from leveling up, his mana jumped from 20 to 70 points. More importantly, the total 5 spirit points provided him with a mana regeneration rate of 0.5 points per second, effectively offsetting half of the mana drain from his War Stomp skill. As his level increased, the War Stomp skill automatically upgraded to LV2 as well. The skill's effect improved. The attack bonus for allies within range increased from 10 attack power 3 to 10 attack power 5. While an additional 2 attack points might seem minor, for Lu Ming, who benefited from a 10-fold skill amplification, this translated to a substantial boost of 20 attack points. The Necromancer warrior, whose growth was tied to that of its master, also leveled up to level 2. With the upgrade, it gained 10 mana, 20 HP, 1 to all 5 base stats, and 3 free attribute points. Considering that War Stomp already provided significant support for offensive capability, Lu Ming allocated the Necromancer warrior's attribute points as 2 agility and 1 strength, focusing on enhancing its maneuverability. After completing the attribute allocation, the Necromancer warrior's stats were as follows. Tier 1, Level 2. Nether Physical Attack, 61 including 57 points from War Stomp's bonus. Speed, 4. Armor, 2. Magic Resistance, 2. Mana, 40. HP, 90. Another significant benefit of reaching level 2 was the increase in the maximum number of summonable Necromancer warriors, which rose to 20. Lu Ming immediately used his accumulated 90 soul power points to summon them. In an instant, dozens of dark vortexes swirled around him, and a new batch of fully armed Necromancer warriors emerged from the shadows. Under Lu Ming's command, the 20 Necromancer warriors, empowered by the War Stomp aura, launched a ferocious onslaught in the Shadow Forest. With the additional attack bonus of 57 points, each warrior could deal 60 damage with a single strike, effortlessly one-shotting level 1 jungle spiders, which only had 50 HP. During the remote control of his summons, Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could share the vision of all his Necromancer warriors. Through their movement patterns, he was able to mentally piece together a comprehensive map of the area. He also noticed a control range limitation for the warriors. Once they moved beyond 500 yards, they would cease to act, a range that coincided perfectly with the radius of the War Stomp skill. The Necromancer warriors were not only ferocious in combat, but also exhibited basic, autonomous behavior. While strictly obeying their master's commands, they would proactively collect loot for him and transport it directly to Lu Ming's inventory, achieving a fully automated combat process. However, the drop rate in Tianyuan was truly disappointing. After slaying over 100 jungle spiders, Lu Ming had only managed to collect 15 copper coins, without a single piece of equipment dropping. Although he understood that early game priorities lay in leveling up and strengthening his character, he was in dire need of funds to cover his rent, which he had spent on skill scrolls and equipment. Otherwise, he faced the risk of being evicted by his landlord. At that moment, the battle notifications flooded in. Ding, you killed a level 1 jungle spider. XP 1. Ding, you killed a level 3 jungle spider. XP 4. Ding, you killed a level 2 jungle spider. XP 2. In less than an hour, golden light descended once more. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 3. All 5 base stats 1, mana 10, HP 20, free attribute points 3. Next level requires 500 EXP. Sticking to his strategy, Lu Ming allocated all 3 free attribute points to Spirit, raising it to 9 points and increasing his mana to 120. Meanwhile, War Stomp upgraded to LV3, enhancing its attack bonus for allies within range to 10 attack power 8. Lu Ming's War Stomp skill, while now costing 4 mana points to activate, still only consumed 1 mana point per second to maintain. Thanks to his 9 points in Spirit, which granted him a mana regeneration rate of 0.9 per second, he was finally able to sustain the skill without frequent interruptions. Additionally, the maximum number of summoned undead warriors had increased from 20 to 30, significantly boosting his efficiency in clearing out enemies. As night fell, Lu Ming leveled up twice. His attribute panel now displayed. Netherworld LV5, Formation Strategist. Account rating, 10 star. Base attributes, Strength 7, Agility 5, Spirit 17, Endurance 5, Constitution 5. Combat attributes, Physical Attack 10, Armor 5, Magic Resistance 5, Speed 5. Resource attributes, Mana 220, Health 180. Current status, Gold 0, Silver 0, Copper 83, Experience 131200. Skills acquired, Scouting F level, War Stomp F level. In a single night, he had risen 4 levels, a feat that would take an average player 3 to 5 days to achieve. This overwhelming progress left Lu Ming marveling at the sheer power of his 10-star account. He couldn't help but recall his previous life, where he had endured 5 grueling years of humiliation and hardship to reach level 200 and obtain the Scroll of Godhood. In hindsight, abandoning the system-recommended mage class and choosing the formation strategist path had been an exceptionally wise decision. Under his enhancements, each undead warrior was no longer mere cannon fodder, but a formidable force in its own right. Reaching level 5 brought another significant upgrade. His summoning limit expanded to 50 undead warriors, and War Stomp was enhanced to level 5. This upgrade granted all allies within range an attack bonus of 10 of the formation strategist's attack power, plus an additional 15 points. With Lu Ming's physical attack power at 10, this bonus, amplified tenfold, provided each undead warrior with an impressive 160 attack power boost. Combined with their base attack of 11, these level 5 undead warriors now wielded an astonishing 171 attack power. This number left Lu Ming in awe. Even a fully equipped level 10 second-tier warrior, focused entirely on strength, would struggle to break triple digits in attack power. The thought of commanding 50 such powerful undead warriors filled him with exhilaration. With this overwhelming strength, even the strongest level 5 jungle spiders in the Shadow Forest couldn't withstand more than 2 regular attacks from his minions. According to game mechanics, killing monsters below one's level only granted 1 point of forced experience, with a significant drop in loot rates. Clearly, this area no longer offered meaningful progression for him. Having lived through these challenges in his previous life, Lu Ming had already mapped out his next goal, the Bloodstained Expanse dungeon. This dungeon had been globally renowned for over a century, offering 6 difficulty levels: Normal, Elite, Epic, Legendary, Nightmare, and Hell. Each level's difficulty increased exponentially. Adding to the challenge, every player was allowed only 1 lifetime attempt at the dungeon. In the Desya server, the highest record was clearing the Nightmare difficulty, a feat that already surpassed other nations. However, it still fell short of the Hell difficulty. Last year, the Amriga server achieved the first Hell level clearance, thanks to a collaboration between a 6-star and 2 5-star accounts. Their reward? A skill scroll with infinite growth potential. In the world of Abyssal Horizon, skill quality was typically fixed unless upgraded by overlaying a higher quality skill of the same type. During his previous life, the best skill Lu Ming had ever acquired was at level 1. The Hell level skill scroll, capable of evolving to SS level, had an estimated market value of over 10 billion. Thus, Lu Ming set his sights on claiming the first Hell level clearance of the Bloodstained Expanse as his initial goal. His immediate priority was to reach level 8, the minimum requirement to enter the dungeon. Checking his current progress, he noticed that under the relentless assault of his undead warriors, the Who Stole the Ring quest had reached its highest tier, killing 300 jungle spiders. Feeling a slight pang of hunger as the clock struck 11:30 p.m., Lu Ming decided to return to the beginner's village to turn in the quest and log out for a quick midnight snack before heading to a higher level area to continue grinding. Just as he was about to recall all his undead warriors, a sudden vision from one of his minions scattered across the Shadow Forest caught his attention. Through their shared sight, he spotted several figures rapidly approaching his location. Late at night, darkness blanketed the land, and silence reigned. Near the edge of the Shadow Forest, 2 figures hurriedly approached the dense woods. "Run, Wei Wei. As long as we make it through this forest and reach Moonfall Town in the safe zone, we'll be fine." A young warrior clad in silver armor tightly held his younger sister's hand, glancing nervously over his shoulder. His face was filled with anxiety. His sister, Wei Wei, wore a flowing teal mage's robe, her low ponytail swaying in the wind. Just as the siblings were about to enter the Shadow Forest, a pair of eerie, blue glowing eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness ahead, staring directly at them. It was a Death Knight, encased in pitch-black armor. From beneath its sealed metal helmet, its ghostly blue eyes gleamed with an unsettling light, and an aura of suffocating menace radiated from its entire being. Though the sight of the Death Knight struck fear into their hearts, something even more terrifying seemed to be pursuing them from behind. They hesitated for only a moment before gritting their teeth and charging into the forest. To their astonishment, the area they entered, known to be the domain of forest spiders, was instead teeming with Death Knights. Fortunately, these knights merely watched them with wary eyes and didn't immediately attack. However, the siblings didn't get far before they were forced to stop. Standing in their path was a man, Lu Ming. The overly tense young warrior instinctively mistook Lu Ming for an ally of their pursuers and raised his sword. This action immediately provoked a reaction from the surrounding Death Knights. Clang! Dozens of iron swords were unsheathed in unison. The Death Knights quickly formed a defensive formation, encircling Lu Ming at the center, their cold, unyielding gazes locked onto the warrior. Though they hadn't received an order from Lu Ming to attack, their stance was clear. Any reckless move from the siblings would result in their swift demise before they could even pose a threat to him. It was then that the young warrior realized these Death Knights were all summoned creatures under the control of the enigmatic tactician before him. He promptly lowered his sword, unwilling to provoke a fight. Yet the sound of footsteps growing louder behind them filled him with desperation, knowing there was no escape. "Please, I beg you, save my sister," the warrior pleaded. "I don't care what happens to me, but please, don't let them take Wei Wei. If they capture her, she's doomed." Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the girl called Wei Wei. She wore an ice magic robe, her delicate, heart-shaped face pale and trembling. Her starry eyes were filled with panic, and her breaths were uneven. Despite her striking beauty, Lu Ming, still bitter from Yi Linger's betrayal, had grown indifferent if not outright resentful toward women. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this girl seemed familiar to him. As Lu Ming pondered, a shadow suddenly darted out of the darkness. A sharp dagger slashed across the young warrior's throat, blood spraying into the night. An assassin clad in black materialized, landing several swift, deadly strikes with their blade. The warrior, only level 9 with around 300 health points, collapsed as his life was drained in an instant. Even in his final moments, he cast a pleading look at Lu Ming. "Please save." His words trailed off as he fell lifeless into a pool of his own blood. Wei Wei stood frozen in shock for a moment before throwing herself onto her brother's body, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother." Lu Ming remained expressionless as he watched the scene unfold. In the world of Tianyuan, strength was everything, and such tragedies had long ceased to faze him. At that moment, two more figures emerged from the Shadowsa black-armored knight and a red-robed mage. Their gear was immaculate, marking them as formidable players. Lu Ming activated his reconnaissance skill, now enhanced tenfold, to scan the three figures before him, discovering that all of them had reached level 10. The scene before him was chilling. A lifeless body lay in a pool of blood, while a girl knelt beside it, sobbing uncontrollably. The black-armored knight observed the scene coldly and remarked indifferently, "You knew this day would come. Why bother with your earlier choices?" Meanwhile, the red-robed mage noticed Lu Ming standing nearby. A flash of hostility crossed his eyes as he sneered, "Kid, you'd better mind your own business." Lu Ming had no intention of getting involved and turned to leave. "Smart move, kid," the black-clad assassin muttered as he watched Lu Ming's retreating figure. Then, the assassin's conversation drifted to his ears. "This girl's got quite the looks. No wonder, brother, you didn't fancy anyone else but her. Tomorrow's Yi Chen's 18th birthday. Let's take her back as a gift. If the boss is pleased, we'll all get something out of it." Hearing the name Yi Chen, Lu Ming abruptly stopped in his tracks. He turned back and asked, "The Yi Chen you're talking about, does he have an older sister named Yi Linger?" The assassin, who was polishing his dagger, cast a chilling glance at Lu Ming. "What's it to you?" Expressionless, Lu Ming repeated, "Just answer yes or no." "Yes, so what?" "No, so what?" the black-armored knight said impatiently. "Since that useless bootlicker who hung around Yi Chen's sister finally died last night, nothing's holding Brother Yi back anymore. His status has skyrocketed overnight. He's now the top figure in Linhai City. Who are you to meddle?" The red-robed mage snickered mockingly. "What's the deal? Are you hoping to ride on Brother Yi's coattails? Too bad for you, we've been through thick and thin with him. And you? Unless you've got a 2-star account or higher, Brother Yi wouldn't even spare you a glance, loser." Their words dripped with disdain, but they were oblivious to the storm brewing within Lu Ming. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot, as a deep hatred consumed him. Everything had become painfully clear. Yi Linger, the woman he had loved for 3 years, had betrayed him. Her brother Yi Chen, and even their parents, had never been coerced. It had all been a carefully orchestrated scheme by Yi Linger herself. Yi Chen, fully aware of his sister's betrayal and collusion, had chosen to remain silent, willingly aiding her and deceiving him. The memories of treating Yi Chen like his own brother, giving him phones, computers, whatever he wanted now, only fueled Lu Ming's seething rage. An overwhelming killing intent surged within him. The assassin sensed the murderous aura emanating from Lu Ming. Damn it! This kid's got rebellion written all over him, the black-clad assassin spat. The redrobed mage, however, dismissed it with a smirk. So what? He's just a level 5 rookie and a Sewerdeer profession at that, a formation summoner. What could he possibly do to us? The black-armored knight's gaze grew icy. Kill him. No point in dragging this out and risking trouble for Brother Yi. He raised his fiery, expensive-looking spear and began advancing toward Lu Ming. I gave you a chance to leave, and you didn't take it. Don't blame me for what happens next. Before the knight could finish, flames ignited at the tip of his spear as he unleashed his signature move flame thrust. As the attack surged towards him, Lu Ming remained motionless, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Planting his long sword into the ground, he activated a blood-red formation war stomp. A massive formation with a 500-yard radius instantly engulfed the shadowy forest. The black-clad assassin and the redrobed mage were visibly shaken. What the hell is this skill? The range is insane. Just as the knight's flaming spear was about to pierce Lu Ming's chest, a skeletal warrior suddenly stepped in front of him, blocking the attack with its iron sword. However, lacking the professional skills of a warrior, the block was ineffective. The skeletal warrior's health bar flashed red, nearly depleting its meager 180 HP in a single blow. The black-armored knight sneered, typical of a level 5 trash summon. Utterly worthless. At that moment, the mage girl, Wei Wei, witnessing the scene, mistakenly believed Lu Ming had come to rescue her. Through her tears, she cried out, "Don't hurt him. He'll go with you." The black-armored knight scoffed. "If you'd said that earlier, I might have considered it. But now? Too late." As he prepared to finish off the skeletal warrior and then move on to Lu Ming, for more skeletal warriors suddenly charged at him from both sides. In unison, they leapt forward, slashing down with their swords. The knight's health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant. Before he could even react, he collapsed heavily to his knees. With a heavy thud, the black-armored knight dropped to his knees. His eyes widened in utter disbelief as he stared at the composed figure of Lu Ming before him. In a world where death was real and permanent, he rarely acted recklessly. Before making his move, he had even used reconnaissance skills to confirm his opponent's information. A mere level 5 array master, who summoned undead warriors, were also only level 5, incapable of wearing any equipment. Meanwhile, he himself was a level 10 knight with a second-class advancement, fully equipped with black iron gear. These undead warriors should have been nothing more than fragile cannon fodder. But reality hit him hard. These seemingly weak and insignificant undead warriors possessed an unexpectedly terrifying power. Consumed by unwillingness and regret, the black-armored knight collapsed into a pool of blood. The scene froze in an instant. Behind him, the black-clad assassin and the redrobed mage stood dumbfounded. The mage was the first to react. Something's wrong with his array. Retreat. The two turned and barely managed to take a couple of steps before 50 undead warriors surged out from the shadows of the forest, encircling them completely. Back to back, the pair now felt an overwhelming dread. If these level 5 undead warriors could easily take down a heavily armored level 10 knight, one of the most durable classes among the 8 major professions in Tianyuan, what chance did their fragile profession stand? With just a thought from Lu Ming, the undead warriors' eyes flickered with an eerie light as they launched their assault. The redrobed mage frantically swung his staff, unleashing 2 consecutive spells. Fireball. Ice Spike. As a level 10 second-class mage fully equipped with black iron gear, his damage output was indeed formidable, instantly killing 2 undead warriors. However, under the effects of War Stomp, the remaining undead warriors' attack power had been amplified to match the standard of level 10 elite players. Although their health and defenses remained at level 5, their sheer numbers made up for these shortcomings. Once the mage exhausted his only 2 offensive spells, 3 undead warriors rushed forward with iron swords, decapitating him in seconds. The black-clad assassin beside him barely lasted another 3 seconds before joining his companion in the blood-soaked dirt. Nearby, a young mage girl stood frozen, her eyes wide in shock as she witnessed the scene unfold. A mere level 5 array master had just displayed such terrifying power. Lu Ming gazed down at the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, his expression calm, almost like that of a seasoned killer. Yet in his previous life, he had never dared to harm anyone. He had always endured bullying in silence, even forcing himself to smile at those who tormented him. Naively, he believed that kindness would earn the world's favor until Yi Linger ruthlessly shattered that illusion. Kindness? To hell with kindness. In this life, anyone who crosses me will pay with their life. He opened his summoning panel and used 3 soul power points to replenish the 3 undead warriors lost in the fight. Then, he began scavenging the assassins' corpses, and his efforts were well rewarded. 4 pieces of black iron gear and over 200 copper coins. Looted items. Moonshadow Ring, level 8 black iron item, suitable for physical classes, 35 physical attack, 8 strength. Moonshadow Blade, level 8 black iron item, assassin exclusive, 42 physical attack, 10 agility. Moonshadow Cloak, level 8 black iron item, usable by assassins and array masters, 120 HP, 8 stamina. Moonshadow Boots, level 8 black iron item, suitable for magic classes, 24 speed, 8 constitution. Curious, Lu Ming checked the Tianyuan trading market and was stunned to discover that even a standard level 8 black iron item with full durability started at a minimum of 800 coins. The durability of the items he had looted was all above 90, making them incredibly valuable. Lu Ming carefully examined the equipment before him. It was none other than the rare black iron grade Moonshade set, worth several times more than ordinary gear. A surge of excitement rose within him. This dungeon was renowned for dropping Moonshade gear, but the drop rate was notoriously low. Even with good luck, it might take 3 to 5 days to get a single piece. Each Moonshade item could sell for 2 to 3,000 yuan, and farming 4 to 5 pieces a month would easily surpass 10,000 yuan on impressive income for most gold farmers. As a formation master, the mana regeneration effect of the Moonshade set was particularly crucial for Lu Ming. His level 5 War Stomp skill alone consumed 2 mana points per second. Even though he had invested all his level up points into Spirit, his current 17 Spirit only provided 1.7 mana regeneration per second, barely enough to sustain his abilities. And that didn't even account for the mana-draining array skills he would need to learn later. The cumulative mana cost was already becoming a headache. Initially, Lu Ming had thought grinding dungeons would be too much of a distraction from leveling up. But these players had effectively delivered the gear right to his doorstep in unexpected windfall. While the Moonshade Blade and Moonshade Boots weren't suitable for him, the Moonshade Ring and Moonshade Cloak were perfect. The set bonus was activated with just 2 pieces, and the more pieces equipped, the stronger the effect. The 2-piece bonus granted 1 mana regeneration per second, but with a 10-fold enhancement, it would reach 10 mana per second, more than enough for his early game needs. Without hesitation, Lu Ming listed the Moonshade Blade and Moonshade Boots on the trading market for 2,800 and 2,500 yuan respectively. He stashed the remaining 2 pieces in his inventory, planning to equip them once he reached level 8. This haul confirmed a harsh truth about the abyssal world. Killing others was undeniably the fastest way to acquire resources. Even the 245 copper coins he collected from the fallen players were far more than the 83 coins he painstakingly earned in a whole night of grinding. As he finished handling the loot, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the mage girl. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen her before. She was Lin Yue, the girl Yi Chun, the younger brother of Yilinger, had relentlessly pursued in his past life. No wonder she had seemed familiar at first glance. He had seen her in photos Yi Chun had shared. Memories resurfaced. Yi Chun had chased after Lin Yue for over a year, only to be explicitly rejected. At the time, Yi Chun had angrily confided in Lu Ming. If it weren't for you, that obstacle in her way, Wei Wei would have been mine already. Now, Lu Ming finally understood the meaning behind those words. The Yi family had long been in cahoots with the mastermind who had framed him, waiting for him to reach level 200, so they could seize the scroll of deification. Yi Chen's insinuation was clear. To avoid exposure, the Yi family had to continue pretending to be an ordinary household. Without Lu Ming standing in their way, Yi Chun could have leveraged his future brother-in-law's influence to obtain everything he desired, including Lin Yue. No wonder the Yi family had risen to sudden wealth after Yilinger had killed him. The realization cut deep. Lu Ming had only ever confided in Yilinger about the scroll of deification, yet she had betrayed him, stringing him along solely to get her hands on it. The betrayal fueled the growing fury in his heart, and a cold, murderous resolve took shape in his mind. A meticulous plan for revenge began to crystallize. Yilinger, Yi Chun, your entire family deserves to die. And you, the coward hiding in the shadows, no matter who you are or how powerful you may be, they'll make you pay 1,000-fold. Lu Ming vowed silently to himself. After calming his emotions, he used his innate ability, Spirit Severance, to refine the 3 corpses into 3 soul power points, preparing to summon undead warriors and leave. Just then, Lin Yue's voice rang out from behind him. You help me get revenge? They'll pay you. They'll give you all the money I have. Lin Yue's voice was filled with pain and despair, weak and trembling. Lu Ming halted his steps but never turned around. Seeing him stop, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Yue's heart. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks. My brother never hurt anyone. He was always such a good person. Why? Why did they have to kill him? She choked, her voice breaking. Yi Chun. It was all Yi Chun's doing. He sent those people. He's the one who killed my brother. I need to avenge him. If you help me kill Yi Chun, I'll give you all the money I have. Her hands trembled as she opened the WeChat account linked to her game profile, revealing a balance of 13,584.2 yuan. This was all the money she had earned through part-time jobs while studying. Ever since her parents passed away in Tianyuan, it had just been her and her brother, depending on each other. To ease her brother's burden of supporting her education while managing their living expenses, she gave up continuing her studies after graduating high school and joined her brother in venturing into Tianyuan. But just as she was about to ask for Lu Ming's WeChat ID, he turned and walked away without a word. Watching his cold, unfeeling back, Lin Youwei's eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. Lu Ming left the shadow forest, Lin Youwei's heart-wrenching cries echoing behind him. In a past life, he might have sympathized with this poor girl, but now, he cared only about his own interests and refused to feel empathy for anyone. He was indeed going to find Yi Chun, but not for Lin Youwei, it was for his own revenge. By the time Lu Ming returned to Moonfall Town, it was already midnight, yet the streets were still bustling with people. Ever since Tianyuan descended a century ago, the world had been split in two. According to big data analysis of the global population, excluding the 31.82 under the age of 18, 35.97 chose to remain in the real world as ordinary people, while 32.21 became professional players in Tianyuan. Tianyuan had become humanity's second world, and its popularity showed no signs of waning. Lu Ming headed straight to the bar and found the bouncer, Dick, to hand over the task. Seeing the recovered ring, Dick's face lit up with delight. Fantastic! My ring is finally back. Thank you, young adventurer. Herace, a little reward for you, please accept it. A system notification immediately popped up. Ding, congratulations. You have completed the quest, Who Stole the Ring? Completion progress, Tier 10, rewards, experience points 1000, silver coins 1, and equipment Hero's Sword Iron 1. Lu Ming's experience bar skyrocketed by 83. He opened his inventory and took out a black iron sword. Hero's Sword Iron. Level 5. Physical attack 28. Bonus, strength 6. Durability 1515. Class, Formation Master, Warrior. Description: a sword only worthy of a true hero. Wielding it symbolizes being a hero of Moonfall Town. Lu Ming immediately swapped out his current level 1 plain iron sword, which only added 3 attack points, for the new sword. Checking his stats, his attack power jumped from 10 to 41, an increase of 31 points equivalent to the effect of War Stomp on an undead warrior. As for the plain iron sword he replaced, its durability had dropped from 7 to 6 after a night of use. Lu Ming thought to himself, I bought it for 100. Selling it for 80 with just 1 point of durability lost isn't unreasonable, right? He then listed the sword in the marketplace for 80 yuan. Compared to the first tier quest reward of just 50 experience points and 5 copper coins, the 10th tier rewards were indeed much more generous. No wonder professional boosting services charged at least 1,000 yuan for a full clear of a sub-level 10 quest. After all, progressing from killing 10 monsters in Tier 1 to 300 monsters in Tier 10 within 10 hours was something an average player couldn't achieve. Statistics showed that most solo players could only reach Tier 6 at best. Feeling his stomach growl, Lu Ming opened the logout menu and exited the game. A flash of white light later, he was back in the Antnet Cafe. On the deserted streets in the early hours of the morning, a few scattered figures wandered, most likely players who had stayed up all night playing Tianyuan. Lu Ming pushed open the glass door of the roast duck noodle shop and used the last 13 yuan in his WeChat wallet to order a bowl of roast duck noodles. As he lowered his head, deep in thought about how to deal with Yi Linger and Yi Chun, the conversation of a group of young people at the neighboring table caught his attention. Who's this, Chen Emperor? Oh my gosh, there are 100,000 people watching his live stream right now. The location says the streamer is in Linhai City, just 13 kilometers from here. A bespectacled young man exclaimed in surprise. You're such a newbie. A girl with pigtails sitting across from him immediately chimed in excitedly. I've been a fan of his for months. Even when he wasn't that popular, I knew he had potential. And now, he's finally gone viral. The name, Chen Emperor, sent a jolt through Lu Ming. He quickly opened Douyin, searched for the name, and entered a live stream. On the screen, the person broadcasting live was none other than Yi Linger's younger brother, Yi Chen, who, in his previous life, had been Lu Ming's brother-in-law. This young man, who had been building his image as a Predaboy streamer, had already been live streaming for 2 years. Lu Ming had to admit, both Yi Chen and Yi Linger were undeniably good-looking, a major reason why he had been so captivated by Yi Linger in his past life. However, as far as Lu Ming could recall, Yi Chen had always been an obscure, small-time streamer. But now, the live stream was booming with popularity, with over 100,000 viewers online. Luxurious virtual gifts like supercars, yachts, and rockets dominated the screen, while the chat scrolled so fast that hundreds of messages flashed by every second. Lu Ming casually glanced at the chat and was startled to see discussions about himself. Hey, Chun, is it true your sister's boyfriend died at Tianyuan last night? His sister confirmed it on the stream herself. It must be true. Honestly, with her looks, her ex-boyfriend didn't deserve her anyway. Good riddance. To Lu Ming's surprise, Yi Chun didn't even pretend to express grief. Instead, in front of 100,000 viewers, he openly mocked him. You guys are absolutely right. So many people have chased after my sister, but she turned them all down because of that guy. She was willing to struggle with him. But come on, you can't live like that forever. Yi Chun sighed dramatically, feigning regret. That ex of hers? No money, no power, and on top of that, he was lazy, expecting my sister to support him. If it weren't for her being so loyal. This performance instantly resonated with the audience, and the chat filled with insults. She's like a rose blooming in a pile of dung. That deadbeat should have been kicked to the curb ages ago. Watching Yi Chun's hypocritical act, Lu Ming sneered. He could swear to the heavens no one worked harder or wanted to improve more than he did. Just then, Lu Ming received a text message. The Moon Demon Blade he had consigned at the Tianyuan Trading Hall had been sold. After deducting the transaction fee, he earned 2,660 yuan. This unexpected windfall couldn't have come at a better time. Without hesitation, Lu Ming switched to one of his alternate Douyin accounts. He changed the username to Yu My Heart and uploaded a soft, girly avatar. Timing his move carefully, he waited for the live stream's gift activity to slow down. Then, he decisively sent a True Love Eternal gift worth 899 yuan, along with a comment. Hey, streamer. New fan here, just curious, do you play Tianyuan? The extravagant gift immediately made him stand out from the crowd. After thanking him, Yi Chun warmly replied, I didn't used to, but I just registered a 2-star account. Starting at 8 a.m. this morning, I'm officially diving into Tianyuan. With confidence radiating from his expression, he turned to the camera and announced, to all my Linhai fans, see you in Tianyuan at 8 a.m. sharp. The chat exploded with a flood of 1s. Meanwhile, Lu Ming quietly exited the live stream, having obtained the information he needed. A plan for revenge was already beginning to take shape in his mind. Perhaps it was fate that brought Lu Ming back to life in Linhai City. This city was not only Yi Linger's hometown, but also coincidentally aligned with the 1947th beginner's zone in the Tianyuan World Moonfall Town. According to Tianyuan settings, all players from Linhai City would automatically be assigned to Moonfall Town upon their first login. This coincidence gave Lu Ming a breakthrough for his revenge plan. He knew clearly that Yi Linger's younger brother, Yi Chun, had just turned 18 today and would be logging into Tianyuan for the first time at 8 a.m. As an inexperienced beginner, this was the perfect opportunity for Lu Ming to strike. At 1 a.m., Lu Ming sat in an internet cafe, too excited to sleep. The immense power of his 10-star-rated account filled him with anticipation. As he logged into the game, the system's respectful greeting rang out once more. Welcome back to the Tianyuan world, esteemed 10-star qualified account player, Yu Ming. The stark contrast between this and his previous life, where he had a lowly 1-star account, was overwhelming. Checking his character panel, his level stood at 5 with 83.5 experience progress. After a quick assessment, Lu Ming realized that even the rewards from maxed out ordinary quests, such as Black Iron equipment, couldn't compare to the allure of the Moon Demon set. He decided to directly challenge the Moon Demon Sanctuary dungeon, which not only offered a chance to obtain the coveted gear, but also the possibility of skill scrolls perfect preparation for the upcoming level 8 dungeon, the Blood Zone. Before setting off, Lu Ming visited the potion shop in Moonfall Town. While most beginners were still struggling over a handful of copper coins, he already possessed 4 silver coins and 28 copper coins. Without hesitation, he invested 3 silver coins to purchase 100 bottles of basic level 1 mana potions. These potions could instantly restore 30 mana points and provide an additional 2 mana recovery per second for 15 seconds, significantly boosting his endurance in battle. On his way, Lu Ming summoned 10 undead warriors to clear the scattered monsters along the path. 20 minutes later, not only did he reach his destination, but he also leveled up to 6. The system notification chimed. Congratulations on reaching level 6. 1 to all 5 attributes, 10 mana, 20 health, and 3 free attribute points. He allocated all 3 free attribute points to Spirit, raising it to 21. With this, his War Stomp skill upgraded to LV6, granting even stronger effects. However, its mana consumption also increased from 2 points per second to 3 points per second, surpassing his natural mana regeneration rate. This made his earlier investment in mana potions seem particularly wise. At the entrance of the Moon Demon Sanctuary, a towering purple barrier, 7 to 8 meters high, shimmered amidst the crumbling ruins. 2 heavily armed level 20 NPC soldiers stood guard, their vigilance unwavering. Outside the entrance, a diverse crowd of players had gathered, newcomers eager to find experienced teammates and seasoned players hunting for exploitable opportunities. As Lu Ming realized that the dungeon required a 5-player team, his attention was drawn to an 8th-level warrior named AAA Moon Demon Boss 2. The middle-aged man, wielding a massive sword, was advertising his dungeon-carrying services to 3 female players. Claiming to have 1,249 dungeon completions under his belt, he started with a price of 300 copper coins, which he lowered to 250, and finally agreed to 240 after some haggling. Just as the women were about to pay, Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. "It'll take you through the dungeon for just 100 copper coins each." The women turned toward the voice, their attention immediately drawn to the mysterious figure who had appeared out of nowhere. The seasoned warrior, Moon Demon's second brother, quickly noticed Lu Ming's presence. His gaze swept over the lone level 6 formation trickster. After confirming that Lu Ming had no backup and his profession level was low, he immediately shouted angrily, "Damn it, kid! Are you looking to die? How dare you steal my business?" Ignoring the threat, Lu Ming turned directly to the 3 girls and asked, "Want to join my team?" Before the girls could answer, Moon Demon's second brother interjected, "Don't listen to him. He's just like you guys, a newbie. Only level 6, and a support class at that. He doesn't even have decent gear. How's he going to help you clear a dungeon?" Remaining calm, Lu Ming replied, "Pay after we finish. If we can't clear it, I won't take your money." For him, the money wasn't the point, just wanted to form a 5-person team to enter the dungeon. His straightforward proposal clearly appealed to the 3 girls. After a brief discussion, they walked toward Lu Ming. The system notifications immediately chimed. Player Love Strawberry Bear, level 6 mage has joined the party. Player Milky White Pudding, level 6 priest has joined the party. Player Lazy Kitty Kisses, level 6 archer has joined the party. As Lu Ming pondered where to find a 5th member, a system prompt appeared. Player Heavenly Path Dominance, level 7 knight has requested to join your party. Turning around, Lu Ming spotted a middle-aged man, around 30 years old, striding toward them in blazing fire armor. Though his level wasn't high, his steady gaze set him apart from ordinary newcomers. Without hesitation, Lu Ming approved the request. With the 5-person team assembled, they accepted the mission and stepped into the dungeon portal. Behind them, Moon Demon's second brother stomped his feet in frustration. "Damn it, I've seen fools before, but never this dumb. Letting some punk trick them like that." The assassin with the ID triple and Moon Demon third brother sneered coldly, "We can't let this kid ruin the order. Let's teach him a lesson." Several other level 8 players, all with the Moon Demon prefix in their IDs, quickly gathered and formed a team to follow them into the dungeon. The system promptly announced, "Welcome to the dungeon, Moon Demon Sanctuary. This dungeon has a 5-hour time limit. Complete the mission within the time to earn rewards." Lu Ming's party appeared outside a massive sanctuary. A blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, casting a sinister glow over the scene. The sanctuary's walls were lined with dried, severed heads, creating a hellish atmosphere. The girls gripped their weapons tightly, their faces filled with fear. Lu Ming, however, remained composed as he opened the mission interface. Purge the demonic path, Moon Demon Sanctuary exclusive dungeon. Difficulty level 75. Description: once a thriving human city, it was invaded and massacred by the Moon Demon Legion under the command of Blood Demon Crus. All humans were slaughtered. Objective: kill Moon Demons 0-10. Time limit: 5 hours 59 minutes. Rewards: 100 EXP, 8 copper coins, small chance to obtain Black Iron Moon Demon set. This was a progressive tier challenge. According to historical records, the team leader was guaranteed to receive a Moon Demon set upon clearing the 10th tier for the first time. With some luck, an additional piece might drop. While Lu Ming was analyzing the details, a blood-red barrier suddenly emerged before them. From the ground, a grotesque, blood-soaked humanoid creature with torn flesh crawled out, letting out a chilling laugh as it dragged a blood-stained blade toward them. Without hesitation, Lu Ming cast a scouting spell. The Moon Demon was the most elite warrior under the command of Blood Demon Crus. As a level 6 physical-type common monster, it boasted 55 points of physical attack, 20 points of armor, 14 points of magic resistance, 12 points of speed, and 320 health points. Its skill, Blood Strike, though only ranked F, made it a formidable defender of the Moon Demon Sanctuary, tasked with eliminating all intruders. Just as Lu Ming was about to draw his sword, the middle-aged knight, Tianxian Zongheng, silently stepped forward. In his left hand, he carried a heavy metal shield, while his right hand gripped a blazing spear. Sparks flew as the blade of the spear scraped against the ground, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Facing the charging Moon Demon, Tianxian Zongheng remained calm. As the demon closed in, he suddenly raised his shield and delivered a powerful shield bash, knocking the Moon Demon to the ground. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward, piercing straight through the demon's skull. The system notification immediately chimed in. Your teammate Tianxian Zongheng has slain a level 6 Moon Demon. You have received a 30 participation reward. EXP 6. Mission progress 1. This scene left Lu Ming slightly surprised. He had long suspected that this level 7, first-tier knight was no ordinary fighter, but he hadn't expected his damage output to surpass even that of a level 10 second-tier assassin. The three female teammates instantly looked at Tianxian Zongheng with admiration, exclaiming, "Amazing! That guy's damage is insane." Meanwhile, a group of moon demon underlings hanging back witnessed the entire scene and hesitated briefly. They exchanged their thoughts. What kind of damage was that from that night? Should we proceed? What are you scared of? There are 5 of us at level 8, and he's just level 7. The rest of them are useless. Exactly. Let's go for it. Take down the stratagem master first. At that moment, 3 blood-red barriers materialized around Tianxian Zongheng, and 3 additional moon demons appeared, launching an attack from all sides. Although Tianxian Zongheng's defense was exceptional, he began to struggle under the relentless assault from 3 directions. The female teammates quickly sprang into action to provide support. The mage, Love Strawberry Bear, cast an F-grade fireball spell, dealing a mere 33 points of damage. The archer, Lazy Kitty, shot 3 arrows, 2 of which missed entirely, with 1 accidentally hitting Tianxian Zongheng. And the priest, Milk Pudding, cast a healing spell that restored only 44 health points, barely making a dent in the situation. The 5 lurking moon demon minions burst into laughter as they watched the scene unfold. Look at that performance. They think they can clear this dungeon without us carrying them? And that stratagem master is the funniest of all, talking big about not getting paid if he can't win. But now he won't even move. Just then, the crisp sound of a sword being unsheathed cut through the air. Lu Ming had finally drawn his black iron weapon, the Sword of Valor. The battle had reached a stalemate. In the rear, 3 young women anxiously stomped their feet, while Tianxian Zongheng was surrounded by 3 moon demons at the front, his situation growing increasingly perilous. And then, without warning, the tide shifted. From all directions, dozens of 3-metertal shadow vortexes erupted into existence, an awe-inspiring sight. Several opportunistic lurkers, who had been preparing to make their move, froze in their tracks, stunned by the sudden development. What's going on? Gasped the 3rd moon demon, the assassin, his voice betraying his shock. Something's off. This isn't just a normal mob spawn, said the 2nd moon demon, a warrior, his expression turning grim. Out of the swirling shadows emerged fully armored skeletal warriors, one after another, clad in heavy, dark metal armor. Their eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and their entire presence radiated the chilling aura of emissaries from the underworld. Lu Ming had summoned 60 undead warriors in one go. As if that weren't enough, he plunged his long sword into the ground, and in an instant, a massive blood-red formation, with a radius of 500 yards, spread outward from beneath his feet, encompassing the entire battlefield. The effects of War Stomp enveloped all the undead warriors. Kill. With a single thought from Lu Ming, the undead warriors surged forward like an unstoppable tide, swarming the moon demons. In mere moments, the 3 moon demons were overwhelmed, falling amidst the chaotic storm of blades. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. The 3 young women stood frozen, their mouths agape as they stared at the devastating power of the undead warriors. Before they could even process what had just happened, a series of system notifications chimed in rapid succession. Ding, your teammate Netherworld has slain a level 6 moon demon. You receive 30 participation rewards. EXP 6. The same notification repeated 3 times, snapping them out of their daze. They turned to Lu Ming, their eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the group of would-be ambushers in the distance was utterly shaken. One of them stammered, "What the hell? He's only level 6 and can summon that many? And the damage is insane." Sweat dripped down their foreheads, their hands trembling as they hastily activated their escape portals, fleeing the dungeon without a second thought. According to Tianyuan's team mechanics, in a 5-player party, the player who delivers the final blow to a monster receives 100 of the rewards, while other party members receive a guaranteed 30 participation bonus. Thanks to this, Lu Ming had earned a total of 60 EXP from his kills. Are all those undead warriors really summoned by the Array Master guy? It must be his account's talent effect. I've heard there are lots of summoning type talents out there. Did you see that damage? It's terrifying. The 3 young women whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with admiration. Only Tianxian Zongheng remained calm, as if he had anticipated Lu Ming's strength all along. While the others marveled, Lu Ming continued refining the moon demons' corpses and commanding his undead warriors to press the attack. Before long, the number of moon demons slain had reached 10, leaving the 3 young women in an even greater state of awe. For ordinary players, such power was incomprehensible. Even those well-versed in Tianyuan's mechanics knew only that a level 6 Array Master's damage-enhancing formations could typically boost allies' damage by 20 to 30 points at most. However, with Lu Ming's all-encompassing amplification talent providing a 10-fold boost, his level 6 War Stomp was now granting his allies an impressive 242 attack points, 100 of his base attack power plus 200. To put that into perspective, Even a fully geared level 10 second-tier player with black iron equipment would struggle to exceed 100 attack points. The gap in power was staggering. The Death Knight's staggering 255 attack power made the Moon Demons, with only 20 armor, seem utterly defenseless. As the Moon Demon kill count reached 10, the dungeon quest immediately advanced to the second tier, raising the target to 30 Moon Demons. The rewards increased accordingly from the initial 100 experience points and 8 copper coins to 200 experience points and 15 copper coins, along with a slim chance of obtaining Black Iron Tier Moon Demon Set Equipment 1. After Tianchuanzongheng used a health potion to recover, he rejoined the battle alongside the 3 ladies in the rear. They quickly noticed an exhilarating change. Under Lu Ming's War Stomp buff, their damage output was astonishing. The archer, Qingqing Xiaolangku, aimed at a newly spawned Moon Demon on the right and fired 2 consecutive arrows. When she saw the damage numbers, her eyes widened in shock, and her mouth formed an unconscious O shape. Oh my gosh, why is my damage so high? The mage, Aichi Kaomixing, couldn't wait to test her power on a target. A single fireball spell dealt 339 damage, instantly one-shotting a fully healed level 6 Moon Demon. The healer, Naibai Ziobuting, displayed even more jaw-dropping performance. Her healing spells now restored over 400 health points per cast, easily filling her teammates' health bars. Wow, my attack power is at 281 now. I'm over 270 attack power too. This is unbelievable. At that moment, they finally realized the true powerhouse wasn't the Death Knights, but Lu Ming himself, the formation strategist. His formation enhancement effects were simply extraordinary. The ladies silently celebrated their luck in having such a powerful teammate. With him leading, victory in this dungeon seemed inevitable. Under Lu Ming's command, 60 Death Knights with 255 attack power swept through the Moon Demons around the temple like a hot knife through butter. The team then pressed forward, charging into the temple's interior. Although the Moon Demons inside were slightly stronger, they still stood no chance against the Death Knights. Most were felled in just 2 strikes, and even the toughest among them couldn't endure more than 3. Ding, the system notification sound kept ringing. Killing a level 7 Moon Demon granted 25 experience points, while taking down 2 consecutive level 8 Moon Demons earned 32 experience points each. Before long, the team surpassed a total of 50 Moon Demon kills, completing the 3rd objective of the dungeon quest, Path of Righteousness, and receiving upgraded rewards. The onslaught of the undead warriors was unstoppable. Inside the Moon Demon Sanctuary, the warriors summoned by Lu Ming tore through the Moon Demons like an invincible army, leaving none alive in their path. By the time Tianchuanzongheng and 3 female players followed Lu Ming into the sanctuary, the ground was already littered with the corpses of fallen Moon Demons. Lu Ming continuously absorbed and refined the bodies while keeping a close eye on the summoning panel. Whenever an undead warrior fell, he immediately summoned a new one to replace it. For now, he only possessed the War Stomp skill, which significantly boosted the warrior's attack power but did not enhance any other attributes. The Moon Demon's attack power of 70 to 80 points was enough to deal lethal damage to the undead warriors, who had only minimal armor, unless they could be taken down instantly. Fortunately, Lu Ming's abundant soul energy ensured that the loss of warriors had no substantial impact. In less than 2 hours, the quest progress had reached the 9th tier. Lu Ming's level had risen to 7, and the 3 female players accompanying him were ecstatic. According to online sources, a typical 4-carry-1 Team 4 level 8 professional boosters carrying 1 level 6 rookie would take at least 4 hours and 12 minutes to clear the 10th tier of the Moon Demon Sanctuary. Yet, they had managed to do it in just 1 hour and 48 minutes. Oh my gosh, this is my first time running this dungeon, and we're already about to clear the 10th tier. One of the female players exclaimed. Don't get too excited just yet, another one cautioned. The 10th tier has a black iron level boss. Many players die to it without even getting a chance to escape. Just as she finished speaking, the ground began to tremble violently as the Moon Demon kill count hit 300. Deep within the sanctuary, a massive blood-red barrier tore through space. From within it emerged a towering figure, a colossal Moon Demon, 3 meters tall, wearing a blood crown, draped in a crimson cloak, and wielding a kingly greatsword. A sinister crimson aura spread outward, and the overwhelming pressure caused the 3 female players to instinctively step back. Only Lu Ming and Tianchuanzongheng stood their ground, unfazed. Tianchuanzongheng immediately shared the data panel of the imposing figure. Blood Demon Crust Black Iron Level Boss. Level 8. Physical Attack 144. Armor 55. Magic Resistance 46. Speed 42. Health 4980. Skills: Blood Slash a level, Blood Demon Shield a level, Blood Demon Roar a level. Description: a demon resurrected from the depths of hell. Blood Demon Crust mission is to serve the darkness and slaughter all humans who dare to invade the abyssal world. Flanking the boss were 2 level 8 elite Blood Demon guards, each with an attack power of 110, armor of 45, and 1,800 health points. This setup alone had caused over 90 of teams reaching the 10th tier to fail at the final hurdle. Ha ha ha. Blood Demon Crust let out a chilling, sinister laugh. Pitiful humans, how dare you trespass into the sacred ground of the Moon Demon clan? This sanctuary will be your eternal resting place. With that, he gripped his greatsword tightly and charged forward, flanked by his two guards. Tinchuanzongheng, who had remained composed throughout the journey, now became even more cautious. He carefully analyzed the situation, saying, "This boss has high defense, and the passive effect of Blood Demon Shield makes it grow stronger the longer the fight drags on. We have to take it down quickly." Its AoE skill, Blood Demon Roar, is devastating, but it has a 2.7-second cast delay. The moment you see it charging, retreat from its range immediately. You won't survive the hit. Also, before he could finish, Lu Ming had already moved. With a calm expression and a soft command, he said, "Kill." 70 undead warriors surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the Blood Demon Klus and his guards. Amid the flashing blades and glinting swords, 2 of the Blood Demon's guards were slain before they could even react. Although Klus fought back ferociously, cutting down 3 undead warriors in quick succession, he was ultimately overwhelmed and worn down by the relentless assault, succumbing to his fate. Impossible. How could I die at the hands of mere mortals? With a mix of rage and unwillingness, the massive body of the Blood Demon Klus collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. System notifications chimed one after another. Ding, your teammate Yuming has killed an elite level 8 Blood Demon Guard, earning 30 participation rewards. EXP 150. Ding, your teammate Yuming has killed an elite level 8 Blood Demon Guard, earning 30 participation rewards. EXP 150. Ding, your teammate Yuming has killed the level 8 Black Iron Boss, Blood Demon Klus, earning 30 participation rewards. EXP 600. The moment the battle ended, the air seemed to freeze. 3 female players standing in the back stared wide-eyed, and even the usually composed Tianchuanzongheng was left rooted in place, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. A level 7 player had managed to effortlessly take down a level 8 Black Iron Boss and 2 elite monsters in an instant. Lu Ming, however, remained exceptionally calm. This outcome was exactly as he had anticipated. His level 7 War Stomp skill, after comprehensive enhancement, now provided a bonus equivalent to 100 of his attack power plus an additional 250. The attack power of the undead warriors had been boosted to 311 points, making it effortless for them to cut down the elite Blood Demon Guards with 45 armor and the Black Iron Boss with 55 armor, as if slicing through butter. After swiftly collecting the spoils, the rewards proved substantial. 7 silver coins, 45 copper coins, an Flevel Warrior skill scroll for execute, and 3 pieces of equipment, 2 level 8 common items, and 1 level 8 Black Iron gear that was not part of the Moon Demon set. For a boss that had been farmed by players countless times, dropping Black Iron gear was already a rare occurrence. According to standard protocol, dungeon rewards were supposed to be shared among all party members. However, since Lu Ming had contributed 99.9% of the combat effort, the others tacitly agreed to forego their share. Being part of the team and receiving the Tier 10 quest rewards was already more than enough to satisfy them. After leaving the dungeon, Lu Ming submitted the quest to the NPC guard. System notifications rang out again. Ding, congratulations on clearing the Moon Demon Sanctuary with the highest progress Tier 10. Rewards, EXP 3000, silver coins 2. Ding, as the party leader, clearing Tier 10 for the first time has triggered a 100 chance to obtain Moon Demon set equipment. Reward, Moon Demon Leg Guards 1. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 8. Next level requires 5000 EXP. Thinking about the $10 billion at stake, Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. However, it was already 3 a.m., and he decided to log off and rest. He still had to settle a score with Yichun at 8 a.m. and then tackle another dungeon afterward. After all, no one had cleared the hell level difficulty of the blood-scarred zone in the past century, so there was no rush. At that moment, Tianchuanzongheng and the 3 female players also exited the dungeon. The women didn't even bother submitting their quests and instead hurriedly surrounded Lu Ming. "Hey, can I add you on WeChat? They'll send you the money for the dungeon run." "Yu Ming, do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Ming saw through their intentions at a glance. They admired his strength and hoped he would carry them through future dungeons. In this world where power reigned supreme, the strong were never short of admirers, no matter their appearance. But after his experiences in his past life, Lu Ming had grown wise to it. All women would only be obstacles on his path to success. He simply opened his WeChat payment code and smiled. "I'll take the money, but there's no need to add me as a friend." Even though the market price for a Tier 10 Moon Demon Sanctuary run had risen to 1,000, he stuck to the original agreement and only charged 100 per person. Tianchuanzongheng also transferred 100 yuan to Lu Ming. As Lu Ming walked away, the female players felt a mix of frustration and self-doubt, wondering if they weren't young or attractive enough. Meanwhile, Tian Xuanzongheng silently watched Lu Ming's departing figure, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He quickly opened WeChat and messaged a contact labeled Tian Xuanyongheng. Captain, you were right. That array specialist with the ID Yuming is indeed extraordinary. He solo cleared the Moon Demon Sanctuary, Tier 10. I estimate his account strength to be at least 5 stars. A reply came quickly from Tian Xuanyongheng. Whatever it takes, make sure to recruit him into the Tianqian Guild. Understood. Tian Xuanzongheng replied. In the world of Tianyuan, Lu Ming was walking along the path back to Moonfall Town. He knew he could only log out in a safe zone, so during the journey, he eagerly opened his inventory to examine the equipment he had just received as a dungeon reward. One item immediately caught his attention: a pair of Moonshade Legguards, level 8 black iron gear, providing 35 points of magic resistance and 28 additional stats, along with an endurance bonus of 8. It had a durability of 15-15 and was restricted to the Assassin and Deceptionist classes. The item description revealed that it was part of the Moonshade set, created by the Moonshade clan using Blood Moon Essence to strengthen their warriors. A special note warned, humans, use with caution. Lu Ming then took out the Moonshade Mystic Ring and Moonshade Cloak he had looted earlier from the 3 assassins and equipped all 3 items together. Opening his status panel, he was thrilled to see his attribute skyrocket. His attack power doubled from 44 to 87, his health surged from 270 to 390, his armor jumped from 8 to 59, and his magic resistance soared from 8 to 52. These stats are insane, Lu Ming exclaimed to himself. After all, players under level 10 with black iron gear were already rare, let alone someone with a 3-piece Moonshade set. Even most level 20 casual players were still stuck using basic Y-Tire equipment. A system notification promptly appeared. Ding, Moonshade set exclusive skill mana regeneration 3-piece bonus activated. Mana regen 38, passive effect. The wearer restores 2 mana points per second. With the 10-fold enhancement from his comprehensive amplification talent and the regeneration effects from his 29 spirit attribute, Lu Ming saw a steady 22.9 blue recovery value appear above his head every second, quickly refilling his mana pool. Considering his level 8 War Stomp skill consumed 4 mana per second, this set ensured he wouldn't have to worry about mana shortages, at least until level 20. Of course, this set had its limitations. Beyond the level restriction, the 15 durability points meant its lifespan was limited. Once the durability hit 0, the equipment would break, and repairing such low-level gear wasn't worth the cost of expensive repair stones. Lu Ming then listed 2 Y-Tire items dropped by the dungeon boss on the trading market for 200 gold coins each, while the level 8 black iron gear was priced at 900. As for the Warrior Frank Skill Scroll Execution, a highly sought-after item, he set its price at 2,500 gold coins. In a smaller third-tier city like Linhai, even the lowest-tier Frank Skill Scrolls were in high demand due to the constant influx of new players. After calculating his potential earnings, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. A 10-star account really makes earning money so much easier. He recalled how, in his previous life, bad luck sometimes left him unable to earn as much in an entire month as he had tonight. On top of that, he had to pay for dungeon runs and potion expenses, often ending up in the red by the end of the month. After returning to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming logged out to check his messages and discovered that the Moonshade Boots and Iron Sword he had listed the previous night had already sold. After deducting a 5-transaction fee, he received 2,451 yuan. His bank account balance now exceeded 4,200 yuan, and with the newly listed items, he estimated it could reach around 8,000 yuan. The tough days are finally over. Lu Ming immediately transferred 2,400 yuan to his landlord, paying off 3 months of overdue rent. He planned to save up for a computer next, so he wouldn't have to keep visiting internet cafes. He was already imagining the cozy life of ordering takeout and enjoying hot pot at home during the winter. Returning from the internet cafe to his shared apartment, Lu Ming was reminded of its only advantage: cheap rent at 800 yuan per month. Beyond that, it had little to offer. One roommate spent all day playing guitar, while the other was a lovey-dovey couple whose nightly activities forced him to fall asleep to a mix of "Won't Stop Loving You" and other noises. Once I earn more, I'm definitely getting a better place, he vowed. After a quick shower, Lu Ming set his alarm for 7:30 and went to bed. The next morning, he swiftly got ready, grabbed 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk for breakfast from a street vendor, and headed to the Ant Internet Cafe across the street to log back into the game. Ding, welcome back to Tianyuan, esteemed 10-star player Nether. The bustling streets of Moonfall Town were already teeming with players in the early morning. The usually quiet Moonfall Town was bustling with activity today. Players who typically logged in only once every 10 days or so were behaving unusually, gathering early in the town square. Lu Ming mingled with the crowd, silently observing everything around him. He knew exactly why so many people were online at this particular time last night. The popular streamer Chindi had announced during his live broadcast that he would make an appearance at 8 a.m. sharp. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Chindi is online. Everyone, go grab the gifts. A shout pierced through the air. The players surged forward like a tidal wave. Lu Ming didn't even need to move his feet that was swept along by the crowd, carried forward in a chaotic rush that rivaled the frenzy of a supermarket handing out free eggs in limited supply. Amid the jostling crowd, Lu Ming effortlessly found himself in the front row. Before him stood a young player surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. Yichun, the very person now known as Chen Di. With a confident smile, Yichun waved to the players around him, exuding charisma and elegance, as if he were a true celebrity. Lu Ming's gaze landed on the familiar dagger hanging from Yichun's waist, the blade of vigilance. His thoughts drifted back to 3 days ago. At the time, he had already reached level 199, but he had purposely traveled from the capital to Linhai with Yilinger to celebrate Yichun's birthday, not wanting to miss the occasion. That blade of vigilance was a gift he had painstakingly crafted for Yichun's 18th birthday, a black iron tier weapon for beginner assassins. It had cost him 3 months' income and countless favors to gather the materials and forge it. Yichun had once declared that on his 18th birthday, he would register an account in Tianyuan. Regardless of the account star rating, he was determined to become a professional assassin. True to his word, he had chosen the assassin class and adopted the ID Chen Di, proudly wearing the blade of vigilance that Lu Ming had given him. There was a time when Lu Ming had genuinely regarded Yilinger as his future wife and treated her family as his own. But now, as he looked at Yichun again, all he could feel was a seething rage and a murderous intent. If not for the fact that they were in a safe zone and surrounded by so many people, he might have already attacked Yichun. Suppressing the fury within him, Lu Ming decided to wait. He would take action once Yichun left Moonfall Town. The mastermind behind the scenes had clearly offered the Yi family substantial rewards. Yichun, who once relied on Lu Ming for financial support just to pay his high school tuition, now presented a jaw-dropping display in the world of Abyssal Game. Not only was he surrounded by dozens of personal bodyguards, but his fame had also skyrocketed overnight. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ming noticed that these bodyguards were all at level 10. With the strength of his undead warriors, Lu Ming knew that if Yichun dared to leave Moonfall Town, he could easily eliminate him. At this moment, Yichun was busy interacting with his fans, flanked by 2 female assistants who were tirelessly handing out gifts. Although Lu Ming had no interest in the fanfare, sitting in the front row made him an easy target for receiving one of the delicate red pouches. When he opened it, he found 3 silver coins inside equivalent to 600 yuan based on the in-game market exchange rate. Staring at the man who once couldn't afford a simple hot pot meal without Lu Ming's help, a deep hatred brewed in Lu Ming's eyes. It was obvious that Yichun's actions were aimed at winning people over, turning the players of Moonfall Town into his loyal followers. Having spent 2 years as an obscure streamer, he yearned to be in the spotlight. This tactic also served a practical purpose, to ensure he could summon allies at any time during the beginner village events. After distributing the gifts, Yichun accepted a quest and began heading north of Moonfall Town. Lu Ming immediately followed, planning to find a secluded spot to take them all out in one strike. However, just as they left the town, a group of heavily armed, high-level players appeared, springing their ambush. They surrounded Yichun with precision, clearly having waited for this moment. Using his grade scouting skill enhanced tenfold, Lu Ming was startled to find that these players were all level 30, 4th-tier experts. They had obviously come down from the main city in the second sky. Only then did Lu Ming realize the truth. Those initial level 10 players weren't bodyguards at all, they were merely power-leveling placeholders. Due to Abyssal Games team mechanics, players with a level gap exceeding 10 couldn't gain experience together. These level 30 4th-tier players were Yichun's real bodyguards. The situation had just become significantly more complicated. While Lu Ming's undead warriors, with their comprehensive buffs and formation enhancements, could rival level 15 players despite being only level 8, dealing with level 30 experts was a far greater challenge. Once Lu Ming reached level 20, he could easily crush these foes, but by that time, Yichun would likely have surpassed level 10 and entered the second sky, where even more high-level players would protect him. Lu Ming had to eliminate Yichun within the beginner zone, but the sheer strength of these level 30 4th-tier players made it impossible for his melee undead warriors to even get close without being instantly killed. A reckless attack without a guaranteed fatal blow would only alert Yichun and his protectors. He needed a way to lure those level 30 players away. As Lu Ming deliberated, an image of Lin Yue suddenly flashed through his mind. He vividly remembered Yichun's genuine feelings for her, how he had given up the opportunity to move to the capital with his sister, Yilinger, just to stay close to Lin Yue. Yichun's desperate pursuit of fame was largely driven by his desire to win Lin Yue's heart. Yilinger had once even asked Lu Ming to support Yichun's live streams, explaining that Yichun's dream of becoming an internet celebrity was all for Lin Yue, the only girl he ever loved. At that time, Lu Ming had been saving up to buy a house and marry Yilinger. Yilinger anxiously said, "The house can wait, but my brother's situation is urgent. If someone else wins Lin Yue over first, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Besides, he's not only my brother, but yours too. My mom even said you don't need to pay a bride price. At the time, Lu Ming was so swept up by her words that he actually followed Yi Linger's suggestion. For 7 consecutive days, he spent tens of thousands in Yi Chen's live stream channel, showering it with gifts. Yet, all of it was in vain. Lin Yui's rejection of Yi Chen had nothing to do with his social standing, it was simply because she didn't like him. The events of the previous night sent a chill down Lu Ming's spine. Yi Chen had sent 3 assassins to kill Lin Yui's brother, and had even attempted to assault Lin Yue herself. It was clear that Yi Chen still harbored sinister intentions toward her. This gave Lu Ming an idea. If he could use Lin Yue to get close to Yi Chen, lower his guard, and wait for the right moment to catch him alone, his chances of exacting revenge would greatly increase. Regret consumed him as an old saying echoed in his mind. Opportunities are fleeting. If only he had agreed to help Lin Yue seek vengeance last night. But now, where could he even begin to find her? As he sank into thought, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Want to kill him? He'll help you. Lu Ming turned around to see 5 players approaching him. Leading the group was a young archer clad in silver chainmail. Though he looked barely 18, there was a sharp, seasoned gleam in his eyes. Above his head floated a white ID. LV9 First Class Archer Tianchuan Eternal. Beside him, Lu Ming recognized a familiar face, Tianchuan Dominance, a 30-something knight in blazing fire armor who had run a dungeon with him the previous night. The other 3 players also had IDs starting with Tianxian. Ever since the Tianyuan world had descended and reshaped human society, various player organizations had sprung up like mushrooms after the rain. Tianxian was evidently one of them. Are you talking to me? Lu Ming feigned confusion. Tianchuan Eternal stopped in front of him. Join my team, and it'll help you kill the so-called Emperor Chen. What do you say? Noting Lu Ming's surprised expression, he chuckled. Don't bother denying it. You can't hide that murderous look in your eyes. I've been watching you for a while. With all those level 30 bodyguards around him, you could never take him down alone. But in our Tianxian team, we've got plenty of experts. Taking them out would be as easy as squashing ants. Join us, and not only will we help you get your revenge, but you'll also earn a monthly salary starting at 100,000. The offer was tempting, but Lu Ming's past life of dependency made him loathe the idea of being controlled by others. Besides, he yearned for the satisfaction of avenging himself with his own hands. And these people? Their motives were unclear, their background even murkier. Thanks, but no thanks. I just don't like the guy. I've never seriously thought about killing him. You've misunderstood. Lu Ming politely declined and turned to leave. As Lu Ming walked away, Tianchuan Shadow, a level 8 assassin, rolled up his sleeves angrily. That kid doesn't know what's good for him. Captain, let me teach him a lesson. We're civilized people. Don't be so reckless. Tianchuan Eternal stopped him. Besides, you're no match for him. TCH, he's just a formation tactician with no attack or defense. I could take him out in seconds. Tianchuan Shadow retorted. Tianchuan Dominance let out a cold laugh. Honestly, he could crush you as easily as snapping a twig. I don't believe it. Unless you let me try. Tianchuan Shadow protested. Tianchuan Eternal cut him off. I've already said we're civilized. That guy, I want him in Tianxian. No matter what. Keep an eye on him. If anyone dares to compete with Tianxian for him, then we'll teach them a lesson. Tianchuan Shadow started rolling up his sleeves again. Tianchuan Eternal looked at him, exasperated. Why are you always so impulsive? Let me make this crystal clear. We are civilized people. After a pause, his expression turned icy. But if anyone dares to challenge Tianxian, well, crush them. Understood, the group replied in unison. Lu Ming left Moonfall Town, only to find himself in a predicament. His original plan was to deal with Yi Chen and then head straight to the Crimson Forbidden Zone dungeon. However, the sudden appearance of Yi Chen's level 30 bodyguards had completely disrupted his strategy. Now, he neither had the mental focus to tackle the dungeon nor a clear solution to break the impasse. His only hope was to find Lin Yue. But locating someone in Moonfall Town, a hub for over 50,000 players under level 10 from the entire Linhai city, was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Just as Lu Ming was at his wit's end, a commotion erupted from the direction of the ruins ahead. A crowd of players had gathered, surrounding something or someone. That poor girl looked so fragile. How did she end up in this mess? They say she owes someone money, but the details are unclear. Such a delicate girl. Falling into the hands of these ruthless debt collectors is a disaster waiting to happen. Hearing the chatter, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A girl? Fragile? Delicate? Could it be Lin Yue? He pushed his way through the crowd, and there she was. Lin Yue was sitting on the ground, surrounded by a group of burly, intimidating men. She looked nothing like the girl from last night, no longer the one clutching her brother's arm, exuding a sense of security even while being pursued. Gone was the black iron frost robe she had worn before. Instead, she was now dressed in plain, inexpensive white tire equipment. Though clean and simple, The sight was undeniably disheartening. Strands of her hair clung to her pale face, and her eyes were filled with helplessness and fear, a stark contrast to the purity she once radiated. Her vulnerable demeanor evoked sympathy from many onlookers. Picking on a young girl like this, what kind of men are they? Exactly. It's shameful. One of the burly men, who must have weighed at least 250 pounds, waved his fist and bellowed, "A debt is a debt. She owes us money, and that's the law of the land. If anyone's got a problem with that, feel free to pay her brother's debt for her." The crowd, which had been muttering in indignation moments earlier, fell silent. Satisfied with their reaction, the man's eyes turned lecherous as he ogled Lin Yue. "If you can't pay, sweetheart, there's another way. How about using your body to settle the debt? 1,000 per session. How's that sound?" Lin Yue recoiled in terror, curling into a ball as her body trembled uncontrollably. Just as the man reached out a hand toward her, a figure stepped in front of her like a flash of lightning. "How much does she owe you?" Lu Ming's voice was icy. The man, clearly annoyed at having his fun interrupted, growled, "Her brother owed us 20,000. She's already paid 15. That leaves 5,000. Lu Ming quickly calculated. He had just sold 3 pieces of equipment and an entire skill scroll at the auction house, leaving him with a little over 5,600 coins. Without hesitation, he transferred 5,000 to the man. While his necromancer skills could easily dispatch these thugs, starting a fight in front of so many witnesses would only create unnecessary trouble. The man, now paid in full, had no grounds to argue and begrudgingly stepped aside. Lu Ming helped Lin Yue to her feet and led her away, leaving the crowd to disperse. However, the thugs watched the pair retreat with greedy, resentful eyes. "That guy's loaded. Should we follow him and squeeze a bit more out of him? Maybe find a quiet spot and have some fun with the girl?" "Heh, sounds like a plan." Just as they were about to follow, a cold voice rang out from behind them. "You dare touch someone under Tianquan's protection?" The thugs turned to see a black-clad assassin glaring at them. When their eyes landed on the name above his head, Tianquan Shadow, their faces turned pale. Tianquan? The 8th-ranked player in the Great Xia battle rankings? Terrified, they dropped to their knees, pleading, "We didn't know they were with Tianxian. Please, spare us. We'll give the money back right now." The leader of the thugs hastily transferred 20,000 coins to Tianquan Shadow, who accepted the payment with a chilling expression. "This time, you get to walk away. Next time? Think twice." "Next time? What do you mean?" Before they could finish, a barrage of arrows rained down from above, each dealing over 500 damage, instantly killing them. From the shadows of the ruins, a team of level 20 archers, bearing the Tianqian insignia, silently withdrew. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, who had been following Lu Ming, kept her head down the entire time. When she finally glanced up and recognized her savior as the man from the previous night, her clear eyes widened in surprise. Lu Ming released her hand and turned to face her. It was then that he realized she must have sold all her valuable equipment to help pay off her brother's debt. "Thank you," Lin Yue whispered, her voice soft and delicate. "I'll repay you as soon as I save up enough." Looking at the fragile girl before him, who seemed as though a gust of wind might blow her away, Lu Ming finally spoke. "Do you want to avenge your brother?" Her eyes dimmed, and she shook her head. "I'm too weak. I can't avenge him." "I can help you," Lu Ming said firmly. "But he'll need your cooperation." Lin Yue's head snapped up, her mind flashing back to the scene from the previous night. Lu Ming, at level 6, single-handedly taking down 3 level 10 assassins. Though he had rejected her plea for help before, his words now rekindled a glimmer of hope in her heart. "Really? What do I need to do?" In the northern part of Moonfall Town, a meticulously planned hunt was underway. Swish! The blade of Yi Chen's vigilance sword sliced through the air, effortlessly finishing off a level 5 jungle spider with just 1 HP left. A golden glow surrounded him as his level rose to 2. Wiping the green blood off the blade, Yi Chen smirked with satisfaction. So this abyss isn't as tough as everyone claims. Surrounding him, dozens of level 10 players for ire silently continued their task, weakening monsters and delivering them right to Yi Chen. At a fee of 10,000 each, they were more than willing to play the role of stepping stones. Basking in this king-like treatment, Yi Chen felt a surge of pride. "If only I had dealt with that loser Lu Ming sooner," he thought smugly. His mind wandered to Lin Yue, picturing her graceful figure, and a cocky grin spread across his face. Just then, a level 30 bodyguard hurried over. "Young Master Yi, there's a girl outside the grove who looks exactly like Lin Yue." Yi Chen immediately headed out and spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was Lin Yue, the girl he'd been pursuing for 2 years to no avail. She appeared to be arguing with a young man who looked like a formation tactician. "Let her go," Yi Chen bellowed as he stormed toward them, unaware that the tactician was none other than a disguised Lu Ming. "Who are you?" Lu Ming asked nonchalantly, keeping a firm grip on Lin Yue's wrist. "I'm Lin Yue's boyfriend," Yi Chen declared, pulling Lin Yue protectively behind him. Lu Ming began to lay his trap. If that's the case, you're just the person I need. Her brother took my money, promising to lead me through the Scarlet Zone dungeon, but then vanished. Yi Chen sneered disdainfully. So, you're just a beggar. He turned to soothe Lin Yue. Don't worry, Wei Wei. Then, with exaggerated generosity, he addressed Lu Ming. How about 10,000? Show me your payment code. But Lu Ming remained unfazed. It's not about the money. A man should keep his word. If he agreed to guide me through the Scarlet Zone on normal difficulty, then he should follow through. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Yi Chen's eyes, but with so many fans watching, he forced a smile and nodded. Fine. Once I hit level 8, I'll not only take you through normal difficulty but also through epic difficulty. After exchanging contact information and watching Lu Ming walk away, one of Yi Chen's bodyguards leaned in and quietly asked if they should take care of him. Yi Chen, however, raised his voice deliberately. Do you think I'd go back on my word? If I promise something, I deliver. The crowd immediately erupted in admiration. That's why he's the Emperor Yi. Way better than those washed-up, money-grubbing celebrities. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Chen placed his hands gently on Lin Yue's shoulders and spoke softly. Don't worry, Wei Wei. From now on, I'll protect you. But in his mind, he was already plotting how to deal with that insolent fool once they entered the dungeon. Lin Yue suddenly stepped back, breaking free from Yi Chen's touch. She murmured a soft thank you, her eyes flickering with a trace of subtle, unreadable complexity. Yi Chen watched the girl before him, calculating silently in his mind. He knew well that winning Lin Yue's heart couldn't be rushed. As long as she stayed by his side, success was only a matter of time. Flashing a gentle smile, he said, No need to be so polite with me, Wei Wei. Come on, let me help you level up. Little did Yi Chen know that the truth about his involvement in persecuting Lin Yue's brother had already come to light. Staring at her enemy standing so close, Lin Yue's heart churned with overwhelming hatred. Yet, she had no choice but to bury this deep-seated resentment. She was fully aware that she lacked the strength to confront Yi Chen Heaton. If she wanted revenge, she had to follow Lu Ming's plan to use the Scarlet Forbidden Zone dungeon to eliminate Yi Chen. Although Lu Ming had previously had opportunities to act, the presence of Yi Chen's group of level 30 bodyguards posed a significant challenge. Even if Yi Chen could be killed, Lu Ming himself would likely not survive. The bodyguards, however, were unable to enter the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, making it the perfect setting for revenge. The next step was to wait for Yi Chen to reach level 8. In the meantime, Lu Ming planned to push himself to level 10. This was a critical milestone. Not only would reaching level 10 allow him to complete his second-class advancement and significantly boost his stats, but his 3 10-star talents would also automatically increase by 1 level. This power-up would greatly enhance his chances of clearing the Scarlet Forbidden Zone on Nightmare difficulty. With this in mind, Lu Ming decided to return to Moonfall Town to take on high-level quests and grind for experience. Watching from the shadows, Tianxian Shadow immediately reported all of this to Tianxian Eternal. Tianxian Eternal, busy farming monsters in the wilderness, received the update with a look of approval. This nether is not only powerful but also incredibly sharp. He's getting more and more intriguing. Tianxian Shadow followed up with another message. Captain, that Chen Emperor seems to look down on nether. Should I teach him a lesson? Don't act rashly. Tianxian Eternal replied instantly. Keep your eyes on nether. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Tianxian Shadow responded concisely. In the small town of Moonfall, Lu Ming stood before the mayor, Alafs, as he accepted a mission that had struck fear into countless players. This task was unlike any other in the beginner zone. It was the only one with a difficulty level that broke into triple digits, an astonishing 200 points, far surpassing 99 of other beginner missions. The mission was called The Slayer, and its backstory stemmed from a tragedy 8 years ago. Moonfall's elite Slayer squad was annihilated during a campaign against the Forbidden Zone of the Dark Clan. Not a single one of the 100 warriors survived. Since then, players had dubbed that area the Graveyard. The task required killing 50 dark skeletons within 10 hours to carry on the will of the fallen Slayer squad. The rewards for the mission were exceptionally generous. 1,000 experience points, 80 copper coins, a piece of basic equipment, and a slim chance of obtaining an F-grade skill scroll. Even the first-tier rewards were equivalent to the 10th tier of other missions. However, the mission came with a deadly condition. Each player could only claim the reward once in their lifetime, and failing to complete it on time would result in a death penalty. Having just helped Lin Yue pay off a 5,000 yuan debt, Lu Ming was in dire need of money. He quickly identified a business opportunity. Professional teams on the market charged anywhere between 500 and 15,000 for this mission, depending on the reward tier. Seizing the chance, he posted on the Moonfall Town forum, spending 300 to pin his ad for 10 minutes. Guaranteed completion of the Slayer mission, tier 10 rewards. Team recruiting now, 10,000 per person. 4 slots available, first come, first served. This offer, priced below market rates, immediately sparked a heated discussion. Some doubted his skills, while others suspected it was a scam. In response to the skepticism, Lu Ming simply replied, "Pay only after completion. If I fail, you owe me nothing." This promise instantly attracted a flood of private messages. To protect his identity, Lu Ming purchased a mask. Not only was this a nod to the player culture, but it was also a precaution to avoid being recognized by Yi Chun, which could jeopardize his plans for revenge. It didn't take long for 4 level 8 players to arrive at the meeting point. 3 men and 1 woman, with professions of assassin, archer, priest, and mage. From the clarity in their eyes, it was clear they were well-off beginners. Without wasting any time, Lu Ming created the party and got straight to work. Just as Lu Ming was about to recruit the 4 into his team, the young assassin Wu Liuqi suddenly spoke up, "Hey, man, are you seriously telling me that an 8th level formation strategist like you can lead us through the 10th tier of the slaughter request?" The young archer, Shibao Zhangqiong, scrutinized Lu Ming from head to toe, his brows furrowed. "To be honest, before coming here, I thought you might be some pro player from a top guild or maybe a high-level lone wolf with epic gear. But you..." His gaze lingered on Lu Ming's plain appearance and incomplete equipment, his words trailing off. "You're a fraud, aren't you?" The chubby priest, Deboba, bluntly voiced the suspicion that everyone seemed to share. Before Lu Ming could explain, the only mage in the group, a girl named Qing Yin, unexpectedly spoke up, "I believe in you." Without hesitation, she walked straight to the town mayor, Alovis, accepted the slaughter request, and volunteered to join the team. Lu Ming couldn't help but take a closer look at this unusual girl. She wore a raccoon mask that obscured her face, but her pure white mage robe and long, silky hair flowing down her back gave her an air of elegance, like a princess stepped out of an ancient painting. What intrigued Lu Ming the most, though, were her eyes. They seemed inexplicably familiar. Not in the way of an old acquaintance, but as if he had seen them somewhere recently. "Let's get started," Qing Yin said with a warm smile directed at Lu Ming. "All right," Lu Ming replied with a nod. Though the other 3 were still skeptical, they eventually accepted the quest and joined the team. After all, appearances can be deceiving. This seemingly ordinary formation strategist might just be hiding top-tier 4 or 5-star potential. The 5-member team stepped out of Moonfall Town, greeted by the sight of a massive graveyard resembling a chaotic burial ground. The earth was littered with scattered bones and severed limbs, the air thick with the stench of decay. Overhead, dark clouds churned, and a suffocating aura of death enveloped the area, making it eerily unsettling. Within the burial grounds, several other 5-member teams were already clearing the area, all following a similar pattern. 3 or 4 high-level players, around level 15 or 16, carrying 1 or 2 lower-level newcomers. A quest of this difficulty was nearly impossible for beginners to complete without the guidance of experienced players. Lu Ming was the first to step into the burial grounds, followed closely by Qing Yin, who didn't hesitate for a moment. The other 3 lingered, hesitant. Suddenly, a skeletal hand, dry and withered, burst out of the ground. Moments later, a fleshless skeleton emerged from the earth, its hollow sockets locked onto the group as it charged forward. With a swift motion, Lu Ming drew his sword and leaped into action. In the bone burial ground, a convoy of 4 carriages with a single escort was hunting for prey. Within the team, a level 17 warrior wielded a longsword and swiftly incapacitated a skeleton warrior. The lone level 9 archer in the group then delivered a precise final blow to finish it off. The group soon noticed Lu Ming and his companions in the distance. A flash of disdain crossed their eyes. "Those level 8 rookies dare to team up and grind in the bone burial ground?" One of them sneered. "Isn't that the guy from the forum who claimed he could lead a 10th tier team for 10,000 coins? A level 8 formation master leading a 10th tier grind? What a joke." And the 4 people following him? They must have a death wish. As they waited to see the inevitable disaster unfold, one of their team members, Qing Yin, used a scouting ability to share the attributes of the skeleton warrior in their team channel. Skeleton warrior, physical type, common monster. Level 9. Physical attack 92. Armor 42. Magic resistance 35. Speed 35. Health 610. Skill charge/frank. Description: an undead being that slumbers beneath the earth, reawakened by the call of the skeleton king, Noke. They vow to serve the darkness until death. Upon seeing these stats, Wu Liuqi, Shibao Zhangqiang, and Deboba were instantly filled with despair. "My attack is only 55. With 42 armor, it'll take me forever just to kill one skeleton warrior." One of them complained bitterly. "We can't handle high-level monsters, and the low-level ones only give 1 XP each. This game is impossible for newbies. Once I hit level 10, I'm going to camp my level and start making money carrying new players." What worried them even more was that even the warrior, who had put all his points into strength, only had an attack power of 55. How was a support class formation master supposed to deal with these monsters? Were they just supposed to rely on formation buffs and hope for the best? As they began to regret joining this scam team, the battle ahead suddenly took a dramatic turn. A skeleton warrior, wielding a massive blade, charged at Lu Ming with its charge slash. But Lu Ming stood firm, calm and unmoving. He planted his longsword into the ground and activated War Stomp. The higher-level players watching from a distance nearly burst out laughing. What is this idiot doing? His teammates are all behind him, and he's standing there alone, waiting to die? Formation buffs only work on teammates, not himself. There's no way he can tank a level 9 skeleton warrior. But just as the skeleton warrior's blade was about to strike Lu Ming, two Death Knights suddenly appeared on either side of him. Moving with incredible speed, they swung their longswords and cut the skeleton warrior down before it could even touch Lu Ming. Two massive blood-red damage numbers flashed, instantly depleting the skeleton warrior's health bar. The system notification rang out. You have slain a level 9 skeleton warrior. Experience 40. The mocking smiles of the distant players froze in place. Even Lu Ming's three teammates at the back were left dumbfounded. The two Death Knights, clad in pitch-black armor with glowing, eerie eyes, stood guard on either side of Lu Ming like loyal protectors. When they saw Lu Ming calmly begin refining the skeleton warrior's corpse, their shock deepened. Those Death Knights are his summons? How can level 8 summons deal that much damage? One of the distant players muttered in disbelief. In contrast, Lu Ming's teammates were overjoyed. I told you the boss has real skills. Turns out he has a summoning talent. And his summons are this strong? 2 summons at level 8? He's better than some dedicated summoners. But what happened next was even more astonishing. With a single thought, Lu Ming caused dozens of 3-meter-high dark vortexes to tear open across the battlefield. One after another, Death Knights emerged from the void. In mere moments, the area was swarming with 80 Death Knights. With a commanding shout from Lu Ming, all the Death Knights entered automatic combat mode, unleashing chaos upon the battlefield. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. On the battlefield of the burial grounds, a brutal massacre was unfolding. Lu Ming's legion of undead warriors swept through the field like a relentless reaper, cutting down newly risen skeleton soldiers with every swing of their swords. Empowered by the tenfold enhanced LV8 War Stomp, the undead warriors' attack power surged to an overwhelming 404 points. Against the LV9 skeleton soldiers, who had only 42 armor and 610 health, it took just 2 strikes to completely shatter them. The 80-strong Undead Army advanced with unstoppable momentum, and within mere minutes, the first mission notification sounded. Ding, congratulations. Your team has killed 50 skeletons. First-tier mission completed. The system then prompted the team to continue slaughtering until 100 kills were achieved to unlock the second-tier reward. The other members of the team were left speechless, utterly stunned. The mage girl Qing Yin gazed at Lu Ming with a look of deep meaning in her eyes. Meanwhile, the high-level caravans nearby, realizing the danger, hurriedly backed away, unwilling to provoke this invincible undead army. Across the vast expanse of the burial grounds, the system notifications kept ringing out. Ding, 100 kills reached. Second-tier mission completed. Ding, 200 kills reached. Third-tier mission completed. Finally, the last notification echoed. Ding, 1,000 kills reached. Precondition for 10th-tier mission completed. Your rampant slaughter has alerted the Black Iron level boss, Skeleton King Nock. Defeat him to complete the final mission. As the notification ended, the entire burial grounds began to quake violently. A thunderous roar pierced the heavens. Who dares disturb my slumber? Do you seek death? From the central area of the map, a towering super skeleton warrior, standing a staggering 6 to 7 meters tall, emerged from the ground, radiating an aura of fury as it stormed onto the battlefield. Boom! A violent tremor swept through the entire burial grounds, causing dozens of scattered player squads to halt in their tracks. That sound? Could it be the Skeleton King respawning? One player exclaimed. According to the guide, this level 10 Black Iron tier boss only appears when players complete the 10th stage of the Slayer quest. As soon as the news spread, players on the outskirts of the burial grounds grew restless. This is a rare opportunity, maybe we can grab some loot in the chaos. Many dashed toward the boss's respawn point. However, upon reaching the central area, the sight before them left everyone speechless. The massive figure of the Skeleton King, Nock, was already kneeling lifelessly on the ground, surrounded by an imposing circle of Death Knights. A powerful necromantic aura enveloped the battlefield. How is this possible? The boss was taken down instantly after spawning? Though the Death Knights were only level 10, the sheer pressure they exuded froze the greedy players in their tracks. Within the circle of Death Knights, Lu Ming casually approached the Skeleton King's corpse. System notifications chimed continuously. Ding, you have looted Black Iron gear. Skeleton King's boots. Ding, you have looted 5 silver and 25 copper coins. Ding, you have looted whiteboard gear. Ruined sword. Another Black Iron item. Not bad. Lu Ming thought to himself, calculating his haul. This trip had been quite rewarding. The black iron gear was worth about 800, the silver coins 1,000, and the whiteboard gear 200. Adding the loot from earlier skeleton kills, his total earnings were around 6,000. Behind him, his party members Wu Liuqi, Deboba, and Shibao Kankyong were still in shock. From effortlessly mowing down 1,000 skeletons to slaying a black iron tier boss in 10 seconds, Lu Ming's performance had completely shattered their understanding of the game. So, gentlemen, how's the experience? Lu Ming asked with a smile as he turned to face them. You're incredible, boss. You have my utmost respect. Can I add you as a friend? My cousin wants to meet you. Lu Ming chuckled, pulling up his payment QR code. The three immediately scanned it, and soon the sweet sound of a transaction notification followed. WeChat payment received, 10,000 yuan. At that moment, their mage companion, Qing Yin, also stepped forward to scan the code. However, a surprising notification popped up. WeChat payment received, 100,000 yuan. You added an extra zero, Lu Ming remarked. Qing Yin smiled softly. Add me as a friend. I'll hire you again next time. Consider the extra as a down payment. Lu Ming refunded 90,000 yuan, then disbanded the party and left. Watching his receding figure, Qing Yin murmured to herself, Yu Ming, I'll remember you. She immediately opened WeChat and messaged her top in contact labeled ATM. Guess who I just ran into? Your ex-boyfriend? Shut up. You know I've never dated anyone. Then who? An insanely skilled formation master. He soloed the 10th stage of the Slayer quest at level 10 and took down a black iron boss in 10 seconds. Is his ID Yu Ming by any chance? What the how do you know that? Because I've already booked him. Qing Yin pouted slightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her fingers flew across her phone screen as she sent a rapid stream of messages. I don't care. This is the one I recommended. Hurry up and send me the money. You already got 50 last week, and it's gone already? I don't care, I just want it, she replied, immediately launching an onslaught of emojis and stickers, bombarding the chat like a relentless storm. It wasn't until her phone chimed with the notification, Alipay received 1 million yuan, that she halted her attack. Switching to a sugary, playful tone, she cooed, Love you, big brother. Mwah. On his way back to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming checked his status panel. After defeating a swarm of skeleton warriors and ultimately taking down the Skeleton King boss, his level had skyrocketed from 8 to 10, meeting the threshold for his second-class advancement. All he needed now was to complete the advancement quest to unlock the next stage. At this moment, his 3 10-star account Talent Soul Cleave, Amplification Mastery, and Phoenix Rebirth were all waiting to be upgraded. Once he completed the second advancement, these talents would automatically level up to LV2. Considering how powerful they already were at LV1, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel eager to see their enhanced effects. He opened his inventory and carefully inspected the black iron equipment dropped by the Skeleton King. Skeleton King's boots black iron tier. Speed. Bonus attributes. Durability. Usable classes, Rune Strategist, Warrior. Level requirement, 10. Status, unidentified. Initially, he planned to sell the boots, but upon realizing they were compatible with his Rune Strategist class and that he lacked proper footwear, decided to keep them. In Abyss World, all equipment dropped by monsters had to be appraised at a professional identification center before it could be used, so he temporarily returned the boots to his inventory. Glancing at the time, it was already 2:30 p.m. He had been grinding quests since 9:30 in the morning, without even stopping for lunch. Yet, clearing the 10th tier of the Slayer quest flawlessly in just 5 hours nearly all solo was a remarkable feat, breaking the historical solo record for the quest. Even better, he had earned an additional 40,000 yuan in the procession amount that would have taken months of hard work in his previous life. Once I log out, I'll treat myself to a nice meal at that new frog flavor bistro downstairs, he thought, quickening his pace at the anticipation of claiming the generous quest rewards back in Moonfall Town. Lu Ming strode into Moonfall Town, heading straight to the residence of the mayor, Alephus. After reporting his accomplishment of eliminating 1,000 dark skeletons and defeating the Skeleton King, Knock, the old mayor's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, young warrior, Alephus said, his voice trembling. If the members of the slaughter squad who sacrificed themselves at the burial grounds 8 years ago could see this, they would surely be at peace. Warrior, please accept the rewards you deserve. As the mayor's words concluded, a pleasant system notification chimed. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Slaughterer Tier 10. Rewards received. Experience points, 20,000. Silver coins, 10. Bronze tier equipment. Slaughterer's belt 1. Frank skill scroll, Life Fortress 1 inch. Bronze tier. Lu Ming exclaimed with excitement as he quickly opened his inventory. A finely crafted belt, exuding an aura of high quality, appeared before his eyes. Its bronze frame was engraved with silvery patterns, clearly superior to ordinary gear. This was precisely why the Slaughterer task came with such a steep entry fee. Beyond the guaranteed rewards of level 10 Black Iron gear and an Frank skill scroll, there was an approximately 10 chance of obtaining bronze tier equipment or an rank skill scroll. The value of a single piece of bronze tier gear could rival that of 10 Black Iron items of the same level. Eagerly, he checked the belt's attributes. Slaughterer's belt LV10 bronze tier. Health, 420. Constitution, 20. Endurance, 20. Additional skill. Slaughter passive formation masters formations grant allied units an additional 2 of the wearer's max health as bonus damage non-stackable. Durability, 5,555. Class requirement, Formation Master. Description. Once worn by the captain of Moonfall Town's Slaughter Squad, this belt symbolizes a warrior who defends the peace of Moonfall Town. Compared to Lu Ming's current level 8 Black Iron Moonshadow Cloak, which only added 120 health and 8 endurance, this bronze tier item was a game changer. Equipping it boosted his health from 450 to an astonishing 1070, comparable to that of a level 15 second tier knight. Next, he examined the Frank skill scroll. Life Fortress Formation Master Frank skill creates a circular formation with a 50-yard radius. Allies within the formation gain a shield every second equal to one of the formation master's max health 5 points. Duration, 15 seconds. Shield cap, 30 of the formation master's max health. Mana cost, 3 to activate, 1 per second thereafter. Cooldown, 50 seconds. This skill perfectly compensated for the defensive and health weaknesses of Necromancer-type warriors. Lu Ming immediately learned the skill, and its level scaled to LV10 alongside his character level, increasing the shield bonus to one of the formation master's max health 38 per second. He then headed to the appraisal shop, spending 50 copper coins to identify the boots dropped by the Skeleton King. Skeleton King's boots LV10 Black Iron tier. Speed, 30. Agility, 9. Equipping the boots increased Lu Ming's speed to 49 points. After listing 5 white-grade items he had obtained during his grind on the auction house, he logged out. Exiting the internet cafe, Lu Ming walked to the newly opened frog fragrance restaurant in his neighborhood. He ordered a large pot of spicy frog and paired it with an ice-cold beer, savoring every bite. In his previous life, he had always scrimped and saved to provide a better life for Yilinger, never allowing himself such indulgence. Now, for the first time, he truly appreciated the joys of life. Just as he was relishing the moment, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Lin Yue. Yichan has already reached level 7. In just a few hours, Lu Ming's level skyrocketed from 1 to 7A leveling speed that rivaled even his own 10-star account. This scene once again proved the truth of the saying, Tianyuan is a playground for the wealthy. Lu Ming quickly did the math. At his current pace, it would take about another 1 or 2 hours to reach level 8. He decided to complete the class transfer quest first, so he sent a message to Lin Yue, asking her to notify him when he was close to level 8. Lin Yue promptly replied with a simple okay. After finishing his meal, Lu Ming was about to head back to the internet cafe to continue his class transfer quest. Just then, he overheard a conversation from the table behind him, where a young couple was chatting excitedly. Wow, babe, look at the TikTok video I just sent you. A level 10 rune master soloed a Black Iron tier boss in just 10 seconds. And the guy's from Lin Hai. No way, let me see. Holy crap, that's insane. Where did this ancient god-level player come from? Their conversation caught Lu Ming's attention. He frowned slightly, pulled out his phone, and opened TikTok to search for Rune Master Solo Boss. Sure enough, footage of him taking down the Skeleton King in the burial grounds appeared in the search results. The short video, only a few seconds long, perfectly captured Lu Ming commanding his undead warriors to swarm the full-health Skeleton King and take it down in one decisive blow. Judging by the angle, it was clearly filmed by a passerby. In just 35 minutes since being uploaded, the video had already amassed 1.59 million likes, 327,000 comments, and an astonishing 1.25 million shares. The comment section was in an uproar. Whoa, soloing a Black Iron tier boss in 10 seconds? Who is this legend? No way this is real. Who can solo a boss in 10 seconds? I can vouch for the video's authenticity. I was the Skeleton King that got wrecked. Even though he's wearing a mask, you can tell just from his build this guy's gotta be a looker. Does anyone know this Rune Master's TikTok handle? Hook me up, my friend wants to meet him. Seeing these comments, Lu Ming silently thanked himself for wearing a mask. He stood up, left the Frog Flavors restaurant, and headed straight for the internet cafe. Meanwhile, Yichin had also come across the viral video. He was in the middle of power leveling with the help of a boosting service when he stumbled upon the clip of the mysterious Rune Master soloing the Black Iron tier boss. At first, Yichin was just as stunned by the undead warriors effortlessly annihilating the boss. But soon, his attention shifted to the Rune Master commanding them. Even though the player wore a mask and had hidden their ID, something about their figure seemed all too familiar to Yichin. He turned his head to glance at Lin Yue, who was sitting nearby, his expression suddenly thoughtful, as if he had just pieced together an important clue. In the quiet town of Moonfall, Lu Ming headed straight to the professional hall and received his second-tier advancement quest from the rune strategist mentor, Xie. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared before him, a young mage girl with waist-length hair, dressed in a pristine white magical robe and wearing a raccoon mask. Her every move exuded the elegance of someone from a wealthy family. It was Qing Yin, the same girl he had teamed up with for the Slayer mission earlier. Her displayed level now read 10. Lu Ming considered pretending not to recognize her and walking past, but Qing Yin nimbly jumped in front of him, crossing her arms and tilting her head with a mischievous smile. Hey, what a coincidence, running into you again. Can you help me with the advancement quest? I'll pay you. The second-tier advancement quest was straightforward. Kill 100 level 10 monsters within 6 hours. While this might be challenging for an average beginner, it was a breeze for Qing Yin, who was fully geared in black iron equipment. If you can handle it yourself, why ask me? Lu Ming questioned. I looked it up. The going rate for second-tier advancement assistance is 600. Help me out, will you? 600 bucks, take it or leave it. Qing Yin replied bluntly. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Ming agreed. All right, I have to do it anyway, so it's no trouble. He didn't mind earning a fair reward for his efforts, unlike the inexplicable 90,000 Qing Yin had tried to give him before, which had left him unsettled. Qing Yin immediately transferred 600 yuan to him and watched as he added her to his party. She thought to herself, he turned down 90,000 for no reason, but he's so serious about this 600. What an interesting guy. As the two left Moonfall Town, a shadowy figure, Tianquan Shadow, contacted Tianquan Eternal. Captain, someone's trying to steal our recruit. Should I teach her a lesson? Who is it? Which team is she from? Not sure which team, but her ID is Qing Yin. I can't wait any longer. If we delay, Yuming will be taken away. I'm going in. Before he could finish, Tianquan Eternal's voice boomed through the comms, nearly deafening him. If you dare lay a hand on my sister, you're dead. What the heck? That Qing Yin is Miss Yin Yin. Tianquan Shadow froze in shock. Meanwhile, on the road, Qing Yin kept bombarding Lu Ming with questions. Big brother, what's your name? What star level is your account? Which district of Lin Hai are you from? Lu Ming abruptly stopped walking and said coldly, I'll refund your money, and you can leave the party. I'm not taking you. Don't. I'll stop talking. Qing Yin immediately fell silent, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Before long, they arrived at the nearest level 10 wild zone, the Wolf Forest. The area was already bustling with players, working on their second-tier advancement quests. Outside the forest, a few high-level veteran players waited, eyeing the newcomers. As this seemingly novice level 10 duo stepped into the area, they quickly drew attention. Two middle-aged level 17 assassins approached them. One of them grinned and said, Here for the advancement quest? Huh? Need some help getting through it? Our rates are fair. The other chimed in. 600 for one person, but for the two of you, we'll give a discount 100 total. Guaranteed success. Qing Yin pointed at Lu Ming and said, No need. I've already got someone helping me. The two assassins glanced at Lu Ming, who was also level 10 and a rune strategist, a support class often dismissed as weak. They couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you serious, little girl? He's just as new as you are, and he's playing an underpowered support class. He can't even fend for himself, let alone help you. Qing Yin didn't bother explaining. She simply thought to herself, Heh, just wait. You'll be eating your words soon enough. Ignoring the assassins, the pair ventured deeper into the forest without looking back. The two assassins scoffed disdainfully, crossing their arms as they stood aside, ready to watch the show. Ha, I've seen plenty of arrogant young folks like you. Just wait, you'll be begging us for help soon enough. Lu Ming ignored their mockery and walked straight to an open area. Surrounding him were numerous level 10 corrupted wolves, their fangs bared and their glowing green eyes exuding a menacing aura. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Lu Ming summoned his willpower, and in an instant, hundreds of pitch-black shadow vortexes erupted around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the swirling shadows emerged 100 undead warriors clad in dark armor, wielding sharp long swords, their presence radiating an overwhelming intensity. This spectacular sight immediately drew the attention of nearby players. Lu Ming gripped the Sword of Valor and thrust it heavily into the ground. In that moment, two beams of light burst forth from the blade, one as crimson as fire, the other as golden as the sun. War Stomp. Life Fortress. With Lu Ming's commanding shout, two massive formation auras spread outward from him as the center. Under the effect of War Stomp, the undead warriors received a 589-point boost to their attack power, while triggering the special effect of the bronze tier equipment, Slayer's Belt, which granted each warrior an additional 214 damage points. Meanwhile, the Life Fortress shield began to take effect, stacking 487 shield points per second for the warriors. Initially equipped with only 330 health points, the undead warriors now had their green health bars completely covered by thick white shields. Enhanced by Lu Ming's tenfold amplification talent, the shield cap of the Frank Life Fortress skill soared from 30 of the Formation Master's maximum health to an astonishing 300, allowing each undead warrior to stack up to 3,210 shield points, far exceeding their base health. With the dual buffs empowering them, the undead warriors seemed like deities of war incarnate. Following Lu Ming's mental commands, they quickly spread out and aggressively sought their targets. The level 10 corrupted wolves, with only 50 armor and around 700 health points, were utterly defenseless against the undead warriors, whose total attack power reached 824 points. Each strike dealt 774 points of devastating damage, instantly slaying the wolves. System notifications flooded in. Ding, you have slain a level 10 corrupted wolf. Gained 50 EXP. Ding, you have slain a level 10 corrupted wolf. Gained 50 EXP. Under the relentless efficiency of this elite undead army, the task of killing 100 corrupted wolves was completed in no time. Ding, congratulations. You have completed the second advancement quest. Prove your strength. The players nearby, who had been busy hunting wolves, stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape as they watched the scene unfold, unable to utter a word. The army of undead warriors surged into the wolf shadow woods like a relentless tide, instantly causing a commotion among the players present. Many stopped in their tracks to watch, some exclaiming in awe at the summoning prowess of the mysterious rune master. A few even recognized Lu Ming as the viral gamer who had defeated a Black Iron Tier boss in just 10 seconds on Douyin, earning 3 million likes. After completing the mission, Lu Ming disbanded his party and led the undead army out of the woods. Two roguelike middle-aged assassins, who had been waiting outside the forest, immediately straightened their posture and stepped aside to make way. Faced with the overwhelming aura of the undead army rushing past, neither dared to utter a word. Taking advantage of the moment, Qing Yin walked proudly behind Lu Ming, her head held high. Once they were far from the crowd, Qing Yin quickened her pace to catch up with Lu Ming. Hey there, handsome. Let's add each other as friends. I can hook you up with some serious money-making opportunities, she said with a playful grin. Lu Ming, without so much as glancing back, replied coldly, no need. Having been betrayed by Yilinger in the past, he no longer trusted anyone easily, especially women. Qing Yin stopped in her tracks, pouting with a huff. What a blockhead, she muttered under her breath. The moment Lu Ming returned to Moonfall Town, he received a message from Lin Yue. Yi Chun was about to reach level 8. This was sooner than he had expected. Without delay, Lu Ming headed to the profession hall to submit his mission. A pillar of 7-colored light descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Ming entirely. The system notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Ding, congratulations on completing your second advancement. Level cap increased to 20, attribute growth boosted, and 1 skill slot unlocked. Ding account talent, Soul Severance, upgraded to LV2. Ding account talent, Comprehensive Amplification, upgraded to LV2. Ding account talent, Phoenix Rebirth, upgraded to LV2. With this second advancement, the attribute growth of the Rune Master profession saw significant enhancements. 1 strength now adds 1.3 physical attack power. 1 agility now adds 1.1 speed. 1 spirit now adds 15 mana and 0.15 mana regen per second. 1 endurance now adds 1.2 armor and 1.1 magic resistance. 1 constitution now adds 13 health and 1.3 health regen per second. Each level now grants an additional 15 mana and 25 health. New profession trait unlocked. Every 5 spirit points convert to 1 physical attack power. Lu Ming opened his status panel to review his updated attributes. Player ID: Yuming LV10, Second Advanced Rune Master. Account rating: 10-star tier. Base attributes: Strength 26, Agility 19, Spirit 37, Endurance 46, Constitution 30. Combat stats: Physical Attack 104, Armor 90, Magic Resistance 79, Speed 50.9. Resource stats: Mana 655, Health 1160, Gold 0, Silver 35, Copper 32. Experience 252, 453, 0000. Skills: Scouting rank F, War Stomp rank F, Life Fortress rank F, and others. The upgrades to his 3 core talents stood out the most. 1. Soul Severance LV2. Consume 10 soul power to summon a Tier 2 Undead Warlord. Maximum summon count increased to level 20. 2. Comprehensive Amplification LV2. All skill effects amplified to 20 times their base value. 3. Phoenix Rebirth LV2. Upon death, the weakest undead warrior is sacrificed to revive the player, granting 1 second of invincibility. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel astonished. The sheer power of these talents far surpassed what could be considered normal. Checking his summoning interface, he noticed that his accumulated soul power had reached 2,009 points. he decided to test the summoning of a Tier 2 Undead Warlord, consuming 10 soul power. A three-metal silver vortex materialized before him, exuding an air of nobility that far surpassed anything he had summoned before. From within the vortex emerged an undead warrior, its presence far more imposing than the Tier 1 undead clad in black armor and wielding iron swords. This was a being of a completely different caliber. Amidst the shimmering silver light, a Tier 2 undead warlord strode forward with pride. Clad in radiant silver armor and wielding a gleaming blade, his overwhelming presence left onlookers breathless. In this moment, Lu Ming's undead creation had truly evolved from a mere soldier to a commanding general. The attributes of this Tier 2 undead warlord were nothing short of astonishing. Level: LV10. Nether power: 21 growth 1.5. Agility: 28 growth 1.3. Spirit: 10 growth 1.1. Constitution: 10 growth 1.8. Endurance: 10 growth 1.4. Physical attack: 32. Armor: 14. Magic resistance: 12. Speed: 36.4. Mana: 210. Health: 410. What stood out even more was his active skill, Soul Shatter, Frank, LV10, allowing him to mark a target within a 50-yard range. Within 3 seconds, he could unleash an instant strike, dealing 120 attack power 72 damage. The skill had a 9-second cooldown and consumed 17 mana points. Although, as a summoned creature, he couldn't equip items, which limited his base stats. The 20x amplification from Lu Ming's formation enhancement turned every undead warlord into a battlefield reaper. With LV2 soul-cleaving spell, Lu Ming could summon up to 200 undead. Without hesitation, he invested 990 soul energy points to summon 99 Tier 2 undead warlords. Even better, Lu Ming discovered that upgrading his original Tier 1 undead warriors required only 9 soul energy points each. Decisively, he spent another 900 points to promote all 100 Tier 1 warriors. Now, on the battlefield, 200 undead warlords knelt on one knee, pledging their unwavering loyalty to Lu Ming. For the first time, he felt the unparalleled power of supreme authority. Afterward, he recalled all the undead warlords into the summoning space. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Yichun. "I'm level 8 now. Meet me at the entrance of the Bloodstained Zone. I'll carry you through the dungeon." As Lu Ming read the message, the long-suppressed hatred within him erupted like a volcano. "Yichun, I'm coming to take your life," he muttered through gritted teeth. In the southern part of Moonfall Town, Yichun stood silently. Having just reached level 8, he was fully equipped with the complete level 8 Black Iron Moon Demon set. Compared to the surrounding players in their tattered whiteboard gear or worse, incomplete equipment stood out strikingly. Beside him stood Lin Yue, her cheeks flushed red and her expression nervous. It was clear she was worried whether their plan to retaliate against Lu Ming would go smoothly. Yichun glanced at her, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He spoke softly to reassure her. "Don't worry, Yue. With me here, that loser wouldn't dare harm you." Lin Yue nodded silently, too anxious to reply. Before long, a young array trickster with simple gear hurried over. It was none other than Lu Ming. He noticed the level 30 bodyguards still stationed nearby and, for the moment, restrained himself from making any rash moves. Approaching Yichun, he simply said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Before the words fully left his mouth, Yichun suddenly drew his blade. The sharp dagger was pointed directly at Lu Ming's throat. His eyes were cold and piercing as he barked, "Show me your account panel and attribute panel now." The sudden turn of events left Lin Yue pale with fright. Her thoughts raced. It's over. Yichun suspects Brother Yuming. If Yichun sees his real stats after Brother Yuming deliberately played weak, the whole plan will fall apart. Yet, to her surprise, Lu Ming remained calm. Without hesitation, he opened both his account and attribute panels. Yichun scrutinized them carefully. The account panel displayed a 1-star aptitude, with a unique talent for cooldown reduction, lowering all skill cooldowns by 10. The attribute panel revealed a level 10 array trickster of the Dawn subclass. Aside from the slightly higher level, the rest of his stats were utterly unremarkable. Was, without a doubt, a weakling. Yichun froze, disappointment flashing through his eyes. He thought to himself, this guy's physique and demeanor resemble that masked array trickster from the Douyin videos who could summon undead warriors, but it's clearly not him. Was I overthinking this? Lowering his dagger, Yichun gave Lu Ming a pat on the shoulder. "My bad, brother. I mistook you for someone else." Lu Ming smiled casually. "So, can we hit the dungeon now? You promised to carry me through the epic difficulty." "Of course we can." Yichun sheathed his dagger and nodded. Watching this unfold, Lin Yue finally exhaled in relief. However, not far away, two figures blending into the crowd, Tianchuan Shadow and Tianchuan Eternal, were utterly baffled. "What's going on?" Tianchuan Shadow crossed his arms, his face full of suspicion. "Based on my observations today, This guy should be teaming up with that female mage to put on an act, pretending to be weak in front of Emperor Chen, so they can ambush him in the dungeon. How did just changing his gear dispel Emperor Chen's doubts? Could he really be a one-star aptitude? Tianchuan Eternal appeared deep in thought. Impossible. With that level of skill, his aptitude can't be lower than 5 stars. What's gone wrong? And he even changed his ID. Could he be using 2 accounts? Tianchuan Shadow grew even more puzzled. Tianchuan Eternal didn't dwell on it for too long. Forget it. The priority now is figuring out how to recruit him into Tianxian. As he contemplated, a pair of delicate, fair hands suddenly rested on their shoulders from behind. I've got an idea. What the heck? Tianchuan Shadow, engrossed in observation, jumped nearly 3 feet in the air from fright. Turning around, he saw it was Qingyan. Miss Yin, scaring people like that isn't funny. My poor heart's about to give out, he complained, clutching his chest. Tianchuan Eternal frowned as he looked at Qingyan. What are you doing here? Standing behind him, Qingyan began massaging Tianchuan Eternal's shoulders. Her gaze lingered on Lu Ming in the distance as she smiled slyly. Big brother, want me to help you recruit Yuming into Tianxian? Don't mess around, Tianchuan Eternal said dismissively. If you really pull that off, they'll add 200 to your allowance this month. Deal. You said it. Qingyan, as if she had planned this all along, immediately retrieved a set of whiteboard gear from her bag and swapped out her black iron equipment. Yichen strode purposefully toward the dungeon entrance, his companions barely having time to react, let alone stop him. By now, he had assembled a formidable team. Alongside himself, an 8th level assassin, there was Lin Yue, a 9th level mage, and Lu Ming, a 10th level trap specialist. The other 2 members of the party were even more impressive: Luo, a 10th level dual class priestess, and Sunset, a knight of the same rank. Both were clad in full sets of black iron moon demon armor, exuding an intimidating aura. These 2, Yichen introduced them to Lu Ming and Lin Yue, are top-tier players with 3-star potential, personally recruited by my brother-in-law from the capital. With me, a 2-star talent, on the team. Even if your potential is a bit lacking, clearing the dungeon on epic difficulty will be a breeze. Brother-in-law? Lu Ming sneered inwardly. In his previous life, he had been in a 3-year relationship with Yilinger, giving his all to her family, yet Yichun had never once called him brother-in-law. Now, only a few days after his death, Yichun was casually referring to someone else with that title. Recalling the scene from that morning when Lu Ming had been pestering Lin Yue, a flash of hostility crossed Yichen's eyes. A useless nobody like you dares to covet my woman? Once we're inside the dungeon, I'll make sure you pay the price. Just as the 5 of them were about to enter the dungeon, a figure suddenly rushed up from behind and grabbed Lu Ming by the arm. Oh, so this is how it is? We split the cost, and yet you sneak off to tackle the Bloodstained Zone dungeon without even telling me? Lu Ming frowned as he turned to see Qingyan standing there. And who are you supposed to be? Yichen asked, narrowing his eyes. With arms crossed and an air of defiance, Qingyan declared, I'm a good friend of Dawn's. We both chipped in to help Lin Yue's brother, and the whole point was to clear this dungeon. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned by her audacity. This woman was even better at spinning a tale than he was. I don't care what you say. You're taking me with you. Qingyan insisted, her tone leaving no room for argument. Yichen studied the 10th level woman before him. While her gear was basic and unimpressive, her setup was functional, and her abilities seemed decent. He began to calculate. Lin Yue was already a liability, but replacing her with someone stronger might enable them to attempt the dungeon on legendary difficulty, maximizing their rewards. Afterward, he could deal with both of them as he saw fit. How about this, Yue? Yichen suggested. We'll form a new team with you later and help you handle your brother's situation. For now, let me take them through the dungeon. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Without wasting time, Yichen removed her from the team and added Qingyan instead. Lu Ming remained silent, unwilling to draw attention to himself. As the party of 5 entered the Bloodstained Zone dungeon, a voice cried out from not far away. What the hell? Did your sister just go in there? That's like throwing a lamb to the wolves, exclaimed Tianchuan Shadow. However, Tianchuan Eternal, Qingyan's older brother, remained composed. With Netherworld there, she should be fine. With a faint shimmer, the group passed through the dungeon's translucent barrier, emerging in a desolate, decrepit urban area. The scene before them was grim and unsettling. Dilapidated buildings on the verge of collapse, corpses of animals and humans strewn across the ground, bloodstains smeared everywhere. The crimson sky above cast an ominous glow, saturating the air with a suffocating sense of dread and decay. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding. Welcome to the Bloodstained Zone dungeon. Current difficulty, normal. Players must locate the forbidden artifact within 60 minutes. Failure to obtain the artifact within the time limit will result in challenge failure and no rewards. Ding. Challenge begins now. An ancient city once faced a devastating catastrophe. One fateful night, countless vampires rampaged through the streets, leaving no survivors among the hundreds of thousands of residents. Rivers of blood flowed, staining every corner of the city, which had once been a beacon of happiness, now reduced to a vision of hell. In the end, the human archmage Woola sacrificed his life to cast a forbidden spell, sealing the entire city along with the vampires within. However, in recent times, the seal has begun to weaken, and the trapped vampires are stirring, eager to break free. The dungeon is set at a normal difficulty level, and players have 60 minutes to locate a forbidden artifact left behind by Woola. Once obtained, players can choose to reinforce the seal and complete the dungeon, or use the artifact to unlock higher difficulty levels. Yi Chun cast a cold, disdainful glance at Lu Ming and Qing Yin. To him, one was a poorly equipped weakling, and the other, a third-rate mage with only basic gear hardly worth his attention. He silently calculated his moves, planning to deal with them just before the dungeon was cleared. What Yi Chun didn't realize, however, was that from the moment they entered the dungeon, he had already become Lu Ming's prey. While Lu Ming could easily eliminate Yi Chun at any moment, he knew the time wasn't right. Activating higher difficulty levels required collecting forbidden artifacts, 2 for elite difficulty, 3 for epic, and 5 for the ultimate infernal difficulty. Since each person could only carry one artifact, all 5 team members had to stay alive to unlock the highest level. As the dungeon began, a level 10 knight named Sunset raised his spear and shot a dismissive look at Lu Ming. "Kid, don't slow us down." The priest, Luo, chimed in mockingly, "Bringing a formation master into the team is just a waste of space. Small formation range, 15-second duration with a 50-second cooldown's practically useless most of the time." Yi Chun smirked and added, "Ignore him. This time, we'll rely on the two of you, seniors." Qing Yin crossed her arms and let out a derisive snort, her expression cold and aloof. Suddenly, the bloodstains on the ground began to converge, forming a grotesque, green-faced vampire. This level 10 creature boasted 115 attack points, 52 armor, 45 magic resistance, 40 speed, and 740 health, along with a lifesteal ability. A crimson shield flared around Sunset. It was his 3-star talent, Blood Demon Shield, which sacrificed 10 of his maximum health to create a shield worth 50 of his health, with only a 10-second cooldown. Without hesitation, he charged forward, unleashing Shield Bash and Flaming Thrust to drive the vampire back. Not to be outdone, Yi Chun utilized his 2-star talent, Berserk, which granted a 20 critical hit bonus. He followed up with Shadow Strike and Rapid Stab, and together, the two swiftly dispatched the vampire. After picking up the copper coins it dropped, Sunset reminded the team, "The artifact could take any form, so we need to move quickly." With that, he slammed his weapon into the ground, activating his taunt skill. A silver-gray aura spread out, drawing the attention of 5 or 6 vampires, who immediately charged at him. Roar, roar, roar. Sunset's growl carried a hint of smugness. His defensive capabilities were undoubtedly impressive, but what was even more astonishing was the healing ability of the priest, Luo, in the rear. Waving her staff, Luo cast a healing spell, instantly restoring 393 points of Sunset's health. Such was the power of her 3-star healing enhancement talent, which boosted her healing effectiveness by a full 50. With such solid defense and powerful healing as a double safeguard, Sunset moved through the mob of monsters like a fish in water. He turned to glance at the idle Lu Ming and Qing Yin behind him, unable to hold back his sarcasm. "You two, could you at least try to be useful?" Qing Yin responded immediately, raising her staff with a grace tinged with arrogance. "Well then, don't blink. Watch and learn from my skills." Her words instantly drew the attention of Yi Chun, Luo, and Sunset. Watching Qing Yan's poised yet commanding movements, Yi Chun couldn't help but think to himself, could she really be a hidden expert? However, the next moment shattered their expectations. Qing Yan's fireball and ice spike spells left the trio utterly dumbfounded. Luo, in particular, looked at her in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? You're a level 10 second-tier mage, and this is your damage?" Qing Yin shot back without hesitation. "If I were that strong, do you think I'd be paying people to carry me? Use your brain." Yi Chun shook his head and sighed. "What a pair of good for-nothings. If it weren't for the fact that I needed you two to fill the numbers for a shot at nightmare difficulty, I'd have killed you both already." With that, he grabbed his dagger and went back to slaying monsters. Lu Ming, however, had already seen through Qing Yan's act. She had deliberately swapped to plain gear before entering the dungeon to hide her true strength. It was a clever move. Being too strong would undoubtedly arouse Yi Chun's suspicion. Though Lu Ming wasn't sure of Qing Yan's real motives, her choice to keep her identity under wraps suggested she posed no immediate threat. Still, Lu Ming made up his mind. If she ever jeopardized his revenge plan, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her along the way. And so, Yi Chun, Luo, Sunset, and Qing Yin focused on clearing the monsters, while Lu Ming maintained his facade, lazily standing at the back as if he were just along for the ride. Little did they know, the entire blood-red expanse was about to become his stage. Calmly, Lu Ming opened his account panel and tapped the switch button beside his account. The next second, the system's notification rang out. Ding, welcome back to the Abyssal World, esteemed 10-star player Yoming. Ever since Lu Ming discovered his ability to freely switch between his past life account and the original account, he began carefully planning his every move. Before heading to the blood-red Forbidden Zone to meet up with Yi Chun, he deliberately logged into Tianyuan using the original account holder's ID number. As expected, Yi Chun insisted on checking all his data before entering the dungeon. Though the accounts and characters were different, the shared controller Lu Ming meant that the levels of both characters were synchronized. The level 10 second-tier array trickster, Dawn, and the 1-star aptitude account Yi Chun saw at the time were actually Lu Ming's alternate account. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had quietly switched to his main account, Nether. While Yi Chun and his team fought tooth and nail against the monsters, Lu Ming pretended to be a non-contributing teammate, concealing his true capabilities in the backline. As long as the target was within a 500-yard radius, he could summon Death Knights at any location. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind on the farthest distance and began summoning. One after another, silver-armored second-tier Death Knights stepped out of swirling spatial rifts. Through shared vision, Lu Ming could simultaneously monitor real-time activity across every corner of the blood-red Forbidden Zone. He opened the settings panel, turned off skill effects, and activated War Stomp and Life Fortress. Two invisible formations spread from beneath his feet, covering an enormous 1,000-yard radius. The 200 Death Knights scattered throughout the dungeon immediately sprang into action. Using shared vision, Lu Ming spotted a vampire spawning 50 yards ahead of one Death Knight. The knight swung its silver longsword, unleashing the Soul Shatter skill, branding a glowing scarlet soul mark on the vampire's chest. Before the vampire could even comprehend what had happened, the Death Knight executed a blink strike, teleporting from over 40 yards away and driving its blade straight through the target. The explosive blood-red damage instantly drained the vampire's health bar, reducing the freshly spawned creature to a pool of blood in less than a second. Watching the Death Knight's devastating performance, Lu Ming felt exhilarated. With his comprehensive amplification talent upgraded to level 2, skill effects had increased from 10x to 20x. War Stomp's attack power bonus for Death Knights had skyrocketed from an initial 10 attack power, 50 to 200 attack power, 1,000 points. Additionally, the Slayer Belt's kill skill bonus had surged from the Array Trickster's 2 maximum HP to a staggering 40. With 1,240 attack power and 464 additional damage, the Death Knight's lethality reached terrifying levels. The Soul Shatter skill, unlocked upon advancing from first-tier Death Warriors to second-tier Death Knights, not only looked visually impressive but also enabled swift long-range kills, drastically improving their efficiency in clearing monsters. In this heightened state, the 200 Death Knights rampaged through the vampire's territory unchallenged. Apart from the small area where Yi Chan and his team were located, over 90 of the old city had already fallen under the control of the Death Knights. In the lone remaining area, Yi Chun, leading Sunset and the others, had just finished off a batch of vampires. While replenishing his mana potions, Yi Chun glanced back at Lu Ming, who appeared to be napping in the rear. His eyes filled with disdain. He's just as useless as my sister's good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend, Lu Ming. What Yi Chun didn't realize was that even though Lu Ming seemed to be dozing off, his experience bar was skyrocketing. System notifications came in rapid succession. Ding killed level 10 vampire, EXP 50. Because Lu Ming had joined Yi Chen's team using his alternate account, Dawn, and was now soloing on his main account, all the Death Knight's kill rewards were credited solely to him. He had preemptively set his leveling to manual mode, allowing experience to accumulate beyond the maximum required for his current level up to 3 times the amount without triggering an automatic level up. This tactic, commonly employed by veteran dungeon parties and power leveling players, ensured his identity remained hidden. The Death Knights operated with full automation, handling everything from killing monsters to collecting loot, searching for forbidden items, and even refining vampire corpses. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's team could only grind through monsters one at a time, which was their limit. Lu Ming slacked off, Qing Yin half-heartedly contributed, Luo was a support priest with no damage output, and Sunset was a tank knight. In reality, Yi Chun was the only one dealing any significant damage. With such a setup, their efficiency in clearing monsters was abysmal. After over 10 minutes, they had barely made any progress in the dungeon mission. Frustrated, Yi Chun finally snapped, "Can you two do something useful for once?" In response to his outburst, Qing Yin merely smiled faintly and retorted sarcastically, "You're the useful one. You're the amazing one. Isn't it you who guaranteed us an epic level clear? Don't tell me you can't handle it?" Yi Chen's face flushed red. Who said I can't handle it? If it weren't for you two deadweights dragging us down, we'd have already found the forbidden item. Just then, Sunset interrupted, "Strange. Why aren't there any monsters around here? Looking around, the area was indeed eerily silent, vastly different from the earlier encounters where vampires appeared every few steps. It was as if someone had cleared the streets ahead of time. Moments later, Sunset made a significant discovery. Approaching a utility pole, he retrieved a scroll tied to it, his eyes lighting up. Forbidden item blood curse. We found it. The blood curse is a forbidden artifact found in the Scarlet Forbidden Zone dungeon. Its scroll describes its essence as a seal of bloodthirsty power, capable of absorbing the blood within the city to reinforce the zone's barrier. Sunset held the scroll and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What luck. We've been searching high and low, only to stumble upon it so effortlessly. Yeah, who would have thought we'd find a forbidden artifact in such an obvious spot? Priest Luo echoed excitedly. Yichen forced a casual smile. Luck is just another form of skill. Only Qing Yin seemed to sense something unusual. She silently glanced back at Lu Ming. Now, the group faced two choices. Either use the blood curse to strengthen the seal and end the dungeon, earning the standard difficulty rewards, or consume the blood curse to increase the dungeon's difficulty to elite level. With each difficulty increase, the rewards multiplied exponentially, but so did the risk failure would mean forfeiting even the rewards from the previous difficulty. After a unanimous decision, Sunset chose to consume the blood curse. As the scroll disintegrated into ashes, the system notification chimed. Ding, dungeon difficulty has been raised to elite level. Dungeon time has been reset. Dungeon monsters have been reset and strengthened. The elite level mission now required finding 2 forbidden artifacts within 1 hour. The rewards changed from $2. While the specifics were unknown, the value had clearly doubled. With the dungeon reset, a new wave of vampires began to spawn around them. These elite level vampires, though still at level 10, had all their stats increased by 30. Bring it on. Let's make a killing today. Sunset raised his shield and slammed it into the ground, taunting the enemies to draw their attention. Yichen immediately charged from the flank, unleashing a brutal assault. Meanwhile, Lu Ming pretended to be dozing off but was secretly commanding 200 undead warriors to slaughter the enemies from the perimeter. Even with the vampire's 30 stat boost, they were no match for the Undead Army. In just 10 minutes, they had located the Holy Sword and the Blood Seal, 2 forbidden artifacts. Lu Ming discreetly directed his undead warriors to place the artifacts in plain sight along Yichen, and the team's path, one in an uncovered sewer and the other in a toppled trash bin. And so, they continued to blaze through the dungeon. 15 minutes to clear normal difficulty. 22 minutes to complete elite difficulty. 28 minutes to conquer epic difficulty. 33 minutes to surpass legendary difficulty. 40 minutes to achieve nightmare difficulty. The so-called strongest dungeon in Tianyuan's 100-year history? This is it? The highest record for clearing nightmare difficulty in a century of Great Xia history? This is all it takes? Yichen was completely intoxicated by their victory. Maybe we should stop while we're ahead. The nightmare level rewards are already pretty amazing, Sunset suggested with some concern. But Yichen's eyes gleamed with greed. Nightmare level rewards are nothing. The real treasure lies in hell difficulty, the infinite growth skill scroll that the Americans offered $10 billion for. $10 billion. Do you even understand what that means? To ensure that Luo, Sunset, Lu Ming, and Qing Yin reach a consensus, Yichen began his speech with enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled with a longing for wealth, and his voice carried a tinge of excitement. Money is the most wonderful thing in this world. With money, you can have everything. Yichen's voice held a trace of bitterness. Just a few days ago, I was nothing but a poor nobody, looked down upon by everyone. I couldn't afford medical treatment when I was sick or buy the things I wanted. My high school classmates never invited me to reunions because they knew I couldn't chip in. I had a crush on a girl for 2 years, but couldn't even afford to take her to a movie. Yichen let out a cold laugh and continued, growing up, being poor made me feel inferior and subjected me to endless disdain. The most ironic thing is, 3 years ago, my sister's boyfriend treated our family well, but I couldn't stand him because he was broke. Even though he bought me a phone, a computer, clothes, and shoes, giving me a semblance of dignity, in my eyes, he was always a loser. Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smirk coldly. In his past life, he had earned close to $1 million, only to give it all to the Yi family. His savings had never exceeded 50,000, and all his sacrifices were taken for granted, only for him to be labeled as useless in the end. Seeing the group remain silent, Yichen pressed on, attempting to sway them further. We are so powerful, and our luck is incredible. $10 billion are right in front of us, didn't you want it? As he spoke, he turned his back to Lu Ming and Qing Yin, lowering his voice as he whispered to Sunset and Luo. Once we unlock the hell level difficulty, we'll take them out, and the 10 billion will be ours to split 3 billion each. Sunset and Luo exchanged glances, clearly tempted. As ordinary players who had been lucky enough to register 3-star accounts, they yearned to break free from their current lives. Sunset made up his mind and said firmly, "All right, let's take the gamble." To pacify Lu Ming and Qing Yin, Yi Chen feigned generosity and promised, "After we clear the level and sell the skill scrolls, I'll give each of you 2 billion. Lu Ming and Qing Yin both agreed. The 5 of them gripped their forbidden items and activated the hell-level dungeon. As the system notification rang out, a glint of malice flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, he lunged at Lu Ming with a dagger, aiming for a fatal blow. However, as if he had anticipated it, Lu Ming dodged effortlessly. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. Not bad reflexes, but unfortunately you won't escape. Before his words had fully landed, Sunset and Luo also revealed their murderous intent, pointing their weapons at Lu Ming and Qing Yin in an aggressive stance. Just then, Qing Yin suddenly made her move. A precise fireball spell struck Sunset directly, causing the 10-level, second-tier knight's health bar to plummet as he staggered backward. It was only then that Yi Chen noticed Qing Yin had somehow equipped herself with a full set of black iron gear, clearly hiding her true strength. Sunset scoffed dismissively. "Even so, you're still just an insect." Qing Yin chuckled lightly. "Oh, but I'm not alone." Sunset sneered as he glanced at Lu Ming. "What? You think a 1-star formation master could be hiding any strength worth mentioning?" With that, he activated his blood demon shield and thrust his spear toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood motionless, a faint trace of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a blood-red soul mark appeared on Sunset's chest. In an instant, a silver-armored undead warlord materialized. With a flash of its blade, Sunset's head was severed from his body in the blink of an eye. 4-digit damage numbers exploded above Sunset's head, instantly shattering the blood demon shield protecting him. His health bar was drained completely, and his head flew high into the air as his lifeless, headless body collapsed heavily to its knees. "No, husband!" Priestess Luo let out a heart-wrenching scream, rushing to Sunset's lifeless body. She clung to her husband's corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. The smile on Yi Chen's face froze abruptly. When his gaze landed on the Death Knight standing beside Lu Ming, an icy chill surged down his spine. It was the same terrifying Death Knight from that viral Douyin video, the one capable of taking down a black iron tier boss in just 10 seconds. You're the formation tactician from the video?" Yi Chen stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. "How is that possible? I checked your stats panel before entering the dungeon. You only had a 1-star talent, average attributes, and not even a summoning skill. Thanks for accompanying me this far and helping me unlock purgatory difficulty," Lu Ming replied casually, his tone indifferent. Yi Chen's pupils constricted as he realized they were now completely surrounded by an uncountable number of Death Knights. Finally, the truth dawned on him. "Wait, were the forbidden items we found in the earlier stages all planted by you on purpose to lure us in? What else?" Qing Yin sighed, shaking her head. "Did you seriously think you and your little team could get this lucky in Tianyuan's strongest beginner dungeon? This is the same dungeon where, for 100 years, the highest difficulty achieved in Daxia was nightmare level, and globally, only America has ever cleared purgatory." Suddenly, Priestess Luo grabbed her staff and charged at Lu Ming in a frenzy. "You killed my husband. He'll kill you." But before she even got close, several Death Knights struck her down in an instant, tearing her to pieces. Yi Chen staggered backward in terror. These two were top-tier 3-star elites from the capital, and yet they were utterly powerless against the Death Knights. Now, with the Blood-Red Forbidden Zone's new difficulty activated, there was no way to exit unless they cleared the dungeon or failed entirely. "Brother, I was wrong," Yi Chen blurted out desperately, trying to explain. "If it were you, and someone hurt the girl you loved, wouldn't you do the same to protect her?" The mention of love ignited Lu Ming's deep-seated hatred for what had happened to Yilinger. Under his command, dozens of Death Knights advanced on Yi Chen, their blades gleaming menacingly. One of them kicked Yi Chen forward, sending him sprawling at Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming grabbed him by the throat, his grip unrelenting. "Who was the man with Yilinger?" Lu Ming demanded coldly. You know my sister?" Yi Chen stammered. Lu Ming tightened his grip, his voice dripping with killing intent. "I'll ask one more time. Who orchestrated Yilinger to retrieve the scroll of deification?" The moment Yi Chen heard scroll of deification, he instantly connected the dots. This man was almost certainly Lu Ming, his sister's ex-boyfriend, or perhaps one of Lu Ming's close allies, seeking vengeance. Facing death, Yi Chen dared not hide anything. I don't know who he is," Yi Chen stammered, his voice trembling as he knelt on the ground. "Every time I see him, he's wearing a mask, but I know he's part of the Godslayer squad. Please, spare me. My sister has always loved my brother-in-law, Lu Ming. I can help you avenge him." Lu Ming stared down at Yi Chen, fury boiling within him. "Do you want to know who I am?" he asked coldly, his voice cutting like ice. Without waiting for a reply, he revealed his attribute panel to Yi Chen. The moment Yi Chen's eyes fell on the ID displayed, his pupils contracted, his face twisted in shock. "Nether you're." Before he could finish, Lu Ming's blade flashed. One swift strike sealed Yi Qin's throat. His body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with terror, shock, and regret. Watching his once despised brother-in-law, the man who had leeched off him and mocked him for being useless, fall lifeless, Lu Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet deep down, he knew this was just the beginning of his path to vengeance. Godslayer, Lu Ming murmured to himself, the name dripping with venom as a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Why was he so shocked when he saw your ID? Qing Yan's voice broke the silence from behind him. What's the connection between you two? Lu Ming shot her a sidelong glance. Knowing too much won't do you any good, he replied curtly. Qing Yan stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled. All right, if you say so. Lu Ming quickly looted the spoils from the three fallen enemies. Their full sets of black iron moon demon gear had yielded several valuable items. However, his focus wasn't on these treasures. The priority was to clear the hell-level dungeon and obtain the infinitely scaling skill scroll. Without inspecting the loot closely, he stashed everything into his inventory. The dungeon quest required him to locate 10 forbidden relics within an hour. 3 precious minutes had already been wasted dealing with Yi Qin and his companions, leaving only 57 minutes remaining. With a thought, Lu Ming commanded his 200 Death Knight soldiers to scatter in search of the relics. Not long after they departed, the air around them began to distort. A crack appeared in the fabric of space, and from it emerged a mysterious figure cloaked in black. The figure strode to the spot where the 3 bodies had been incinerated. Taking out a golden scroll, he began to collect the faint starlight rising from the place of death, each wisp absorbed into the scroll. The difficulty of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone dungeon has now escalated to the Hell level. Although the vampires in the dungeon remain at level 10, their overall attributes have been boosted by 200, granting them the power equivalent to level 15 monsters. Each vampire now boasts over 300 attack power, 150 armor, 120 speed, and more than 2,000 health points. Even the Soul Shatter skill of the Death Knight cannot instantly kill them, but this doesn't pose a significant challenge. With 1240 attack power and 464 damage bonus, the Death Knight only needs an additional basic attack to finish them off. Thanks to this overwhelming damage output, the first forbidden artifact was quickly secured. The system automatically transferred the forbidden artifact picked up by the Death Knight into Lu Ming's inventory. Lu Ming took out the forbidden fruit, which resembled a snake fruit, and used it. Golden light immediately ascended and scattered, with the system indicating that the mission progress had reached 110. Under the LV2 comprehensive 20x skill amplification effect, Lu Ming's War Stomp and Life Fortress skill range expanded from 500 yards to an astonishing 1,000-yard radius, covering an area equivalent to over 400 school playgrounds. War Stomp granted a 200 plus 1,000 attack power boost, while Life Fortress provided a 20 health increase and a 760-point shield bonus. With the Death Knight generating 992 shield points per second, it was practically invincible, rendering the vampire's 300 damage utterly ineffective. Although both skills consumed 5 mana points per second at LV10, the Moon Demon set, enhanced by 20x amplification, regenerated 60 mana points per second, easily offsetting the consumption. 200 Death Knights swept through the old city in a carpet-style search, turning the area into a slaughterhouse. By killing vampires, searching hidden spots, and completing special tasks, Lu Ming managed to collect all 10 forbidden artifacts within just 40 minutes. As the final forbidden artifact was used, golden rain engulfed the entire old city. The system's notification sounded, announcing that Lu Ming and his teammates had successfully cleared the hell-level difficulty of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. Since all other teammates were either dead or offline, Qing Yan, as the leader, received the first clear reward scroll of infinite growth. Noticing that he hadn't received any system rewards, Lu Ming was about to voice his dissatisfaction when Qing Yan proactively offered the scroll with both hands, begging for his mercy while also hoping to trigger a server-wide announcement as the team leader. Lu Ming, who preferred to stay low-key, gladly agreed. Moments later, 3 awe-inspiring system announcements echoed across the Great Xia server of the Abyssal World, instantly shocking all online players. The impact of this news extended far beyond the scope of the dungeon itself. Whoa! A shocked exclamation echoed across the world chat channel. The gamers of the Great Xia Kingdom were in an uproar. Someone had actually cleared the Bloodscar Forbidden Zone on Purgatory difficulty, a dungeon that had remained unconquered for a century. Even more astonishing was the fact that the player who achieved this, Qing Yan, hailed from the 1947 Novice area, specifically Moonfall Town, an unremarkable place near Linhai City. The news caused a global sensation, rivaling the chaos that followed the abyssal descent 100 years ago. Lu Ming glanced at Qing Yan, who was basking in her moment of triumph, and sighed inwardly. Fame of this magnitude would only spell disaster for someone lacking the strength to back it up. But he had no intention of meddling. Now that he had the scroll, he turned toward the portal before him, ready to leave the dungeon. Wait, Qing Yan suddenly called out. Do you want to join our Tianxian battle team? Tianxian? Lu Ming paused and turned back, locking eyes with Qing Yin. Something about her gaze felt oddly familiar. Then it hit him. Wait a second. What's your connection to Tianqian Eternal? He's my brother. My actual brother. Qing Yin replied cheerfully. We're twinches older by 8 seconds. Lu Ming's expression shifted as realization dawned. No wonder her eyes had seemed so familiar when they first met. They were identical to Tianqian Eternals. At that moment, he also understood Qing Yan's true motive for approaching him. Both she and her brother wanted him to join their team. You two really are siblings, Lu Ming said flatly. No thanks. I prefer my freedom. As he started to turn away again, Qing Yan's voice rang out once more. The emperor you killed earlier was from the Godslayer battle team. They'll stop at nothing to take revenge on you. A flicker of cold intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Are you threatening me? Absolutely not. Qing Yin quickly clarified. I'm just trying to warn you. Godslayer is the 7th ranked team in the Great Xia Kingdom. You may be incredibly strong, but you're only level 10 right now. If they send a few high-level players in the hundreds to assassinate you, how will you handle it? Join Tianqian, and we can protect you. Seeing Lu Ming remain silent, Qing Yin pressed on. Of course, this isn't entirely selfless. Tianqian and Godslayer have had a blood feud for decades. My parents. They were killed by them. Her voice trembled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. We are determined to fight them to the end. So, would you consider joining us? I promise we won't interfere with your freedom. You can do whatever you want, go wherever you like. Would only ask that, if someone asks, you say you're with Tianqian. Lu Ming was well aware that Tianqian wanted him as a symbolic figure, or, at the very least, to prevent him from being recruited by other top-tier teams. In the Abyssal world, players with his level of talent were highly sought after by elite teams. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming had to admit that Qing Yin had a point. At his current level, he was indeed vulnerable to ambushes by high-level players. Even with his 10-star account potential, it was impossible to guarantee his safety. Perhaps it was wiser to accept Tianqian's protection for now, and reassess once he had grown stronger. Having reached a decision, Lu Ming turned back to Qing Yin and said, All right, they'll join you. Lu Ming formed a mutually beneficial partnership with the Tianqian team. He used this team, ranked 8th in the Daxia national server, as a cover to develop himself, while Qing Yin cleared dungeons under her name, triggering announcements that boosted the team's popularity. As Qing Yin began actively recruiting new members, Lu Ming quietly left and set out on his journey back to Moonfall Town. On the way, he eagerly opened his backpack and took out a skill scroll of immense value. This infinitely scalable skill scroll was worth a staggering 1 billion, equivalent to over 7 billion yuan. Feeling the weight of the scroll in his hands, Lu Ming was keenly aware of its significance. Since the news of the Bloodstained Zone's hell-level difficulty being cleared had spread, the appearance of the second infinitely scalable skill scroll had caused a worldwide sensation online. Wealthy elites in the capital were bidding fiercely, with the highest offer reaching 300 million. Although this was still far from 1 billion, selling it would not be an issue for Lu Ming if he chose to. This sum of money was enough for him to live in luxury for 10 lifetimes. However, Lu Ming understood the fundamental truth of the Tianyuan world. Immense power could grant unimaginable rewards, including wealth, status, and influence. Money, on the other hand, could only provide limited growth. It was precisely his formidable strength that allowed him to overcome the hell-level difficulty, which even the wealthiest elites couldn't conquer, and claim this priceless scroll. As a second-tier player, Lu Ming could master up to 3 skills. In addition to his current skills, War Stomp and Life Fortress had 1 skill slot left. Without hesitation, he crushed the scroll. A system notification immediately popped up. Congratulations! You have acquired the exclusive skill of the Formation Strategist class. Draw Sword. Checking the skill list, the effects of this dire scalable skill were exhilarating. Upon drawing his sword, Lu Ming would release a sword shadow, dealing 100 attack power plus 85 points of true damage that ignored defense to a single target. The cooldown was 60 seconds, and it consumed 34 energy points. Each use would grant 1 proficiency point, and upon reaching 100 points, the skill would advance to a tier. This meant that, when fully amplified, the skill could deal 20 times his attack power as true damage. And this was only at the tier. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Ming realized that with this skill, he was no longer just a support-focused formation strategist, dismissed by others as weak outside of a team. He was ready to prove to the world that formation strategists could also wield immense destructive power. Additionally, the dungeon run had brought substantial rewards. Since he had cleared it using his alternate account Dawn, all rewards were allocated to that account. Switching accounts, Lu Ming received the system notification. Congratulations on clearing the Bloodstained Zone hell-level difficulty. You have earned 100,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, 5 level 10 bronze equipment boxes, and 3 A-tier skill scrolls. The total value of these rewards exceeded 300,000 yuan, which was more than Lu Ming had earned in 2 to 3 years in his previous life. He couldn't help but feel grateful to Yilinger. Without her, he wouldn't have been able to return to level 10 and enter the dungeon to claim all of this. Looking ahead, Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. As his level increased, the rewards from higher-tier dungeons would undoubtedly be even more lucrative. With this top-tier account, the future was brimming with possibilities. He quickly transferred all the items to his main account, Nether, via the mail system. While the level 10 bronze equipment was decent, given his current leveling speed, it would become obsolete in just 2 days. Lu Ming carefully contemplated his current situation. The primary damage output of the Undead Legion had shifted to formation bonuses, making the demand for equipment less urgent. He quickly calculated in his mind. If the 5 equipment chests were unopened bronzeware, their price could be 20 higher than regular gear. The unique feature of producing class-specific equipment based on the opener's profession made these chests highly sought after in the market. Without hesitation, he decided to list the 5 equipment chests, which were useless to the array strategist class, on the trading market at a price of 12,000 each. As for the gold coins, he only put up 5 coins for sale at 100,000 each, keeping the remaining 5 in reserve. After all, the black market on the second sky was about to open, and they would undoubtedly come in handy there. The value of the 3 grade skill scrolls was substantial, but Lu Ming didn't hesitate to open them. These skills, perfectly compatible with his all-round amplification talent, were key to boosting his strength. Upon opening, he obtained 3 array strategist skills: a grade ground lock, a grade war stomp, and a grade rebirth of all things. Groundlock could weaken the armor of enemies within its range, while Rebirth of all things enhanced the health regeneration of allies. Both were solid skills. Unfortunately, his skill slots were already full, so he had to temporarily store them in his inventory. However, a grade War Stomp directly replaced his existing grade version, increasing its base amplification effect from 10 attack power 50 to 20 attack power 50. For someone like Lu Ming, who possessed the LV2 all-round amplification talent, this translated to an astonishing 400 attack power 1000 bonus. Within the range of my War Stomp formation, even an ant could probably crush an elephant, Lu Ming thought to himself with a mix of awe and satisfaction. The advantage of shared experience between his 2 accounts became evident, as his main account also gained 100,000 experience points. Having already surpassed 3 times the level cap for his current rank, there was no need to suppress his level anymore. Lu Ming decisively clicked the upgrade button, and golden light flashed repeatedly. The system notifications rang out in succession. Ding, congratulations! You've reached level 11. Ding, congratulations! You've reached level 12. All 5 attributes 1, mana 15, health 25, free attribute points 3. The next level requires 100,000 experience points. Noticing the timite was already 9 p.m., Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Reaching a milestone in one day that had taken him half a month of grinding in his previous life was a testament to the overwhelming power of talent. Pure effort alone paled in comparison. There's no need to rush into the second sky tonight. I might as well enjoy some time in the real world, Lu Ming decided. He planned to return to the city and log off, looking forward to indulging in a late-night feast of barbecue and beer, followed by a refreshing bath and a good night's sleep. However, just as he was about to act, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Ahead of him, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. Clad in a black cloak, the mysterious individual exuded an aura of unfathomable mystery. What was even more unsettling was the overwhelming presence emanating from them. It felt far beyond human, as though he was standing before an actual deity. The sudden appearance of a mysterious figure in a black cloak immediately put Lu Ming on high alert. He assumed it was one of the bodyguards protecting Yi Chun and quickly adopted a defensive stance, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. The black-cloaked figure spoke, their voice deep and enigmatic. "Yu Ming, I know your past, and I know your future. You are the hope of Xia Kingdom, and perhaps the hope of this entire world. I need your help. Join forces with me to save this world, which will face destruction in 3 years." Lu Ming frowned, thinking this person was likely just another delusional lunatic. He decided to leave without delay. But the figure's voice echoed again. "You are the only one who can save this world, and I am the only one who can save you. Otherwise, this world will perish and everyone, including you and me, will die." "Crazy," Lu Ming muttered, not even bothering to look back. He had encountered too many scammers like this before. Next, they'd probably ask for 10 silver coins to ward off a calamity, or something equally absurd. As he reached the gates of Moonfall Town, Lu Ming noticed footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw that it was Lin Yue trailing him. She followed silently, nervously fidgeting with the edges of her clothing. "Yi Chun is already dead. Stop following me. You don't need to pay back the 5,000 yuan either," Lu Ming said flatly. Lin Yue mustered her courage and caught up to him, her head lowered as she spoke softly. Can you take me with you?" Seeing her like this, Lu Ming was momentarily reminded of Yilinger. Back then, Yilinger was much the same, coming from a poor family, bullied and oppressed in the abyssal world, until he stepped in to help her. I've seen plenty of women like you, Lu Ming said coldly. My brother is gone. I have no family left. The landlord kicked me out, and I don't have a single penny to my name. I have nowhere to go. Lin Yuwei's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. What does that have to do with me? Lin Yuwei's face turned red with frustration. Desperate for Lu Ming's acceptance, she bit her lip and said, I can cook, clean, and do laundry. I can do anything. I don't need any of that, Lu Ming replied curtly before logging off and returning to reality. Lin Yuwei stood frozen in place, practically tearing apart the hem of her clothes. Thinking of her late brother, she squatted down and broke into uncontrollable sobs. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had just logged out and received a notification about his earnings. Every bronze equipment chest and coin he had listed had completely sold out. After deducting the platform's 5 commission, he received 152,000 yuan. Adding the 40,000 yuan he had earned from the Slayer dungeon, his account now held nearly 200,000 yuan. Overjoyed, Lu Ming immediately headed to a nearby mall and purchased a high-end laptop from the Apple Store for over 30,000 yuan. He paid for it outright, leaving even the store clerk impressed enough to want to add him on WeChat. Back home, Lu Ming wasted no time installing the Abyssal game on his new laptop. Then, he went downstairs to the night market and treated himself to beef skewers, lamb skewers, crayfish, and even a few bottles of Wusu beer. These were luxuries he had always been too frugal to indulge in, but now, he could finally enjoy them without restraint. As he savored his meal, Lu Ming thought to himself, Yi Chen was nothing more than a minor character. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp, his mind swirling with thoughts. Through his conversation with Yi Chen, he finally identified his true adversaries Yi Linger and the mysterious mastermind behind her. Picking up his phone, Lu Ming quickly began searching for information on the Godslayer team. The information displayed on the screen made his pupils contract slightly. Godslayer, a team with a 50-year history, ranked 7th on the national team leaderboard of the Great Xia Nation. The organization boasted 5.321 million members, with its headquarters located in the capital city. Its influence spanned all 34 provinces and 275 cities across the nation, including Linhai City in Jiang Province, where Lu Ming resided. Their power is overwhelming. Killing us would be as easy as crushing 2 ants. Yi Linger's words echoed in his ears. If the mastermind truly belonged to the upper echelons of Godslayer, her statement was undoubtedly true. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Even if you're untouchable, you will pay for what you've done. His sights were now firmly set on the entire Godslayer team. At the same time, in a luxurious private room at the Star Ocean restaurant in the capital, a meaningful conversation was unfolding. Yi Linger, dressed in an elegant white gown, her exquisite face tinged with anxiety, shifted restlessly in her seat. I want to go back to Linhai, she said. Across from her sat a man in a tailored suit, exuding refinement as he carefully cut into his steak. He responded calmly, No rush, Linger. Let's finish dinner first. But that's my younger brother. Yi Linger clutched the hem of her dress tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. The man set down his knife and fork. I understand. After all, he's my brother-in-law too. I refuse to believe my brother died in an accident. Yi Linger's tears spilled over as she spoke. The man analyzed the situation in detail. I dispatched 2 3-star qualified experts, along with your brother's 2-star account and a full set of black iron gear. How could they possibly lose to a 1-star formation master with incomplete equipment and a novice mage with nothing but basic gear? He reached out and held Yi Linger's hand. Don't worry. I just had a call with the upper ranks of the ancient Ether Kingdom. They've detected traces of divine presence in the 6th heaven. If we can locate the legendary resurrection deity, Osiris, it might be possible to bring your brother back to life. Hope reignited in Yi Linger's eyes. Really? The man gently kissed her fingers. I'll ensure the people of ancient Ether prioritize reviving your brother. Meanwhile, I've already instructed the Linhai division of Godslayer to make sure those 2 pay with their lives. Thank you, darling, Yi Linger said, both grateful and apologetic. I'm sorry I couldn't get the scroll of deification from Lu Ming in the end. No matter, the man replied with a faint smile. With my current status and power, the scroll of deification is merely a luxury, not a necessity. The only regret is that you wasted 3 years of your youth on that worthless man. He'll make it up to you tenfold. A radiant smile of happiness spread across Yi Linger's face. All right. Before 8 in the morning, Lu Ming was jolted awake by the muffled moans and groans coming from the room next door. Irritated, he rolled over, ready to complain, when the other side erupted with deafening music. Love till death. Relentless, unrestrained. Caught in the cacophony from both sides, Lu Ming couldn't take it anymore. He sat up in frustration. That's it. I need a new place. The moment I save up enough, and moving out. Even though Linhai City wasn't a first-tier city, housing prices were far from affordable. A basic apartment started at 1 million yuan, while anything decent was at least 2 to 3 million. Feeling the emptiness of his wallet, Lu Ming sighed. Still need to make money. After a quick wash, he bought a serving of soup dumplings from the street vendor downstairs and headed back to his apartment. Once inside, he logged into the game. Ding, welcome back to Abyss World, esteemed 10-star talent player Yu Ming. The familiar system notification echoed as Lu Ming's character appeared in Moonfall Town. Clearing the novice village in just one day had been an unparalleled feat now. He approached the teleportation array and spent 1 silver coin to activate it. With a flash of white light, his figure vanished. Ding, welcome to the Second Realm Revival. Your current location is the main city, Starshine City. Lu Ming glanced around. This grand city was the Second Realm's central hub. According to the game's design, players could access the Second Realm after reaching level 10, transitioning from the First Realm Calamity. Starshine City served as the hub for players from 3 real-world cities in Jiang Province: Hanghai City, Linhai City, and Yunzhou City. Just as he was pondering how to gather information on the Godslayer Guild, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. It was from Qing Yin, someone he had befriended during the Bloodscar dungeon run. You've probably reached the Second Realm by now, right? Hey Race, a heads up. The Godslayer Guild has 20,000 members in this area. Their local leader is Godslayer Yu, a level 19 assassin with 4-star talent. She's the guild leader's younger sister and is based in Hanghai City. Be careful if you run into her. The message was like a lifeline, and Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Moments later, Qing Yin added him to the Abyss Jiang Province group, a buzzing chatroom with over 17,000 members. As the messages flooded the group chat, Lu Ming silently turned on Do Not Disturb mode. His focus was already locked on Godslayer Yu, the guild leader's sister. Huh? Since you orchestrated Yi Linger's betrayal, I'll start with you. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes as Lu Ming formulated his plan. Reach level 20 and make a trip to the black market. Rumor had it that as long as you had enough gold coins, you could buy any rare item there. With his goal set, he headed straight for the southern gate of Starshine City. Unlike the usual grind of quests and dungeons, Lu Ming had his own unconventional approach in mind. At the edge of Starshine City, the towering ghostly phantom tower stood imposing and unyielding. This was Lu Ming's destination for the day. Just as he stepped out of the city gates, his phone vibrated with a WeChat notification. Opening it, he saw a 300 yuan transfer from Lin Yue. Confused, he asked, "Weren't you out of money?" "Someone just asked me to help them take down a level 12 elite monster," Lin Yue quickly replied. "They offered me 300 yuan for the help. Don't worry, brother Yu Ming. I'll make sure to pay back the 5,000 yuan I owe you as soon as I can." As Lu Ming was about to close WeChat, he overheard the crude conversation of several men nearby. Old Chen said he hooked a young and pretty girl for just 300 yuan. "Let's go check it out," one of them said with a sneer. "These young girls these days are so cheap and gullible." Another chimed in, followed by a burst of grating laughter. "I just love how naive they are." Watching the group walk away into the distance, Lu Ming frowned in thought. He opened WeChat again and sent Lin Yue a message. "Don't fall for it." Then, he returned the 300 yuan to her. Continuing on his way to the ghostly phantom tower, Lu Ming passed through a dense forest. There, he stumbled upon a distressing scene. Lin Yue's frail figure struggling to fight a level 12 elite demonized rabbit. She looked so weak that even holding up her staff seemed like a monumental effort. Not far behind her, 4 male players stood watching, their faces filled with mockery and amusement. "Little girl, just give it up already," one of them said in a fake sympathetic tone. "Rules are rules. If you can't finish the carry quest, you owe us 10 times the refund. Just pay us 3,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. If you don't have the money..." He paused meaningfully, a sly grin spreading across his face. "There are other ways you could pay us back." Their leering gazes shamelessly roamed over Lin Yue. With her level 10 mage abilities, she was clearly no match for a level 12 elite monster. Within moments, she was left with only a sliver of health, and the demonized rabbit was closing in for the kill. The situation was dire. At that critical moment, a figure emerged from the side, walking calmly toward the scene. "Brother Yu Ming." Lin Yue turned her head and saw Lu Ming. In that instant, the despair in her eyes was replaced with a glimmer of hope, as though a drowning person had found a lifeline. Well, trying to play the hero, are we?" One of the male players taunted when they saw Lu Ming approach. Their jeers grew even louder. "If you're so capable, why don't you take down that elite rabbit for her? After all, we did pay for this." A bowman scanned Lu Ming up and down, smirking disdainfully. "Don't underestimate him. Who knows? Maybe he actually has what it takes. A level 12 support class rune strategist? If he can solo a level 12 elite monster, pigs might as well fly." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming had already dashed into the attack range with lightning speed. With a single swift motion, he unsheathed his sword. A brilliant slash of light cut through the air, striking the demonized rabbit from 50 yards away. In the next moment, a blood red damage number appeared above the rabbit's head. Its 3,400 HP bar instantly dropped to 0. The system notification promptly followed. Ding, you have slain a level 12 elite monster, demonized rabbit. XP 900. Ding, blade mastery skill proficiency 1. Lu Ming executed a sword skill, instantly obliterating the level 12 elite, demonized rabbit. The air seemed to freeze. The nearby players, who had been mocking moments before, were now staring in stunned silence. An auxiliary class, a formation strategist, had just dealt over 4,000 damage. When they realized they had crossed someone connected to a top-tier player, their faces turned deathly pale. Sorry for the trouble. Let's get out of here. Fearing the wrath of the powerhouse, the group scrambled away in panic. Lu Ming sheathed his valor sword and turned to Lin Yue. You're not cut out for Tianyuan. Go back to the real world and find a proper job. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yue's words stopped him in his tracks. But if I don't reach level 200 within 5 years, even if I return to the real world, they'll still face the death penalty. Her words struck Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. This was exactly the same Divine Ascension scroll quest he had received in his previous life. Open your account panel. Let me see, he demanded. Lin Yue nodded and displayed her account panel. Account 340,822. Account potential. Account talent. Drop rate boost 10 monster loot. Account ban divine wrath. As punishment for angering the gods, you are under divine suppression. You must reach level 200 within the ban period, or face account termination and character death penalties. Ban duration 1,792 days. The information on her panel left Lu Ming shaken. He vividly recalled facing a similar restriction in his past life account ban Twisted Fate. Back then, not only did he lift the ban and survive, but he also earned the Divine Ascension scroll, which upgraded his account potential to the coveted 10-star level. What exactly did you do before entering Tianyuan? Lu Ming pressed. I don't know. I didn't do anything special, Lin Yue replied, bewildered. Lu Ming's heart stirred with excitement. If he had lifted his own ban and acquired the Divine Ascension scroll in his past life, then helping Lin Yue do the same might bring him another chance at this priceless treasure. Even after just a single day in the game, he had already experienced the overwhelming power of a 10-star account. Looking at Lin Yue, a girl who had just lost her brother, was homeless, penniless, and nearly scammed, began to formulate a plan. He would help her reach level 200 and claim the Divine Ascension scroll. Then, he could even use it to elevate a secondary account to 10-star potential. Lin Yue, thinking she was nothing but a burden, hesitated before saying, about the money, I'll find a way to pay you back as soon as I can. Forget it. Just stick with me. It'll help you level up, Lu Ming said, stopping her in her tracks. Lin Yue turned back, disbelief written all over her face. Her thoughts surged. He must pity me. I have to prove myself and never be a burden to him. Thank you, brother Yu Ming, she said earnestly. In that moment, Lu Ming understood someone else from his past. Yilinger. Both had approached others for the Divine Ascension scroll, but their motivations differed. Yilinger sought to reap benefits without effort, while Lin Yue faced certain death without assistance. This kind of exchange, he thought, sat well with his conscience. The two headed toward the Phantom Soul Tower. Lin Yue followed quietly behind him. As they neared their destination, a dark, towering structure came into view. This iconic map of Tianyuan's second heaven was not only a prime leveling spot, but also a paradise for gold farming players. With enough strength, a player could level from 10 to 50 here in no time. However, the area in front of the tower was crowded with players, all gathered to watch a PK tournament. On a virtual stage, two teams were locked in an intense battle, while the crowd roared with excitement. Just as Lu Ming pushed his way through the throng, a match concluded. Ding, in this PK round, player Zhan Shan and Yi, level 25 third-tier warriors, won 2 matches. Player Tianchuan Xiaodao, level 25 third-tier assassin, won 1 match. Final result: Zhan Shan and Yi claimed victory with a 2-1 score. As the system announced the PK results, the atmosphere at the scene instantly split into 2 starkly contrasting camps. Cheers and sighs intertwined, but disappointment was written all over the faces of Tianxian team supporters. What the hell? What happened to Xiaodao? He won the first match so easily, but then lost the next 2 in a row. Didn't you notice? After the first round, Zhan Shan and Yi specifically switched to gear that counters speed. Every time Xiaodao got close, he slowed down and was completely outmatched. Damn it, now we have to wait another day outside. It was only then that Lu Ming realized the PK match had been between Zhan Shan's player and a Tianxian team member. The winner, Zhan Shan's Yi, who had claimed victory with a best-of-3 triumph, didn't leave the virtual arena immediately. Instead, he stood on the platform, raising his middle finger at the surrounding Tianxian players. Not one of you can put up a decent fight? This is your so-called strength? You might as well just join Zhan Shan already. His taunting voice echoed across the venue. The Tianxian players below the platform were fuming with anger, but could do nothing. This was the winner-takes-all rule that had been upheld for decades. No one could easily defy it. The outcome of the battle was final and had to be accepted. Such competitions weren't confined to the Ghost Soul Tower. They spanned the entire Tianyuan world in various fields. The two great factions had long used this relatively peaceful method to maintain their balance of power. Zhan Shun's players strutted into the Ghost Soul Tower with smug expressions, while Tianquan's members could only watch from the outside. Independent players unaffiliated with either faction, however, were free to come and go. As Lu Ming prepared to enter, two Zhan Shun players stepped forward to block his way. "Are you with Tianxian?" questioned Zhan Shun's Wu, a knight around level 20. Before Lu Ming could respond, someone nearby shouted, "He's with Tianxian. I saw him hanging out with them." Zhan Shun's Wu cast a cold glance at him. "If you're with Tianxian, then you follow the rules. Who gave you permission to go in? And what are the rules?" Lu Ming asked calmly. After using the scouting skill to confirm that Lu Ming was only a level 12 formation strategist, Zhan Shun's Wu sneered with disdain. "New around here? Huh? It's simple within the same level bracket. Each side sends out a player for a best-of-3 PK match. The winner gets 24 hours of raid access, and the loser gets to bask in the sun outside." Though Lu Ming had joined Tianxian for convenience, he saw this as the perfect opportunity to display his strength. If he could make a name for himself here, his standing within Tianxian would undoubtedly rise. "All right, I accept the challenge." Zhan Shun's Wu, eager to seize the chance, immediately arranged for the virtual arena to be activated. A massive 50 by 50-yard square platform materialized, and a level 15 Zhan Shun assassin stepped onto the stage first. The surrounding Tianxian players erupted in chatter. "Who's starting a match now? Who is that guy? This is bad. The captain is on his way, could have won for sure. Now we can only hope for a miracle." The system announcement followed. Player Zhan Shun, Shui level 15 assassin versus player Yuming level 12 formation strategist. Best of 3 match starting soon. The Zhan Shun supporters burst into laughter. Is Tianxian out of players? They sent a formation strategist? A utility class in a PK match? Really? This is basically giving us free points. Zhan Shun's Wu smirked to himself, thinking this rookie was easy prey. Meanwhile, Tianquan's players were too embarrassed to even watch, already dreading the inevitable outcome. Countdown. 60 seconds. On the stage, Zhan Shun's Shui struck a confident pose. "I'm 3 levels higher than you, so I'll let you have 3 free moves. Otherwise, they'll say I'm bullying the weak." "All right," Lu Ming replied simply, drawing his sword in one swift motion. Swoosh. The blade flashed, swift as lightning. Before Zhan Shun's Shui, standing 50 yards away, could even react, a streak of swordlight pierced through his body. The system announcement rang out immediately. Round 1 winner, player Yuming. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. Both on stage and off, a palpable stillness settled over the crowd. On the platform, Zhan Shun, Shui stood frozen, his face blank with confusion, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The system notification had come so abruptly that it left him momentarily stunned. The second round of the duel had already begun. With the arena reset, all cooldowns were refreshed to 0, including the sword drawing skill that required a 60-second cooldown. This time, the fight was over as soon as it began. Lu Ming flawlessly replicated his previous performance. From 50 yards away, he struck in an instant. Zhan Shun, Shui didn't even have the chance to draw his blade before collapsing. Ding. In this PK match, player Yuming, a level 12 second-tier array trickster, has won 2 rounds. Zhan Shun, Shui, a level 15 second-tier assassin, has won 0 rounds. Final result. Yuming wins 2 o'clock. As the system announcement echoed, the reactions from the audience varied wildly. Lin Yue cheered enthusiastically, "Yes, Yumingage won." Meanwhile, the rest of the spectators were left in stunned disbelief. This match had completely overturned their perception of the array trickster class, long dismissed as a trash-tier profession. What kind of damage is that? A level 12 array trickster dealing over 4,000 damage? Isn't the array trickster supposed to be a support class? How can he kill someone from a distance? Zhan Shun's supporters were plunged into existential doubt. Among them, Zhan Shun, Wu, who had earlier tried to deceive Lu Ming, now stood slack-jawed. Originally confident he could easily outwit a novice and secure the first layer access to the Nether Soul Tower, he found himself utterly blindsided by a hidden master. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Players from Tianxian, who had initially dismissed Lu Ming, now looked at him with newfound admiration. Who knew he was hiding such strength? Where did Tianxian find such a powerhouse? This account must be at least 4-star quality, right? 4 stars? No way. This has to be a 5-star account minimum. As the chatter surged around him, Lu Ming calmly stepped down from the platform. He approached Zhan Shun, Wu, whose face was ashen, and asked matter-of-factly, "Can I go in now?" Without a word, Zhan Shun, Wu stepped aside and made way. Not far from the crowd, A young woman dressed in sleek, black battle attire was observing the scene with keen interest. Her short, ear-length hair framed a face that was both sharp and striking, her eyes cold yet brimming with confidence. The curves of her athletic figure were subtly accentuated by her fitted gear. This was Zhang Shan, Yu, a level 19 assassin. A faint smirk tugged at her lips as she issued an order to the person next to her. Find out everything you can about this Yu Ming within 10 minutes. Yes, Miss Qin. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, accompanied by Lin Yue, stepped through the entrance and into the Nethersoul Tower. Based on their levels, they were only permitted access to the first layer, the Watcher's Camp. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they found themselves in a sprawling encampment. The entire area was shrouded in eternal darkness, the air heavy with the stench of death. Countless green orbs of light floated eerily in the sky, resembling watchful eyes that peered down at the players below. Without hesitation, Lu Ming sprang into action. As a level 12 array trickster, he could already summon 240 deathly warlords. With a single thought, dozens of silvery vortexes erupted within a 500-yard radius, spilling forth fully armored undead warriors. Their imposing presence was so overwhelming that nearby players momentarily mistook them for a boss spawn. Lu Ming quickly activated a dual array, War Stomp, Life Fortress. Two invisible barriers expanded outward from beneath his feet, enveloping an area of 1,000 yards. Under the 20-fold enhancements provided by these arrays, the Deathly Warlord's attack power skyrocketed from 38 to an astonishing 1,672 points. Simultaneously, they gained a shield of 1,107 points per second, which rapidly stacked to 3,708 points. Combined with their base health of 496, their total defense exceeded 4,000, comparable to elite monsters of the same level. Issuing an auto-combat command, Lu Ming's Deathly Warlords immediately launched into an efficient sweep of the area. System notifications began to flood in. Ding killed level 12 Undead Warrior. Gained 60 EXP. Ding killed level 12 Undead Assassin. Gained 60 EXP. Ding killed level 13 Undead Archer. Gained 68 EXP. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lu Ming's path, a level 13 Undead Mage, its body emanating a ghostly light. This ordinary monster wielded two grade skills, Soul Drain and Breath of the Undead. As it raised its skeletal staff to attack, Lu Ming struck preemptively. A flash of his sword, and the Undead Mage dissolved into ash. Ding killed level 13 Undead Mage. Gained 68 EXP. Ding Sword Draw Skill Proficiency 1. From the spot where the Undead Mage fell, a green gemstone tumbled to the ground. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. Lu Ming bent down to pick up the gemstone and 7 copper coins from the ground, carefully examining the soul stone in his hand. The system identified it as a special item with 13 purity, formed by the condensation of soul energy. This soul stone was the most valuable drop from the ghostly tower, making it highly sought after. Players could find blacksmith merchants in Starshine City who would purchase these stones in exchange for rewards, with no submission limit. Because of this, the ghostly tower had become the most popular grinding map in the Second Heaven. Wealthy players often opted to buy soul stones from other players, repeatedly completing the task to level up rapidly. In addition to abundant experience points and copper coins, there was also a chance to obtain the bronze tier soul set. The value of a soul stone was directly tied to its purity. The higher the purity, the greater the rewards, and the higher the probability of obtaining a set piece. A perfect soul stone with 100 purity could sell for as much as 1,000 yuan in the market. This high demand from wealthy players had created a supply shortage, even giving rise to players who made a living solely by farming these stones. Statistics showed that with sufficient investment in soul stones, one could level up from 10 to 50 in just a single day. For a player like Lu Ming, who was short on funds, he had to rely on hard work. Despite the drop rate of soul stones being only 10 and high purity stones being rare in the lower planes, he had a unique advantage: a legion of 240 tier 2 Death Knights. With the dual buffs of War Stomp and Life Fortress, his army was unstoppable within the camp. Each Death Knight boasted an attack power of 1,672, far exceeding the health points of the monsters, resulting in an incredible efficiency in combat. The system notifications kept popping up. Defeated level 14 Undead Knight, EXP 78. Defeated level 13 Undead Knight, EXP 68. Although he was in a duo party, Lu Ming received full experience points as the one delivering the final blow. To his delight, his inventory of soul stones was growing rapidly, with dozens collected in a short time. As he checked the drop information for the soul stones, he noticed something unusual. Normally, it would take killing 10 monsters to drop 1 stone, but he had obtained over 30 stones after defeating fewer than 100 monsters, far exceeding the expected drop rate. Recalling Lin Yui's talent panel, Lu Ming suddenly understood. Her drop rate enhancement talent had been amplified by his all-encompassing 10-star talent to 200, effectively raising the drop rate to 30. This discovery made Lu Ming look at Lin Yue differently. She wasn't a burden at all, she was practically a walking good luck charm. Of course, her talent could only reach its full potential when paired with a player like him, who had such a powerful amplification ability. With the triple drop rate, Lu Ming's gain skyrocketed. Each monster he defeated earned him copper coins equivalent to the price of a bowl of beef noodles, giving him his first taste of effortless money-making. The overwhelming power of the Death Knight Legion soon caught the attention of nearby players. Whose summons are these? They're insane. They're cutting down high-level monsters like they're nothing. Isn't this the strategist from TikTok who took down the Black Iron boss in 10 seconds? Where's the boss? Quick, let's team up with him. An hour later, having completed his 100th sword drawing practice, a system notification appeared. Congratulations! Your sword drawing skill has leveled up to grade E. Lu Ming's sword drawing skill had just been upgraded from grade to a grade, resulting in a significant leap in quality. The enhanced skill now inflicted 150 of his attack power, plus an additional 99 points of true damage that ignored defense with each strike. Moreover, it granted a 10 increase in his attack power for 10 seconds. For someone like Lu Ming, who possessed innate talents that amplified all effects, this was nothing short of a game-changing advancement. After a 20-fold enhancement, the skill's damage skyrocketed from 20 times his attack power to an astonishing 30 times, while the attack power boost was magnified to an incredible 200, with its duration extended to 200 seconds, perfectly synced with the 60-second cooldown. Lu Ming calculated excitedly. As long as I activate the skill once every 200 seconds, I can maintain this buff indefinitely. Although the difficulty of upgrading to the next level had increased tenfold, the sheer power of the skill made the challenge feel entirely justified. With the improved skill, Lu Ming's combat strength was climbing at a geometric rate. Shing! The crisp sound of a sword being drawn echoed as Lu Ming's blade flashed, and a level 15 Undead Knight fell instantly. At the moment the skill activated, his attack power surged from 108 to 324. This enhancement extended to his Undead Army, as well his Death Warlord's attack power soared from 1,672 to 2,501. With such overwhelming damage output, even the strongest level 15 undead creatures in the Watchman's camp of the first layer of the Ghost Tower were no match for him. Wherever his 240 Death Warlords went, they left nothing but desolation in their wake. As a golden beam of light descended, Lu Ming successfully reached level 13, and the number of Death Warlords under his command increased to 260. Spending 200 soul power, he summoned 20 new second-tier Death Warlords and resumed the slaughter. Although Lu Ming didn't need to personally engage in combat, he maintained a steady rhythm of activating the sword-drawing skill, steadily building its proficiency. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was midday. Lu Ming's level had risen to 13 with 91 progress, just a step away from reaching level 14. Lin Yue, who followed closely behind him and received only 80 of the experience from their kills, had nevertheless surged from level 10 to level 12 in just one Morninga feat that could take ordinary players 2 to 3 days in the vast world of Tianyuan. As hunger began to set in, Lu Ming glanced at the time. It was already noon. He decided to return to town for lunch and continue in the afternoon. With a single thought, the 200-plus Death Warlords scattered across the camp were all recalled to the summoning space. Let's head back to town, Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, opening the teleportation portal to exit the Ghost Tower. On their way back to Starlight City, Lu Ming took stock of their spoils, 625 soul stones, and over 4,300 copper coins equivalent to 43 silver coins. After some quick calculations, he estimated that with 5th-grade soul stones valued at 20 yuan each, 4th-grade ones at 50 yuan, and silver coins priced at 200 yuan apiece, their morning haul amounted to over 20,000 yuan. Reflecting on his past life of hardship, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel. Making money has never been this easy. At this rate, buying a house is just around the corner. Soon, they arrived back in Starlight City. Turning to Lin Yue, Lu Ming said, "Let's log off for lunch. Regroup at 1 p.m. Just as Lu Ming was about to log off, he noticed Lin Yue still standing there, motionless. "Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Ming asked. Lin Yue gently shook her head. "I'm not hungry." But before she could finish her sentence, her stomach let out a loud growl, betraying her words and causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. Lu Ming immediately understood her predicament. She probably didn't even have money for a meal. Without hesitation, he opened WeChat and transferred her 2,000 yuan. He didn't feel the slightest regret about the money, as 2/3 of the 20,000 yuan he earned that morning was thanks to Lin Yue. Without her talent for enhancing drop rates, combined with his own comprehensive buffs, which resulted in a 200 drop rate boost, his earnings would have barely reached a third of what they were. More importantly, with this lucky charm by his side, Lu Ming could already envision a future filled with wealth and prosperity. When Lin Yue saw the transfer notification, she froze for a moment and quickly said, "Brother Yuming, I'm already so grateful that you're helping me level up. I can't take your money." She immediately tried to return the transfer. "Consider it a loan. You can pay me back later, Lu Ming said casually. Of course, this was just an excuse, had no intention of asking her to repay it. He hadn't told her that once her account was unlocked, she would gain the priceless scroll of deification. He hadn't mentioned how her seemingly ordinary one-star drop rate talent had been a massive help to him, and he certainly didn't reveal just how much money he had made with her assistance, since his Death Knight had been silently hunting monsters and auto-collecting loot for him all morning. Lin Yue assumed Lu Ming hadn't earned anything and was even spending his own money to help her level up. This made her feel deeply indebted. Lu Ming, well-versed in human nature, knew that as long as Lin Yue felt she owed him, she would remain loyal and never betray him. It was a hard-learned lesson from his experience with Yilinger. Hearing the word loan, Lin Yue finally accepted the transfer, but she quickly sent back 1,950 yuan. You gave me way too much. 50 yuan is more than enough. Don't worry, brother Yuming. They'll definitely pay back this money and the 5,000 yuan you helped me with before. Watching this unfold, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at how innocent and pure-hearted she was. He said nothing further and logged off. At the same time, Lin Yue also went offline. When Lu Ming emerged from the Phantom Soul Tower, he had already ordered takeout in advance. After logging off and returning to the city, he opened the delivery bag packed with food containers: grilled fish, char-grilled chicken, spicy bullfrog, along with burgers, meat wraps, fried chicken, fries, wings, and cola. After quickly satisfying his hunger, he glanced at the time: 12:55. When he logged back in, the agreed meeting time had arrived, but there was no sign of Lin Yue. Past 1 o'clock, Lu Ming sent her a message on WeChat. Are you ready yet? No response. After waiting another 10 minutes with still no sign of her online, he sent another message. Just meet me directly at the Phantom Soul Tower when you log in. Time is money. Determined to save up for a big house in the city center and live a better life, Lu Ming decided to set off alone. The hardships of his previous life made him cherish the present all the more, and this time, he was resolved not to shortchange himself. However, the moment he left Starshine City, multiple pairs of eyes locked onto him. A low voice whispered from the shadows, "Follow him." As Lu Ming made his way toward the Phantom Soul Tower, 10 Death Knight commanders were scattered several hundred yards ahead. With shared vision, he remained constantly alert to his surroundings. But he didn't anticipate that danger would come from behind. Suddenly, a group of players burst out, surrounding him. A dozen people eyed him like a pack of hungry wolves. Is it him? With the mask on, we can't see his face. The ID's hidden too. Judging by his level, build, and class, it's probably him. The leader, a level 34 4th-class summoner named Godslayer Dragon, pointed at Lu Ming and demanded, "Are you Dawn?" Hearing the name of his alt account, Lu Ming instantly understood they were here to avenge Yi Chun. Yi Chun was part of the Godslayer team, and Lu Ming, using his alt Dawn, had entered the Crimson Forbidden Zone dungeon with him. Yi Chun had ended up dying inside. Remaining calm, Lu Ming replied, "You're looking for Dawn. What does that have to do with me, Nether?" As he spoke, he revealed his hidden ID above his head. LV-13 2nd-class Rune Strategist Nether. The surrounding Godslayer players were stunned. Damn, it's not him. So, what now? Do we retreat? Retreat, my ass. We've only got 1 day to find Dawn. How do we report back if we fail? He looks close enough. If he's not Dawn, he'll have to be. Kill him, record a video, edit the ID to say Dawn, and destroy the evidence. Problem solved. Hearing their plan, Lu Ming smirked coldly. Since that's how they wanted to play, he decided there was no need to pretend. He immediately summoned all his Death Knight commanders within a 100-yard radius. Though the odds of a level 13 2nd-class player defeating a group of level 30 4th-class players were slim, his third talent, Phoenix Rebirth, allowed him to resurrect up to 260 times by sacrificing the weakest Death Knight commander. Killing him wouldn't be so easy. Just as the tension reached its peak, a cold female voice suddenly rang out, "Stand down, all of you." Following the voice, a female assassin gracefully approached. Her black, form-fitting battle suit accentuated her slender waist and elegant figure. Her short, ear-length hair and deep, striking eyes exuded a commanding presence. When Lu Ming saw the ID above her head, his gaze sharpened. Godslayer Moon. This was the very person Qing Yin had mentioned, the younger sister of the Godslayer team's captain, the highest-ranking officer of the Godslayer division in Starshine City, and Lu Ming's top target for revenge. Though she had a striking appearance, it did nothing to diminish the killing intent surging in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming stood still, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Although the 19th-level Godslayer, Yu, standing before him seemed like an easy target, he was acutely aware of the severe consequences that would follow if he acted rashly under his Nether persona. If he openly killed her using his main character, it would undoubtedly trigger a full-scale manhunt by the Godslayer team across the entire server. There would be no place for him to hide in the Tianyuan world. At that moment, The surrounding Godslayer players noticed Yu's arrival and immediately adopted respectful expressions. One of them stepped forward to report, "Miss Qin, we are carrying out the boss's orders to eliminate Dawn." Yu crossed her arms and stood proudly, her voice commanding and resolute. "Since my brother ordered you to kill Dawn, what exactly do you mean by targeting this nether instead?" The group was momentarily speechless. One player nervously explained, "Miss Qin, the boss demands that we provide an explanation for Yi Qin's death by the end of today. All we need is a flawless kill video. Please don't make this harder for us." But Yu ignored their pleas entirely, turning her gaze toward Lu Ming. "I know you're with Tianqian, but that's fine, join our Godslayer team instead. Whatever Tianqian is paying you, I'll give you 10 times that. 1 million a month, how about it?" Her words left the surrounding high-level Godslayer players utterly stunned. They couldn't comprehend why a mere level 13 formation master would be offered such an extraordinary deal. To Lu Ming, the offer of 1 million a month was indeed tempting. But with his current abilities, he could easily earn more than that on his own. More importantly, he valued his freedom above all else. While he was nominally part of Tianqian, he enjoyed complete autonomy and wasn't bound by any restrictions. Besides, the Godslayer team was controlled by the very person who had taken Yi Linger from him and orchestrated her attempt to harm him. "Not interested. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way," Lu Ming replied decisively, turning to leave. Seeing that some Godslayer players intended to block his path, Yu barked sharply, "If anyone dares to touch him, I'll make sure they're permanently banned from Tianyuan World." At her words, the dozen or so level 30+ Godslayer players froze, not daring to act. Godslayer Long couldn't help but ask, "Miss Qin, I understand that anyone you take an interest in must have exceptional talent, but given his attitude, why do you still?" Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, a hint of admiration flickered in Yu's eyes. "If he had accepted my offer without hesitation just now, I might have thought I overestimated him. But now, I see he's worth far more than 1 million. This formation master, I must have him." In the shadows, Tianquan's shadow noticed that the Godslayer players had refrained from troubling Lu Ming. He immediately signaled the 10 or so level 40+ Tianqian players with him to stand down. He then sent a private message to Tianquan's Eternal. "Just now, you from the Godslayer team tried to poach Nether from us, offering 1 million a month, but Nether turned her down." Shadow rolled up his sleeves, fuming. "Captain, should I teach you a lesson? How dare she try to steal one of our people in broad daylight?" "Not yet," Eternal replied. "If the rules of the jungle are to be broken, let it be on their side. Let them bear the reputation of rule breakers and oath breakers. Continue to protect Nether in secret and keep an eye on you. She's notorious for her relentless nature. She won't stop until she gets what she wants. She'll likely make another move on Nether soon." As for Lu Ming, although he had turned down this opportunity, his goal was now crystal clear. The leader of the Godslayer team was the one who had conspired with Yi Linger to orchestrate his demise. "If I can't kill you for now, taking out your sister should still hurt you plenty," Lu Ming thought, already formulating his next plan for revenge. After arriving at the Phantom Soul Tower, Lu Ming immediately entered the Watchman's camp on the first plane. He summoned his Undead War General Army, and under the support of the War Stomp and Life Fortress formations, this unstoppable force began efficiently clearing out monsters. His experience bar rose rapidly, but without Lin Yue's drop rate bonus, the loot was noticeably less satisfying than it had been in the morning. After an hour of solo grinding, a familiar voice called out from behind him, "I'm so sorry, Brother Yuming. I'm late." Turning around, Lu Ming saw Lin Yue running toward him, her face flushed and breathless. "What took you so long?" Lu Ming asked, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Lin Yue clutched the hem of her magic dress nervously and stammered, I want to find some old friends, hoping they'd let me stay with them." Her words reminded Lu Ming of what Shed mentioned earlier about being evicted by her landlord. Judging by her expression, it was clear her friends had turned her down. Imagining this fragile young girl dragging her luggage around the vast city with nowhere to go, Lu Ming finally understood why she had been so desperate to plead with him for help. "Where are you staying now?" Lu Ming asked. "At an internet cafe," Lin Yue whispered, her voice barely audible. She wasn't trying to seek pity, she was just afraid that lying might cost her this rare opportunity to level up. Without another word, Lu Ming created a party and added her to it. As her drop rate talent multiplied his loot by 20-fold, the rewards from the Undead War Generals immediately returned to an ideal level. Watching Lu Ming's focused back as he fought monsters, Lin Yue felt a pang of guilt. "Brother Yuming must think I'm so useless." Just as she sank into self-doubt, her phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Opening it, she saw a location sent by Lu Ming. "After logging off tonight, take a taxi to this address. I've arranged a place for you to stay," his message read. Lin Yue's eyes welled up with tears. To Lu Ming, this was merely a way to ensure that this walking goldmine could continue generating value. The location he sent was in the Jiangshan Wanli residential complex, a property in Jiangbei District, Linhai City, that he had been eyeing as his new home. The complex was in a prime location, with a Wanda Plaza in front, a Wuyue Plaza behind, and close to a university town and shopping streets, making it the most bustling area in Jiangbei. The four-bedroom, Televingram apartment, fully furnished and priced at 6.3 million yuan, was exactly what He had been dreaming of. While he had planned to wait a few more days before making a decision, the urgency of the situation prompted him to contact the real estate agent immediately to inquire about the down payment. Just 20 down, bro. Including fees, it's 1.4 million yuan. And you can move in tonight. The agent replied enthusiastically. Give me some time. They'll confirm by 6 p.m., Lu Ming responded before focusing back on grinding. Throughout the afternoon, the overwhelming strength of the Undead Army left other players in the area frustrated. Complaints filled the regional chat. Whose undead soldiers are these? Can't you leave some monsters for the rest of us? By 5 p.m., Lu Ming finally reached level 15. He tallied his spoils: 1,485 soul stones, 1,344 of grade 5, and 142 of grade 4 and 99 silver coins. However, even with his previous savings, he was still far from the 1.4 million yuan down payment. As he racked his brain for ways to gather the remaining funds, a voice suddenly called out from ahead. Buying soul stones at high prices, no limit? Lu Ming lifted his head, his gaze meeting those calculating eyes of Zhan Shan Yu. She stood confidently in the center of the crowd, loudly announcing the purchase of soul stones, surrounded by a group of Zhan Shan guild members, all around level 30. What caught his attention even more was that her eyes remained fixed on him, as if this entire operation was tailored specifically for him. As Lu Ming prepared to slip past quietly, Zhan Shan Yu suddenly called out, I'll pay 10 times the market price. Interested? She straightened her posture deliberately, emphasizing her curves, her eyes gleaming with confidence. How many do you want? Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. As many as you have, Zhan Shan Yu replied, crossing her arms with an air of certainty. Without hesitation, Lu Ming opened his inventory, his tone indifferent. I have 1,344 grade 5 soul stones. At 10 times the price, that's 200 per stone, totaling 268,800. Then 142 grade 4 soul stones at 500 apiece, totaling 71,000. I'll sell them all to you for a rounded total of 340,000. Zhan Shan, long, standing to the side, counted on his fingers for a long moment before asking, puzzled, are you sure that's what you call rounding down? Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the man who had once tried to kill him. Despite being dozens of levels higher than Lu Ming, Zhan Shan Long felt an inexplicable sense of dread under his gaze, even regretting his past hostility toward this enigmatic strategist. Zhan Shan Yu, however, was unfazed and responded briskly. Send me your account number. Moments later, Lu Ming received a notification for a 400,000 transfer. With the transaction complete, Lu Ming wasted no time and left with Lin Yue without a word. His aloofness irritated Zhan Shan Long. Damn it, that punk is way too arrogant. Zhan Shan Yu, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. Take a guess, why does someone with his capabilities stay in this low-level ghostly soul tower instead of grinding in higher-level maps? Why? Zhan Shan Long asked, baffled. Because he needs money, she answered with a sly smile. But, miss, Zhan Shan Long said, still confused, didn't you offer him 1 million salary before, and he still refused to join Zhan Shan? That just means Tian Xian offered him more. Zhan Shan, you sneered. I thought he was someone with principles, but it turns out I overestimated him. In the end, he's just another greedy mortal. The only thing I'd worry about is if he didn't want money. But since he does, things will be much easier from here on. As the surrounding bystanders eagerly approached to sell their soul stones, Zhan Shan Yu impatiently dismissed them all. Once they had walked far enough, Lin Yue couldn't contain her excitement any longer. Wow, brother Yuming, you just made so much money in one go. Seeing Lu Ming's stoic expression, she quickly realized her excitement was misplaced and fell silent. In truth, Lu Ming felt far from satisfied. If anything, he thought it was nowhere near enough. He was well aware that Zhan Shan's aim was to use money to lure him in. If it were any other guild, he might have refrained from taking advantage of the situation. But with Zhan Shan, he was more than happy to exploit them further. After all, compared to the life he had lost in his previous life, this was a mere drop in the bucket. What you made me lose, I will make you repay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. After calculating his current assets just over 500,000, he realized he was still short of the 800,000 needed for the down payment. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a message to Qing Yin. Can I borrow some money from the team? Of course. How much do you need? Qing Yin replied instantly. 1 million. I'll pay it back within a month. Just as Lu Ming was about to explain how he planned to repay the amount, Qing Yin responded. Send me your account number. Lu Ming deleted his unsent explanation and sent over his account details without further ado. In the real world, a young girl dressed in rabbit-patterned pajamas curled up on the sofa, her finger hovering hesitantly over the transfer button on her phone. The screen displayed the number 2 million, but recalling how Lu Ming had returned 90,000 of the 100,000 she transferred before, she ultimately revised the amount to 1 million. Soon, Lu Ming's phone vibrated, and a text message popped up. Your account ending in 649 has received a transfer of 1 million yuan. Current balance, 1,561,258.3 yuan. He let out a sigh of relief and replied with a simple, thanks. At that moment, Lu Ming deeply understood the influence that strength brings. Zhan Xin and you had purchased the soul stone from him at 10 times its price, and Qing Yin had transferred him 1 million without hesitation, all because they recognized his power. He vividly remembered his previous life, when Yilinger's father fell ill, and he struggled to scrape together a mere 20,000 for medical expenses. Back then, he was nothing more than an ordinary person with 1-star aptitude. With the down payment secured, Lu Ming immediately contacted the real estate agent. The money's ready. Let's finalize it. For the property priced at over 6 million yuan, the agent's voice was filled with excitement and respect. Got it, bro. I'll prepare the contract right away and send someone to pick you up. In less than an hour, Lu Ming completed all the formalities. After paying the 1.28 million yuan down payment and 1.42 million yuan in taxes, he officially moved into his new home. The real estate company even thoughtfully helped him move his belongings. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, Lu Ming gazed at the Wanda Plaza across the street. The golden hues of the evening sun bathed the bustling streets below, while the soundproof glass kept the city's noise at bay. Sitting in a hanging chair, sipping on the Starbucks coffee gifted by the agent, he sighed contentedly. Now, this is what life should feel like. Just then, a message from Lin Yue appeared. Brother Yuming, I've arrived at the location you mentioned. Where should I go to find you? Noticing it was already dinner time, Lu Ming replied. Head into Wanda first. I'll meet you there. At the entrance of Wanda Plaza, Lu Ming immediately spotted the girl in a simple white dress with a low ponytail. A few loose strands framed her fair cheeks, giving her an innocent charm that turned heads as passers-by glanced her way. Lin Yue stood there with her hands on a pink suitcase, nervously scanning her surroundings until her face lit up with a smile upon seeing Lu Ming. Dinner was at Heideleo on the 4th floor. Lin Yue's frugality was evident. She only ordered the cheapest vegetarian dishes, drank a 3 yuan soda, and even used her own napkins. This made Lu Ming silently nod in approval. This girl was indeed easy to take care of. After dinner, Lu Ming brought Lin Yue to the luxury 4-bedroom, to living room apartment in Jiangshan Wanli. She was stunned, her mouth agape. Brother Yuming, is this really your home? Lu Ming nodded and pointed to one of the bedrooms. Other than this one, feel free to choose any room you like. For Lin Yue, who had lived a transient life since childhood, this was nothing short of paradise. Once Lin Yue was settled in, Lu Ming returned to his room to prepare for their next adventure. They planned to tackle the first level of the ghost tower together that evening. While his life had become more comfortable, Lu Ming knew he had to work even harder for the future. After all, he still owed Qing Yin 1 million yuan, not to mention the 5 million mortgage, with monthly payments exceeding 25,000 yuan. Keep going, working man. Lu Ming cheered himself on silently before turning on his computer and logging into Tian Yuan. Ding, welcome back to the Abyssal World, esteemed 10-star qualification account player. Yuming? At 8:30 p.m., the bustling streets of Starlight City were alive with noise and activity. Lu Ming stood amidst the crowd, waiting for Lin Yue to log in while casually checking his status panel. He was currently level 15 with 1.3 experience, needing a hefty 500,000 more XP to reach level 16, but he had already made up his mind tonight. He and Lin Yue would grind hard to hit level 16 together. That way, they could enter the second layer of the Phantom Tower tomorrow, where higher-level undead monsters roamed, increasing their chances of obtaining high-purity soulstones. It didn't take long for Lin Yue to come online, and the two quickly teamed up and headed toward the Phantom Tower. The tower was even busier at night, bustling with office workers squeezing in some post-work grinding. The Watcher's camp on the first layer was packed, but the crowd didn't hinder Lu Ming's killing pace in the slightest. Within seconds, he summoned 300 Death Knights within a 1,000-yard radius and simultaneously activated War Stomp and Fortress of Life for buffs. Truthfully, the Fortress of Life buff was entirely unnecessary. The Death Knight's damage was more than enough to one-shot any monster in this area. But for Lu Ming, who wielded the Moon Demon set and regenerated 60 mana per second, the mere 8 mana cost of the skill was negligible. The system notifications flooded in rapid succession. Ding, you have slain a level 15 undead assassin. XP 90. Ding, you have slain a level 15 undead assassin. XP 90. With the triple drop rate bonus active, Lu Ming's inventory was quickly filling with soul stones and copper coins. Amid the frenzy, Lin Yue hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Brother Yuming, can I try killing some monsters myself? She had always worried that her lack of strength might slow Lu Ming down, so she hadn't actively participated in combat before. Sure, go ahead. Just don't wander too far, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Okay, got it. Lin Yue eagerly gripped her plain magic staff and approached a freshly spawned undead warrior. Just then, two male players both level 15, one a knight and the other an archer walked over. Hey there, little sis. It's dangerous to be out here alone. Want us to help you grind? The knight said with a grin. Lin Yue tightened her grip on her staff and glanced back at Lu Ming before politely declining. Thanks, but I already have a teammate. Your teammate isn't that guy over there, is it? The archer followed her gaze to Lu Ming and sneered. You're counting on a summoner to carry you? Lu Ming remained motionless, watching the scene unfold with quiet amusement. Seeing his lack of reaction, the two players became even bolder. See that? Your so-called teammate doesn't even dare to come over and help you, the archer boasted, puffing out his chest. Watch this, little sis. They'll show you what real skill looks like. He knocked an arrow, aimed at the nearby undead warrior, and fired. The arrow struck the monster squarely in the chest, chipping away 1/6 of its health bar. See that? That's what real power looks like. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yue had already raised her staff with both hands. A blazing fireball shot out and struck the undead warrior dead, instantly depleting its health bar. The two male players stood frozen in shock before quickly turning tail and running off. My damage is so high. Brother Yuming, your buffs are amazing, Lin Yue exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. She hurriedly picked up the 6 copper coins the monster had dropped and then, as if afraid of overstepping, asked timidly, Brother Yuming, can I keep these coins? It was only then that Lu Ming realized Lin Yue wanted to kill monsters to earn money. Of course, Lu Ming said calmly, you earned it yourself, so keep it for yourself. However, Lin Yue insisted on giving the credit to Lu Ming. She was well aware that without Lu Ming's formation support, she would never have been able to defeat a level 15 monster on her own. This realization filled her with determination. She diligently followed Lu Ming's instructions, staying close to him at all times. Every time she killed an undead, she would excitedly collect the copper coins. When a soul stone unexpectedly dropped, she jumped in joy, carefully tucking it away as if it were a priceless treasure. Watching her reaction, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Turns out Lin Yue was a bit of a money lover. Still, her hardworking attitude, earning wealth through her own efforts, was something he respected. As he commanded his 2 undead warriors to stay by Lin Yue's side and ensure her safety, he continued wielding his sword, cutting down undead creatures and honing his skills. Time quietly slipped into midnight. By now, Lu Ming's experience bar was full, but before advancing to the 2nd level of the ghost tower, he had to ensure Lin Yue reached level 16 as well. She had just reached level 15, and at this pace, it would take at least another 4 to 5 hours for her to level up. Considering the late hour, Lu Ming decided to call it a day, and was about to suggest Lin Yue return to the city and log off. Just then, a message popped up on his phone. Qing Yin, are you online? Could you do me a favor? Lu Ming knew that borrowing $1 million from Qing Yin wouldn't come without strings attached. Just as he had begun to enjoy a bit of freedom, a request had already arrived. He was about to reluctantly agree, given the favor he owed, but the next message from Qing Yin immediately grabbed his attention. I've run into trouble with the Zhanshen group. I need your help, please. Zhanshen? The name triggered a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. If Zhanshen was involved, there was no way he could refuse. Where are you? He replied instantly. Moments later, Qing Yin sent the location. Level 19 Death Cavern. At the eastern side of Starshine City, within the level 19 wilderness, the entrance to the Death Cavern loomed like a massive, black abyss, silently awaiting its prey. In front of the ominous opening, 2 distinct groups of players had gathered. On the left stood the Godslayer team, and on the right was the Tianxian faction, each with more than a dozen members. Leading the Godslayer faction was a level 19 assassin, Godslayer, while the Tianxian side was headed by a level 13 mage named Qing Yin. The 2 female leaders locked eyes in a tense standoff, the air between them thick with hostility. Amidst this confrontation, a rather conspicuous figure stood out, a plump man dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an air of wealth. This level 16 priest, known as Niu Daihua, paced back and forth anxiously. Can someone say something already? Are we fighting or not? I paid you to fight, not to stand around glaring at each other. Niu Daihua finally shouted, unable to contain his frustration. Both Godslayer and Qing Yin turned their heads simultaneously and snapped in unison, shut up. They then resumed their hostile stares at one another. Startled by their sharp gazes, Niu Daihua shrank back, daring not to say another word. If you Tianxian people can't handle this, you'd better leave now, Godslayer said, crossing her arms with a mocking tone. Stop wasting time and let us Godslayers take over. It's not even been an hour yet. What's your rush? Qing Yin retorted with a cold snort, hands on her hips. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. As the figure came into view, both Godslayer and Qing Yan's eyes lit up with a hint of delight. The newcomer was Lu Ming. Without sparing Godslayer more than a glance, Lu Ming walked straight toward the Tianqian faction. "What's the situation?" he asked. Lowering her voice, Qing Yan explained. "We took on a task to help him kill a boss. This map restricts players above level 19, and teams are limited to 5 members. We've already failed twice. Mostly because I'm too low level." She hesitated briefly before continuing, a bit embarrassed. "Now that the Godslayer group is here, we have to succeed, or they'll definitely use this to tarnish Tianquan's reputation." Lu Ming quickly grasped the situation. As a team, they were essentially a large professional guild, earning commission by completing difficult tasks for clients. "Invite me to the party," Lu Ming said to Niu Daihua. Niu Daihua eyed the level 15 formation master warily, his face full of doubt. "You're a bottom-tier class and your level is even lower than mine. We're up against a bronze-level boss in there. How are you supposed to help me kill it?" Qing Yan immediately stepped forward to vouch for Lu Ming. "If he can't help you take down the boss, Tianqian will refund you 10 times the commission fee." Her bold statement drew a wave of laughter from the Godslayer faction, but Godslayer suddenly turned around, silencing her team with a cold glare. "Shut up, all of you," she commanded. She then turned to Lu Ming and proposed, "Yu Ming, let's make a deal. If you stay out of this tonight, no matter the outcome, I'll pay you 1 million. Her offer left both factions stunned. The Godslayer players couldn't understand why their leader valued a low-level formation master so highly, while the Tianqian members were shocked by the astronomical sum, far exceeding the task's commission fee. Tianquan Eternal fixed his gaze on Godslayer, his expression dark. He knew exactly what this was. She was trying to poach their talent. Tianqian Eternal was just about to make his move, intending to follow in the footsteps of Zhang Shan, and by offering a staggering $2 million salary to retain Lu Ming. In his eyes, this investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Whenever a top-tier player with 5-star potential emerged, the monthly salary offered by major teams had never dipped below $1 million. Talents of this caliber were often snatched up by the top 3 domestic elite teams in the blink of an eye, leaving other teams with no chance to intervene. However, just as Tianqian Eternal was about to speak, his younger sister, Qing Yan, raised a hand to stop him. Before he could ask why, the scene before him provided the answer. Lu Ming had already joined Niu Daihua's team, and the two of them were heading straight into the death cavern. Niu Daihua had his own calculations in mind. He certainly didn't expect Lu Ming to actually help him take down the boss. In his plan, he would claim the 50,000 compensation fee, then spend 10,000 hiring a top-tier player from an elite team to carry him through. Not only would he get a free boss kill, but he'd also pocket a solid 40,000 profit. It was, in his eyes, a foolproof deal. This turn of events caused Zhang Shan and Yu's face to darken instantly. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Just earlier, when she offered 10 times the price for the soul stone, the guy had clearly looked like a greedy penny pincher. So how could he now turn a blind eye to an easy million within his grasp? As she stood there, baffled, Qing Yan turned her head and flashed a knowing smile. "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Don't get too cocky. That's a bronze-tier boss. With just Yu Ming alone, there's no way they can." Zhang Shen and Yu's sentence was cut off midway as a thunderous rumble erupted from within the death cavern, shaking the ground. A piercing, blood-curdling wail tore through the air. The next moment, a system announcement lit up before everyone's eyes. "Ding, the death cavern map boss, Death Ruler Valia, has been slain." Lu Ming stepped into the cave of death, greeted by an abyss of impenetrable darkness. At the heart of this darkness sat a commanding figure on a throne, a towering general clad in golden armor, draped in a regal cape, and crowned with an emperor's diadem. "Who dares disturb my peace?" The Death Overlord, Valia, rose from his throne, wielding an immense greatsword, his murderous intent palpable as he advanced toward Lu Ming. As a level 19 bronze-tier boss, the oppressive aura he exuded forced Niu Daihua, who was standing behind Lu Ming, to retreat hastily and hide in the distance. That opportunistic coward clearly had no intention of risking his life for Lu Ming and was ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Valia's stats were terrifying. Physical attack, 620, armor, 315, magic resistance, 260, speed, 222, health, 65, 28081,000. Skill set, Death Stompateer, Deathly Oppressionateer, Death/Ateer. Even the nationally ranked 8th Tianqian team had attempted to defeat Valia twice, only managing to chip away a fifth of his health. This bronze-tier boss's strength was far beyond the capabilities of the average player. "Prepare to die, mortal. I shall welcome you into the Legion of the Dead." Valia roared as he charged at Lu Ming. Despite the onslaught, Lu Ming stood motionless, his expression calm. With a flick of his wrist, his sword gleamed brightly. Ding, sword draw skill triggered. Attack power 200 for 200 seconds. In an instant, the space around them tore open, and dozens of undead warriors appeared out of thin air, surrounding the boss. War Stomp! Lu Ming commanded, and the undead warriors launched a coordinated soul shatter assault. Slash, slash, slash. In the blink of an eye, 70 of the boss's health bar was wiped out. Ding, you have defeated level 19 bronze tier boss, Death Overlord Valia. Experience gained 50,000. According to team protocol, all loot belonged to the employer, with the team only taking a commission. Besides, this repeatedly farmed boss, without Lin Yue's drop rate enhancement, wasn't likely to yield anything valuable. Recalling the undead warriors, Lu Ming turned and left, his demeanor composed. Niu Daihua stood frozen, jaw agape as he stared at the boss's lifeless body and Lu Ming's nonchalant departure. Outside the cave, players from the Tianxian and Godslayer guilds watched in silence as Lu Ming emerged unscathed. Even though they had anticipated it, Tianquan's Yongheng and his teammates couldn't hide their astonishment. Qingyan smiled at Lu Ming and said, "The commission for this job is 50,000. As per the rules, you get 50, so 25,000 has been added to your monthly salary." Got it. Anything else? Nope. It's late, get some rest. Lu Ming turned and walked away, leaving Godslayers Yu muttering in confusion. Why would he take Tianquan's 25,000 but refuse my 1 million? Is he after money or not? Qingyan waved goodbye to her. We're heading out now. See you next time. Bye-bye. Yu stomped her feet in frustration at Qingyan's smug expression. On the way back to the city, Tianquan's Yongheng asked Qingyan, "How are you so sure Nether wouldn't take her offer?" Qingyan smiled knowingly. He needs money, but he's not the kind of person who would compromise his pride for it. You can't just throw money at him like it's charity that would insult him. He wants to earn his wealth through his own strength. Yongheng was struck by her insight, gaining a newfound respect for his seemingly carefree sister. Impressive, Qingyan. I didn't realize you were so perceptive. Of course. Now you see how amazing your sister is, huh? Yeah, amazing indeed. On the road back to Starshine City, Lu Ming felt a heavy weight in his heart. Every time he saw Godslayers Yu, it was as if he was staring into the face of the person who had caused his death. His desire for vengeance burned fiercely, yet he continued to let opportunity after opportunity slip away. The Divine Slayer Yue was too well guarded, leaving Lu Ming with no immediate opportunity to catch her alone. To be honest, Lu Ming didn't have an intense desire for revenge against Yu herself after all. It was her brother who was truly responsible for his death, not her. However, he had already devised a plan. Capture Yu as a hostage to lure out her brother, achieving two goals with one move. If he were to take the conventional route to seek vengeance against that despicable couple, he would need to level up to at least 150 to stand a chance. But every time he envisioned Yilinger and that man drinking and laughing together, indulging in nightly revelries, Lu Ming's hatred burned, and he wanted nothing more than to slay them both immediately. He couldn't afford to wait that long, and Yu was the perfect entry point for his early revenge. By the time he returned to Starshine City, it was already 1 a.m. After logging out, he gazed out through the window. The streets outside the neighborhood were still bustling with the lively energy of the night market. He decided to head downstairs for some late-night snacks and a drink to dispel the frustration in his mind caused by Yilinger. After a moment's thought, he decided to invite Lin Yue to join him. It was, after all, a good opportunity to celebrate her recent move to a new place and the considerable earnings they had made in Tianyuan today. When he knocked on Lin Yue's door, there was no response. Puzzled, Lu Ming pulled out his phone to send her a message, only to notice several unread texts from her sent about 20 minutes ago. Among them was a transfer of 287.25 yuan. Her message read, "Brother Yuming, thank you for not minding my shortcomings and helping me level up. I promise I'll work hard to earn money and pay you back. I'll also make sure to pay for the rent." Lu Ming froze in surprise. He'd always thought of Lin Yue as a little miser, yet it turned out that tonight, she had been tirelessly grinding in the game, collecting copper coins and soul stones, just to sell them and pay off her debts. The precise amount of the transfer indicated that she had emptied her wallet down to the last cent. "Good thing you ran into me. If it had been someone else, they'd have sold you, and you'd still be counting money for them." Lu Ming sighed as he accepted the transfer. He had always heard that men become corrupted when they come into money, but Yilinger had taught him that women could too. He decided that Lin Yue shouldn't be allowed to become too well off. She needed to constantly understand one thing. Without Lu Ming, she would not survive on her own. He sent her a message, heading downstairs for a late-night snack. "Want to join?" Yet there was no response. Her room remained eerily quiet. After knocking again with no answer, Lu Ming gently pushed the door, and to his surprise, it opened. Switching on the light, he found the room completely empty. This was highly unusual. Hadn't she already returned to the city before he went to the Death Cavern? By this time, she should have logged off. Even if she were still in the game, her WeChat was linked to her game account, so she should have received his message. Yet, the chat still displayed unread after a long time. A chilling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Without hesitation, Lu Ming rushed back to his room and logged back into Tianyuan. A flash of white light streaked across the sky, and Lu Ming appeared in the city of starlight. Fate had a cruel sense of humor. He had barely logged in before running into the last person he wanted to see, Godslayer Wei. Due to the randomness of the login location, Godslayer Wei was currently facing away from him, oblivious to his presence. What was unusual, though, was that the typically well-guarded Godslayer Wei was alone for once. Unfortunately, this was a safe zone, so Lu Ming couldn't take any action against her. Just as Lu Ming decided to pretend he hadn't seen her and head out of the city to look for Lin Yue, Yu's voice came through a communication channel. Are you sure? The ID with Netherworld, the Rose Mage? Alright, don't act rashly. Send me the location, I'll be there shortly. As her words trailed off, a cold, gleaming blade was suddenly pressed against her snow-white neck. Where is Lin Yue? Lu Ming's voice was as icy as his blade. You didn't need to turn around to recognize him by his voice alone. Unruffled, she replied. Is this how you ask someone for help? I'm not asking, Lu Ming retorted sharply. I'll ask one last time, where is Lin Yue? Remaining composed, Yu slowly pushed the blade away from her neck and turned to face him. Crossing her arms, she looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes. I've never had such a close look before. Your eyes, they're quite something. How about this, take off your mask and let me enjoy the view. If it pleases me, I might just tell you where she is. Lu Ming stepped closer, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Yet as their gazes locked, Yu suddenly faltered, her confidence wavering. Her eyes darted away, and she dropped her arms, turning to the side. Quit looking at me like that. You're making it seem like I owe you something. The famous Godslayer Guild, ranked 7th in the Grand Summer League, this is the best you can do? Lu Ming's voice was cold and cutting. Trying to coerce me into joining by taking a hostage? Pathetic. Then again, considering your brother would stoop to harming others just to steal someone else's girlfriend, I shouldn't expect much better from his sister. Shut up. You snapped, glaring at him, her eyes tinged with redness. After a long pause, she finally said, Come with me. Lu Ming gripped his sword tightly and followed her, maintaining a two-step distance. If there was an ambush, he was ready to subdue her instantly. They passed through the eastern gate of the city of Starlight and arrived at an abandoned town on the outskirts. Inside the desolate ruins, a group of 7 or 8 players, all around level 30, surrounded a helpless girl. Their laughter echoed cruelly in the night. Come on, I'm just asking you to keep me company for a bit. That's not too much to ask, is it? Wandering around in the middle of the night, don't pretend you're not looking for attention. Stop acting all high and mighty. They'll even pay you. Quit playing hard to get, you little tramp. You should feel lucky that Brother Jia has taken a liking to you. You glanced at a few high-level Godslayer players lurking outside the town and said to Lu Ming, My people came across this scene and recognized that little girl as someone from your side. So they reported it to me. When Lu Ming saw that the girl being harassed was Lin Yue, his eyes filled with murderous rage. He was ready to rush forward, but you stopped him. A word of warning, those guys are from Dragon Soul, the guild ranked 6th in the Grand Summer League. Ignoring her, Lu Ming strode into the abandoned town without hesitation. The nearby level 30 Godslayer players quickly gathered around you. Miss, since you seem to value Netherworld so much, should we try negotiating with Dragon Soul? Maybe they'll let the girl go if we ask. You crossed her arms again, her expression calm and calculating. Dragon Soul scum? Negotiating with them is pointless. They're not going to do us any favors. But Netherworld is only level 15, and those Dragon Soul players are all around level 30. If a fight breaks out, he might be at a serious disadvantage. You watched Lu Ming's figure disappear into the ruins and paused in thought. Let's wait and see. If things go south, well, step in. By this time, the group of level 30 Dragon Soul players had already noticed Lu Ming entering the abandoned town. They sized up Lu Ming, their eyes filled with either curiosity or disdain. Longhun Xiaoyao, a level 31 female assassin, was the first to speak. This guy looks familiar. I think I saw him walking with Qiangwei before. His abilities seem unique. Longhun Baolai, a level 32 archer, scoffed. Zaiyaji, are you seriously warning us to be cautious of this level 15 formation master kid? His comment elicited a burst of laughter from the surrounding group. Just a level 15 formation master. Is there really a need to be so nervous? If word gets out, where would Longhun's reputation go? Longhun Baolai turned to Lu Ming, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Hey kid, your girlfriend caught Brother Jia's eye. How about lending her to him for a few days? Don't worry, we'll return her when he's done. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Lin Yue, who was crouched on the ground in tears, surrounded and helpless. Memories of being trampled on by the strong in his previous life surged in his mind. His eyes grew colder, and a wave of killing intent radiated from him. Do the weak deserve to be bullied at your whim? Do you think a little strength gives you the right to do as you please? The group of young men exchanged uncertain glances, clearly not expecting such defiance from a level 15 player. Who does this punk think he is? acting all tough in front of Long Hun. He doesn't know his place. Baldy, teach him a lesson and show him what Long Hun is made of. Long Hun Suishur, a level 34th tier bald warrior, hefted his radiant greatsword and approached menacingly. Despite facing an opponent 15 levels higher, Lu Ming remained completely still, his icy gaze as if staring at a dead man. The members of Long Hun shook their heads in mock pity. A pure-hearted fool, huh? No strength. Yet he dares to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Doesn't even understand the law of the jungle. What's he doing bringing girls to Tianyuan? Absolutely clueless. Maybe he'll learn in his next life. As they prepared to mourn his fate, Lu Ming slowly gripped the hilt of the sword on his back, waiting for Long Hun Suishur to step into range. Swish. In an instant, the blade was drawn, and a flash of sword light, as swift as lightning, pierced straight through Long Hun Sushi's body. The next moment, a shocking crimson damage number floated above his head, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The sword skill bypassed the enemy's defense, delivering pure true damage. Lu Ming's strike dealt a terrifying 6,000 points of damage to Long Hun Suishur, yet it only managed to reduce half of his health. This warrior, fully equipped with level 30 bronze gear and having completed the 4th class advancement, truly lived up to his reputation. Long Hun Suishur's expression changed drastically as he fumbled to retrieve a high-grade health potion from his bag. However, before he could even drink it, Lu Ming's killing intent descended upon him. Blood-red marks rapidly layered over his chest, and 4 death warlords emerged from the shadows on both sides. In an instant, their swords gleamed as they unleashed the Soul Shatter skill. Although the damage was reduced by a third against a level 30 opponent, Long Hun Suishur's remaining half health was still insufficient to withstand the lethal strike. He fell to his knees with a resounding thud, the unused potion rolling to the ground. The smiles froze on the faces of the Long Hun players in the back line, replaced by shock. They couldn't believe Ida, a mere level 15 formation master, had just annihilated a level 30 warrior. Even more baffling was the fact that a formation master possessed summoning abilities. As they erupted into furious roars, countless death warlords began emerging from the surrounding darkness. These undead warriors, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding heavy swords, approached steadily, their eyes glowing with eerie blue flames. The Long Hun players instinctively formed a defensive stance back-to-back, the anger in their eyes quickly replaced by fear. With a single thought, Lu Ming commanded hundreds of death warlords to charge, fortified by the dual blessings of War Stomp and Life Fortress. The Long Hun players launched a desperate counterattack. The archers activated their speed boost, unleashing a rain of arrows that dealt over 2,000 damage per strike, instantly taking down 2 death warlords. 2 mages began chanting in unison, their magic illuminating the battlefield and heavily damaging the clustered death warlords. Protected by knights and warriors, the female assassin Long Hun Xiaoyao darted through the chaos, swiftly eliminating the weakened death warlords. This elite squad of level 30 players indeed demonstrated exceptional power, using their level advantage to effortlessly repel the first wave of attacks. However, before they could catch their breath, an even larger wave of death warlords descended upon them. The Soul Shatter skill was unleashed repeatedly, and a female mage fell instantly. Xiaoyu. The archer Long Hun Baolai cried out in anguish as he witnessed his girlfriend's demise. Overcome with grief, he too was torn apart by the relentless blades. The knight's shield of life shattered, and he met the same fate. In mere moments, the 7-player squad was reduced to just 2 survivors, the level 31 female assassin Long Hun Xiaoyao and the level 33 warrior Long Hun Jerry. Take down the leader to break the formation. Kill the formation master. Long Hun Jerry's eyes locked onto Lu Ming with a fierce determination as he charged forward. As the squad leader, his strength was indeed extraordinary. He cut down several death warlords in quick succession, closing the distance to Lu Ming in an instant. With a single swing of his sword, Jerry dealt 2,468 damage, instantly depleting Lu Ming's mere 1,350 health points. But just as Jerry thought he had succeeded, Lu Ming's fallen body suddenly revived at full health, while a death warlord silently faded from the battlefield. You? Kill me? Don't make me laugh, Lu Ming said coldly, his icy gaze fixed on the stunned Long Hun Jerry. Before Jerry could react, dozens of death warlords swarmed him, tearing him apart. The last survivor, the female assassin Long Hun Xiaoyao, stood frozen, her face pale with terror. The dragon soul imp knelt before Lu Ming, trembling as it pleaded, "Spare me. As long as you let me live, I'll do anything you ask." A hint of amusement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he deliberately asked, "Anything? No matter what I ask you to do." Sensing that Lu Ming might relent, the dragon soul imp immediately threw him a seductive glance and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Yes, big brother, would you like to experience the pleasures of dancing with me in bed?" "I wouldn't." Lu Ming coldly uttered 2 words. "Now, you can die." Before the words had fully settled, several death warlords charged forward. Their blades swung mercilessly, cutting the dragon soul imp down in an instant. Lu Ming quickly absorbed the energy from the 7 corpses on site, collecting the dropped equipment, potions, and silver coins before leaving the desolate city with Lin Yue. Outside the city, a few players from the Godslayer Guild had witnessed the entire scene. They shuddered, chills running down their spines. Holy crap! Level 15 taking down a level 30, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. This guy's insane. No wonder, miss, you hold him in such high regard. Godslayer Yu stood with her arms crossed, her cold, alluring eyes flickering with intrigue. A formation tactician who can summon creatures, and even use them for death rebirth. This is getting more and more interesting. After the Godslayer members left, silence enveloped the area. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open, and a figure cloaked in black emerged. Holding a golden scroll in his hand, he absorbed the souls of the 7 Dragon Soul players into it. A powerful aura coiled around the scroll as the cloaked figure cast a meaningful glance in the direction where Lu Ming had departed. Without a word, he stepped back into the rift and vanished. Trailing behind Lu Ming, Lin Yue spoke with guilt in her voice. I'm sorry, Brother Yuming. I didn't mean to cause trouble. It's fine, Lu Ming replied curtly, though inwardly he reflected on his own negligence. He shouldn't have let Lin Yue return alone after leaving the Soul Demon Tower. This incident had also made him realize that Godslayer Yu was actually assisting him, contrary to his initial belief that she had kidnapped Lin Yue. However, this revelation didn't change Lu Ming's attitude toward the Godslayer Guild. He knew full well that Yu's actions were just a ploy to recruit him into their ranks. Glancing at Lin Yue beside him, Lu Ming silently mused. This naive girl seems to be quite popular. I'd better step up her protection. After all, she still has to work for me to pay off the mortgage. Without her, my income would take a serious hit. Back in Starlight City, the two logged off. After a shower, Lu Ming lay on his $6 million bed, savoring its comfort. The next morning, they had breakfast downstairs and logged back into the game, ready to start another day of grinding and adventuring. Lu Ming decided to prioritize leveling Lin Yue up to level 16 to meet the entry requirements for the second layer of the Phantom Soul Tower. They arrived at a massive, dark nest teeming with bull-like carnivorous ants, with a few other players scattered around the area. These carnivorous ants dropped a special item called Ant Acid. Similar to the soul stones from the Phantom Soul Tower, Ant Acid could be turned into Lilith, a biologist in Starlight City, for generous rewards. However, Ant Acid was non-tradable and could only be used by the player who collected it. For the Necromancer Legion, this was an ideal leveling ground. Lu Ming quickly formed a party and led Lin Yue into the nest. Nearby players cast mocking glances at the sight of 2 level 15 characters entering a level 25 area. Ignoring them, Lu Ming found a suitable spot and summoned 300 undead warriors. He then activated 2 powerful formations, War Stomp and Life Fortress, covering the entire nest. At Lu Ming's command, the undead warriors automatically targeted the nearby carnivorous ants. 4 warriors teamed up to take down each ant, instantly tearing them apart. The system notification chimed, defeated level 25 carnivorous ant, EXP 330. This was far more enticing than the 90 EXP gained from level 15 undead in the Phantom Soul Tower. The players who had been mocking them moments earlier were now dumbfounded. Lu Ming's level 15 undead were dealing damage several times higher than what their level 20 characters could manage. Using reconnaissance skills, it was clear that level 25 carnivorous ants boasted over 1,000 attack power, 600 armor, 400 speed, and more than 13,000 health, far surpassing the stats of the undead warriors. However, with the 20x damage boost from War Stomp, the undead warriors' attack power skyrocketed from 47 to 2,979, allowing them to easily slaughter the ants. Although the undead warriors' 625 health was insufficient to withstand even one hit from the ants, the Life Fortress formation provided a shield of 1,310 points per second, ensuring their survival. When Lin Yue attempted to join the fight, Lu Ming immediately stopped her. You focus on collecting items and stay away from the monsters, he instructed. Even the undead warriors could be instantly killed if surrounded, so it was far too dangerous for Lin Yue, who only had 1 life. She obediently retreated to a safe area and concentrated on gathering ant acid. After 3 hours, Lin Yue leveled up to 16 amidst a golden glow, far faster than the 4 to 5 hours it would have taken in the Phantom Soul Tower. Lu Ming also reached 16 and was 68 of the way to the next level. However, their gold farming efficiency was less than ideal despite Lin Yue's triple drop rate bonus. They only earned 28 silver coins and over 20 common grade items, equivalent to about 6,000 yuan, far below the 20,000 yuan they could make in half a day at the Phantom Soul Tower. The only consolation was the significant haul of ant acid. Thanks to the triple drop rate, each carnivorous ant dropped 3 units of ant acid, and in 3 hours, both Lu Ming and Lin Yue collected the maximum task quota of 1,000 units each. At 11 a.m., the two returned to Starlight City and found Lilith, the biologist, to turn in their task. The system notification chimed. Congratulations on completing the great contribution to biology task, Tier 10. Rewards, EXP 300,000, silver coins 8, and bronze equipment, carnivorous ant hat 1. Lu Ming inspected the ant head-shaped hat in his inventory. Despite its ugly appearance, its stats were impressive. A level 16 bronze armor piece with 110 magic resistance, dual 20 stamina bonuses, and a passive skill called Strong Acid Retaliation, which dealt 8 damage reflection to attackers and shared the effect with teammates during formations. This hat, crafted from the ant acid, was sure to make enemies think twice before engaging. Lu Ming glanced at the empty headgear slot in his inventory and wasted no time equipping the man-eating ant hat he had just obtained. This level 16 bronze tier armor instantly gave him a significant boost. His armor skyrocketed from 96 to 255, and his magic resistance surged from 84 to 224. However, what truly excited him was its unique skill, corrosive retaliation. This skill, which could be shared with the Necromancer Legion, offered an 8 damage reflection effect. With his comprehensive amplification talent enhancing it by 20 times, the reflection rate reached an astonishing 160. Brother Yuming, Lin Yue suddenly exclaimed with excitement. I just got 8 silver coins and a piece of bronze tier equipment. She began calculating eagerly. 8 silver coins equal 1,600, and a level 15 bronze tier item is worth over 7,000? Oh my gosh, that's so much money. Thinking about how her real-world monthly salary was only 2 to 3,000. Earning this much in just one morning left her so thrilled that she almost forgot to breathe. Lu Ming noticed Lin Yue staring at the newly acquired bronze tier staff in her hand, a conflicted look in her eyes. He immediately understood her dilemma. She wanted to keep this excellent piece of equipment, but was also tempted to sell it to pay off her debts. To dissuade her from selling it, Lu Ming quickly said, "We're heading to the second layer of the Nether Soul Tower soon, and the monsters there are much stronger. My formation buffs alone won't be enough. You need to improve your own strength. Otherwise, not only will soloing be difficult for you, but you could also hold the team back." His words had the desired effect. Lin Yue replied nervously, "I won't drag you down, Brother Yuming, I promise." With that, she promptly equipped the staff. Lu Ming feigned skepticism on the surface, but was secretly amused at how easy it was to convince her. Noticing the timite was already 11:30, Lu Ming suggested logging off for lunch and continuing their grind in the afternoon. The two headed to the neighborhood eatery and had braised chicken rice. During the meal, Lu Ming checked the Tianqian Guild group chat and came across some troubling news. The guild had been losing in the second layer PK battles for 3 consecutive days, completely suppressed by the rival guild, Zhanshan. After returning to the game, Lu Ming led Lin Yue straight to the Nether Soul Tower. As expected, both guilds had station members to guard the entrances to each layer. Today, Zhanshan had secured control of the 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 8th layers, strictly preventing Tianqian players from entering. However, when Lu Ming approached, Zhanshan's team leader, Zhan Shandyong, checked his ID and immediately issued an order. Mrs. Orders under no circumstances should Yuming be obstructed from entering the Nether Soul Tower. Let him through. This scene left the Tianqian players present utterly stunned. Lu Ming, on the other hand, understood perfectly this must be Zhan Xinyue's attempt to win him over. Without saying much, he led Lin Yue directly into the tower. A system notification chimed. You have entered the second layer of the Nether Soul Tower, the Haunted Carnival. Before them stood a massive, eerie amusement park. A pirate ship swung back and forth on its own, without anyone operating it. The Ferris wheel creaked with a spine-chilling screech, and wooden puppets occasionally let out unsettling laughter. The desolate park exuded an oppressive, terrifying atmosphere, with undead creatures roaming everywhere. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed sharply as he sprang into action. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all 320 undead warlords and unleashed 2 powerful skills, War Stomp and Life Fortress. Following his command to exterminate the monsters, the Undead Legion launched an overwhelming and sweeping operation throughout the amusement park. The system notification sounds echoed incessantly in his ears, and the rewards for the kills poured in steadily. The number of soul stones and copper coins in Lu Ming's inventory grew at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Yue wasn't idle either. Clutching the bronze weapon she had just acquired, she joined the fray, independently slaying undead creatures and working hard to earn copper coins and soul stones to pay off her debt. Time flew by, and soon it was 6 p.m. Lu Ming recalled all his undead warlords and called out to Lin Yue, who was still engrossed in battling monsters, to leave the Phantom Tower together. On their way back to the city, he tallied up their haul. The drop rate for high-purity soul stones had indeed increased significantly. Over the course of the afternoon in the second-dimensional horror amusement park, they had collected a total of 625 soul stones, 472 of 5th purity, 140 of 4th purity, and 13 of 3rd purity. Based on market prices, these soul stones alone were worth over 17,000 yuan, not to mention the copper coin earnings. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of Zhang Shunyu. If he could encounter her again and sell to her at 10 times the price, it would mean tens of thousands in profit. As he was calculating in his mind, a group of players rushed past him, spreading the news that Zhang Shun and Long Hun's people were in a confrontation up ahead. Long Hun? The name immediately reminded Lu Ming of the 7 members of the Long Hun team he had slain last night in the desolate city. They were the ones who had kidnapped Lin Yue. Now that Long Hun had sought out Zhang Shun, could it somehow be related to last night's events? With this question lingering in his mind, Lu Ming followed the crowd toward the commotion. He was particularly eager to see if Zhang Shunyu was present at the scene. After all, both Zhang Shun and Long Hun were top-tier teams ranked in the top 10 of the Daxia Battle Team leaderboard. There was no apparent grudge between them, so there had to be some hidden reason behind this conflict. In the heart of the forest, tension crackled like a drawn bowstring. The Dragon Soul Guild's elite dozens of players above level 30 had surrounded the Godslayer Guild, a much smaller group of barely over 10 players, most only around level 20. After a fierce battle, the Godslayers were battered and bloodied. Their leader, the level 19 assassin Godslayer Yu, knelt on one knee, her right shoulder drenched in crimson. Dragon Soul Tian and I, a level 35 Frost Armor Knight, gripped his spear tightly, its tip hovering dangerously close to Yu's pale, defiant face. Eyewitnesses saw your Godslayer Guild slaughter 7 of my Dragon Soul elites last night in the Fallen Lands. Do you still dare to deny it? His voice was cold steel. Among the onlookers, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat at the accusation. So the secret was out. Last night's events had been exposed, but luckily, the Dragon Soul Guild hadn't discovered the real culprit him. Even with death looming, you held her head high, her voice steady and sharp. I've already told you it wasn't us. My guild didn't kill them, and I owe you no explanation. Her icy gaze locked onto Tian's knees. Do you even know who I am? Try laying a hand on me and see what happens. Tian and I sneered, his tone laced with disdain. I don't care who you are. Your guild killed my people first. Justice demands blood for blood. Even if your backers come after us, we'll have the evidence to justify our actions. He raised his spear, his grip tightening. What a shame. Such a beautiful face, about to vanish from this world forever. The ones who killed your people were me. She had nothing to do with it. A voice cut through the tension like a blade. Tian and I turned, his eyes narrowing at Lu Ming, a level 17 formation weaver stepping forward from the crowd. A flicker of mockery crossed the knight's face, and the gathered players erupted in derisive laughter. No one believed that a mere level 17 could take down 7 elite players over level 30. Yu's eyes widened at Lu Ming's audacity, a mix of shock and frustration flashing across her face. Then, despite the gravity of the situation, she let out a dry chuckle, shaking her head. You idiot. All my efforts to protect you wasted. Tian and I looked Lu Ming up and down, his contempt palpable. I'll be honest, I'm struggling to imagine what makes you so special. A level 17 formation weaver, killing 7 of my elites? Enlighten me. Better yet, why don't you show me? Gladly, Lu Ming replied. Before Tian and I could react, Lu Ming's hand moved to his sword hilt. In a blur of motion, the blade flashed, slicing through the air with lethal precision. The strike landed squarely on Tian and I, dealing a staggering 6,113 damage and carving away a third of his health in an instant. But Lu Ming wasn't finished. Blood-red sigils materialized across Tian's chest, and from them emerged 6 death warlords, their spectral forms radiating an oppressive aura. Under the War Stomp aura's enhancement, they struck in unison, each blow inflicting over 2,200 damage. The combined assault obliterated the remaining health of the level 35 knight in mere seconds. For a moment, the forest fell utterly silent. Not a whisper, not a breath. All eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, their disbelief frozen in the stillness of the air. Long Hun Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Ming before him. His health was down to just 1 point, and his body trembled slightly. Just as the other members of the Long Hun team prepared to make their move, countless rifts suddenly tore through the space around them. From these cracks, a swarm of undead warlords emerged, instantly surrounding them. These undead warlords were only level 17, but the aura of death emanating from beneath their metallic armor sent chills down the spines of the Long Hun elites, all of whom were over level 30. No one dared to act recklessly, having just witnessed how easily a few of these undead warlords had defeated their leader. Standing tall, Lu Ming looked down at Long Hun Tianyi, his tone calm and composed. Do you believe me now? I was the one who killed them. Long Hun Tianyi swallowed hard. As a level 35, 4th transition knight, he had almost been instantly killed by a mere level 17, 2nd transition formation tactician. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had activated PK mode, he would already be a cold, lifeless corpse. The 6 undead warlords standing menacingly around him could take his life at any moment. Cold sweat dripped down his face, and he found himself frozen in place. Let me recount what happened last night. Lu Ming continued. Your Long Hun team kidnapped one of my people. Zhang Xin's team saw it and informed me. When I came to get them back, you tried to silence me by killing me. I acted in self-defense and took them down instead. With that, Lu Ming sheathed his sword of valor, turned, and walked away with Lin Yue by his side. Behind him, 340 undead warlords followed in perfect formation, creating a breathtakingly powerful scene. It was only after Lu Ming and his army had left that the Long Hun members finally exhaled in relief. Onlookers began to murmur among themselves. So it turns out Long Hun kidnapped his girlfriend? They deserve to get taken down. The 6th-ranked team in Daxia, resorting to such shameless acts? Disgraceful. Long Hun Tiany's face burned with embarrassment as he publicly ordered, investigate this matter thoroughly. If it's true, withdraw all compensation to the families of the deceased immediately. We will not tolerate such behavior. However, despite his outward display of justice, his eyes remained fixed on Lu Ming's retreating figure. In a low voice, he gave secret orders to his subordinates. At any cost, I want Zhang Xian, you, and that formation tactician eliminated. They must disappear within 24 hours. Understood. His men responded, swiftly moving to carry out his orders. Lu Ming had barely walked a short distance when Zhang Xian and you caught up to him. With her arms crossed, you walked backward in front of him, her eyes glinting with mischief. Hey, you've actually surprised me. I used to think you were someone with no principles, only caring about money, and narrow-minded at that. But who would have thought you'd act so righteously? Lu Ming glanced at her expressionlessly. Why didn't you turn me in just now? Because I have Zhang Xian to back me up. What do you have? Surely you don't think the people from Tianxian would really risk going against the Dragon Soul of Daxia's 6th battle team for your sake, do you? You suddenly stopped, blocking Lu Ming's path, her tone tinged with reproach. You're such an idiot. Do you even know what kind of scum Dragon Soul is? And yet you dared to provoke them? She continued. Do you think freeing those people just now and pointing out that last night's incident was their fault will make them grateful to you? If the Dragon Soul people had any sense of gratitude, last night's mess wouldn't have happened, and they wouldn't have earned the reputation of being the most disgraceful battle team in all of Daxia. They won't confront you openly, but you can bet they'll retaliate in the shadows. In truth, Lu Ming had already weighed the pros and cons. With the enhancements from his 20-fold self-strengthening ability, his Death Knight could rival players over level 30 at its peak, though it lacked stability. For example, to take down the 7 Dragon Soul players last night, he had lost over a dozen Death Knights. And just now, Dragon Soul had over 40 people, each averaging level 30 with 4th-tier strength. Unless they made the first move, he wouldn't act recklessly. Lu Ming didn't bother explaining any of this to you. Instead, he simply said, last night, you helped me find Lin Yue. Today, I saved your life. We're even. My name's Qin Churen. What's yours? She asked, abruptly changing the topic. Nether, Lu Ming answered curtly, brushing past her without stopping. Hey. Qin Churen turned to watch his retreating figure, her voice filled with concern. The Dragon Soul people won't let you off so easily. Why don't you join Zhang Xian? I'll take care of you. She stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes shining with confidence. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the scene, adding a touch of poignancy. Lu Ming ignored her and continued walking. Frustrated at being disregarded, Qin Churen stomped her foot. What an idiot. You're seriously underestimating Dragon Soul's methods. Despite her anger, she quickly issued orders to her subordinates. Pull together a group of level 50 players from Zhang Xian immediately. I want them to protect Nether in secret. I won't let anything happen to him. After she left, a few Zhang Xin players began whispering among themselves, remarking on their young lady's unusually strange behavior. They marveled at how Qin Churen, the highly regarded younger sister of the owner of Zhang Xian, Daxia's 7th battle team, and a celebrated figure in the capital, could be so blatantly ignored by a stranger. However, Lu Ming had his own reasons for saving Qin Churen. In his past life, her brother had colluded with the person he loved most, betraying and setting him up. In this life, he intended to make sure her brother experienced the same pain of betrayal by someone closest and most trusted. A flicker of hatred crossed Lu Ming's eyes, but he knew he had to be patient and bide his time. Saving Qin Churen now, and refusing her goodwill when she started to warm up to him was all part of his long-term strategy, casting a long line to catch a big fish. After returning to the city, Lu Ming and Lin Yue logged off the game. Soon, he received a WeChat message from Lin Yue. Brother Nether, what do you feel like eating? I can grab something for you from downstairs. Lu Ming replied that he wanted noodles and sent her 100 yuan, but she promptly returned it. I just sold some more silver coins, so I have money now. You treated me to hot pot yesterday, so this meal is on me. Despite her delicate appearance, Lin Yue had an independent personality. Lu Ming didn't argue further. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, he knew Lin Yue had gone out. Taking advantage of the downtime, he began planning his next steps. Lu Ming frowned as he stared at the data panel in front of him. The gap in experience points was giving him a headache. The fact that it was nearly double was troublesome, but what really frustrated him was the damn level restriction. Quickly, he opened the game forum and began searching for a solution. Before long, a key piece of information caught his eye. Soul set. This special equipment set allowed players to completely bypass the level restrictions of the Ghost Tower and freely access any dimension. Soul stones in exchange, and the drop rate is ridiculously low, Lu Ming muttered to himself as he swiftly switched to the trading market interface, only to find the search results completely empty. Taking a chance, he sent out a message in the Tianqian team chat. Does anyone know how to quickly get a soul set? Generous reward for any leads. The group chat went silent for a moment, but just then, a private message popped up from Qing Yin. This soul set is indeed rare, and it's hard to find a complete set on the market. However, I might be able to help you figure something out. Qing Yan's message read. Her words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. With her connections and resources, the chances of obtaining the set were significantly higher. Thanks a lot. I need 2 sets. Price is negotiable. Lu Ming replied immediately. No problem. I'll get back to you. Qing Yin responded. Lu Ming returned his focus to leveling up. Once he reached level 20 and upgraded all 3 of his talents to LV3, his potential would be significantly enhanced. After grinding monsters for an entire day, he lay in bed scrolling through short videos on Douyin to relax. Meanwhile, in the Starshine city of the Abyssal World, Qin Churen had just returned when she received a piece of intelligence. Miss, our undercover agent in Tianqian reported that Yuming just asked about the soul set in their group chat. The soul set? Qin Churen's lips curled into a sly smile. Looks like he's trying to power level. A glint of intrigue flashed in her eyes as she gave an order. Keep a 24-hour watch on the trading market. If any soul set equipment appears, buy it immediately, no matter the cost. Understood, miss. A mischievous expression spread across Qin Churen's face. Hey Yuming, let's see how you handle this. Big sister's got you now. After dinner, Lu Ming logged back into the game to grind the Phantom Spirit Tower. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that he finally called it a night. Noticing Lin Yue yawning repeatedly, clearly exhausted. This frail young girl wasn't built for late nights, and as his personal lucky charm, her state was crucial. It could make or break his plans to rake in some serious profits. Later, as he lay in bed after a shower, Lu Ming's mind lingered on the Soul Gear set. Determined to access higher-level dimensions for greater rewards, he decided to take a chance and browse the in-game trading market on his phone. To his surprise, a newly listed item caught his eye, an item that had been up for less than a minute. A level 20 bronze soul ring, one of the components of the Soul Gear set for the Array Manipulator class. The price? A staggering 49,999 gold. The hefty price tag gave Lu Ming pause. Standard level 20 bronze gear typically went for 7,000 to 8,000 gold, making this ring 6 or 7 times more expensive. However, he knew the value of the Soul Gear set was leagues beyond ordinary equipment. The drop rate for soul stones from monsters in the Phantom Spirit Tower wasn't affected by the killer's level, which made the Soul Gear an essential tool for high-level farming players to amass wealth. For Lu Ming, the sooner he acquired the set, the sooner he could move on to higher dimensions and maximize profits, especially when paired with Lin Yui's drop rate bonus. The investment would pay for itself in no time. But just as he was ready to make the purchase, the ring's status changed to sold. Someone actually sniped gear for this niche class? Lu Ming regretted his hesitation. Those few seconds of indecision cost him the opportunity. The mischance left him tossing and turning all night. The next morning, he noticed a message from Qing Yin on WeChat and quickly opened it, hoping for good news. Unfortunately, it wasn't what he had hoped for. Qing Yin mentioned that soul gear was hard to come by in the open market, but hinted that the black market might offer a chance to buy it with gold. The black market located in the second layer of Tianyuan and only accessible to level 20 players. Beyond just finding the soul gear, Lu Ming had an even more important reason to go there. To resolve a regret from his past life. As he brushed his teeth, he scrolled through the Tianyuan forums, searching for black market goblin. Even a decade later, it remained a hot topic. The forums were filled with players' love-hate stories about the goblin. Some offered million gold bounties to buy a scroll the goblin carried, while others suggested teaming up to rob him only to be reminded that he was a level 50 gold tier boss. This goblin, named Defany, had suddenly appeared in the black market 10 years ago, carrying a golden scroll of immense value. Countless players had tried to obtain the scroll, all failing miserably. The most puzzling part? The goblin, who ignored everyone else, had given Lu Ming a quest. The reason why remained an unsolved mystery to this day. Lu Ming reflected on the regrets of his past life. Back then, his lack of strength caused him to repeatedly fail the goblin's task he had taken on in the black market. Eager to level up, he ultimately abandoned the opportunity. By the time he was strong enough, it was too late to return to the black market, and the mysterious chance slipped away from him forever. Now, reborn, He was particularly intrigued by the secret the goblin held, especially that golden scroll, which bore a striking resemblance to the legendary scroll of deification that had once granted him a 10-star account. To return to the black market, he needed to reach level 20. Currently at level 17, he was tantalizingly close to his goal. After finishing his breakfast of soup dumplings, Lu Ming and Lin Yue returned to their rooms to log in. He temporarily set aside his progress in the ghost tower and decided to focus on acquiring the soul set from the black market. Just as he was scanning the map for a suitable leveling spot, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, buddy, interested in taking on a task?" 3 assassins, all level 30 but dressed in plain whiteboard gear, approached him. Though their equipment looked unimpressive, their demeanor exuded a sense of experience and confidence. "What's the task?" Lu Ming asked. The lead assassin replied casually, "It's the mission to kill those poison scorpions for Captain Carlo of the Starshine City Patrol Squad. We're looking for someone to carry us through 10 runs. 1 ticket, 3,000. So, what do you say?" "I'm in, but payment comes first," Lu Ming responded decisively. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles, and the leader immediately transferred 9,000 yuan to Lu Ming via QR code. Lu Ming then created a party and added the 3 of them. At that moment, Lin Yue was about to request to join the party, but Lu Ming gently declined her. Instead, he turned to her and said, "You know how to cook, right? I don't feel like eating out for lunch today. Why don't you head to the market and pick up some groceries? I'd like to have shrimp." Though slightly puzzled, Lin Yue remembered that she was staying at Lu Ming's place. Cooking a meal seemed like a reasonable way to contribute. Confident in her culinary skills, she nodded and agreed. "All right, they'll go now." With that, she logged off and left. After sending Lin Yue off, Lu Ming led the 3 assassins to the northern part of the city. They accepted the mission from Captain Carlo of the patrol squad and then headed out beyond the city walls. Lu Ming saw this quest as a perfect opportunity to level up, not to mention the 9,000 yuan reward. The group of 4 walked along a quiet, tree-lined path, with Lu Ming deliberately taking the lead, exposing his back to the 3 players behind him. Suddenly, the 3 players exchanged glances, their expressions turning vicious in unspoken agreement. They swiftly swapped their shabby whiteboard gear for black iron weapons. Sharp daggers gleamed coldly under the sunlight as they lunged toward Lu Ming's unguarded back. But just as they thought their ambush was a guaranteed success, 2 undead warriors burst out from the shadows on either side, positioning themselves behind Lu Ming. With their swords, they intercepted the attack. The 3 assassins froze in shock. When did he summon these undead warriors? Lu Ming slowly turned to face them, his calm gaze piercing through the undead warriors standing guard. His expression was composed, as if he'd anticipated everything. "Who sent you?" he asked. The lead assassin's face turned pale as realization dawned. You knew we were after you all along?" 3 level 30 players asking a level 17 rune master to carry them through a quest. "How did you even know I could handle a level 30 mission?" Lu Ming's tone was indifferent. "And level 30 players wearing whiteboard gear but willing to pay 3,000 yuan each for a boost? Did it never occur to you how suspicious that looks?" From the moment the trio approached him, Lu Ming had seen through their intentions. He had deliberately let them join the team and pay the fee before kicking them out. Now, with 9,000 yuan in his pocket, he had summoned undead warriors to lie in wait outside the city, ready for their betrayal. Realizing their plan had failed, the 3 assassins didn't dare confront Lu Ming directly. They turned and fled. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Since you're here, don't bother leaving." With a single mental command, a swarm of undead warriors surged out from all directions. Empowered by their war stomp aura, they unleashed soul shatter in unison. In an instant, 2 assassins fell to the ground without even a chance to fight back. The last assassin frantically activated wind step and stealth in a desperate bid to escape. When he noticed that the undead warriors were too slow to catch him, he exhaled in relief. But just as he turned, a dagger slashed across his throat. His eyes widened in terror as he looked at the cold, composed female assassin who had appeared before him. Moments later, he collapsed into a pool of blood. "Pathetic. You couldn't even handle me, and you wanted to kill Yu Ming?" Qin Churen remarked as she stepped over the body, walking toward Lu Ming. After ensuring the area was secure, Lu Ming deactivated his summons and began to refine the 3 corpses, collecting the gear and silver coins they had dropped. "I told you, didn't I?" Qin Churen crossed her arms. "The Dragon Soul Guild won't let you go. They'll always strike from the shadows." Once he finished processing the loot, Lu Ming turned to her. "What are you doing here?" Qin Churen approached him, pulling a set of equipment from her bag. "Here, this is for you." It was a complete level 20 rune master soul set. Lu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Churen smirked triumphantly. "What do you think? Pretty impressive timing, right? How did you know I needed a soul set?" Lu Ming asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. Qin Churen avoided his gaze. "Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you want it or not." Seeing through her intentions, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. What's the catch? Go ahead, say it. Qin Churen's cold, captivating eyes scrutinized Lu Ming as a sly smile tugged at the corners of her lips. What if I ask you to repay me with your own life? Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately withdrew his outstretched hand. Never mind. I don't want it anymore. Humph. Qin Churen's beautiful eyes widened in mock anger. As if I do want you anyway. Fine. Consider it as you owing me a favor. Recalling how Qing Yin had previously said it was nearly impossible to get the soul armor set, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, where did you manage to get it? With my status and resources, it's a piece of cake. Qin Churen replied nonchalantly. We from Zhanshan are way better than Tianxian. Though she acted casual, when Lu Ming noticed that Qin Churen's level had skyrocketed to 33, he instantly understood the truth. Clearly, she had acquired the set by purchasing a massive amount of soul stones and repeatedly completing tasks in Starlight City to earn rewards. Just yesterday, she had only been at level 19. Such a rapid level up would have required at least 2 billion to buy all those soul stones. Lu Ming hadn't expected Qin Churen to go to such great lengths and expensito get him the soul armor set. Of course, it might also have been because she wanted to recover her pride after being beaten yesterday by leveling up quickly. No wonder she had just effortlessly taken down that level 30 assassin. Thanks, Lu Ming said as he accepted the equipment. Oh, you actually know how to say thank you? I thought you were too clueless to even know those two words. Before she could finish her teasing, Lu Ming asked, by the way, could you get me another soul armor set for the mage class? You're planning to give it to Lin Yue, aren't you? Qin Churen's expression darkened instantly. Spending my money to spoil another girl? Dream on. Figure it out yourself. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Ming decided it was time to respond to her in some way. Let's add each other as friends. They'll pay you back for this set at market value. Qin Churen had been wanting to add Lu Ming as a friend for a while, but hadn't found the right opportunity. Hearing his offer now, she stopped, turned around with a haughty expression, and said, fine, they'll graciously add you as a friend. I'm off now. Bye. After adding him, Qin Churen walked away with a satisfied smirk, thinking to herself, got him. But as she recalled that the assassin targeting Lu Ming was definitely sent by Long Hun Tianni, the very person who had almost killed her yesterday, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She opened a 5-person group chat named Princess Ranran's Court and sent a message. Brothers, what should I do if someone bullies me? The group immediately sprang into action. Qinglong. Who dares to bully our Ranran? Outrageous. Xuanwu. Ranran, tell us who it is. He'll squash them with one move. By who? Ranran, where are you right now? Zhuke, send me your location. He'll be there in no time. It's someone from Long Hun, a level 35 knight named Long Hun Tianni. I'm in the second heaven, Starlight City, Qin Churen replied. The 4 protectors quickly pledged their support. Xuanwu talked about taking on missions to lower his level for strategic reasons. Bai Hu bragged that Head already been camping at level 50 just for her, and Qinglong declared Head finished the matter with a single strike. Qin Churen added a final reminder. Long Hun Tianni always hires others to do his dirty work. Keep a low profile. Don't let Long Hun know it's us from Zhanshan, or it'll escalate. Got it. They'll make sure he doesn't even know what hit him, Bai Hu assured. Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Qinglong all responded in unison. 1. Although Lu Ming had already obtained a soul armor set, the level 20 requirement meant he was temporarily unable to use it. To maximize their efficiency, he needed to buy a similar set for Lin Yue from the black market, so they could team up and farm the Phantom Demon Tower. The immediate priority, however, was to level up to 20. After sending Lin Yue a message on WeChat, Lu Ming headed straight to the northern part of the city to meet Captain Caro and receive a quest. Considering the kidnapping incident from the previous night, he decided against venturing into the wasteland alone and chose to wait for Lin Yue near Starlight City. Soon, Lin Yue replied to his message. Brother Yuming, I bought shrimp, 2 pounds of pork, eggs, tomatoes, celery, and bean sprouts. Anting on the second floor of the market even gave me some green onions. For lunch, I'm planning to make shrimp, stir-fried celery with pork, stir-fried bean sprouts, and tomato egg drop soup. Anything else you want to eat? Originally intending to keep Lin Yue out of harm's way, Lu Ming hadn't expected her to take the grocery shopping so seriously. It reminded him of his past life, when he would shop and cook for Yilinger every day, often forgetting to buy green onions. He couldn't help but silently praise Lin Yue for being a practical and resourceful girl. He replied simply, that's perfect, no need for anything else. 10 minutes later, Lin Yue logged in and joined Lu Ming. On the way, she glanced around curiously and asked, Brother Yuming, what happened to those 3 people who wanted you to assist them with their quest? They probably thought I wasn't strong enough to carry them, so they left. Lu Ming replied casually. Lin Yue immediately voiced her indignation. They have no idea how amazing you are, Brother Yuming. Not believing in your abilities one day, they're definitely going to regret it. Yeah, they're probably regretting it already, Lu Ming responded with a faint smile. The two soon arrived at the wasteland. This vast, desolate mountainous region lived up to its name, barren and devoid of human presence. It was teeming with enormous brown venomous scorpions. Compared to the level 25 man-eating ants they had faced before, this new target was a full 5 levels higher. Cautiously, Lu Ming used his scouting skill to inspect the scorpion's attributes. Venomous scorpion physical type, common monster. Level, 30. Physical attack, 1580. Armor, 920. Magic resistance, 810. Speed, 665. Health, 21,600. Skills, Deadly Stinger Grade F, Venom Penetration Grade F. The strength of these level 30 monsters was evident, but this was precisely the kind of challenge Lu Ming sought. He locked onto a venomous scorpion and drew his sword. A sharp flash of steel slash, and a crimson damage number appeared, as his 20 times enhanced grade E sword draw skill instantly shaved off 1/3 of the scorpion's health. The system notification chimed. Ding, sword draw effect triggered. Attack power 200, duration 200 seconds. As the venomous scorpion lunged forward, Lu Ming quickly summoned his undead warriors and planted his sword into the ground, activating both War Stomp and Life Fortress formations. Under his command, 10 undead warriors unleashed their Soul Shatter skill simultaneously. Ding, you have slain a level 30 venomous scorpion. Experience gained, 680. Although the fight was manageable, Lu Ming aimed to maximize efficiency. To do so, he needed his undead warriors to solo the monsters. He divided his 340 undead warriors into 68 squads of 5 and sent them to hunt across the wasteland. While 5 Soul Shatter attacks weren't enough to instantly kill a venomous scorpion, every time a scorpion used its Deadly Stinger skill, it not only dealt over 2,400 damage to the undead warriors, but also suffered almost 4,000 damage from a massive counterattack. This acidic rebound effect is incredible, Lu Ming marveled. The acidic rebound skill from the bronze man-eating ant helmet had been amplified by 20 times, boosting its reflect damage percentage from 8 to 160, surpassing even the undead warrior's attack damage. Meanwhile, Lin Yue wasn't idle either. Benefiting from Lu Ming's formations, she wielded her bronze staff to continue her copper coin farming spree. Elsewhere, in the southern part of Starlight City, Dragon Soul Tian and I, a level 35 Frost Knight, had just impaled a level 36 savage with his spear when he received a message on WeChat. Boss Tian and I, the assassination failed. The 3 people we hired were killed by Yu Ming. Dragon Soul Tian and I flew into a rage. Useless trash. How could a few level 30 players fail to take down a low-level formation master? At that moment, a voice call came in from a contact labeled Brother Guan. The calm, authoritative voice on the other end asked, I heard 7 of our Dragon Soul members were killed the night before last, and when you went to confront the culprit, you got beaten instead? What's going on? Brother Guan. Dragon Soul Tian NIS tone immediately turned respectful. Don't worry, Brother Guan. They'll make sure to avenge our fallen brothers. The person responsible for their deaths. I won't let a single one of them escape. Do you need me to step in? Brother Guan asked. No need, Brother Guan. He'll handle this. Dragon Soul Tian and I assured him. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah! Startled, Dragon Soul Tian and I turned around, only to see a shadow dart past like lightning. His mage companion, Dragon Soul Forbidden, had already collapsed to the ground. Long Hun Tianyi watched helplessly as his teammates collapsed under the influence of an unseen, mysterious force. Gripping his spear tightly, he scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. A shadow streaked past the rear formation at a speed imperceptible to the human eye, and in an instant, the level 33 mage, Long Hun Forbidden, fell to the ground. Moments later, the level 33 priest, Long Hun Miao Shou, met the same fate. Who's there? Cried the remaining members of the team. Long Hun Body, a formation master, and Long Hun Ingzi, an assassin, their voices trembling with fear. Before their words fully landed, Long Hun Body was already lying in a pool of his own blood. Within seconds, 3 teammates had been taken out in rapid succession, with no chance to fight back. Long Hun Tianyi immediately realized that their opponent's power was far beyond their comprehension. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of the attacker. Driven by fear, he shouted desperately, Who are you? If we've offended you in any way, please show yourself and let us make amends. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure materialized before him. At the same time, the last teammate, Long Hun Ingzi, collapsed lifelessly. Standing atop the body was a young man, around 25 or 26 years old, with dark skin and a simple, honest appearance. Yet his sly smile betrayed a dangerous edge. Casually wiping his dagger, he said mockingly, Oh, you've definitely offended someone. Facing this unfamiliar level 50, 6 transformation assassin, Long Hun Tianyi was utterly baffled. Do we even know each other? He asked hesitantly. We don't, the young man replied nonchalantly. But you know Zhan Shan and you, don't you? The name struck Long Hun Tianyi like a thunderclap, and the scene from yesterday, where he had nearly killed Zhan Shan and you, replayed vividly in his mind. He immediately understood this man was here for revenge. It's all a misunderstanding, I swear. Long Hun Tianyi stammered, trying to explain. I thought she had killed 7 of my brothers in Long Hun, but I didn't actually harm her in the end. In an instant, the assassin closed the distance between them, delivering a swift strike that brought Long Hun Tianyi to his knees. With one foot pressed firmly on Tianyi's face, the overwhelming presence of a 6 transformation powerhouse rendered him immobile. And who gave you the audacity to mess with my Ranran? The assassin growled coldly. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, have mercy. Long Hun Tianyi begged frantically. You want to know who I am? The assassin leaned closer, his gaze icy. Remember this, your daddy's name is Bai Hu. I'm ranked 98th on the Tianyuan assassin leaderboard in the Granxia server. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Xiaohu, don't reveal your identity so easily. 3 figures had appeared unnoticed. A level 50, 6 transformation warrior named Qinglong, who had a calm and composed demeanor. A level 50, 6 transformation mage named Zhu Ke, who exuded a refined elegance. And a level 50, 6 transformation knight named Xuanwu, a stout and sturdy figure. You're too fast, Xuanwu grumbled. You didn't leave a single one for us. Zhu Ke chimed in. Ranran told us not to expose ourselves. We can't let this one live. Bai Hu waved dismissively, clearly irritated. I know. I wasn't planning to let him survive anyway. With that, he delivered the final blow, ending Long Hun Tianyi's life. These weaklings dared to bully Ranran? Bai Hu sneered disdainfully. Let's go. We need to find Ranran and treat her to a good meal today. After ensuring the area was clear, the 4 departed, leaving behind the lifeless body of Long Hun Tianyi, whose voice chat with Guan Gu continued to echo faintly in the background. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Ming had spent the entire morning grinding and had successfully reached level 18, completing the 10th tier of the scorpion hunting quest. Returning to Starlight City, he approached the Northern Guard captain, Carlo, to submit the task. Brave adventurer, you've saved us from a dire situation. Carlo praised him warmly. The system notification followed promptly. Quest completed. 10th tier rewards received 420,000 experience points, 8 silver coins, and an E-rank formation master skill scroll, Life Fortress. The massive experience boost catapulted Lu Ming's level from 18 at 12 to a staggering 54. But even more exciting was the rare E-rank scroll, valued at approximately 20,000 yuan in the Marquetta highly coveted reward even for quests below level 50. Nearby, Lin Yue had just submitted her own task and cheerfully asked, Brother Yuming, look, I got an equipment reward. Is this silver grade gear? Silver equipment? Lin Yue's words sent a jolt through Lu Ming's heart. In the world of Tianyuan, equipment quality was ranked in ascending order: whiteboard, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, gilded gold, and dark gold. And now, Lin Yue, only at level 17, had managed to acquire a level 17 silver item through a quest. Lin Yue pulled out a silver-white necklace from her inventory. It gleamed with a crystalline brilliance, exquisitely crafted. Lu Ming carefully examined its attributes. Starlight Power LV 17 Silver Tier. Mana 1020. Spirit 50. Intelligence 50. Passive Starlight Absorption. Upon defeating an enemy, absorb Starlight Power from their body, restoring 3 of max mana 120 mana points. Durability 9292. Class Restriction. Usable by all magic-based classes. Description. A necklace forged with the power of starlight, symbolizing the hope of Starlight City. The attributes of the necklace left Lu Ming utterly amazed. A 4-digit mana boost, dual 50 to spirit and intelligence, coupled with a passive skill that restored mana upon defeating enemies. It was the perfect solution to the early game mana shortages faced by magic-based classes. For players under level 50, this was nothing short of a treasure, a priceless masterpiece. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's class couldn't make use of this equipment, and giving it to Lin Yue seemed like a waste. She mainly followed him around, assisting in battles, and didn't have a high demand for mana. However, the market value of a level 17 silver item was undoubtedly astronomical. Without hesitation, Lu Ming activated his persuasion mode. Listen to me, you can't fully utilize this necklace. Trust me, hand it over to me. Lin Yue agreed without a second thought. All right, Brother Yuming. She handed over the Starlight Power necklace to him. Though she appeared innocent, she was sharp and perceptive. Without Lu Ming leading the way, how could she have completed a level 30 quest at level 17? The 8 silver coins she earned as a quest reward were already more than enough for her. She didn't covet the necklace. Taking the necklace, Lu Ming immediately checked the auction house. The closest comparable item was a pair of level 27 Murky Greaves for warrior and knight classes, with a starting bid of 100,000 yuan. Already, 421 bids had driven the price up to 257,000 yuan. This meant that the level 17 necklace in his hands could easily fetch at least 500,000 yuan. This realization filled Lu Ming with excitement for the future. He understood that most players completing this quest at level 30 would, at best, receive bronze tier equipment. The chance of obtaining a silver tier item was akin to winning the lottery. By continuing to tackle higher level quests, he could significantly increase his chances of acquiring rare equipment and skill scrolls. Even more importantly, Lu Ming's 3 unique talents upgraded every 10 levels. This exponential growth in his abilities meant he could challenge increasingly higher level quests and monsters. After some thought, Lu Ming decided not to sell the necklace on the open market. Instead, he would offer it to Qin Churen, which would not only earn him a tidy profit, but also build goodwill. He opened WeChat and sent the Starlight Power item details to Qin Churen. Interested? Qin Churen replied almost instantly. A level 17 silver tier item? How did you get your hands on this? Lu Ming sidestepped the question and asked, do you want it? If so, they'll sell it to you. Of course I want it. Qin Churen responded decisively. As a senior member of the Zhanxin Guild, she would undoubtedly consider it an investment in the team's rising stars. Lu Ming laid out his terms bluntly. The soul set you gave me has a market value of around 500,000 yuan. Let's just call it even and trade this necklace for it. Seeing Lu Ming's response, Qin Churen's eyes lit up, and she agreed without hesitation. Lu Ming immediately sent her the Starlight Power through the email system. Afterward, Lu Ming checked his rewarded grade E skill scroll, Fortress of Life. Though it couldn't compare to Lin Yue's silver grade item worth 500,000, it was exactly what he needed at the moment. His original skill, the grade F Fortress of Life, provided teammates with a shield equal to one of the array master's maximum HP plus 65 points per second, with the maximum shield value being 30 of the array master's maximum HP. Upgrading to grade E enhanced the effect to 2 of maximum HP plus 65 points per second, with the maximum shield value reaching 50 of the array master's maximum HP. Combined with the 20-fold boost from the level 2 comprehensive amplification, it significantly improved the survivability of his undead legion. Come on, let me treat you to a meal, Lu Ming said, turning to Lin Yue. But, didn't you say you wanted to eat shrimp for lunch? Lin Yue reminded him. Fair enough. Let's eat at home for lunch, and we can go out for dinner. After logging off, Lin Yue headed into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Her knife skills were precise and refined, and soon, the enticing aroma of food began to fill the air. Before long, dishes like braised shrimp, stir-fried celery with pork, sautéed bean sprouts, and tomato egg soup were laid out on the table, looking and smelling delicious. As Lu Ming tasted the food, he realized that while the dishes weren't perfect, they carried the comforting flavor of home, distinctly different from restaurant meals. In his past life, he had always been the one cooking 3 meals a day for Yilinger. This was the first time someone else had put so much care into preparing a meal for him. Who would have thought? Not only are you beautiful, but you're also such a great cook, Lu Ming praised sincerely. Hearing this, Lin Yue's cheeks turned slightly red. She smiled shyly and said, if Brother Yuming likes it, I'll cook for you every day. Well, I certainly won't say no to that. After spending years with Yilinger, Lu Ming had mastered the art of charming a girl's heart. After lunch and a short rest, the two logged back into the game. Lu Ming took Lin Yue to Starlight City, where they found the tailor, Alai, and accepted a level 30 quest to collect tiger pelts. Following the map's direction, they exited the city through the west gate. The moment Lu Ming stepped outside the city gates, a few pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows locked onto them. So, this is the guy Ranran has her eyes on? Level 18 array Master Yuming. That's definitely him. I was expecting some kind of expert. At the very least, he should be a young master from a wealthy family. But look at him, frail and shabby. What does Ranran even see in him? Let's go. Let's have a little chat with this guy. We need to vet him for Ranran. No way we're letting our precious flower be taken by some pig. In the afternoon, while the game world wasn't as bustling as during peak hours, there was still a decent level of activity among the players. Lu Ming and Lin Yue were making their way through a desolate ruin when a piercing cry for help broke the silence. Help! Is anyone there? Please save us. Startled by the desperate voice, Lin Yue anxiously tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. Brother Yuming, it sounds like some girls over there are in danger. Should we go help them? Lu Ming didn't even glance in the direction of the commotion and kept walking. There's no need to intervene, he replied calmly. Though worried, Lin Yue chose to follow his lead without protest. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, 4 figures were silently observing the scene. They were the warrior Qinglong, the knight Xuanwu, the assassin Baihu, and the mage Zhu Ke. Baihu nodded in approval. Not bad. This guy isn't overly sentimental, doesn't play the hero unnecessarily, and isn't swayed by pretty faces. He passes my test, his character checks out. Before the words had fully settled, another shout rang out, someone help us. I'll pay 10,000 yuan to whoever saves me. This offer seemed to flip a switch in Lu Ming's mind. He abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned toward the source of the cries. Just then, a grotesque eight-legged creature leapt out of nowhere, lunging at the three girls. In a flash, Lu Ming drew his sword. With a swift, clean slash, the blade sliced through the creature. Its 5,000 HP was instantly reduced to 0. A one-hit kill. Seeing this, Lin Yue raised her staff and cast a fireball spell at another eight-legged creature. However, without the damage boost from Lu Ming's formation, her attack barely made a dent. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly, realizing the gap in their abilities. The remaining creatures, terrified by the swift defeat of their companion, fled in panic. The three rescued girls ran over to express their gratitude. Leading the group was Qin Qin, a level 16 archer with a curvaceous figure. The other two girls gazed at Lu Ming with admiration. Hey, handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Can we add you on WeChat? Without a word, Lu Ming pulled out his phone and displayed a QR code. The three girls excitedly scanned it, only to discover it was a payment code. Left with no choice, Qin Qin transferred 10,000 yuan. Once the transaction was complete, Lu Ming turned and walked away with Lin Yue, not sparing them a second glance. Back in the shadows, the four observers sat in stunned silence. Baihu suddenly received a message from Qin Qin on WeChat. Babe, I just lost 10,000 yuan. I'm so upset. Without hesitation, Baihu transferred 18,340 yuan back to her, along with a voice message. Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll cover it for you. Love you, moi. But inside, he was crying. Damn it. Testing this guy cost me half a month's salary. The others were equally shocked. Baihu, you used your girlfriend to test someone else? They asked incredulously. Baihu grinned smugly. Why not? It's also a great way to test her loyalty. She doesn't even know I'm in Jiang province. However, just as Lu Ming and Lin Yue were about to leave the area, a group of hostile players suddenly blocked their path. Leading them was a level 28 third-tier archer named Wudi Jima. He glared at Lu Ming and yelled, What the hell? You dared to ask my woman for money? Who do you think you are? This unexpected turn of events left the four hidden observers speechless once again. Hu Gu was staring at his phone screen, his brows tightly furrowed. Beside him, Baihu shot him a puzzled glance. Just then, the phone buzzed. It was a new message from Qin Qin. Darling, a persistent guy just showed up at my door. Should we keep testing that underworld thing? Seeing the message, Baihu's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and a smug smile even crept onto his face. No worries, just a clingy loser. This only proves how amazing my girl is. With that, he replied without hesitation, Test? On the scene, Qin Qin pointed at the members of the Invincible Squad and said to Lu Ming, Hey handsome, help me get rid of them, and I'll give you another 10,000. Hearing this, Wudi Jima looked utterly confused. Qin Qin, what do you mean by this? I was only trying to stand up for you. With her head held high, Qin Qin replied confidently, He saved me, and that's the reward he deserves. Why does a clingy loser like you care? I've told you before, I don't like you. I have a boyfriend. He's the only one in my heart. So stop bothering me. These words filled Baihu, who had just lost several thousand, with a wave of warmth. While his wallet ached, he was so touched he was on the verge of tears. Qin Qin, I swear, you're the only one I'll ever marry. However, Wudi Jima refused to back down. Stop using that excuse to brush me off. If you really have a boyfriend, why has he never shown up? Don't tell me he's some useless nobody. Compared to me, an elite of the city's 5th-ranked Invincible Squad. What is he? Listening from the shadows, Baihu was instantly enraged. What kind of trash talks like that? Calling me the national top 98 assassin? A nobody? I'll show you who's the real nobody. Damn it, where's my blade? If it weren't for Qing Long and the others holding him back, he would have charged out already. Even so, Baihu managed to suppress his anger. Focus on the test first. Let's see what that guy's skills are like before making a move. On the scene, hearing about another 10,000 on the table, Lu Ming was already reaching for the hilt of his sword. Free money? Why not take it? Seeing this, Wudi Jima shot Lu Ming a menacing glare. So you like meddling in other people's business, huh? Then let me teach you what happens to busybodies. Brothers, get him. Take him down. Facing the level 18 array strategist Lu Ming, Invincible Solitude's eyes gleamed with a mix of arrogance and ferocity. Watch closely, Qin Qin. You'll soon understand that in this world, power and status are everything. Rejecting me will be the decision you regret most in your life. Attack. With a single command from Invincible Solitude, dozens of players from the Invincible Squad raised their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. Despite being up against a group of third-tier players nearly 10 levels higher than him, Lu Ming stood motionless, his expression calm. His gaze pierced through the crowd, locking directly onto Invincible Solitude at the back. Swish. A flash of sword light streaked through the air. The players at the front of the invincible squad froze, momentarily intimidated by the sudden burst of energy emanating from Lu Ming. They glanced around and, realizing they were unharmed, were about to mock him for bluffing. Thud. A dull sound came from behind. The group turned their heads, only to see their leader, Invincible Solitude, drop to his knees with wide, incredulous eyes. His health bar had been completely emptied, and he collapsed to the ground lifelessly. The air froze. The dozen or so players of the Invincible squad stared in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Invincible Solitude had been killed. The lesson from the Dragon Soul Rebellion had taught Lu Ming one thing: never show mercy to your enemies. Sparing them is akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. His eyes still brimmed with killing intent as he turned his gaze from Invincible Solitude's lifeless body to the remaining players. The Invincible squad members, now looking at Lu Ming, were filled with terror and instinctively stepped back. Their earlier confidence stemmed from the fact that Lu Ming was merely a level 18 array strategist. Yet this seemingly weak support class player had just effortlessly taken down their level 28 third-tier archer leader. "Run!" someone shouted in panic. The group turned to flee, only to realize they were surrounded by a horde of undead warlords that had appeared out of nowhere. With a single thought from Lu Ming, the undead warlords, bolstered by the dual formations of War Stomp and Life Fortress, launched an attack on the Invincible squad. Given the current strength of the undead warlords, dealing with players below level 30 was a trivial matter. Amidst the echoes of anguished cries, the squad was wiped out in a matter of moments. Watching from the shadows, Qing Long, Xian Wu, Bai Hu, and Zhu Ke were left in awe. Is this really the so-called bottom-tier array strategist? Level 18 taking down level 28s? No wonder Ran has taken a liking to him. His strength checks out. He passes my test, Qing Long remarked approvingly. Still transferring money to Qin Qin, Bai Hu looked bewildered. Wait, why am I the one footing the bill for your test? It's not like I asked you to pay, Qing Long replied nonchalantly. All right, I'll treat you to some crayfish tonight. Xian Wu interjected to mediate. Crayfish? I just lost 3,000. That's almost my entire month's salary. Bai Hu lamented, on the verge of tears. Just as the battle concluded and Lu Ming was about to demand payment from Qin Qin, he suddenly noticed, through the shared vision of his peripheral undead warlords, a group of high-level players rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, the vision was abruptly cut off. Ding! Your undead warlord has fallen. The system notifications rang incessantly as several undead warlords were taken out in quick succession. Lu Ming frowned deeply, instinctively shielding Lin Yue, his summoned cat, behind him. The next moment, a large group of players burst through the ruins. Seeing the corpses of their comrades scattered across the ground, their fury ignited. Leading them was a level 39 fourth-tier warrior, Invincible Destiny, who glared at Lu Ming with venomous eyes. Was it you who killed them? Realizing that his current strength was no match for this group of nearly level 40 players, Lu Ming quickly whispered to Lin Yue, "Run toward the main city. Don't look back." However, for the first time, the usually obedient Lin Yue defied him. "No, I won't leave. I want to fight alongside Brother Nether. You dare provoke my Invincible squad? None of you are leaving here alive today. Attack!" Invincible Destiny roared. Though the scene mirrored the earlier assault led by Invincible Solitude, Lu Ming knew this time was entirely different in terms of power. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and command his undead warlords to defend. The Invincible squad, being a city-level team, showcased a level of coordination far beyond that of ordinary players. The frontline knights quickly formed a defensive formation, using their shields to block the undead warlords' attacks and render their soul-shattering skills ineffective. Meanwhile, archers and mages launched devastating ranged attacks from behind the shield wall. Boom, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless magic projectiles and arrows rained down like a torrential storm, overwhelming the undead army. Even with the 20-fold enhanced rank Life Fortress shield, the nearly 20-level gap rendered it almost useless. Seeing his undead warlords crumble helplessly before these near-level 44th-tier players, Lu Ming urgently turned to Lin Yue. Run! But when he turned, he was shocked to find their retreat cut off by another group of invincible players. Trying to escape? Did I say you could? Invincible Destiny sneered. Kill them! With another command, dozens of invincible players charged forward. The remaining undead warlords were annihilated in an instant. In the next moment, the swarm of invincible players descended upon Lu Ming and Lin Yue like a pack of ravenous wolves. Lu Ming was on the brink of despair when, at the most critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From all directions, massive golden shields descended, instantly forming an impenetrable barrier around Lu Ming and Lin Yue. The invincible players charging at the front collided fiercely with the shield, but instead of breaking through, they were sent flying back by the immense rebound force. A knight's Class C skill, Celestial Shield? Someone exclaimed. How is it possible to have a Class C skill in the second heaven? Before the airborne players could even regain their composure, the ground beneath them transformed into a massive, fiery red circular barrier, trapping them all within. Moments later, a torrent of fireballs rained down like a fiery waterfall, engulfing the entire barrier. Under the relentless barrage of the fiery assault, the dozen or so players of the Invincible Squad were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no survivors. Meanwhile, Invincible Destiny had just snapped out of his shock at the sudden development when he noticed a shadow moving like lightning through the crowd. Before he could react, he was surrounded by the agonizing screams of his teammates, who collapsed one after another. Panicked, Invincible Destiny turned to flee, only to find a warrior in green armor, wielding a Qinggang longsword, blocking his path. When he saw the ID hovering above the warrior's head, his entire body began to tremble. Qinglong, level 50, 6th advancement warrior, ranked 71st on the National Server Warrior leaderboard. Invincible Destiny knew all too well what this ranking signified. A level 50 player ranked 71st in the nation was exponentially more powerful than a level 200 player in the top 10. With just a single move, this warrior could end his life. Please, spare me. Invincible Destiny immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Qinglong gazed at him calmly. Do you even know who that array master is? He's the brother-in-law of the captain of the 7th-ranked Grand Xia squad. And you dared to make a move? Hearing this, Invincible Destiny was utterly terrified. I didn't realize. Please, have mercy. I want dare again. Be more careful in your next life. Before Qinglong's words even faded, his Qinggang sword was already drawn. A sharp blade of light descended from above, instantly delivering a critical hit of 67,982 damage, ending Invincible Destiny's life on the spot. At the same time, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhuke had already finished off the remaining players of the Invincible Squad. So weak. Killing trash like this really sullies my blade. Baihu scoffed as he wiped his dagger on a fallen player's robe. The burly knight Xuanwu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Every time you guys say you'll leave a few for me, and every time you kill them all. You guys are the worst. The mage Zhuke smiled. Next time, for sure. Lin Yue, having never witnessed such a scene, was trembling in fear, hiding behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming, initially confused as to why these people had come to his aid, suddenly noticed the silver, shimmering necklace around Zhuchua's neck, none other than the level 17 silver item, Starlight Force, which he had sold to Qin Churn earlier. A necklace worth 500,000 gold coins, gifted without hesitation. Clearly, these people had an extraordinary relationship with Qin Churn. And indeed, that was the case. In a corner of the Tianyuan world, 4 figures stood out, drawing everyone's attention. Each of them bore awe-inspiring national titles above their heads. A level 50 assassin named Baihu, ranked 98th on the National Assassin leaderboard. A level 50 mage named Zhu Ke, ranked 66th among mages. A level 50 knight named Xian Wu, ranked 83rd on the knight leaderboard. And a level 50 warrior named Qinglong, ranked 71st among warriors. Such a lineup was exceedingly rare in the Tianyuan world. After all, in this world, players could begin competing for daily rankings as early as level 30. For 99 of players, even attaining the lowest village level title was an unattainable dream, let alone earning such prestigious national titles. Lu Ming knew full well that, if not for the timely intervention of these 4, he would never have escaped the ambush of the Invincible Squad. Thank you, seniors, for lending a hand, Lu Ming said sincerely. Congratulations. You've passed our test. Qinglong suddenly spoke. Test? Lu Ming looked puzzled. At that moment, Baihu, the assassin, appeared beside Lu Ming like a phantom, draping an arm over his shoulder with a sly grin. Don't play dumb. Aren't you after Ranran? Well, we're giving you our blessing. Zhu Ke's sharp gaze fixed on Lu Ming. But let me make one thing clear. We've all watched Ranran grow up. We may not be related by blood, but we're as good as family. If you so much as make her shed a single tear, it'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. Meanwhile, Xianwu plopped down on the ground, bawling like a child. Ranran, why are you leaving us? I can't bear it. Stop crying like she's dead. Baihu snapped, kicking Xianwu over. You're embarrassing us. Lu Ming quickly pieced everything together. This misunderstanding worked perfectly in his favor. After all, his plan was to get closer to Qin Churn to further his revenge. Their assumptions only made things easier for him. Unbelievable. Plotting to sell me off behind my back, are you? A crisp voice suddenly rang out. Before anyone noticed, Qin Churn had arrived. Her face was flushed red with embarrassment. She hurriedly turned to Lu Ming to explain. Don't listen to these lunatics. They're just spouting nonsense. Then, glaring at the group, she huffed. Come on, let's go. Stop embarrassing yourselves here. With that, Qin Churn grabbed Xianwu and Zhu Ke by the ears, dragging them off like misbehaving children. The two national-level experts didn't dare resist and merely whined about the pain. Qin and the other two women watching nearby were left in stunned silence. It was clear to anyone paying attention, however, that the indulgence these top players showed Qin stemmed from a sibling-like affection for her. Qinglong gave Lu Ming a nod before following the group, while Baihu turned to reunite with his girlfriend, Qin, after 3 months apart. Ahu, when did you get to Yunzhou? Why didn't you tell me? Qin asked. Hehe, wanted to surprise you. Miss me? Of course I did. I missed you so much. Come on, let's log off and grab something good to eat. Okay. After Qin and the Azure Dragon and White Tiger departed, Lu Ming continued heading toward the western farm with Lin Yue. Along the way, he reflected on the earlier battle and realized a critical issue: the Undead Legion had reached its limit when facing opponents around level 30. Any higher level enemies would pose a significant challenge. I have to reach level 20 as soon as possible and upgrade my talent to LV3. Lu Ming quickened his pace. By the time they arrived at the western farm, it was noon. While Lin Yue prepared lunch, Lu Ming took the opportunity to carefully study some strategies. He had chosen this location not only for the Tiger Pelt Collection quest but, more importantly, because the saber-toothed tigers here dropped summoning scroll fragments. Gathering enough fragments would allow him to summon elite or even boss-level saber-toothed tigers, an excellent way to accumulate gold coins before entering the level 20 black market. Upon entering the farm, Lu Ming immediately summoned all his undead warriors and commanded them to attack freely. Using soul power, he replenished the ranks of the warriors lost in previous battles. After surviving the deadly scorpions in the wastelands, his life fortress skill had upgraded from frank to a rank, significantly enhancing the survivability of his undead legion. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed level 30 ferocious saber-toothed tiger, EXP 660. Killed level 31 ferocious saber-toothed tiger, EXP 710. Even more exciting was the drop of summoning scroll fragments. Summoning scroll fragment. Special item. Collect 100 fragments to synthesize an elite saber-toothed tiger summoning scroll. Collect 500 fragments to synthesize a bronze-tier boss summoning scroll. Collect 1,000 fragments to synthesize a silver-tier boss summoning scroll. Fragments cannot be dropped or traded. Completed scrolls can be. Each player can synthesize only one scroll in their lifetime. Market prices indicated that an elite-level summoning scroll was worth approximately 3,000 gold coins. A bronze-tier boss scroll could sell for 30,000. And a silver-tier boss scroll was valued at an astounding 100,000. Thanks to Lin Yue's 200 drop rate bonus, almost every kill yielded a fragment. Before long, Lu Ming had gathered enough to synthesize an elite summoning scroll. Recalling his past life of working tirelessly for 18 hours a day, earning just a few thousand a month, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Now, earning 3,000 gold coins with ease, he deeply felt that hard work is worthless without talent. Meanwhile, Lin Yue remained focused on slaying monsters and collecting copper coins. With the Undead Legion handling most of the fighting, Lu Ming was free to concentrate on practicing his sword-drawing skill. Every minute. Sword-drawing skill proficiency 1. Finally, the system delivered the long-awaited notification. Congratulations! Your sword-drawing skill proficiency has reached 1,000. The skill quality has automatically upgraded to Drank. Sword Draw. Unique skill, LV18, Drank, growth potential. Effect. Deals 220 attack power, 138 true damage, ignoring defense. Increases self-attack power by 20 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Cost, 98. Proficiency, 0.10.000. The damage multiplier had increased from 150 to 220. With the 20-fold enhancement, this meant an attack power jumped from 30x to 44x. Even more crucially, the attack power bonus had risen from 10 to 20, translating to a 400 attack boost for Lu Ming. Spotting a newly spawned saber-toothed tiger, Lu Ming immediately tested his upgraded Drank sword draw. A silver sword streaked like lightning, instantly reducing the tiger, boasting over 22,000 HPTO, just 20 of its life. Wow, brother Nether, your damage has increased so much again. Lin Yue exclaimed in amazement. And this wasn't even the limit. Before this sword draw, Lu Ming's attack power was still based on the 200 bonus from the rank version. After using the Drank sword draw, his attack power skyrocketed from 342 to 570. After waiting for the 1-minute cooldown, Lu Ming struck again. Swish. Drank sword draw. Killed level 31 ferocious saber-toothed tiger, EXP 710. A clean and effortless one-shot kill. The level 18 formation master, Lu Ming, unleashed a single sword draw skill, instantly killing a fully healthy level 31 saber-toothed tiger with a staggering 27,000 damage. The scene left the nearby level 30 players, who were busy grinding in a party, utterly dumbfounded, questioning their own eyes. As the quality of the sword draw skill improved, The attack power of the Undead Legion and Lin Yue also skyrocketed. Lin Yue casually cast a fireball spell, dealing 4,535 damage to the saber-toothed tiger. The 17-year-old mage was so thrilled that she couldn't stop smiling. After all, even level 30 players could only manage 1 or 2,000 damage against enemies of the same level. What the heck is this insane damage? How can someone at such a low level deal that much? Are they decked out in full legendary gear? This has to be a cheat. We need to report this. The surrounding players were abuzz with shock and disbelief. All of this was thanks to the War Stomp skill, which provided a 20-fold amplification. It granted allies a 400 attack boost, along with an additional fixed 1,840 attack points. Lu Ming's attack power surged from 342 to 570, while the undead warlords under his command saw their attack power skyrocket from 3,208 to 4,120. With such an overwhelming boost, these warlords became unstoppable killing machines, turning the battle into a one-sided massacre aptly described as brutal undead warlords versus frail saber-toothed tigers. Lu Ming silently congratulated himself for not selling this infinitely scalable skill. To possess a D-level skill at just level 18 was a feat he had never achieved in his previous life, even at level 200. Under Lin Yue's 200 drop rate buff, they fought tirelessly until 5 p.m., each collecting 1,000 tiger pelts and effortlessly completing the 10th tier of the mission. The only regret was that they had only gathered about 700 summoning scroll fragments. While this was enough to synthesize a bronze-tier boss summoning scroll, Lu Ming's goal was silver tier. A silver tier boss not only had a chance to drop bronze equipment, but also the rare and valuable silver gear. They pressed on until 7 p.m., finally amassing 1,000 fragments. A system notification chimed. Congratulations! You have obtained a silver tier boss summoning scroll. This scroll, worth 100,000 coins, could summon a level 30 silver tier saber-toothed Tiger King, lasting for 10 minutes. Considering that the current strength of the Undead Legion might not be enough to reliably take down a level 30 silver tier boss, Lu Ming decided to wait until he reached level 20 and all 3 of his talents were upgraded to level 3 before using it. At this point, Lin Yue suggested heading back to cook dinner, but Lu Ming proposed eating out instead. Lin Yue, concerned about wasting money, offered to prepare something simple at home. However, Lu Ming had a different plan in mind. According to the game's mechanics, each player could only synthesize one summoning scroll in their lifetime, and he wanted Lin Yue to create one as well. The double rewards from the 2 silver tier bosses were too tempting for Lu Ming to resist. He glanced at Lin Yue, who was still fretting over the money they had spent, and spoke gently, "Don't worry, I'll treat you to a meal." After returning to Starlight City, the two headed straight to the tailor shop to turn in their quest to the owner, Alai. The last level 30 quest had rewarded Lu Ming with an upgrade skill scroll worth 20,000 coins, while Lin Yue received an ultra-rare silver tier piece of equipment. This time, after submitting 1,000 tiger hides, the system's pleasant notification sound chimed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Tiger Hide Collection quest. You have received the Tier 10 quest rewards, EXP 450,000, Silver Coins 9, Bronze Tier Equipment, Tiger Hide Coat 1, Formation Master Upgrade Skill Scroll, Gale Stride 1. Although he didn't get the coveted silver tier item, Lu Ming was quite satisfied with the new skill scroll, Gale Stride. Its effect allowed players to form an array that boosted allies' attack and movement speeds, perfect for compensating for the sluggish pace of his Death Knight. However, the skill couldn't be learned until level 20 when the 4th skill slot would unlock, so he stored it in his inventory for the time being. As for the level 18 Bronze Tier Tiger Hide Coat, while its stats far surpassed his current level 8 Iron Tier Moonlight Cloak, equipping it would break the Moonlight set bonus that restored mana. With level 20 and the Soul set just around the corner, Lu Ming decided to list the coat in the trading house for 8,000 coins instead. The 450,000 EXP from the quest pushed Lu Ming to level 19, leaving him just 2 million EXP short of level 20. Lin Yue, on the other hand, had mediocre luck this time, earning only a bronze tier item and an upgrade skill scroll. True to her innocent nature, she kept only the silver coins and handed the equipment and scroll over to Lu Ming. To him, Lin Yue was like a lucky charm. There was no need for her to become overly powerful. After logging off, Lin Yue immediately went grocery shopping. Lu Ming transferred 1,000 yuan to her account. "Why did you send me money, Brother Yuming? I have my own," Lin Yue asked in surprise. "It's for buying groceries," Lu Ming replied calmly. While he planned to keep an eye on Lin Yue's little treasury, he wasn't stingy enough to skimp on food expenses. The frugal Lin Yue happily accepted the money and then asked, "By the way, Brother Yuming, do you drink? Should I grab a bottle of beer for you?" Considering he'd be running dungeons with his undead army later that night, Lu Ming nodded. "Sure, pick me up a wuss." During a short break, Lu Ming unintentionally fell asleep. He was awakened by a knock at the door and realized Lin Yue had already prepared dinner. The table was laid out with an array of dishes perfect for drinking: cold appetizers, roast duck, stir-fried peanuts, and smashed cucumbers. After the meal, Lin Yue volunteered to clean up, a gesture that reminded Lu Ming of how he had taken care of Linger in his previous life. For the first time, he experienced the warmth of being looked after. At 8 p.m., the two returned to their respective rooms and logged back into the game. Lu Ming was about to take Lin Yue to the western farm when something unexpected caught his eye in a corner of the city. Bai Hu's girlfriend, Qin Qin the curvaceous level 16 archer was nestled in the arms of a male player, behaving intimately. What stood out was that the man was clearly not Bai Hu. In a shadowy corner of Starry City, Qin Qin and a man were huddled together in an intimate embrace. Honey, there are so many people around. I feel so embarrassed. Qin Qin murmured coyly. What's there to be scared of? Come on, let me kiss you again. Ahus coming to find me soon. If he sees us, I tell I'll be bad. You should leave. Qin Qin urged, pushing the man away anxiously. That annoying guy. When is he leaving, anyway? I don't know. He should be heading back to Magic City in a few days. Fine, they'll wait a bit longer. The man sighed, then leaned in to plant a forceful kiss on Qin Qin's neck before reluctantly slipping away into the shadows. Moments later, Bai Hu arrived from another direction. Qin Qin, appearing completely unfazed, took his arm affectionately, laughing and chatting as they strolled toward the edge of the city. Bai Hu remained oblivious to the betrayal, unaware that the man who had just been with Qin Qin was still lurking nearby, watching their retreating figures with a smug grin, savoring the memory of their stolen moment. Lu Ming had no intention of interfering, but the sting of Yi Linger's betrayal in his past life had left him with a deep disdain for infidelity. He sent a brief message to Qin Churen, advising Bai Hu to keep an eye on his girlfriend, and left it at that. Soon after, Lu Ming and Lin Yue headed to the western farm. Upon arrival, Lu Ming summoned all of his undead warriors and began grinding through monsters. Determined to reach level 20 and craft his second summoning scroll, they fought relentlessly until midnight. Finally, Lin Yue managed to collect 1,000 summoning scroll fragments, enough to synthesize a complete Silverdeer boss summoning scroll. Checking his progress, Lu Ming saw he was at 19th level, 63 experience. Still a bit short. Oh well, let's finish it tomorrow. He dismissed his undead warriors, and the two began their journey back. As they passed through a dense forest, faint cries for help reached their ears. Please, brother, spare me. I swear I won't do it again. Help. Someone, help me. Following the sound, they spotted a figure in black under the pale moonlight. The assassin raised his blade and, with a swift motion, silenced his victim with a fatal slash to the throat. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground as the assassin turned. Locking eyes with Lu Mingjit was Bai Hu. Thanks for the heads up, Bai Hu said with a weary smile. Only then did Lu Ming realize that the lifeless body on the ground was the man who had been with Qin Qin earlier. Want to talk? Bai Hu asked as he approached. Lu Ming turned to Lin Yue. Head back first. After ensuring Lin Yue was safely escorted by 10 undead warriors, Bai Hu led Lu Ming to a nearby mass grave. Among the eerie, desolate burial mounds, a solitary figure darted amidst the level 35 zombies. It was Qin Churen. With the agility of a level 33, 4th-tier assassin, she dispatched the undead with precision, pausing only to replenish her potions before diving back into the fray. Churen was abandoned by the Qin family when she was little. At the orphanage, she was shunned and bullied for being introverted. Only me, Along, Xiao Wu, and Lao Zhu stood by her and protected her, Bai Hu said, his voice heavy with emotion. When she finally grew up, the Qin family dragged her back to use as a pawn for a political marriage. In 3 years, if she can't lead her team into the top 100 of the Daxia national rankings, they'll marry her off to the Wang family's idiot son, Wang Long. Bai Hu growled, his fists clenched. That moron climbs on top of cars in public, pulls his pants down, does a 360-degree spin while, you get the picture, and then smears it on people's faces. Lu Ming froze, his expression darkening. Memories of his past life, flooded back, had painstakingly built a better future, only to plan a move to the capital with Yi Linger. On his very first day in the capital, Lu Ming encountered a ridiculous and unexpected situation. Someone inexplicably smeared feces on him in the middle of the street. Seeing the anger on Lu Ming's face, Bai Hu mistakenly thought he was empathizing with his plight and said, "You think it's absurd too, right?" As he spoke, Bai Hu rubbed his forehead in frustration. If Ran Ran marries that idiot, her life will be ruined. Bai Hu declared with a determined expression. 2.5 years, that's all we've got. I've already made up my mind. If by then Ran Ran hasn't achieved her goals, they'll risk everything, even my life, to take down that idiot from the Wang family. There's no way you'll let Ran Ran marry him. His eyes burned with resolve, like a soldier about to take an oath. At that moment, Lu Ming finally understood why Qin Churen had gone to such lengths to win him over. Building a team that ranked among the top 100 in the Great Xia Nation within 3 years was a nearly impossible task. Yet to Lu Ming, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. It seems my earlier concern that your sibling bond was too strong for you to betray your brother for Mu is unfounded, Lu Ming thought to himself. No wonder she reacted so strongly the last time I criticized her brother in front of her. I thought she was defending him, but it turns out she just didn't want to hear anyone mention him. Lu Ming even began to anticipate a future where Qin Churen might personally take down her own brother. That moment, he imagined, would be nothing short of spectacular. Ran Ran works harder than anyone, but sheer effort alone isn't enough, Baihu said, turning to Lu Ming. Kid, we all believe in you. You have to help Ran Ran. This is for your future together. Only by dealing with that idiot from the Wang family will you two have a chance to be together. Baihu continued, after Ran Ran was taken back by the Qin family, she never forgot the four of us brothers. Without her, we wouldn't be where we are today. So let me make this clear. If you ever need our help during this process, just say the word. We'll do whatever it takes. Lu Ming's heart leapt with joy. By one. Get 4? And 4 top-tier bodyguards at that? This deal was too good to pass up. He solemnly promised. Don't worry, leave it to me. Baihu nodded. Your word is enough. Lu Ming then asked, what about you and your girlfriend? Any plans? Plans? Marry her, of course. Baihu replied with a grin. Seeing the disbelief on Lu Ming's face, Baihu explained earnestly, you don't understand. Back in my hometown in Yunzhou, there's an elderly woman with mobility issues. I couldn't be there to care for her, so Qin has always selflessly taken care of her for me. Everyone makes mistakes, don't they? Honestly, it's my fault too. Over the years, Qin fell ill, caught colds, got bullied at the time she needed me most. I wasn't there. That gave others a chance to step in. But just now, Qin already apologized to me in tears, begging me not to leave her. No matter what, Qin is the woman I'm destined to marry. Lu Ming seemed to understand then. Baihu's feelings for Qin weren't so much love as they were gratitude. After parting ways with Baihu, Lu Ming logged off from the Starry City game. The next morning, he opened the curtains and basked in the sunlight before waking up Lin Yue, who was still sound asleep. Together, they headed downstairs for breakfast. Today, his plan was to reach level 20 and make his way into the black market. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Qin Churen. Do you know where Ahu went? Lu Ming stood still, his heart tightening. He realized that when he had been spying on Qin Churen at the mass grave last night, she might have already noticed him and Baihu together. After a moment of deliberation, he responded simply, after we parted last night, I logged off. Why? Is he missing? Yes, Qin Churen replied, her tone laced with anxiety. He went silent last night. This morning, I couldn't find him anywhere, and he's not responding to messages. I have no idea where he went. From his conversation with Baihu last night, Lu Ming had come to understand the importance of Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhu Ke in Qin Churen's heart. This was the perfect opportunity to prove himself to her. Without hesitation, he sent a message in the Tianqian Battle Team group chat. Brothers, has anyone near Xinhui City spotted a level 50 assassin with the ID Baihu? The massive group of nearly 20,000 members proved to be well informed. Responses came flooding in quickly. Is it the one with the big national emblem? Whoa, I saw him too. A level 50 national server rank 98 assassin in Xinhui City? That's insane. Just earlier, on my way back from an all-nighter, I saw him heading toward the southern part of the city. Lu Ming immediately took screenshots of the messages and sent them to Qin Churen. At the same time, Qin Churen, while logging into the game, angrily tagged Baihu in her Ran Ran Little Princess group chat. How dare you not reply to my messages? You better have a good reason, or you're dead meat. Finally, Baihu responded. Qin went missing last night. I searched for her all night and just found out she's been kidnapped. I'm going to rescue her. The group exploded. Zhu Ke, why didn't you say something earlier? Do you even consider us brothers? Xuanwu, send us your location. We're coming right now. Baihu, no need. I can handle it alone. Qinglong, we just arrived in Jiang province, and now your girlfriend gets kidnapped? Don't you think that's a little too coincidental? Qin Churen, I agree, something's off. Baihu, don't act recklessly. Wait for us to meet up with you. Baihu, if I wait any longer, Qin will be in more danger. I told you, I can handle it. Don't come. With that, Baihu went silent. When Qin Churen logged in, she found that not only was Baihu missing, but Qinglong, Xuanwu, and Zhu Ke had also vanished. Furious, she shouted, Great, all of you are treating me like an outsider, huh? Meanwhile, Qinglong, Xuanwu, and Zhu Ke were speeding toward the southern outskirts of Xinhui City. Think back, who have we crossed recently? Why would Baihu's girlfriend get kidnapped? They recalled their encounter with Long Hun Tianyi and felt a chill run down their spines. Long Hun was the 6th-ranked national team in the Daxia leaderboard, far more powerful than Tianqian or Zhanshan. We knew Long Hun wasn't easy to deal with, but we made sure to eliminate everyone back then. How could they know it was us? That doesn't matter right now. If this is really a trap set by Long Hun, Baihu is in serious danger. In the southern outskirts of Xinhui City, inside the level 50 Despair Fortress, Bai Hu entered the dimly lit stronghold alone. Before him stood a middle-aged warrior clad in resplendent gilded armor. The man had hidden his ID, his dark skin and sharp eyes exuding a ruthless aura, as if he carried the weight of countless lives on his shoulders. His golden, gleaming equipment caught Bai Hu's attention. Gilded gear. Even as a rank 98 assassin, Bai Hu only had a full set of gold-tier equipment. What shocked him even more was the gilded guandao in the warrior's hand, its blade resting against Kinkin's neck. "Ahu, help me!" Qin cried out in desperation. "Don't worry, Qin. I'm here," Bai Hu reassured her. Before he could act, enemies emerged from all directions, dozens of players, all bearing the Blonghun prefix in their IDs. With a command from the warrior, "Take him down," the group launched their assault on Bai Hu. Seeing Qin in danger, a murderous glint flashed in Bai Hu's eyes. "Touch my wife and you're dead." He drew his golden daggers, his movements a blur as he dodged the incoming ranged attacks. Darting through the crowd like a phantom, he took down several Longhun elites in an instant. Just as he was mowing through his enemies, a powerful presence surged from behind him. Bai Hu barely managed to turn around, only to see a massive, gleaming blade descending toward him. He hastily raised his daggers to block, but the sheer force of the strike sent him stumbling backward. The blade struck the ground, releasing a chilling shockwave that slowed his movements and dealt over 50,000 damage. The impact left his hands trembling. Bai Hu locked eyes with the warrior, fully aware of the overwhelming gap in their strength. Yet, as he glanced at Qin behind him, he felt no hesitation. Transforming into a blur once more, he charged forward, suddenly changing direction mid-dash to head straight for Qin. After cutting down 2 guards, Bai Hu grabbed Kinkin's wrist. "Let's go," he urged. But to his shock, Qin suddenly broke free. In that split second, an icy arrow shot from her hands, piercing Bai Hu's chest. Though the damage was minimal, the fire ice arrow's 0.7-second freeze effect immobilized Bai Hu. The surrounding Longhun players swarmed him, slashing him down to the ground. Qin's betrayal was like a heavy hammer, shattering White Tiger onto the ground of the Fortress of Despair. 2 Dragon Soul warriors held his arms in an iron grip, leaving him no choice but to look up at the woman before him, so different from the one he once knew. The once delicate and pitiful Qin now seemed like a completely different person, standing tall and looking down at him with cold contempt in her eyes. "Zhang Hu, I stopped liking you a long time ago." Her voice was icy, piercing. "I waited for you in Yunzhou for 4 whole years. When I was sick, when I was bullied, where were you? And you even expected me to take care of that old woman for you." Her voice grew sharper. "I'm young, beautiful, and have a great figure. And you? You're ugly, broke, and pathetic. What makes you think you're worthy of me? That so-called assassin's national badge of yours? Can that give me the life I want?" White Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that these venomous words came from Qin. "I admit, I haven't cared for you enough these past years," he said with difficulty. "But I owe it to you for taking care of my grandma in Yunzhou. It gave me the chance to work hard in Modu. Every second there, I was fighting to earn money, all for a better life for you. But no matter how hard you try, what's the point?" Qin sneered. "Some things can't be achieved just through effort, not in this lifetime." With that, she walked gracefully to the warrior holding a guandao, entwining her arm around his with a sweet, flirtatious smile. "How was my performance just now?" she asked coyly. The man gave a faint smile. "Flawless." "Does that mean I can be your girlfriend now?" she asked eagerly. "You can," he replied with a smirk. Despair and disbelief were written all over White Tiger's face. This was clearly a trap. The man stepped closer, pressing his foot onto White Tiger's face and leaning down to glare at him. "Do you even know who I am?" With that, he opened his status panel, revealing a hidden ID. Dragon Soul Guanyu, LV 50, 6th tier warrior, rank 39 on the Great Xia National Server Warrior Leaderboard. National Servers, 39th warrior. Seeing the golden badge, White Tiger was utterly stunned. No wonder that earlier strike nearly killed him in one blow. A level 50, rank 39 warrior was leagues beyond his own rank 98. Dragon Soul Guanyu's eyes were sharp as blades, burning with fury. "Do you know who you killed in the barbarian tribe the other day? Dragon Soul Tian Nimi, brother. And now, a man so pathetically betrayed by the woman he loves dares to take my brother's life? Today, this fortress will be your grave." As Guanyu's Guandao descended, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Torrential flames rained down, engulfing the Fortress of Despair. Dragon Soul players in the area were severely injured one after another. Under the fiery cover of the mage Shuke, the warrior Qinglong and knight Xuanwu charged into the fortress like twin bolts of lightning, cutting down any Dragon Soul players in their path. "Don't panic, Ahu. We're here," shouted Qinglong. Seeing his 3 brothers, White Tiger couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Didn't I tell you not to come? I could handle the..." Handle my ass, Xuanwu barked, smashing a weakened dragon soul warrior with his shield. You were about to be handled. Qinglong planted his Qinggang sword into the ground. We swore as brothers live together, die together, live together, die together? Huh? Dragon Soul Guanyu laughed coldly. Perfect. Now that you're all here, you can share the same grave. Before his words finished, the gates of the Fortress of Despair slammed shut. Waves of Dragon Soul warriors, all clad in level 50 bronze gear, surged forth like a tide. Every single one of them was a 6th-tier warrior. Zhuke furrowed her brows. Looks like they've been waiting for us. They've prepared well this time. Qinglong's Qinggang sword ignited with roaring flames. Then let's make this a battle to remember. Xuanwu slammed his heavy shield into the ground and roared, if you guys don't leave me a few kills this time, I'll fight you instead. At Dragon Soul Guanyu's command, hundreds of 6th-tier Dragon Soul warriors charged at them like a raging storm. Suddenly, a thunderclap tore through the sky, dark clouds rolling in as torrential rain poured down. A slender figure dashed through the downpour, stumbling but immediately picking herself up to keep running. Qin Churin's heart was in turmoil, a deep sense of dread gripping her. Along, Ahu, Xiaowu, Laozhu, you have to be okay. The overwhelming unease drove her to quicken her pace as the rain poured relentlessly. As Qin Churin approached the outskirts of the Fortress of Despair, a massive city shrouded in darkness came into view. Inside, flames roared into the sky, accompanied by the deafening clash of battle cries and the harrowing screams of the dying. She pushed open the tightly shut gates with all her might and rushed into the city, only to find an eerie silence had taken over. The once thriving city was now littered with lifeless bodies, and blood flowed across the ground like rivers. At that moment, a merciless blade pierced through Xuanwu's body. The last sliver of his health bar vanished instantly, and he collapsed heavily to his knees before Qin Churin. Simultaneously, Zhuke was struck down by a flurry of arrows, their bodies falling together into pools of blood. Xiaowu, Laozhu, Qin Churin screamed in anguish, her voice trembling with despair. Qinglong, after cutting down a Dragon Soul player with his sword, turned to Qin Churin and shouted, "Run, Churin, get out of here, run." Before he could finish, already at the brink of exhaustion, Qinglong was decapitated by Dragon Soul Guanyu's blade, his body crashing to the ground. Dragon Soul Guanyu stepped over Qinglong's lifeless form, his expression icy as he dragged his long blade closer with deliberate steps. The last of them, Baihu, cried out in agony, "I'm sorry, brothers. It's my fault. Forgive me. In the next life, let's be brothers again." With those words, he unleashed dozens of shadow clones, charging at Dragon Soul Guanyu in a desperate attempt to buy Qin Churin some time. Dragon Soul Guanyu swept his blade in a devastating arc, obliterating all the clones in an instant. Without hesitation, he drove his blade through Baihu's true form as he leaped forward. "Churin, run." Baihu's heart stopped, and his life ended. Qin Churin watched in horror as the 4 companions who had protected her like family since childhood fell one by one. Her heart broke into pieces, but Dragon Soul Guanyu showed no signs of stopping. He continued his relentless approach, dragging his blade behind him. Overwhelmed by grief, Qin Churin transformed her sorrow into fury, her eyes burning with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. She grabbed her dagger and charged at him heeding. Clang! As she reached striking distance, Dragon Soul Guanyu planted his blade into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that sent her flying. A level 33 ordinary assassin stood no chance against a level 50 national-ranked warrior. The disparity in power was painfully evident. Qin Churin crashed to the ground, her health bar reduced to a sliver in an instant. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but she refused to yield. "I'll fight you to the end," she shouted defiantly. Dragon Soul Guanyu sneered coldly. "Foolish." Just then, crimson marks appeared on his chest. 4 undead warlords emerged from the shadows, launching a coordinated soul shatter attack. However, their efforts barely scratched him. Scoffing, he muttered, "Pathetic," and with a single sweeping strike, he annihilated all 4 undead warlords. When he turned his attention back to where Qin Churin had been moments ago, he realized she was gone. Narrowing his eyes, Dragon Soul Guanyu growled, "Trying to escape? Not a chance." Amid the deafening rumble of thunder, the stormy sky was shrouded in dark clouds, lit up sporadically by flashes of lightning, turning day into night. In the midst of the howling wind and torrential rain, 2 figures darted swiftly into a mountain cave. Qin Churin forcefully pulled her hand away from Lu Ming, her tear-filled eyes glaring at him as she demanded, "Why did you save me?" Lu Ming pointed bluntly toward the cave entrance. "Fine, then go back. Take a right turn on your way out." Suddenly, she broke into uncontrollable sobs. Lu Ming stood at the entrance, staring at the relentless downpour outside, his brows furrowed. With his current level, There was no way he could outrun the Dragon Soul players, who were all at level 50. Hiding was their only option for now. Just as he began to worry that Qin Churen's crying might alert their pursuers, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Lu Ming spun around instantly, clamping his hand over Qin Churen's mouth and pinning her against the stone wall. She widened her eyes in shock, staring at him in disbelief. That Zhang Shunyu is only level 33. She can't have gone far. An urgent voice called out from outside. Split up and search. You guys head that way. As the footsteps gradually faded, Lu Ming noticed something amiss. He was covering her mouth. But why could he feel a heartbeat? Glancing down, he realized his left hand was pressed against Qin Churen's chest. He immediately released her and stepped back, flustered. Qin Churen, her face flushed, quickly adjusted her disheveled clothing. The air between them grew tense and heavy. I'm sorry I acted on impulse earlier. Thank you for saving me, Qin Churen said after a long pause, her voice calm. She crouched down, quietly sobbing as she recounted her memories. When I was little, Xiao always protected me. Xiao made me laugh. Along brought me treats in secret, and Lao Zhu gave me all his kindness. Her shoulders trembled as if she had lost her entire world. Staying alive is the only way to get revenge, Lu Ming said flatly. When Qin Churen lifted her tear-streaked face to look at him, more noise came from outside the cave. There's a cave over there. Check it out. The two exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, darted deeper into the pitch-black cave. Outside, Dragon Soul Guanyu arrived with his men, spotting the clear footprints leading into the cave. No need to chase. Just guard the exit, Guanyu sneered coldly. This is the Viper's Den, there's only one way out. They'll either die in there, or stay hidden forever. Deep within the cave, Lu Ming and Qin Churen realized the walls, ceiling, and ground were teeming with level 42 venomous snakes. Glowing green eyes surrounded them, staring menacingly. Several snakes slithered closer, tongues flicking. Though fear flickered in Qin Churen's eyes, she resolutely drew her blade. Your level is too low. You can't beat them, Lu Ming warned. Your level is even lower. You'll die faster, Qin Churen retorted, her gaze firm. I don't like owing anyone. You saved me earlier. Now it's my turn to save you. She lunged forward, slashing rapidly. However, her attacks only reduced one snake's health by a quarter. In retaliation, a snake sank its fangs into her, having her health and inflicting continuous poison damage. Just as the situation grew dire, two radiant auras erupted from behind her, enveloping Qin Churen. System notifications chimed in rapid succession. Ding, you have received the effect of player Yu Ming's skill, War Stomp. Attack power 4440. Ding, you have received the effect of player Yu Ming's skill, Fortress of Life. Shield 2345 per second. Ding, you have received the effect of player Yu Ming's equipment skill, Slaughter. Additional damage 595. Qin Churen barely had time to assess the value of the buffs she had just received when a venomous snake, its health bar still at 80, lunged at her. Gripping her dagger tightly, she steeled herself for the attack, adopting a stance that screamed determination. But as her blade slashed through the serpent, she was stunned to find that her damage output had doubled compared to before. With a fluid series of combo attacks, she left the snake gravely wounded. However, when the serpent retaliated, Qin Churen failed to dodge in time. She braced herself for what she thought would be a fatal blow, only to witness a silver shield materialize and absorb the entirety of the attack. To her amazement, the shield began regenerating at an astonishing rate. Bolstered by Lu Ming's powerful formation buffs, Qin Churen regained her confidence. In just a few swift strikes, she dispatched the level 42 venomous snake that was a full 9 levels above her own. Turning to Lu Ming, her eyes filled with disbelief, she asked, "How is your formation buff this strong? Is it some kind of innate ability? But your account's innate trait is supposed to be summoning-based, isn't it?" What Qin Churen could never have imagined was that Lu Ming's account was unlike any other player's. It possessed not just one innate trait, but 3, and each one was rated at the highest possible strength, a full 10 stars. Lu Ming chose not to address her question and instead shifted the focus. Killing these mobs won't help. The priority is figuring out how to get out of here. He summoned a skeletal warlord to guard the cave entrance. Through shared vision, he could clearly see Dragon Soul players stationed just outside, lying in wait. Realizing their predicament, Qin Churen's eyes lit up with an idea. Wait, I can call for reinforcements. Are you saying our guild, Zhan Shan, doesn't have any level 50 players? Lu Ming shook his head. If you thought of that, don't you think they have to? The only reason they're staying put outside and not coming in is because this map has communication restrictions. We can't send any messages out. Qin Churen tried it herself and quickly confirmed his words. There was no way to contact the outside world. Even with your formation buffs, I can't take on the Dragon Soul players, she muttered, frowning deeply. She was right. While Lu Ming's support allowed her to handle high-level wild creatures, the the Dragon Soul players, with their superior skills and tactics, were an entirely different challenge. At level 19, Lu Ming was formulating a bold plan in his mind. If he could reach level 20, he could equip the Bronze Soul armor set and upgrade all 3 of his innate traits to level 3. This would mark a significant power spike, enabling him to use his Undead Legion to break through their encirclement. He glanced at his experience bar, which was currently at 63 toward level 20. Inside this cave, the only source of experience was the level 42 venomous snakes, but they were far too powerful for him to kill on his own. Even if Qin Churen weakened them for him to land the final blow, the massive level gap of over 10 levels meant he wouldn't gain any experience. As he mulled over the problem, his mind suddenly went to the 2 Silverdeer boss summoning scrolls in his inventory. How much experience does a level 30 Silverdeer boss give? He asked. Qin Churen checked her combat logs and replied, I killed a level 33 Silverdeer boss yesterday. It gave me 500,000 experience. Quickly doing the math, Lu Ming realized he needed 2 million experience points to reach level 20, and he currently had 1.26 million, leaving him 740,000 short. 2 Silverdeer bosses would give him just enough to level up. Originally, he had planned to reach level 20 before tackling these bosses, ensuring a safer approach. But under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to take the risk now. Lu Ming, facing the current predicament, decisively crushed a scroll in his hand. As the scroll disintegrated into specks of light and vanished, a blood-red barrier quickly formed in the open space ahead. Moments later, a massive level 30 Silverdeer Savage Sabertooth Tiger King boss materialized within the barrier. What exactly are you trying to do? Qin Churen asked, her voice filled with confusion. Lu Ming turned to her, his gaze firm and resolute. I need your help with something. Stop those venomous snakes from interfering with me. Can you do that? Seeing the determination in Lu Ming's eyes, Qin Churen felt a surge of strength coursing through her. Locking eyes with him, she answered with unwavering resolve, all right, leave it to me. Before her words had even fully settled, Qin Churen gripped her dagger tightly and dashed toward the surrounding venomous snakes with ghost-like agility. She quickly deployed her shadow clone technique, creating multiple doppelgangers that skillfully diverted and restrained all the snakes that could pose a threat to Lu Ming. Her nimble movements and precise positioning showcased her exceptional combat skills. Once Lu Ming confirmed that Qin Churen had the situation under control, he directed his full attention to the level 30 Silverdeer Savage Sabertooth Tiger King boss before him. A system notification chimed. Ding warning. The Savage Sabertooth Tiger King will vanish in 10 minutes. Please eliminate the boss within the time limit. Lu Ming immediately activated his scout ability, and the boss's stats appeared before him. Savage Sabertooth Tiger King. Level 30 Silverdeer boss physical type. Physical attack 3500. Armor 2800. Magic resistance 2460. Speed 1760. HP 288,000. Skills: Frenzied Roar Grade D, Deadly Charge Grade E, Lethal Rend Grade E. Description: as the leader of the Sabertooth Tiger clan, the Sabertooth Tiger King possesses immense jaw strength capable of tearing your body apart with ease. If you lack sufficient power, do not attempt to face it alone. No doubt about it, this is a true Silverdeer boss. These stats are leagues above ordinary monsters. Lu Ming thought to himself. Even a team of players over level 30 would struggle against it. But today, right here, right now, with me Lu Ming, a mere level 19 rune master, you will fall. With that, Lu Ming began summoning his Undead Army while reaching behind him, preparing to unleash his Great Sword Draw technique. Swish! The moment Lu Ming drew his sword, a sharp sword shadow pierced straight through the body of the Sabertooth Tiger King. Amid its furious roar, the silver-ranked boss's health bar instantly dropped by 10. Enraged, the beast let out a deafening howl and charged ferociously at Lu Ming with its gaping maw. On both sides, the Death Knights swiftly formed a dual formation of War Stomp and Life Fortress, closing in on the Sabertooth Tiger King. Dozens of soul shatter skills erupted simultaneously within the boss's body, but against its staggering 2,800 armor points, even with Lu Ming's 4440 attack bonus, the damage inflicted was minimal, barely chipping away a tenth of its health. At that moment, the Sabertooth Tiger King unleashed its tire skill, Frenzied Roar. A thunderous bellow sent powerful sound waves rippling outward, causing horrifying damage numbers exceeding 6,000 to appear above the heads of the surrounding Death Knights. Despite being bolstered by Lu Ming's 20-fold enhanced Etir Life Fortress and a 14880 10-fold health shield, the Death Knights were wiped out almost instantly under the continuous damage. However, an unexpected twist occurred. The corrosive backlash effect of the Ant Devourer hat triggered. As the Sabertooth Tiger King annihilated the Death Knights, it suffered a staggering 160 damage reflection. The accumulated backlash damage surpassed 200,000, instantly killing the massive beast, which collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The system notification followed promptly. Ding, you have slain a level 30 silver boss, the ferocious saber-tooth Tiger King. EXP 420,000. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned by the unexpected outcome of the battle. Though he regretted the loss of the Death Knights, their sacrifice had undoubtedly been worthwhile. Qin Churen, standing nearby, watched the entire scene unfold with wide eyes, utterly incredulous. A level 30 silver boss had been taken down in an instant. With the 420,000 EXP gained, Lu Ming's experience bar skyrocketed from 63 to 84. He quickly gathered the loot dropped by the boss, stashing everything into his inventory without a second glance, and immediately crushed the second silver boss summoning scroll. Meanwhile, outside the cave, members of the Dragon Soul Guild noticed the disturbance. While they debated the impossibility of a level 30 assassin surviving in a level 42 map, Dragon Soul Guan Yu sensed something amiss and promptly sent people into the cave to investigate. The second saber-tooth Tiger King, seemingly wiser from its predecessor's demise, refrained from using AoE skills that could trigger damage reflection. Instead, it adopted a defensive strategy, attempting to outlast the 10-minute escape timer. But its cunning was futile. Against the relentless assault of the Death Legion and Lu Ming's blade draw skill, which dealt 29,000 damage per minute, the boss's 280,000 health was destined to deplete before the timer expired. To expedite the battle, Lu Ming summoned all his Death Knights to launch a full-scale attack. The saber-toothed Tiger King, wary of the reflection effects, steadfastly avoided attacking the Death Knights, sealing its fate. Relying solely on the attack damage of the undead generals was indeed insufficient to shake the saber-toothed Tiger King. Lu Ming hadn't been too concerned about time. As long as the boss could be taken down within 10 minutes, it would have been enough. However, during this slow-paced battle, he suddenly noticed through the shared vision of the undead generals guarding the cave entrance that Dragon Soul players had arrived. The undead generals didn't even have time to retreat before they were instantly slaughtered by the Dragon Soul players. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The battle was already halfway through, and it was impossible to relocate midway. He could only speed up the process, hoping to finish off the saber-toothed Tiger King before the Dragon Soul players reached him. But ultimately, he was a step too late. The sound of footsteps from behind made him glance back, only to see a group of level 50 Dragon Soul players effortlessly breaking through the undead general's defenses. When the Dragon Soul players spotted Lu Ming commanding his undead army to attack the saber-toothed Tiger King inside the cave, they all wore expressions of surprise. Well, someone's got guts. You're still in the mood to fight a boss at a time like this? What? Trying to have one last bit of fun before you die? One of the Dragon Soul players sneered, but then his tone shifted abruptly. Wait a second. A level 30 saber-toothed tiger boss in the level 42 venomous snake cavern? That must be a boss summoning scroll from the western farmlands. That thing is worth at least 100,000 on the market. Take down that array master and his teammates, Zhan Shan and you, first. Then we'll call a few level 30 guys to finish off the boss. We might just hit the jackpot. Let's go, boys. At this critical moment, Qin Churen turned to Lu Ming, a flicker of urgency in her eyes. Can you tell me what your plan is? I don't care about dying, but I don't want to die without knowing why. Lu Ming, still swinging his sword to assist the undead army in chipping away at the boss' health, gave a brief reply. Take the boss down, hit level 20, and he'll handle Dragon Soul. This simple response left no room for Qin Churen to doubt him. She swiftly dispatched the last remaining low-health venomous snake in front of her and made her decision. All right, we'll go hold them off. With that, she gripped her dagger tightly and charged fearlessly toward the group of Dragon Soul players, who were a full 17 levels higher than her. In the confined space of the underground cave, Lu Ming made a decisive move, splitting the more than 300 level 19 undead battle generals into two groups. Two-thirds of them were immediately dispatched to the front lines to confront the ferocious Dragon Soul team. Though these undead warriors were as fragile as paper in front of the level 50 Dragon Soul players, every second mattered in this life-or-death situation. On the front lines, even under the dual buffs of the War Stomp and Life Fortress formations, amplified 20-fold, the undead battle generals still crumbled easily. The Dragon Soul team's archers and mages, equipped with full level 50 bronze gear, unleashed a relentless rain of ranged attacks. Each volley effortlessly wiped out dozens of undead soldiers. Yet, the undead army seemed inexhaustible whenever the front lines fell. The rear ranks immediately stepped forward to fill the gaps, continuing their advance. Qin Churen, with her exceptional awareness and precise control, weaved through the undead army. Though her attacks posed no real threat to the level 50 Dragon Soul players, her agile movements and seamless skill execution, combined with the sheer numbers of the undead forces, effectively slowed the enemy's advance. Just as the situation seemed to stabilize slightly, a sharp, sweeping arc of blade light suddenly tore through the battlefield. Qin Churen narrowly avoided it with her quick reflexes, but the surrounding undead warriors weren't as fortunate. Dozens were instantly obliterated by a devastating 50,000 damage strike. Moments later, a level 50, six-turn dragon soul warrior clad in resplendent golden armor appeared. Wielding the iconic Guan Dao, his presence was imposing, his intent clear. Above his head, the golden emblem, Daxia 39 Warrior National Standard, gleamed. This was Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The 31 level gap rendered any corrosive backlash from Qin Churen's equipment and skills utterly ineffective. Lu Ming, while commanding the remaining undead forces to launch an attack, focused intently on finishing off the saber-toothed Tiger King, whose health had dropped to a mere 30. As the undead swarmed toward Guan Yu, he smirked coldly. Fools courting death, he said, slicing through the horde with ease. His swift, powerful strikes carved a path for the Dragon Soul team to push forward. In a desperate moment, Qin Churen glanced back at Lu Ming one last time. Gritting her teeth, she held her ground but was ultimately overwhelmed by the ferocity of Dragon Soul Guan Yu's assault. She fell heavily to the ground. Towering over her, Guan Yu spoke with a chilling tone. I can tell you were close with the four I just killed. Let me do you a favor and send you to join them. As Guan Yu prepared to deliver the final blow, a thunderous crash echoed through the cave. The saber-toothed Tiger King, after enduring relentless attacks from dozens of undead soldiers, collapsed with a deafening roar. Qin Churen, weak but relieved, managed a faint smile. I knew you wouldn't let me down. The players of the Dragon Soul team erupted into a commotion. Shit. The 100,000 HP boss is down just like that. No, this is better. If he killed it at his level, the rewards will be even more valuable. The boss drops are what matter most. Take him out before he grabs the loot. Dozens of Dragon Soul players charged toward Lu Ming with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, standing over the fallen boss, was bathed in golden light as a series of system notifications chimed in. Ding, you have slain the level 30 silver boss, brutal saber-toothed Tiger King. EXP 420,000. Ding, congratulations, you've leveled up current level, 20. Please complete the third turn quest to continue leveling up. 3 consecutive beeps echoed, heralding the simultaneous breakthrough of Lu Ming's 3 abilities around amplification, Soul Slayer, and Rebirth from a Shesto level 3. At this moment, he had finally achieved what he had been waiting for. The enhancement effect of all-round amplification skyrocketed from 20x to 30x, and the Tier 2 Undead Warlords now face 2 evolution paths. They could either consume 40 soul power to evolve into Tier 3 Deathlords, or directly summon Deathlords for 50 soul power. Even more thrilling was the fact that the maximum number of Deathlords he could summon had increased to 30 times his Leviathan astonishing total of 600. As he turned to survey the battlefield, the scene before him ignited a blaze of fury in his heart. Apart from the dozen or so Tier 2 Undead Warlords who had just assisted him in taking down the boss, the corpses of over 200 fallen undead warriors, who had died protecting their master, were being trampled upon by players from the Dragon Soul Guild. Watching the advancing enemies, Lu Ming's anger flared instantly. Courting death, his furious roar reverberated across the battlefield. Without hesitation, Lu Ming opened the Necromancer Army summoning panel and spent 480 soul power to evolve all 12 remaining Tier 2 Undead Warlords. The transformation was instantaneous. Amidst the clanging of metal, the silver armor of the 12 undead warriors turned dark red, adorned with intricate blood-red patterns that seemed to pulse with flowing crimson liquid. Crimson royal cloaks billowed behind them, and the eerie blue glow in their helmets was replaced by a blood-red light brimming with savagery and bloodlust. Their long swords ignited with blazing crimson flames, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the advancing Dragon Soul players instinctively halt, their hearts gripped by an unprecedented sense of dread. What's going on? How can his summons evolve? The Dragon Soul players exchanged uneasy glances, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Just then, the voice of Dragon Soul Guan Yu came from the rear. No matter how they evolve, they're still just a bunch of level 20 ants. Are a group of level 50 players seriously afraid of level 20 ants? These words snapped the Dragon Soul players out of their stupor. Damn it, I almost forgot. His summons are only level 20. What's there to be afraid of? He's just putting on a show. Even if I stand still and let him hit me, he couldn't scratch me. A level 50 assassin, Dragon Soul Ao Sure, stepped forward from the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Ming and his 12 Death Lords. A smirk of contempt played at the corner of his mouth. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I can take care of them all by myself. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Dragon Soul Ao Sure dashed toward Lu Ming with blinding speed, daggers gleaming in his hands. However, Lu Ming remained unshaken. Calmly, he retrieved a pre-prepared level 20 bronze-grade soul armor set from his inventory and equipped it in an instant. When he looked up again, his eyes burned with a murderous intensity. The level 50, 6th-tier assassin Long Hun Aoshan burst out from the crowd, dagger in hand, aiming directly at Lu Ming. Behind him, the other members of the Long Hun team remained motionless. They had just witnessed Lu Ming, at level 19, defeat a level 30 Silverdeer boss with ease. They were keenly aware of this formation master's extraordinary abilities. However, in their eyes, a level 20 taking on a level 50 was nothing short of suicide. That kid? Survive even one strike from Aoshin? You must be joking. He doesn't even need to use a skill. His basic attacks alone would be more than enough to finish him off. The Longhun players sneered, watching with amusement, eagerly anticipating the moment Lu Ming would be struck down in an instant. As Longhun Aoshin entered striking range, a cold glint flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Draw sword. In that instant, a brilliant slash tore through Longhun Aoshin's body. A blood-red damage number exploded above his head. 180,000. The crowd fell utterly silent. The staggering damage instantly emptied Longhun Aoshin's health bar. He didn't even have time to react. It was as though his very soul had been ripped from his body. He dropped to his knees, his eyes wide with disbelief, before collapsing heavily to the ground. A sixth-tier assassin equipped with a full set of level 50 bronze gear typically had a health pool of just over 100,000. Against Lu Ming's devastating 180,000 damage, there wasn't even a sliver of hope for survival. The smirks froze on the faces of the Longhun players. Even Longhun Guanyu, the strongest warrior in their ranks, couldn't help but show a trace of shock. In the distance, Qin Churin watched the scene unfold, her heart brimming with joy. She had expected Lu Ming to grow stronger after reaching level 20, but this was beyond her wildest imagination. After all, his draw sword skill had previously only dealt a maximum of 30,000 damage. Now, it had skyrocketed to 6 times that amount. This leap in power wasn't just due to his soulbound gear. Lu Ming's exponential growth stemmed from the dual enhancements he gained upon reaching level 20. His full set of level 20 soulbound bronze gear boosted his base attack from 141 to an impressive 381. Add to that the 30-fold amplification of his draw sword skill, granting a 600 attack boost for 300 seconds, and his attack power soared to an astonishing 2,667. On top of that, the 30-fold enhancement of his tired draw sword allowed him to inflict 66 times his attack power as true damage. This kind of overwhelming damage was something even Longhun Guanyu, the number 1 level 39 warrior in the server, wouldn't dare to face head-on. In this world of permanent death, where a single life was all anyone had, every move carried immense weight. Yet even so, Guanyu wasn't about to let go of the opportunity to finish off Qin Churin, who was now clinging to life with only a sliver of health left. Let me send you on your way, Guanyu roared, raising his blade to strike. But before he could land the blow, a familiar blood-red mark appeared on his chest. In the next moment, 4 third-tier Death Lords simultaneously unleashed their Soul Shatter skills, forcing Longhun Guanyu to stagger back several steps. What shocked Dragon Soul Guanyu was how the scene before him mirrored the desperate battle at the Fortress of Despair, yet the threat had multiplied exponentially. The Tier 2 Undead Warriors, which previously dealt just over 1,000 damage per hit, had evolved into Tier 3 Death Lords, whose attacks now inflicted a staggering 15,000 damage per strike. A coordinated assault from just 4 level 20 Death Lords instantly drained a third of his health. Clang! Guan Yu's expression darkened as panic set in. He hastily swung his blade, releasing an arc of energy to force the Death Lords back. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he turned and bolted toward the exit of the Serpent's Cavern. Behind him, Qin Churin's eyes burned with unrelenting hatred as she gripped her dagger, pursuing him like a shadow. Lu Ming, however, was in no rush to give chase. He stood back, watching Guan Yu's retreat with a cold, calculating gaze. Opening his summoning panel, he began to channel his soul energy, continuously conjuring wave after wave of Death Lords. As Guan Yu fled, he glanced over his shoulder. To his relief, he noticed that these terrifying Death Lords still moved at the standard pace of level 20 summons, far too slow to catch up to a level 50 warrior like himself. A smug grin crept onto his face. Kill me? Not that easy, he thought. But just as he burst out of the cavern, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Outside, the ground was teeming with over 100 Death Lords, perfectly aligned as if they had been lying in wait. The smugness on Guan Yu's face froze, replaced by an overwhelming dread. A chilling thought gripped his mind. Who is this formation master? How can he summon so many creatures? And each one is this terrifying. Back inside the Serpent's Cavern, Lu Ming stood calmly, observing everything through his shared vision with the Death Lords. With a mere thought, a single word echoed in his mind. Kill. Instantly, the 100 Death Lords raised their blazing swords in unison, launching a deadly assault on Dragon Soul Guanyu. Deep within the venomous snake's lair, an earth-shattering battle had just concluded. The scene of Lu Ming instantly slaying Longhun Aoshin, a level 50 fully geared assassin, with a single strike left the remaining members of the Longhun team utterly stunned. By the time they snapped out of their shock, they realized their captain, Longhun Guanyu, had vanished without a trace. throwing them into a panic. Damn it! Brother Guan ran off. We need to get out of here now. They shouted in alarm, scattering in all directions. Lu Ming smirked coldly. Since you're here, none of you are leaving. As his eyes sharpened, the Death Lords immediately launched a full-scale assault. The dual formations of War Stomp and Life Bastion unfolded across the cave. With the Blade Draw buff active, Lu Ming's attack stat skyrocketed to 2,667 points. Enhanced by a level 3 comprehensive amplification with a staggering 30-fold boost, War Stomp granted allies within its range an attack bonus of 600 of the Formation Master's attack stat plus 3,390 points. This resulted in an astonishing 19,392 attack boost for the Death Legion. The sheer magnitude of this number even made Lu Ming gasp in disbelief. To put it into perspective, as a level 20 player outfitted with a full soul set of bronze tier equipment, his base attack stat was a mere 381 points, already superior to 90 of players at the same level worldwide. Yet now, the level 20 Death Lords possessed nearly 20,000 attack points, a terrifying and almost inconceivable figure. With such overwhelming firepower, the Long Hun players stood no chance. Crimson marks began to appear one after another as the Death Lords, like emissaries of hell, surged forward with relentless soul shatter strikes. While a single attack wasn't fatal, the sustained damage left the level 50 elites struggling in despair. After 5 successive waves of soul shatter, over 20 Long Hun players were wiped out, though at the cost of 35 Death Lords. Despite their monstrous attack power, the Death Lords' defenses were as fragile as paper. However, for Lu Ming, who could summon new Death Lords at any time by refining soul energy, this loss was insignificant. When the battle ended, Lu Ming commanded the Death Lords to gather loot and refine the corpses before rushing toward the cave's exit. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of Death Lord corpses strewn everywhere, with no sign of Long Hun Guan Yu. Recalling the shocking scene he had witnessed earlier through shared vision, Lu Ming reflected on what had transpired. Surrounded by dozens of Death Lords, Long Hun Guan Yu suddenly erupted in a burst of crimson light, as if possessed by a divine force. Even after enduring simultaneous soul shatter assaults from all directions, he only lost half of his health. Then, with a single sweeping strike, he annihilated over a dozen Death Lords, converting the damage dealt into a thick blood demon shield that protected him as he broke through the encirclement and fled. 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy. AO9 a million, 5-star account. Lu Ming immediately recognized the rare skill. This national server number 39 account, impressive. But I won't forget you. His gaze fixed coldly on the direction Long Hun Guan Yu had fled, a glint of menace in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Churen stood frozen nearby, her vacant stare lost in the distance, as though trapped in deep thought. The deaths of Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhuke dealt an unbearable blow to Qin Churen. With trembling hands, she opened WeChat, her gaze lingering on the Ranan Princess group chat interface. Tears welled up uncontrollably again as she curled up in the corner, letting her grief pour out freely. After her emotions slightly subsided, she opened her contacts and found the one marked as Qin Feng. Her finger hovered over the screen for a long time before she finally bit her pale lips and sent a message. I was almost killed just now. The screen remained silent for a long while, and then a single indifferent reply came through. Oh. Qin Churen's lips turned purple from being bitten, and tears of frustration rolled down her cheeks once more. Unwilling to give up, she sent another message. It was someone from the Dragon Soul team. His name is Long Hun Guan Yu. Despite already anticipating his reaction, she still held onto a sliver of hope, yearning for even a single word of concern. What she received instead felt like a bucket of cold water. If you agree to marry Wang Long, I'll make him kneel before you immediately and let you deal with him as you please. Qin Churen tilted her head back, forcing herself not to cry. At that moment, sunlight broke through the clouds, softly illuminating her pale face. In the warmth of the light, she seemed to find a trace of solace. After closing WeChat, she turned to Lu Ming. Thank you. I'll remember what you did today. I owe you my life. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Lu Ming's voice behind her. I'll help you get revenge. Startled, Qin Churen turned back, staring at him in disbelief. You can't kill Long Hun Guan Yu. I can help you kill him, Lu Ming said, his voice steady. When the time comes, the final blow will be yours. His words, though simple, were like a beam of light piercing through the darkness in her heart, shattering the chains that bound her. Before she could fully process her emotions, Lu Ming added, but I have one condition. With no way to rely on the Zhanshen team's strength for revenge, and her own limited power making it nearly impossible to avenge Along and Xiaowu, Lu Ming had become her only hope. A faint glimmer appeared in her eyes. What condition? Lu Ming looked her directly in the eyes. After I help you get your revenge, I want you to be my girlfriend. Qin Churen gazed at Lu Ming, a flicker of surprise flashing through her eyes. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming didn't ask for money or material compensation. Instead, he proposed something entirely different and wanted her to be his girlfriend. Without much hesitation, she agreed. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming gave a brief instruction, don't act rashly for now. Wait for my message. With that, he led the Death Lords away. Watching Lu Ming's figure disappear into the distance, Qin Churen fell into deep thought. As a sharp and perceptive woman, she could tell from his gaze that there was no romantic interest behind his request. Although she couldn't fully understand Lu Ming's true intentions, she was willing to do whatever it took to avenge Long and Xiao Wu, and to personally deal with Long Han Guanyu. After all, she had even considered her brother's earlier suggestion to use the Zhan Shan team to exact her revenge and then marry Wang Long, the foolish son of the Wang family. Compared to that, pretending to be Lu Ming's girlfriend was definitely the better option. Lu Ming's request wasn't driven by genuine affection for Qin Churen, though he couldn't deny her beauty. In reality, through the shared vision of one of the Death Lords, he had read her WeChat conversation with her brother. So, your name is Qin Feng. Not only did he uncover the true identity of the mastermind, but he also discerned Qin Churen's desperation for revenge and her lack of a clear plan. This made it the perfect opportunity to approach her. Lu Ming had decided to take the initiative, leveraging Qin Churen to target Qin Feng and Yilinger. Besides, eliminating Long Han Guanyu, who had become a significant threat, was an inevitable step in his plan. Just then, a message popped up from Lin Yue. Yoming Gij, where did you go? Are you okay? When Lu Ming left earlier, he had simply asked her to wait in Starshine City, but it had been the whole morning, and she was still patiently waiting without a single complaint. Instead, she seemed genuinely worried about him. For her safety, he replied, stay in the city and wait for me. I'm heading back now. Yoming Gij, how about I log off first to cook lunch? When you're back, we can eat together and then continue leveling up. Noticing it was almost noon, Lu Ming agreed. What followed was a rather amusing exchange. So, what would you like for lunch? Anything. There's some leftover rice from last night. How about fried rice with eggs? Too dry. Then noodles? Too plain. Then what do you want to eat? Yoming Gij? Anything. Seeing Lin Yue fall silent, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This silly, sweet girl was surprisingly entertaining. After closing the chat, Lu Ming began making his way back towards Starshine City, unaware that a pair of eyes in the nearby forest had been watching him closely. Long Han Guanyu had chosen the most dangerous place to hide. Initially, he had planned to bypass the Undead Army and launch a sneak attack on Lu Ming directly. However, seeing that Lu Ming was always protected by the Death Lords, he abandoned the idea for now. As he watched Lu Ming, the man who had slaughtered dozens of his brothers, walking further away, Long Han Guanyu's hatred boiled over, his jaw clenched tightly. Just then, a WeChat message from Boss Qin interrupted his thoughts. How's it going? Suppressing his fury, Long Han Guanyu replied. The 4 national champions protecting Qin Churen have all been eliminated. He attached photos of the lifeless bodies of Qinglong, Xuanwu, Bai Hu, and Zhu Ke. The response was one of satisfaction. Good. Unable to contain himself, Long Han Guanyu added angrily, but out of nowhere, a formation master appeared. Not only did they rescue Qin Churen, but they also killed dozens of my brother's men I fought alongside for years. There was a moment of silence before Boss Qin responded. Compile a list of everyone who was lost on your side, and send it to me. I'll calculate compensation for you. Didn't I tell you not to touch Qin Churen? A cold voice came through the communication device. Just deal with the people around her. You can teach her a lesson if necessary, but under no circumstances are you to kill her. The mysterious figure paused for a moment, then continued in a harsher tone. You will continue handling this mission. As for that array master you just mentioned, I don't care who he is within 3 days. I want to see his corpse. And anyone who has dealings with Qin Churen, leave none alive. Eliminate them all. Long Han Guanyu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. As an elite member of the 6th-ranked Long Han battle team on the national leaderboard, and the 39th-ranked gold-tier warrior in the game, he had just lost dozens of brothers who fought alongside him. Now, to be ordered around like this only fueled the fire in his chest. He was on the verge of typing out a furious reply. I quit. Find someone else to do your dirty work. Just then, his phone buzzed. Your account ending in 3195 has received a deposit of 32 million yuan. Current balance, 45,327,652.12 yuan. Daxia Bank. Shortly after, a message from Boss Qin arrived. This is the remaining bounty for those 4 national level targets. Send me a list of the fallen, and I'll arrange 2 million per person as compensation, or you can name your price. The anger that had been brewing within Long Han Guanyu evaporated instantly. This employer might have a terrible attitude, but their generosity was staggering. Deleting the angry response he had drafted, he typed a new reply. Understood. Within 2 days, I'll bring you that array master's head. As he set his phone aside, Long Han Guanyu let out a cold chuckle. There's an old saying, even a tiger will not harm its cubs, yet this employer had no qualms about targeting his own sister. It sent a chill down Guan Ye's spine. He thought to himself, I was tempted to switch to your Zhanshen team, considering the pay is dozens of times better than Longhan's. But now, seeing what kind of person you are, I'd rather not risk my life working under you. Once I finish this job, I'm leaving Longhan too. With this money, I can live comfortably for the rest of my life. On his way back to Starshine City, Lu Ming opened his backpack to take stock of his spoils. Although the two Silver bosses, the savage saber-toothed Tiger Kings, only dropped 5 level 30 bronze tier pieces of equipment and an ranked skill scroll, which were worth less than the 200,000 they could fetch if sold directly, Lu Ming still felt deeply grateful. Without these two bosses aiding his level up, he and Qin Churen would have never survived the crisis. The real windfall, however, came from the Dragon Soul players. Inside the cave, over 20 Dragon Soul players were slain by the Deathlord, each dropping an average of 2 pieces of equipment. This netted Lu Ming a total of 49 pieces of bronze tier gear. Adding to that were over 300 silver coins and various high-grade potions, altogether worth more than 90,000. Just the loot from these Dragon Soul team players brought him over 300,000 in value, far surpassing the worth of the bosses themselves. A sudden thought crossed Lu Ming's mind. If Xia Kaimo were in the party, would her drop rate enhancement talent also boost the loot from defeated players? That would be an unexpected bonus. He then checked his current status. His ability to turn the tables in the desperate situation was entirely thanks to his 3 upgraded talents, now at level 3. Account 33020097. Account rating, max. Talent, Spirit Slayer LV3. Killing enemies allows the absorption of their corpses to gain soul power. Soul power can be consumed to summon the undead. Summoned undead will defend their master to the death and never betray. Maximum absorption quantity player level 30. Talent, Total Amplification LV3. All player skill effects are increased by 30 times. Talent, Phoenix Rebirth LV3. Upon death, sacrifices the weakest undead to resurrect the player. Grants 2 seconds of invincibility upon resurrection. The summoning panel displayed. Consumes 1 soul power to summon a rank 1 undead warrior. Consumes 10 soul power to summon a rank 2 undead general. Consumes 50 soul power to summon a rank 3 deathlord. At LV3, new functions were also unlocked. Strength, Agility, Endurance, Spirit, Constitution Amplification. Consumes 10 soul power to permanently increase all summoned undead's attributes by 1 point up to 100 of their base value. Skill upgrades limited to rank 3 deathlords. Soul Shatter skill. Frank, your rank consumes 3,000 soul power. Soul Slash skill. Frank consumes 1,000 soul power to learn. These new features greatly expanded the potential of his undead army, but also significantly increased their soul power consumption. Currently, Lu Ming had enough soul power to summon 422 deathlords, leaving 178 slots yet to be filled, let alone performing attribute amplifications or skill upgrades. However, he wasn't in a hurry after all. Killing more monsters would naturally replenish his soul power. After listing all the equipment, skill scrolls, and potions on the trading market, Lu Ming logged off upon returning to Starshine City. When he went to the living room to fetch some water, he noticed Lin Yue wasn't around. A moment later, she returned carrying groceries. Why are you buying groceries at this hour? Lu Ming asked. Yuming, didn't you say you didn't want something too dry or plain? I bought beef, vermicelli, and some greens. We already have meat at home, so we'll make beef stew with vermicelli and vegetable pork soup. You go rest. I'll be ready soon. Lin Yue put on her slippers and headed into the kitchen with the groceries. Lu Ming froze for a moment. He hadn't expected her to take his casual comment to heart. It reminded him of his past life with Yilinger, when he felt like a ghost living in his own home. While Lin Yue cooked, Lu Ming lounged on the hanging chair on the panoramic balcony, basking in the sunlight as he browsed Starshine City guides. With the current strength of his undead army, while taking on level 50 players might still be challenging, they should be able to efficiently clear monsters of all levels in the second heaven. To help Lin Yue quickly level up from 18 to 20, he directly chose a level 48 quest. With nothing else to do, Lu Ming scrolled through his social feed and noticed a post Qin Churen had made just a minute ago. Some people are alive, yet they're already dead. Some people are dead, yet they're still alive. The post was quickly deleted. Concerned that Qin Churen might be in a bad place, Lu Ming muttered, you can't die. If you die, how am I supposed to take revenge on Qin Feng and Yilinger, those two scumbags? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he immediately messaged Qing Yin on WeChat for help locating someone. After lunch, the two of them returned to their rooms to log back into the game. Lu Ming first headed to the class hall to accept his Rune Master 3rd Year Advancement quest. Kill 200 level 20 monsters within 6 hours. Conveniently, this aligned perfectly with their afternoon leveling plans. Just as he was about to take Lin Yue to accept the level 48 quest, Qing Yin messaged him, saying she had found the person and sent him the location of the Great Plains. Lu Ming thanked her and forwarded the coordinates to Qin Churen. Come here, I've got a big gift for you. Outside the Gray Plains to the north of the Starshine City, 3 level 18 adventurers Mage Qing Yin, Archer Tianxian Eternal, and Assassin Tianxian Shadow waited in silence. When Lu Ming arrived, Qing Yin quietly pointed toward a direction within the plains. At the center of the plains, a mismatched team of 5 had just taken down a wild wolf. Among them, a fiery 16th level archer girl was leaning intimately against a 25th level male warrior. She was none other than Qin Xin, who was currently snuggling up to the man named Jianlin with an alluring demeanor. Brother Jianlin, you're amazing. Qin Xin purred coquettishly. Jianlin pulled her into his arms, his hands sliding down to give her a squeeze as he stared at her with a lustful gaze. Not only am I good at fighting monsters, but I'm also great in other ways. How about I show you tonight, Oh, you're so naughty, Qin Xin giggled, lightly pounding his chest with her small fist, feigning shyness. Lu Ming instantly recognized the fawning archer as Qin Xin, the one who had betrayed their ally, White Tiger. It was clear that after being abandoned by Longhun Guanyu, she had latched onto a new target, using her body to gain protection from high-level players. This brought a surge of anger to Lu Ming's heart as thoughts of Yi Linger flashed through his mind. Brother Ming, if you're fed up with that scheming woman, just say the word and he'll teach her a lesson, Tianxian Shadow said, rolling up his sleeves. Lu Ming was about to stop him when he suddenly noticed Qin Churen striding toward them from a distance. Her gaze was locked firmly on Qin Xin, her grip on her dagger tightening, and a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. Qin Xin also spotted Qin Churen and immediately recognized her as a former companion of her ex-boyfriend, Zhang Hu. Panicking, she clung to Jianlin's arm. Brother Jianlin, someone's trying to kill me. Jianlin turned to face Qin Churen, his voice cold and commanding. What do you want? This has nothing to do with you. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight, Qin Churen replied, her voice icy and menacing. Jianlin sized up the 33-level female assassin. Although she was 8 levels higher than him, he was confident that, with the help of his 425-level teammates, they could take her down. Protecting Qin Xin behind him, Jianlin smirked dismissively. Don't worry, sweetheart. With me here, she wouldn't dare touch you. With that, Jianlin drew his longsword, and his 3 teammates followed suit, brandishing their weapons. They eyed Qin Churen with mocking expressions. Think you can mess with my woman? Better ask my sword first. This girl's pretty fine. I'm starting to like her. Come on, let me have her, third brother. No, I'm serious about this one. Shut up, all of you. Whoever takes her down gets her. The men closed in on Qin Churen like ravenous wolves, while Qin Xin, hiding behind Jianlin, put on a pitiful facade. Deep down, however, she was smug and gleeful. Do you think you're capable of seeking revenge on me? A voice dripping with disdain echoed. Wherever I go, people hold me in high regard. And you? What are you? Zhang Hu and the others are already dead. Now, who is left to protect you? The forsaken daughter of the Qin family. Jianlin, eager to prove himself in front of Qin Xin, stepped forward boldly. Brothers, leave this woman to me. Once I've taken her down, you can do whatever you want with her. Before the words even fully left his mouth, he charged at Qin Churen with his sword raised. Qin Churen's eyes burned with intensity. Just as she raised her dagger to counter, a sudden flash of silver light streaked through the air. With a sharp, slicing sound, the blade moved like lightning, piercing straight through Jianlin's body. A massive, blood-red damage number floated above him, and his health bar was instantly wiped out. Jianlin collapsed to his knees before Qin Churen with a heavy thud, dead on the spot. The players standing behind Jianlin froze in terror, staring at a figure not far behind Qin Churen. There stood a level 20 formation strategist Yu Ming. He remained in the stance of drawing his blade, a habit of Lu Ming's. His blade-drawing skill, enhanced 30-fold, granted him a 300-second attack boost, perfectly covering the 60-second cooldown. By drawing his sword every 5 minutes, Lu Ming could maintain a continuous 600 attack power increase. The sight of a level 25 warrior, Jianlin, being one-shot by a level 20 formation strategist sent shockwaves through everyone present. The remaining 3 players finally understood that Qin Churen was far from defenseless. She had a formidable powerhouse backing her up. The staggering damage of over 180,000, 100 times their own, left them too terrified to act rashly. Even on the other side, Qing Yin, Tianchuan Eternal, and Tianchuan Shadow were left speechless by the overwhelming display of power. Holy crap, Brother Ming, what kind of damage is this? Qing Yin couldn't help but exclaim. This guy is absolutely insane. Then, with a proud grin, he added, so, what do you think, guys? Didn't I bring in a solid addition to our team? Tianchuan Eternal couldn't hide his astonishment. If this Yu Ming continues to grow, he'll undoubtedly become a peerless powerhouse who will shake the entire Dixia kingdom. Run. We need to get out of here. The remaining players finally realized they had provoked someone out of their league. They turned in panic, attempting to flee. But before they could escape, countless blood-red barriers, glowing with golden energy, materialized around them. Moments later, hundreds of Death Lords emerged from the torn fabric of space, clad in fully enclosed dark crimson armor, draped in battle cloaks, and wielding blazing blades. Their eyes burned with a menacing blood-red light. Run? Did I say you could run? In an instant, the oppressive aura emanating from the Undead Legion blanketed the entire Grey Plains. Under the intimidating presence of the Death Lords, the three of them instinctively huddled back to back, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at the horrifying entities that could pounce and tear them apart at any moment. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly, their hearts pounding like war drums. Kinkin's face turned pale as she looked at the pillar of support that had suddenly collapsed before her. She recognized the man standing behind Qin Chern Lu Ming, the enigmatic formation master Zhang who had sent her to test just 2 days ago. With her sharp instincts and extensive experience, Qin immediately realized this was an opportunity Lu Ming and Qin Chern had only just met. Brother Yu Ming. Qin wriggled slightly, her voice dripping with her usual seductive charm. Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? I could be your girlfriend. She was confident in her looks and figure, knowing no man had ever resisted her allure. But Lu Ming merely cast her a disdainful glance. Where do you get the confidence to think I'd be interested in trash like you? Kinkin's face instantly turned ashen. Crippled by the pressure of the Undead Legion, the three of them couldn't move. Qin Chern, gripping a dagger, stepped closer to Qin with bloodshot eyes. Why did you betray Xiaohu? If you didn't love him, you could have just left. Why did you have to kill him? Xiaohu wasn't stupid. He just chose to unconditionally tolerate you. He could have had someone so much better, but he stayed loyal to you. Qin stumbled backward in panic and fell to the ground. Overwhelmed by the instinct to survive, she began to cry and beg for mercy. Chern, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. For the sake of the time I spent with Zhang Hu, please forgive me this once. Forgive you? You don't deserve it. Qin Chern's voice choked with emotion as she raised her dagger and struck. Blood splattered as Qin clutched her throat, blood gushing uncontrollably. With a mix of regret and resentment in her eyes, she collapsed into a pool of blood, motionless moments later. The remaining 3 players immediately dropped to their knees, begging for their lives. Please spare us. We swear we didn't know what she had done before. They had realized by now that the seemingly unassuming formation master, Lu Ming, was Qin Chern's backbone. Lu Ming stood calmly. Begging me won't help. Beg her. The 3 men instantly understood that their fate lay in Qin Chern's hands. They turned to her and knelt down, pleading desperately. Get lost. Qin Chern shouted coldly. Trembling under the gaze of the Death Lords, the 3 scrambled away, tripping over themselves in their haste. Qin Chern exhaled deeply, just about to say something to Lu Ming when Qing Yin suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, erase that soul set you asked me to get for you. She handed him a set of equipment. It was the complete mage soul set Lu Ming had prepared for Lin Yue. With this gear and Lin Yue's bonus drop rate, his efficiency in farming soulstones in the Phantom Tower wouldn't be affected. Coupled with Qinjian's help in tracking down Qin, allowing Qin Chern to get her revenge, Lu Ming felt genuinely grateful. Thanks. I'll pay you market price for this set. I'll transfer the money to you as soon as I can. Qingyan smiled and nodded. Just then, Qin Chern stepped forward, positioning herself between Lu Ming and Qingyan in a confrontational stance. How much does he owe you? I'll pay for him. Sensing the hostility, Qingyan didn't back down. And who are you to pay for him? Qin Chern crossed her arms and declared boldly, I'm his girlfriend. Her words left Lu Ming stunned. They had agreed that she would only become his girlfriend after he helped her kill the dragon Soul Guanyu. Yet here she was, openly declaring her feelings. Qingyan, equally shocked, turned her incredulous gaze to Lu Ming. Lu Ming unexpectedly admitted to being in a romantic relationship with Qin Chern. Qingyan was momentarily stunned, staring at the 2 of them in disbelief. She was about to ask when their relationship had begun, but before she could speak, Lu Ming coldly interrupted her. That's none of your business. Qingyan was immediately struck with embarrassment, feeling as though she wanted to disappear. Just then, Qin Chern spoke directly. Name your price. Starting today, Yu Ming officially withdraws from Tianqian. No matter how much the penalty is, they'll pay it. This had clearly gone beyond mere financial considerations. Lu Ming's value to Tianqian couldn't be measured in money. Just as Qingyan was racking her brain for a way to convince him to stay, Lu Ming took the initiative to speak. I'm still part of Tianqian. That won't change as long as things remain the same, and you don't restrict my freedom. Hearing this, Qinjian's face immediately lit up with relief. Deal. No problem. She was so afraid Lu Ming might change his mind that she quickly urged the others from Tianqian, including Yongheng, to leave. All right then, We won't bother you two any longer. If there's anything, just message me on WeChat. After they left, Qin Shuren looked at Lu Ming with confusion. Why didn't you leave Tianqian? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Qin's lifeless body. Calmly, he replied, without Tianqian, I might not have been able to find her. Qin Shuren instantly understood his reasoning and didn't press further. Instead, she turned her attention to another matter. So, how much do you owe Tianqian? We'll pay it off for you. After that, whether you stay with them or not is entirely up to you. There's no need. I'll handle it myself, Lu Ming replied curtly. Qin Shuren fell silent for a long while before finally mustering the courage to speak. Blushing, she said, where are you right now? I'll come over, and we can have dinner together tonight. Afterward, how about we catch a movie? She was well aware that since she had agreed to be Lu Ming's girlfriend in exchange for his help in avenging her, she couldn't let it remain just an empty promise. Although she had no experience in relationships, she knew what couples were supposed to do. However, Lu Ming's response was unexpected. There's no need for that. For now, take some time for yourself. We've only just started, give yourself some space. Hearing this, Qin Shuren felt a wave of relief. Her earlier suggestion to meet up had been her way of showing she was serious about her promise, but deep down, she had also been worried about moving too quickly. Lu Ming gave her one last instruction. Wait for my message. Once I've captured Longheng Guanyu, they'll let you know. With that, he turned and left with Lin Yue. As she watched Lu Ming's figure grow smaller in the distance, Qin Shuren felt a warmth bloom in her chest. You come across as cunning, but it turns out you are quite the gentleman. Whatever your reasons were, thank you for letting me avenge Xiaohu with my own hand. The original plan was to take Lin Yue to complete high-level missions to reach level 20 before venturing into the Spectral Demon Tower. However, when Lu Ming closely examined the soul set gifted by Qing Yin, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was a level 10 set, not a level 21. The soul set comes in tiers of level 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. It was evident that Qing Yin had been thoughtful, specifically choosing equipment that matched Lin Yue's current level. This meant they didn't need to wait until level 20 to enter the Spectral Demon Tower, they could go straight in. However, a trace of concern flickered in Lu Ming's mind. The 1 million debt from purchasing a house was still unpaid, and now they had added this level 10 bronze soul set worth around $500,000. Combined with over $5 million in home mortgage debt from the bank, the total burden was significant. Yet, in this world, such debts were not insurmountable for him. Lu Ming already had a plan in place and was determined to pay off what he owed Qing Yin within a week. Before long, the two arrived at the Spectral Demon Tower. The 8th dimension had been claimed by the Godslayer team, but with Qin Shuren's verbal decree, no one dared to block their way. As the system prompt announced, you have entered the Spectral Demon Tower, 8th dimension. Shadow Nest, 2 beams of white light flashed, and Lu Ming and Lin Yue descended into this dark realm. Around them stretched a labyrinth of massive, interwoven nests, resembling layers upon layers of fortified bunkers. Countless armored undead sentinels with cold, glowing eyes were pouring out of the nests. On the map, scattered dots indicated groups of players hunting down undead creatures. The combination of a level 20 array caster and a level 18 mage immediately drew the attention of nearby players. Discussions erupted around them. Some were astonished at their audacity to enter a high-tier dimension. Others recognized the effects of the soul set, and still others secretly hoped they would be killed by monsters, dropping their valuable equipment. At that moment, from within a massive, battle-scarred nest ahead, an imposing undead general emerged, riding a skeletal warhorse. Clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding an icy spear, he radiated an aura of absolute authority. Lu Ming eagerly cast his scouting skill. Undead General LV-48 Elite Monster. Physical attack, 9800. Armor, 6600. Magic resistance, 5800. Speed, 4980. Health, 558,000. Abilities, Drank Charge, Drank Frost Pierce. Description: a top commander under the Deathlord Jia, sworn to annihilate all intruders with his undead army. Faced with an opponent 30 levels higher, Lin Yue gripped her staff nervously. Lu Ming, however, remained calm and composed, exuding quiet confidence. Arrogant humans! How dare you trespass in the Spectral Demon Tower and disturb Lord Jia's peace? Prepare to die! The undead general roared, charging at Lu Ming atop his skeletal warhorse. Lu Ming stood steady, waiting for the enemy to come within striking range. The right hand, resting silently on the hilt of the sword strapped to his back, unsheathed the blade with a swift motion. Shing! The sharp edge cut through the air in a graceful arc, piercing straight through the undead general's body. Accompanied by a blinding flash of light, a third of the formidable opponent's health bar was instantly obliterated. With a single thought, Lu Ming tore through the surrounding space. Hundreds of Tier 3 Death Lords emerged from the summoning barrier in an orderly procession, forming a disciplined formation. He drove his longsword heavily into the ground, unleashing a dual skill enhanced 30-fold. War Stomp and Life Bastion. In an instant, a massive barrier with a radius of 1,500 yards expanded rapidly from beneath his feet, enveloping the entirety of the Shadow Nest. Blood-red marks, like Death's branding, appeared across the undead general's chest. In the next moment, the Death Lords surrounding him coordinated seamlessly, activating their Soul Shatter skill. Wielding flaming long swords, they surged forward like lightning, launching a ferocious assault on the undead general. Under Lu Ming's precise command, the Death Lords attacked in waves. The first group executed their Soul Shatter and quickly retreated, making way for the next group. This cycle repeated, and after 3 relentless rounds of attacks, the undead general's seemingly endless health bar was completely depleted. With a thunderous crash, the heavily armored general fell from his steed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The system notification promptly appeared. You have slain level 48 elite monster, Undead General. Gained 300,000 experience points. This was equivalent to the experience from a level 30 Silverdeer boss. Watching his experience bar jump by a full 10, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. The onlookers players who had been waiting to scavenge the spoils were left utterly dumbfounded. A level 20 formation strategist had just soloed a level 48 elite monster. Such overwhelming power left them in awe, and they quietly dispersed, retreating to their own grinding spots, abandoning any thought of challenging Lu Ming. With the comprehensive amplification talent now upgraded to LV3, the kill drop rate boost brought by Lin Yue had increased from 200 to 300. Brimming with anticipation, Lu Ming approached the fallen body of the undead general, thinking to himself, let's see what a level 48 elite monster with quadruple drop rates is really worth. Ding, the system notification chimed as Lu Ming collected 22 silver coins, 48 copper coins, and 14 soul stones. In the Phantom Demon Tower, soul stones were the only and most valuable drops from monsters. Gaining 14 in a single haul left Lu Ming pleasantly surprised, given that the drop rate for ordinary monsters was merely 10. This incredible bounty was thanks to Lin Yue's 300 drop rate bonus. Even more exciting was the quality of this batch of soul stones. One of them was a first-grade soul stone with a 100 purity level. This confirmed that Lin Yue's talent not only increased the quantity of drops, but also enhanced their quality. Based on market prices, these soul stones were worth 2,790 yuan. Including the silver coins, this single elite undead general had netted Lu Ming a profit of over 7,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Lu Ming commanded his Death Lords through mental control to begin their slaughter. With the 30x War Stomp buff, each Death Lord, boasting 20,000 attack points, wove through the hordes of monsters. While they couldn't instantly kill the undead creatures, their attacks were more than sufficient to pose a significant threat. Even under the strain of taking tens of thousands of damage points per hit, the Death Lords remained fearless. This was thanks to the Atir Life Fortress ability, which had been enhanced to provide shields at 15 times the base value of 50 of their max health. Combined with Lu Ming's 2,488 HP stat, the Death Lord's maximum shield value reached an impressive 37,000. Most importantly, as long as their shields were below the maximum, they regenerated 4,253 points of shielding per second. This made the level 20 Death Lords nearly indestructible against high-level undead. Amid the massacre by over 400 Death Lords, the system kept notifying Lu Ming of experience gains. Defeated level 49 Undead Mage, EXP 5,250. Defeated level 46 Undead Warrior, EXP 4,880. Defeated level 48 Undead Archer, EXP 5,110. To level up from 20 to 21 required 3 million experience points. Each kill contributed about 0.15 to the progress bar, far exceeding Lu Ming's expectations. He had originally planned to use the soul set to bypass level restrictions and grind in the 8th dimension, but hadn't anticipated such lucrative rewards. Lin Yui's level was also rising rapidly. Within an hour, a golden light flashed as she leveled up. 2 hours later, she broke through again. By 4 p.m., purely through grinding, she had reached level 20, an achievement that would take most players 10 days or more. Her speed was astonishing. By now, Lu Ming had completed the task of defeating 200 monsters above level 20 for his 3rd advancement quest. However, he knew his priority was to head to the black market to accept the mission for the gold-tier goblin boss, aiming to further strengthen himself. His previous victory over Longhun's Guan Yu was due to the opponent's limited numbers. If he were to face hundreds or even thousands of Longhun elites, his current strength would be insufficient. On his way back to Starshine City, Lu Ming tallied his gains. In less than an afternoon, the total value of soul stones and silver coins had exceeded 80,000 yuan, far surpassing the 50,000 yuan he used to earn in an entire day in the 1st dimension. He felt fortunate to have gone to great lengths to acquire 2 sets of soul gear. He promptly listed the soul stones on the marketplace and kept the silver coins for use in the black market. After taking care of these matters, Lu Ming noticed Lin Yue had been unusually quiet. She seemed hesitant, glancing at him as if she wanted to say something but held back. Ever since they entered the Phantom Demon Tower, her behavior had been off. She hadn't said much, and even her usual enthusiasm for her little treasure stash had vanished. She seemed weighed down by something. What's wrong? Lu Ming asked. Lin Yue lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Lin Yue mustered up her courage and, in a voice as soft as a whisper, asked, Yuming, are you really together with Zhan Shan and you? Lu Ming nodded without hesitation.
Yes.
This brief response caused Lin Yue's face to flush bright red. Her voice grew even quieter as she asked, Do you like her? Hearing this question, Lu Ming thoughtfully glanced at the blushing young girl before him. Instead of answering directly, he asked, Have you ever been in a relationship? My brother doesn't allow me to date early, Lin Yue replied, shaking her head. Then, do you know the difference between gratitude and liking? He asked again. Lin Yue shook her head once more. Lu Ming gave her a gentle smile, the kind an older brother might offer to his younger sister. You're still young. You'll understand when you're older. Come on, let's head back. We have somewhere to go later. With that, Lu Ming turned and continued walking, leaving Lin Yue standing there, deep in thought. The words gratitude and liking echoed in her mind. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could it be that Yuming was with Zhan Shun, and you out of gratitude for their help in obtaining the soul armor, rather than genuine affection? This realization brightened Lin Yue's mood. She happily caught up with Lu Ming. Back in the city, Lu Ming headed straight to the professional hall to submit his third-year advancement task to the Array Master Mentor. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding, congratulations! You have completed your third-tier advancement. Level cap increased to 30, attribute growth enhanced, and an additional skill slot unlocked. As the notification rang out, 2 golden beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Ming. With the level cap now raised, the experience points he had accumulated earlier in the Phantom Soul Tower were released all at once, boosting his level directly to 22. This third-year advancement not only improved the growth of his 5 primary attributes strength, spirit, endurance, agility, and constitution but, more importantly, unlocked a new skill slot. For Lu Ming, this meant that his Undead Army could soon gain a powerful new formation enhancement. Lu Ming rummaged through his backpack and found 3 rank Array Master Skill Scrolls. Imprisoning Ground, Revival of All Things, and Swift as the Wind. These 3 skills respectively reduced enemy armor, increased allied health regeneration, and boosted allied movement speed. Since there were no skills available in the trading house to enhance allied defense, he decisively chose the first one. Ding, the system notification chimed. Congratulations! You have mastered the rank Array Master skill. Imprisoning Ground. Imprisoning Ground, classified as a level 22 rank skill, creates a circular array with a 50-yard radius, reducing the armor of all enemies within by 20 plus an additional 138 armor points for 15 seconds. Activating the skill consumes 98 mana, with an additional 11 mana drained per second. The cooldown time is 60 seconds. Lu Ming quickly calculated. With his all-around amplification talent that increased effects by 30-fold, this skill would reduce armor by 600 plus 4,140 points for a total debuff of 5,730 armor. Adding his own 265 armor points into the mix, the total effect was staggering. This number left him quite satisfied after all. Even the highest level regular undead in the Shadow Nest at level 50 only had slightly over 5,000 armor. This meant that after the debuff from Imprisoning Ground, their armor would be completely nullified, allowing Death Lords to deal significantly higher damage. Just as he was about to head to the black market to purchase equipment, a notification from WeChat popped up. It was a message from Qin Churen. I've recruited a new team and plan to have them join us. Can you come by to check them out? The message was quickly retracted, but Lu Ming pretended not to notice and simply closed the app. After all, his approach to Qin Churen was purely for revenge against Qin Feng, and Yi Linger not to be at her beck and call. Fate, however, had other plans. On his way to the black market, Lu Ming unexpectedly ran into Qin Churen. A virtual arena stood in the center of an open space, surrounded by a sea of spectators. On the stage, a 5v5 team battle was unfolding between the relatively unknown Zhueyuet team and the renowned Daxia 7th team, Slayers. The Slayers team was led by Qin Churen, a level 33 assassin, with the rest of the team also comprised of level 34th tier experts. Zhueyuet team's composition was similarly balanced. As the match began, Qin Churen immediately showcased her exceptional combat awareness, targeting Zhueyuet's level 34 mage, Zhueyue Xiaoling. Feigning an attack on their archer, Zhueyue Xiaoying, she suddenly shifted direction mid-combat, executing a flawless combo that instantly took down the unsuspecting mage. However, individual brilliance could only go so far in the face of attrition. While Qin Churen succeeded in her attack, her team's archer and priest were simultaneously eliminated by enemy assassins. The remaining 2 warriors managed to take down one of the opposing assassins, but ultimately fell in the process. In the blink of an eye, The situation turned into a 1v3, with Qin Churen facing 3 opponents alone. Despite her valiant effort, taking out 2 of her adversaries in quick succession, she ultimately succumbed to the blade of Zhuiyue Xiaohu, a level 35 warrior. The system promptly announced, this best-of-5 PK match is won by Zhuiyue team. Current score, Zhuiyue 2, Slayers 1. The crowd erupted in disbelief. What's going on with Slayers? How can the 7th-ranked team in the server lose to a no-name squad? Yeah, they've already lost 2 rounds. This is embarrassing. Even I could play better than them with my eyes closed. Amidst the uproar, Lu Ming stood silently in the crowd, a faint, enigmatic smile on his face. To him, this seemingly hard-fought match hinted at a deeper story beneath the surface. Lu Ming immediately saw through the intentions of the Godslayer team. Apart from Qin Churen, the other 4 members were clearly holding back, intentionally losing to the Glory team. During the halftime break, the leader of the Glory team, a young warrior named Zhuiyue Zhao, approached Qin Churen with a mocking smile. Sister, one more loss and your team is done for. Remember the rules, don't you? If you lose, you'll have to join my Glory team and serve me for a week. Qin Churen's eyes burned with determination as she stubbornly replied, it's not over yet. Despite her confident words, waves of anxiety rippled through her heart. All right. Zhuiyue Xiaohu gently stroked the flame blade in his hand, his gaze filled with possessiveness. Then let's continue. Before his voice had fully faded, a sudden shout came from the crowd below the stage. Godslayer requests a substitution. Everyone turned to look, and there stood a young formation tactician. The moment Qin Churen saw Lu Ming, her eyes lit up, as if she had glimpsed a ray of hope in the darkness. Yu Ming, why is he here? Did he see the message I sent? But I clearly retracted it, and I didn't even include the location. Zhuiyue Xiaohu quickly raised an objection. According to the rules, a substitution requires mutual consent, and the substitute must be of equivalent rank. Lu Ming calmly stepped onto the stage, standing beside Qin Churen. My rank should meet the requirements, don't you think? When the members of the Glory team realized Lu Ming was only a level 22 formation tactician, their attitudes shifted instantly. Zhuiyue Xiaohu suppressed his excitement. Are you sure you want a substitute? To be fair, he'll even give you a slight advantage. He'll take on all 4 of them, Lu Ming said calmly. The crowd erupted into an uproar. Spectators whispered among themselves, where does this guy get his confidence? A level 22 formation tactician in a level 30 arena, and he wants to take on 4 people? Is he joking? Zhuiyue Xiaohu eagerly agreed to the substitution. Qin Churen didn't hesitate to remove the other 4 members from the team. She knew Lu Ming's strength all too well, and even worried that she might become the weak link. The system announced that the match was about to begin, initiating a 10-second countdown. Qin Churen turned to look at Lu Ming and playfully stuck out her tongue. Why do you always show up at just the right time? Like some kind of guardian angel. Lu Ming kept his gaze fixed ahead. I won't make a move. You go. As soon as the match began, the Glory team launched a full-scale assault. Seeing that Lu Ming truly wasn't moving, Qin Churen had no choice but to grit her teeth and charge forward. But just then, Lu Ming sprang into action. He deactivated his sword-drawing skill, raised his sword, and planted it firmly into the ground. War Stomp Life Fortress Cage of Binding. 3 massive formations instantly enveloped the entire arena. Under the enhancement of these formations, Qin Churen's attack power surged dramatically. With a dagger in hand, she darted through the enemy ranks like lightning, her blade flashing as she struck with precision. The system finally announced, the Godslayer team wins this best-of-5 match. Current score, Glory 2, Godslayer 2. The 5 players of the Zhuiyue team were still reeling from shock, unable to recover from the unexpected turn of events. As soon as the system notification sounded, they were left in utter confusion. The battle, which to them had barely begun, had already come to an abrupt end. What just happened? Where did that damage even come from? No way. Something's definitely wrong here. Having gone through the first 3 matches, they were already well acquainted with Qin Churen's abilities. Yet this time, her damage output had skyrocketed from 3,000 to an unbelievable 30,000. A 10-fold increase in damage was beyond comprehension. All 5 players instinctively turned their gaze toward Lu Ming, the formation tactician whose mastery of formations had become the linchpin of the entire match. The 5th round of the match began shortly after. As soon as the system's countdown ended, the Zhuiyue team swiftly executed their tactical plan. Xiaoxiong, keep her occupied. The rest of us will focus on the formation tactician. Got it. However, before they could put their plan into action, a slender figure darted through the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. The next second, the system notification rang out once more. This best-of-5 match has concluded. Zhanshan team wins. Current score, Zhuiyue 2, Zhanshan 3. Congratulations to the Zhanshan team for winning this match. The Zhuiyue players stared at one another in disbelief, while the audience erupted into a frenzy. A mere level 22 formation tactician had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle, something entirely unprecedented in the game's history. Standing on the arena platform with her arms crossed, Qin Churin exuded an air of arrogance. As per our agreement, from now on, your Zhuoyue team will follow my orders for 1 week. Unwilling to accept the outcome, Zhuoyue Xiaohu raised his right fist in defiance. I refuse to accept this. One more match. But you have no stakes left to wager, Qin Churin replied coolly. Grinding his teeth, Xiaohu retorted, I still have a brother. He owns a studio of the same scale as Zhuoyue. If you can beat him, they'll join your team too. But, he pointed at Lu Ming. This time, I want an unknown duel with him. Best of 3. Without hesitation, Lu Ming accepted the challenge. On the virtual arena, the system announced, player Zhuoyue Xiaohu, level 35 4th job warrior versus Yu Ming, level 22, 3rd job formation tactician. The match will begin shortly. The audience buzzed with excitement, convinced this would be a one-sided battle. After all, formation tacticians were never known for their individual combat prowess, let alone against a higher-level opponent with a 13-level gap. But as the match began, everyone was caught off guard. Before Zhuoyue Xiaohu's charge slash could even land, Lu Ming calmly drew his sword. A single sword shadow pierced through Xiaohu's body, instantly dealing 6-digit damage and depleting his health bar. The same result repeated for 10 consecutive rounds. In the end, Zhuoyue Xiaohu sat in the middle of the arena, tears streaming down his face. This is just bullying. I can't take it anymore. Want to keep going? Lu Ming asked calmly. No more. I surrender. Xiaohu cried. Wiping his tears, Xiaohu pulled out his phone and messaged a contact labeled Godson. Dad's found us an ally. Stick with him, and we'll make it into the national top 100 teams. Not long after, a group of players with Zhuoyue IDs above their heads arrived at the scene. Leading the group was a level 35 assassin named Chao Yumengxiang. Upon seeing him, Zhuoyue Xiaohu's eyes filled with tears once again. Grandpa, you're here. Zhuoyue Xiaohu and Chao Yumengxiang stood there, looking like two underdogs determined to start their own venture, exuding an unyielding spirit from head to toe. At that moment, Chao Yumengxiang suddenly realized something, feeling as though he'd been sold out by his good buddy. He immediately adopted a tough stance. You want us to join you? Fine. But first, show us what you've got to earn our trust. Why should we follow you otherwise? He sneered as he sized up Lu Ming. What, with you being just a level 22 array tactician? Before he could finish, Zhuoyue Xiaohu quickly elbowed him. Bro, he's seriously strong. Trust me. Trust you? You little traitor. Get lost. Chao Yumengxiang barked angrily. At this moment, Qin Churin spoke up with a suggestion. Why not settle this with a ring match to determine the winner? Chao Yumengxiang, however, shook his head in refusal. A mere ring match doesn't mean anything. True strength is proven through actions. He turned to Qin Churin and added, I have a friend named Dingyu, who used to be part of my Chaiwa studio. Recently, she was poached by the Liehua team. If you can bring her back, he'll join your group with my entire studio permanently. How about that? Lu Ming, standing nearby, suddenly interjected. This Dingyu, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? Chao Yumengxiang's face instantly turned red. That's none of your business. Just tell me if you dare take this on or not. Well, take it. Qin Churin agreed without hesitation. You set up the meeting. Not now. Dingyu is usually taking her afternoon nap at this time. Chao Yumengxiang checked the time on his watch. Tonight. I'll let you know the exact location later. After exchanging WeChat contacts, both parties parted ways with their respective teams. Lu Ming knew well that Qin Churin's goal in recruiting people was to form a top 100 national team within 3 years. It was her way of fulfilling her promise to her brother, Qin Feng, and breaking free from the arranged marriage with the Wang family. Your family's so wealthy. Why not just use money to recruit people? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. My brother cut off all my cards. Qin Churin replied calmly. Look, to stop me, he even hired actors. She gestured toward the members of the Zhan Shan team who had sparred with her earlier. Those individuals immediately looked awkward and embarrassed. Qin Churin opened her search page and began browsing information about the Liehua team. This Liehua team is already on my acquisition list. They've only been around for a year but have grown to 100 members. Bringing them under our wing will help solidify our foundation. Seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, Lu Ming spoke up. They'll help you. Great. Once the team is established, you'll be the vice-captain. Qin Churin said, touched by his offer. Lu Ming didn't respond, but his mind was already calculating his revenge plan. In this world dominated by powerful families and elite teams, individual strength and his undead army were far from enough. Even if he reached level 100 and summoned thousands of undead, it would be no match for large-scale teams with tens or even hundreds of thousands of members. This was the perfect opportunity. By leveraging Qin Churin's position as the sister of the Zhan Shan team's captain, no one would dare harm her easily. Supporting her in building a top 100 team would put her in opposition to Qin Feng. Then, he could use her to eliminate Qin Feng. If necessary, he could even seize control of the team, killing two birds with one stone. When Chaiwa contacts you tonight, let me know, Lu Ming said to Qin Churen, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Qin Churen nodded in agreement. Following that, Lu Ming led Lin Yue on their journey to the black market. After walking for about 20 minutes, the two arrived at an ancient forest. Sunlight filtered through the towering trees, casting dappled shadows on the quiet forest floor. As they ventured deeper, a massive vortex-like white light screen suddenly appeared before them. Standing around 7 to 8 meters tall, it radiated a soft glow amidst the woodland. On either side of the light screen, dozens of fully armed level 50 elite NPC soldiers stood guard with spears in hand, vigilantly protecting the entrance to the black market. From all directions, players were gathering, each harboring hopes of treasure hunting as they entered the black market one after another. According to the lore of the Tianyuan world, this black market, established by the Human Alliance, was essentially a large-scale auction market designed to assemble various treasures. It aimed to help human warriors acquire what they needed to strengthen themselves in the fight against monsters. The black market was divided into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and supreme VIP. Entry required a financial verification. Less than 10 silver coins granted access to the basic tier, 1 gold coin or more allowed entry to the intermediate tier, 10 gold coins or more to the advanced tier, and 100 gold coins or more to the supreme VIP tier. Each area followed the same rules. A random item would refresh for auction every 10 minutes, regardless of whether it was sold or not. The higher the tier, the greater the chance of rare items appearing. Lu Ming checked his inventory and discovered he had 11 gold coins, 35 silver coins, and 48 copper coins, just enough to enter the advanced black market. As for the supreme VIP black market, which required an entry fee of 100 gold coins equivalent to 2 million renminbi, it remained far out of reach for someone burdened with debt like him. After passing the financial verification, Lu Ming received an advanced black market pass, allowing him to freely access the basic, intermediate, and advanced areas. He handed Lin Yue 1 gold coin so she could obtain an intermediate black market pass. The two stepped through the white light screen, and their view instantly opened up. A grand auction stage stood at the center of the sprawling market, surrounded by spectator seats packed to capacity. The air buzzed with excitement, voices rising in a lively cacophony. A system notification echoed. Welcome to the basic black market. At that moment, a new round of bidding was about to begin. On the stage, an NPC girl dressed in a white gown, as graceful as a figure from a painting, picked up a microphone and announced in a clear, melodious voice, "Let's find out what the 102nd item of the day will be." The answer is revealed. Up next is a level 28 black iron weapon bloodthirst blade, with a starting bid of 30 copper coins. Each bid must increase by at least 5 copper coins. Let the auction begin. 100 years have passed since the descent of Heaven's abyss, yet the black market of the second heaven remains as bustling as ever. Known not only for its sporadic refresh of rare items, but also for its extremely low prices on common goods, it continues to draw countless players. At this moment, a weapon named Bloodthirst Blade is up for auction, starting at just 30 copper coins. Even if the final price were to multiply tenfold, it would only amount to 3 silver coins equivalent to 600 yuan. To put this in perspective, any random level 28 black iron equipment on the market would easily cost over 1,000. The bidding atmosphere quickly heated up, with shouts of offers echoing non-stop: 35 copper, 40 copper, 50 copper coins. However, the players knew they had to weigh an important factor before bidding. All black market items are sealed and require the completion of designated tasks to unlock. Should the task fail, not only would the item be destroyed, but the payment would also be non-refundable. In the end, the Bloodthirst Blade was won by a level 25 plump assassin for 1 silver and 90 copper coins. Lu Ming had little interest in the beginner-tier black market. Rare items were extremely unlikely to appear there, and more importantly, his true goal was to locate the Goblin of Annie, who carried the scroll of deification. Having once used this legendary scroll to achieve a 10-star account, Lu Ming was 80 certain that the golden scroll of Annie possessed was indeed the scroll of deification. This explained why, for decades, no player had ever obtained the scroll from Avani. It was not something that could be acquired easily. In his past life, Lu Ming had paid the ultimate price's life for it. While helping Lin Yue level up to 200 would also grant him a scroll of deification, that goal was far too distant. By comparison, finding the goblin was a much faster route. If he could secure a second scroll of deification, his secondary account, Dawn, could also ascend to a 10-star account. Dual accounts with seamless switching would mean double the fun. According to his intel, Avani only appeared in the black market from 6 to 7 p.m. each evening. A quick glance at the time showed it was still just under 5 p.m. Lu Ming decided to explore the black market in the meantime. He left Lin Yue in the intermediate black market with 3 gold coins and headed directly to the advanced black market himself. Since all 4 black markets refreshed their items simultaneously, this arrangement allowed them to monitor 2 tiers of black markets at once, maximizing their chances of obtaining rare items. The advanced black market was packed, and every person present clearly carried at least 200,000 in liquid assets. A few minutes later, the next batch of items refreshed, and a young NPC girl announced, "Thank you for waiting. This round's item is a Drank Knight skill scroll, Despair Charge. Starting bid is 1 gold coin, with a minimum increment of 5 silver coins. The auction begins now." Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at the caliber of the advanced black market. A random refresh could yield a Drank skill scroll, a rare item worth at least 100,000 in the trading market. Unfortunately, this scroll was for the Knight class. If it had been for the Array Strategist class, he would have joined the bidding without hesitation. As the auction below grew more intense, a message popped up from Lin Yue. "Brother Yuming, do you want this?" Lu Ming immediately opened the product link she had sent. The moment the Tier 1 magic scroll, Claim Ownership, appeared on the auction screen, Lu Ming's attention was immediately captured. This magical item, though quite valuable with a starting bid of 10 silver coins, had an enticing effect. It allowed the user to freely extract an additional skill from any equipment not exceeding their own level for 3 days. In the world of Abyssal Realm, magic scrolls were always considered rare treasures. While they provided powerful boosts, their one-time usability and high cost earned them the nickname "toys for the wealthy" among players. However, this Claim Ownership scroll, sent to Lu Ming by Lin Yue, was exactly what he urgently needed. Ever since he swapped out his Moon Demon set for the Soul set, he had lost the mana regeneration ability it provided. Now, relying solely on the mana recovery from his spirit attribute was far from sufficient to keep up with his consumption, forcing him to heavily rely on mana potions. If he could use this scroll to extract the mana regeneration skill from the Moon Demon set, it would save him a significant amount of money. "Go for it, bid." Lu Ming quickly instructed Lin Yue. No matter who bids, always outbid them by 1 silver coin. But if the price exceeds 50 silver coins, drop it. "Got it, got it." 2 minutes later, Lin Yue excitedly sent a message back. "Brother Nether, I won the bid. The price is 41 silver coins." 41 silver coins, roughly equivalent to 8,200 yuan, was well within Lu Ming's budget. He quickly calculated. Just this afternoon, during a few hours of grinding in the 8th realm of the Ghost Tower, he had already spent over 5,000 yuan on mana potions. If he were to grind all day, his daily potion expenses would exceed 20,000 yuan. As a formation strategist, maintaining a triple-layered formation constantly active drained mana at an astonishing rate. Spending 8,000 yuan on a scroll that could save 60,000 yuan in potion costs over 3 days was a deal that was clearly worth it. "Perfect, this is exactly what I needed," Lu Ming said, giving his approval. "Keep an eye on the next round of items. Let me know if anything good comes up." "Will do." Lin Yue's heart swelled with joy at his recognition. Being able to help Lu Ming at last made her feel truly content. In the subsequent auctions, Lu Ming focused on monitoring the high-tier black market, while Lin Yue kept an eye on the mid-tier black market, with new bidding rounds every 10 minutes. To Lu Ming's mixed amusement and exasperation, there seemed to be little of value on his end, while Lin Yue's side was brimming with treasures. In less than an hour, she had already secured 3 items that Lu Ming urgently needed. As the clock approached 6, signaling the imminent arrival of goblins, Lu Ming prepared to shift his attention to the low-tier black market, where the goblin Afani frequently appeared. Just as he was about to make his move, the voice of the NPC hostess suddenly rang out. "Next, the item in my hand is sure to be the star of today's auction. Presenting, the Tier 3 Magic Scroll, Strategic Planning." Tier 3 Magic Scroll. The moment the grade of the auction item was announced, the room erupted into chaos. Not only was Lu Ming excited, but every player present seemed to be losing their minds. In the world of Abyss, the value and power of magic scrolls increased tenfold with each tier. If a Tier 1 scroll was worth 10,000 coins, a Tier 2 would be 100,000, and a Tier 3 would start at a staggering 1 million. More importantly, items of this caliber were almost impossible to find on the market. Money alone wouldn't guarantee their purchase. The young auctioneer seized the moment, her clear voice ringing out across the room. "The starting bid for this item is 5 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 10 silver coins. The bidding begins now." Before she had even finished speaking, the players were already frantically shouting their bids, some not even bothering to check the scroll's detailed effects. 5.1 gold. 5.4 gold. 5.5. 7 gold. In less than a minute, the price had skyrocketed to 20 gold coins. Although Lu Ming's funds were limited, he couldn't help but pay close attention. When he finally got a closer look at the scroll's description, he was instantly tempted. Strategic Insight Tier 3 Magic Scroll. Effect. Unlocks an additional skill slot upon use. Note: each player can use a maximum of 3 scrolls of this type in their lifetime. In the world of Abyss, players could only unlock 1 skill slot per job promotion. This scroll essentially allowed its user to gain the benefits of a promotion early, giving them a 10-level advantage over players of the same rank. While it might seem less valuable to casual players, for top-tier elites, it was a rare opportunity to break through their limits. This scroll would be perfect for me, Lu Ming muttered to himself. Too bad I can't afford it. By now, the bidding had eliminated 90 of the participants, leaving only a handful locked in fierce competition. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the noise. 30 gold coins. The bold move of raising the bid by 10 gold at once immediately drew everyone's attention. The bidder was a level 37 archer with the ID Blazing Soul. Just as Lu Ming felt a sense of familiarity with the name, another voice followed closely behind. 35 gold coins. Looking up, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed with a hint of coldness. The bidder was a level 50 knight with the ID Dragon Soul Zhang Fei, standing beside a level 50 tactician named Dragon Soul Liu Bei. These IDs were clearly part of the same group as Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Although Guan Yu wasn't present, it was clear that he was somewhere in Starry Glory City, likely waiting for an opportunity to strike at Lu Ming. The bidding war raged on. Blazing Soul, 40 gold. Dragon Soul Zhang Fei, 45. Brother Soul, stop bidding any higher, and you won't be able to afford it. Blazing Soul's warrior friend, Blazing Song, tried to dissuade him. But Blazing Soul was determined. Even if I have to take out a loan, I'm getting this. Buy it for 1 million. Sell it to some rich player for 1.2 million guaranteed profit. One last bid if they go higher, they'll back off. 50 gold. Dragon Soul Zhang Fei was about to counter, but Dragon Soul Liu Bei stopped him with a firm hand. The two exchanged a glance, then looked over at Blazing Soul. Zhang Fei seemed to understand and reluctantly lowered his paddle. 50 gold, going once. 50 gold, going twice. 50 gold, going 3 times. Sold. Blazing Soul successfully won the Tier 3 magic scroll and left the venue with excitement. However, the scroll was still sealed, and he would first need to complete the unsealing quest to truly claim it. Only then could he turn it around for a hefty profit. Lu Ming stood in the corner of the high-end black market, witnessing a scene that was both intriguing and suspicious. Just as Liehua Fenxuan and Liehua Rouge left, Longhun Zhang Fei and Longhun Liu Bei furtively followed them. Their intentions couldn't have been more obvious. The allure of the third-tier magic scroll worth millions had clearly ignited their greed. This might be my chance to uncover Longhun Guanye's whereabouts, Lu Ming thought, his mind racing. If their numbers are limited, I might as well eliminate them while I'm at it. Without drawing attention to himself, he left the black market and trailed them from a distance. Soon, he saw Liehua Fenxuan gathering dozens of subordinates, forming an imposing group as they headed toward the location to unseal the scroll. The two from Longhun followed closely behind, while Lu Ming hung back even farther, summoning his Death Lord through thought. Using shared vision, he scanned the surroundings, staying vigilant for any potential ambush from the Longhun team. Brothers, this scroll is worth a fortune, Liehua Fenxuan excitedly explained to his men along the way. There's already a top-tier mage online offering a sky-high price. Selling it for 1.5 million is a piece of cake. Once we get the money, Hot Pot is on me tonight, and everyone will get a $1,000 bonus at the end of the month. His words sparked a wave of cheers, but the celebration didn't last long. As they stepped into a desolate area, over a dozen heavily armed, masked players with hidden IDs suddenly surrounded them from all directions. This group of uninvited guests consisted entirely of level 50, 6th-tier elites. Liehua Fenxuan immediately grew alert, slinging his bow off his back and shouting sternly, "Who are you? What do you want?" The knight leading the ambush spoke coldly, "Hand over the third-tier magic scroll, or none of you will leave here alive." The speaker was none other than Longhun Zhang Fei, though Liehua Fenxuan failed to recognize his voice. 1.5 million, take it. Liehua Fenxuan tried to negotiate, but the response was a deadly fireball spell that instantly killed Liehua Rouge, who had been standing beside him. Rouge. Liehua Fenxuan cried out in anguish. Longhun Zhang Fei issued a final ultimatum, his voice devoid of mercy. 10 seconds. Either hand over the scroll or die. Under the threat of dozens of Longhun players, Liehua Fenxuan had no choice but to surrender the scroll. But as soon as Zhang Fei secured the scroll, he coldly ordered, "Leave no survivors." In the midst of Zhang Fei's triumph, a sudden glint of cold light flashed through his body. Before he could even react, his health bar was wiped clean, and he fell to his knees. In his stunned gaze, he saw a black-clad formation master standing ahead, having appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, Zhang Fei collapsed lifelessly, and the million-dollar magic scroll dropped to the ground. The sudden appearance of Lu Ming caught Dragon Soul Zhang Fei completely off guard. With a silent and deadly drank sword strike, he effortlessly ended the life of this fully equipped level 56 stern knight. The others in the rear didn't even notice what had just happened. Lu Ming calmly walked over to Zhang Fei's lifeless body, picked up the dropped scroll, and tucked it into his bag. "Don't worry, I won't take this for free. Consider it protection fees," he said nonchalantly. Before his words even faded, he summoned the Death Legion with a mere thought. As the Dragon Soul and Blazing Fire teams clashed at the front, crimson barriers shimmering with golden light suddenly materialized in all directions. From within these barriers emerged Deathlords, clad in dark crimson armor and draped in battle cloaks. Their eyes glowed blood red, and they gripped fiery blades in their hands. The scene sent shockwaves through everyone present. As elite members of the 6th-ranked guild in the national server, the Dragon Soul players quickly assumed a defensive stance. The Death Legion, it's nether. Notify Guangu immediately and bring reinforcements. Our target has appeared. Target? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Sorry, but you're the prey. Attack. At his command, hundreds of level 22 third-tier Deathlords, bolstered by the dual formations of Death Stomp and Life Fortress, charged at the Dragon Soul team. Simultaneously, Lu Ming unleashed a third formation, Prison of Earth, a 30-fold enhanced rank spell that nearly nullified the Dragon Soul team's armor. Hundreds of soul shatter marks ignited on the chests of the Dragon Soul players. Despite their average health exceeding 100,000, which allowed them to withstand the attacks of a single Deathlord, they were utterly overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of hundreds. In the blink of an eye, 8 players were killed on the spot. The remaining few fought desperately, managing to take down 3 Deathlords before succumbing themselves. The battle ended, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The players from the Blazing Fire team stood frozen, staring at the 13 lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Under the oppressive aura of the Deathlords, they didn't dare make a sound. Though they had no idea where these hellish beings had come from, they understood one thing clearly. If these Deathlords could easily dispatch level 56 turn players, dealing with their level 34 turn ranks would be child's play. Fortunately, the Death Legion didn't attack them. Instead, they retreated behind Lu Ming at his command. Only then did Blazing Fire Soul, their leader, realize that these terrifying Deathlords were entirely under the control of the 22-level Formation Master standing before them nether. Thank you, Mighty One, for saving my life, Blazing Fire Soul shouted, leading the others in expressing their gratitude. Lu Ming silently began refining the 13 corpses, leaving behind only a single warning. This place is no longer safe. I suggest you leave immediately. With that, he departed with the Death Legion in tow. As they watched Lu Ming's figure disappear into the distance, Blazing Fire Soul was overcome with admiration. Damn, that Formation Master is so insanely cool. Besides my dad, this is the first time I've seen a man more impressive than me. Brothers, find out everything you can about this Formation Master. I'm going to pay him a visit and ask him to take me as his disciple. But his awe was soon replaced by despair. Wait, where's the scroll? The scroll's gone. Why isn't it here? Search. Tear the ground apart if you have to, but find it. That thing cost me $1 million in loans. The dozens of Blazing Fire members immediately launched a meticulous search, scouring every inch of the battlefield, but to no avail. Just as Blazing Fire Soul was about to break down in tears, the sound of hurried footsteps reached them from a distance. Boss, someone's coming. If it's reinforcements for those guys from earlier, we're done for. We need to get out of here now. In the end, survival took precedence. Blazing Fire Soul had no choice but to abandon his grief and lead his team in a hasty retreat. Hundreds of players from the Dragon Soul Guild marched in an imposing formation toward the wasteland, each clad in gleaming bronze gear that radiated strength. Every member had reached the impressive milestone of level 50 with 6 advancements, and their equipment, reflecting a cold glint under the sunlight, silently showcased their power. Dragon Soul's leader, Guanyu, scanned the empty grounds with a sharp gaze and commanded in a deep voice, search. The players immediately dispersed, meticulously combing every inch of the area. A short while later, someone reported, Boss Guan, there's no sign of anyone alive here, nor any corpses. Could we have come to the wrong place? Guanyu crouched down, his fingers brushing against a charred black mark on the ground. His eyes turned icy cold as he muttered, it's nether. This is the residue left after he incinerates bodies. After a thorough investigation, they discovered 14 such marks at the scene, one more than the 13 members Dragon Soul had lost. This revelation ignited a murderous fury in Guanyu's eyes. Nether, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't call myself human. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already returned to the black market. Thinking back on how he not only snagged a third-tier magic scroll worth millions for free, but also effortlessly eliminated over a dozen Dragon Soul members, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Although his travels had delayed him, it was already 7 p.m. by the time he arrived back. Forget it. I'll deal with it tomorrow, Lu Ming thought, unconcerned. He knew full well that the mysterious task from Avani had remained untouchable for decades except by himself in his past life. To him, it was a destined opportunity that no one else could seize. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Qin Churin. We got word from beyond they managed to arrange a meeting with the Blazing Fire team. 9 p.m. at Dawn Coast. Got it. Lu Ming replied succinctly. He then sent another message to Lin Yue. I'm out. Waiting for you at the entrance. With 2 hours to spare before the meeting, Lu Ming decided to log off for dinner and take care of the scroll task, converting the sealed goods into cash. Afterward, he planned to prepare a surprise for the Blazing Fire team that they would never forget. Lu Ming was glad he had brought Lin Yue to the black market. While he himself had gained nothing from this trip, Lin Yue managed to acquire 4 items for him in just 2 hours. She spent 2 gold coins and 42 silver coins, leaving 1 gold coin and 58 silver coins from the 4 gold coins Lu Ming had given her. On their way back to the city, Lin Yue handed over all the items and the remaining coins to Lu Ming without keeping a single cent for herself. In return, Lu Ming gave her 3 silver coins as a reward. Thank you, brother Yu Ming. The little money lover clutched the silver coins tightly, her eyes curving into happy crescents as she smiled. These 3 silver coins were worth 600 yuan in the market, which meant her 2 hours of work at the black market earned her an hourly rate of 300 yuan, far exceeding her previous part-time job earnings by more than tenfold. Lu Ming carefully examined the 4 items Lin Yue had acquired: 3 Tier 1 magic scrolls and a 1-star magical artifact. The scrolls were Name, Claim Ownership, Breakthrough, and Fortune's Favor. Among them, the Fortune's Favor scroll granted the user a blessing from the God of Wealth, doubling coin drops from monsters for 300 seconds. However, its unsealing condition required the user to kill 100 monsters of at least their level within an hour. Lu Ming silently calculated that these temporary skills could likely receive a 30-fold enhancement from his comprehensive amplification talent. As for the magical artifact, the Ring of Primal Energy, its value as a permanent piece of equipment far surpassed that of the single-use scrolls. Rarely seen on the market, such items were typically exclusive to prestigious families. The Ring of Primal Energy increased the wearer's maximum mana by 10 and mana recovery rate by 1, making it a perfect fit for a formation master who heavily relied on mana. Its unsealing condition was relatively straightforward: defeat an elite monster of at least the user's level within 10 minutes. After logging off, the two of them had a late-night snack downstairs in their apartment complex. Watching Lin Yue eat her spicy and sour noodles in small bites, Lu Ming couldn't help but reflect on how the girl he initially saw as a burden had now become an invaluable helper. Not only did she have a talent for boosting drop rates and handling black market transactions, but in real life, she was also thrifty, clean, and a great cook. As Lu Ming focused on slurping his noodles, a bespectacled young man with dyed yellow hair approached them. Hey bro, does your girlfriend have a boyfriend? He asked. I'm not her boyfriend. Don't ask me, Lu Ming replied without even looking up. Undeterred, the guy plopped himself down next to Lin Yue. Hey, pretty lady, can I add you on WeChat? I'm a level 19, 2-star mage in Abyss. I can carry you through the game. Lin Yue's face turned red as she shook her head, glancing at Lu Ming with pleading eyes. Sensing her discomfort, Lu Ming spoke coldly, his voice calm yet sharp. Can't you see she's not interested? When the bespectacled guy met Lu Ming's gaze, he unexpectedly felt an indescribable sense of awe and quickly backed off sensibly. Lin Yue quietly let out a sigh of relief and stole a glance at Lu Ming, who was focused on eating his noodles. A warmth spread through her heart. On the way back to the neighborhood, Lin Yue softly said to Lu Ming, "Thank you for stepping in earlier, Yimingej. No problem. From now on, no matter who tries to bully you, I'll protect you," Lu Ming replied casually. His words left Lin Yue feeling a comforting warmth in her heart. Once they got home, the two of them retreated to their respective rooms to go online. The clock struck 7:30 p.m. There was still an hour and a half before their meeting with Qin Churen. After accepting her third-year class advancement quest at the professional hall, Lin Yue followed Lu Ming to the Soul Phantom Tower. Since both of their quests involved defeating monsters, it was undoubtedly the best choice. However, as soon as they arrived at the base of the tower, Lu Ming was stopped by the members of the Godslayer team, who were guarding the entrance due to his affiliation with the Tianqian team. "Should I inform Zhan Shan or you about this?" Lu Ming asked calmly. Before he could say more, a level 50 warrior from the Godslayer team, Zhan Shan, replied expressionlessly, "Even if you inform Miss Qin, it won't make a difference. Our captain has already issued an order effective immediately. All commands from Miss Qin are null and void." First, Qin Feng cut off Qin Churen's financial resources by freezing her card, and now he had stripped her of all authority. It was clear he intended to force his sister into a corner. For the sake of family interests, Qin Feng was willing to be ruthless, even toward his own sister. Truly, he would stop at nothing. However, this situation worked in Lu Ming's favor. Qin Churen, now isolated and powerless, would have no choice but to rely on him if she wanted to build a top 100 national team. This perfectly set the stage for Lu Ming to use Qin Churen to take revenge on Qin Feng. Unfazed by the obstacle, Lu Ming declared confidently, "I'm heading to the second dimension." His words left the Godslayer team no choice but to step aside, as the Tianqian team currently held the rights to the Soul Phantom Tower's second dimension, the Thrill Park. Lu Ming led Lin Yue into the second dimension, Thrill Park, and then used his Soulbound Gear's unique ability to bypass level restrictions, instantly transporting them to the 8th dimension, Shadow's Nest. The moment of carnage was about to begin. Ding! A series of system notifications rang in Lu Ming's ears as 4 magic scrolls simultaneously activated their sealing tasks. 3 Tier 1 scrolls required him to slay 100 monsters above level 22 within 60 minutes, while a Tier 3 scroll demanded the defeat of 1,000 monsters of the same level within 24 hours. As for the sealing task of the 1-star magical artifact, the Source Energy Ring, it could only be triggered once an elite monster respawned. Without hesitation, Lu Ming made a decisive move. With a single thought, he summoned over 500 Death Lords. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a triple-layered formation of War Stomp, Life Fortress, and Prison of Earth. Thanks to his fully amplified talent, now upgraded to LV3, the formation's radius expanded to 1,500 yards, easily encompassing all the Death Lords. The battle erupted in an instant, and system notifications flooded in. You have slain a level 49 undead mage, gaining 5,250 EXP. You have slain a level 46 undead warrior, gaining 4,880 EXP. You have slain a level 48 undead archer, gaining 5,110 EXP. Before long, the first objective was completed. However, maintaining the triple-layered Etir formation drained 39 mana points per second. Even with Lu Ming's impressive mana reserve of 4,145 points and a regeneration rate of 25.6 points per second, a benefit of his 128 spirit attribute, the formation could only be sustained for 5 to 6 minutes. Ordinary players could pause to recover, but Lu Ming couldn't afford to. If the formation collapsed, his undead army would be in grave danger. It was at this moment that the unsealed magic scrolls came into play. Lu Ming equipped the level 8 Black Iron Moon Shadow set and activated the Claim Ownership scroll, unlocking the mana regeneration effect of the 3-piece set. Under the boost of Fully Amplified, his mana regeneration skyrocketed to 85.6 points per second, more than enough to offset the formation's consumption. Next, he utilized the Fortune Seeker and Surpass Limits scrolls. With Fortune Seeker active, Monster Drop saw an astonishing 3,000 increase in copper coins. Each fallen undead dropped 170,180 copper coins, equivalent to over $300 per kill. Meanwhile, Surpass Limits allowed Lu Ming to cast all his skills with no cooldown or mana cost. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Yue was utterly dumbfounded. The level 46 undead she painstakingly defeated had only dropped 21 copper coins, a stark contrast to Lu Ming's unimaginable gains. Undeterred, Lu Ming shifted his focus to leveling up his draw sword skill. Activating PK mode, he repeatedly targeted a level 48 undead warrior, striking it down to 1 HP without killing it. System notifications kept flashing. Draw Sword Skill Proficiency 1. Draw Sword Skill Proficiency 1. Draw Sword Skill Proficiency 1. Through this relentless practice, a final system notification chimed. Congratulations! Your Draw Sword skill has been upgraded to Tire. Lu Ming had never experienced such exhilaration before. The skill mode with no cooldown or resource consumption thrilled him to no end, especially after upgrading the Sword Draw skill from Drank to Crank. The sensation became even more intense. After disabling PK mode and taking down the undead warrior, he immediately checked the changes to the skill's effects. Compared to Drank, the damage multiplier for Crank Sword Draw leapt from 220 to 300, while the attack boost after using the skill increased from 20 to 30. On the surface, an 80 increase in skill damage and a 10 boost in attack power didn't seem overly dramatic. However, under the 30x amplification of his LV3 comprehensive enhancement, these numbers were magnified to an astonishing degree: 24x skill damage and a 300 attack power boost. What excited him even more was the new effect unlocked after upgrading Sword Draw to Crank. All skill intensities increased by 30 for 10 seconds after activation. After factoring in the comprehensive enhancement, the final effect was staggering. Sword Draw Crank effects. Single target damage, 90x physical attack power, 5,460 true damage. Attack power boost, 900. Skill intensity boost, 900. Duration, 300 seconds. The 9x skill boost combined with the 30x comprehensive enhancement resulted in a mind-blowing 39x skill multiplier. His next goal was to upgrade Sword Draw to Brank, which required accumulating 100,000 proficiency points. Taking advantage of the remaining breakthrough effect, Lu Ming set a new target and activated PK mode once more. With a single swing of his sword, the damage numbers left him stunned. Just one quality upgrade had nearly tripled the skill's damage. This kind of improvement justified the tenfold increase in difficulty for each rank up. Simultaneously, his attack power after Sword Draw surged from 2,667 to 4,839, causing the attack boost from War Stomp to skyrocket from 20,142 to 43,126. The combat effectiveness of his undead legion doubled instantly, greatly accelerating his monster-killing efficiency. In no time, he had cleared out 1,000 monsters, and the seal on the Tier 3 magic scroll, Strategic Binding, was lifted. Without hesitation, Lu Ming used the Million Coin Scroll, gaining the permanent effect of one skill slot. To address the Undead Legion's speed disadvantage, he also utilized an E-rank skill scroll, Lightning Dash, which he had prepared in advance. The new skill's impact was immediate. Under the 39x amplification, the Death Lord's speed skyrocketed from under 100 points to over 7,200. Through shared vision, he directed the Death Lords to swiftly eliminate a newly spawned elite undead, successfully lifting the seal on the Source Ring. As a level 22 player with 2 artifact slots, Lu Ming didn't hesitate this time. He immediately equipped the Source Ring, valued at over 20,000 coins. With the 39x skill enhancement, his mana pool surged from 4,145 to 20,310, and his mana regeneration rate increased to 119 per second. By 9 p.m., Lu Ming had been fully focused on practicing sword draw while having the Undead Legion rake in copper coins through the Treasure Hunt skill. Just then, Qin Churen messaged him, asking if he was free to head to Dawn Coast. Coincidentally, the magic scroll's effect was about to wear off. Lu Ming replied, "Head over there and wait for me. I'll be there shortly." "Got it," Qin Churen replied. The southern region of Starshine City, known as Dawn Coast. As night falls, moonlight dances on the deep blue ocean, casting golden ripples across the surface. This level 38 grinding area is currently bustling with players, all with IDs prefixed by Lifefire. Leading the group is a level 37 archer named Lee Fireflaring Soul. He had just finished off a sea turtle and turned to his teammates, rallying them with an impassioned speech. "Brothers, let's push through and work hard tonight. When our squad rises to the top, I promise you'll all live the good life feasting, drinking, and dating foreign beauties." Though his words were bold and inspiring, deep down, he was calculating how to pay off the $1 million loan he had taken earlier that afternoon to purchase a Tier 3 magic scroll on the black market. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Squinting into the darkness, they saw 2 groups approaching the members of the Beyond and Excellence guilds. Leading them were a level 35 warrior, Excellence Tiger, and a level 35 assassin, Beyond Dreams, charging straight toward them. "Give me back my UU." Beyond Dreams roared, pointing furiously at Lee Fireflaring Soul. Feigning annoyance, Lee Fireflaring Soul casually pulled a level 34 priestess, Tiwa Color, into his arms and retorted, "Can you stop? Have some dignity, will you? I'll say it one last time, you is my girlfriend now. Stop pestering us." The young woman, Ding Yu, who was being held in his arms, looked visibly uncomfortable. She turned to Beyond Dreams and said coldly, "You can't give me the life I want, so you have no right to stop me from pursuing something better. Li Xiang, we broke up peacefully. I don't love you anymore. Stop clinging to me." "No, this can't be true." Beyond Dreams cried out in anguish. "Yu, have you forgotten the vows we made to each other?" He then pointed accusingly at Lee Fireflaring Soul. "You must have forced her into this." Excellence Tiger tried to console his friend while glaring at Lee Fireflaring Soul. "You better watch yourself. We've already called reinforcements. When they get here, you're done for. Stealing my brother's girlfriend like that." Lee Fireflaring Soul burst into laughter. "Reinforcements? You? A small-time captain of a failing guild that can't even support a dozen members? Go ahead, call them. I'd love to see which so-called big shot you can bring in. Just you wait until my big brother gets here. Don't come crying to me later." Excellence Tiger shot back confidently. "Oh, I'm going to cry, am I? Sure. Whoever cries is a loser." Lee Fireflaring Soul sneered. But just as he finished speaking, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. As soon as Excellence Tiger recognized the newcomers, Lu Ming and Qin Churen, he rushed toward them with newfound enthusiasm. "Brother Ming, it's them. They're the ones who stole my brother's girlfriend." Clearly still intimidated from their earlier encounter with Lu Ming, Excellence Tiger's tone was unusually deferential. Beyond Dreams, however, eyed Lu Ming skeptically and asked, "Are you really up to this? Do you remember what I told you earlier?" Lu Ming asked calmly, "If you help me teach those live fire guys a lesson and get Ding Yu back, I'll bring my entire crew under your command. From now on, you'll be my boss." Beyond Dreams declared firmly. "And what about me?" Excellence Tiger muttered under his breath. "You'll be my subordinate." Beyond Dreams snapped. Excellence Tiger was left speechless. Lu Ming smiled faintly and began walking toward the live fire squad. Under the cover of night, Lee Fireflaring Soul squinted at the approaching figure. Seeing that it was just a formation tactician, his cocky demeanor returned, and his teammates erupted into laughter. "Haha, I thought they were bringing in some top-tier expert. Turns out it's just a formation tactician trying to play tough. What can a tactician even do? Even if he's level 50, without proper teammates, he's useless." Lee Fireflaring Soul raised his longbow, a smug grin on his face. Let's see how he plans to make me cry. But as the moonlight illuminated Lu Ming's face and his ID, Li Fire-Flaring Soul's grin froze instantly. He stood there, motionless and wide-eyed. The dozens of Li Fire members who had encountered Lu Ming earlier that evening were just as stunned. Meanwhile, those who hadn't met him before burst into even louder, mocking laughter. Is this really just a level 22 array master? A player's astonished voice shattered the silence at the scene. What the heck? This is insane. Have the players from Transcendence and Excellence lost their minds? They brought a level 22 array master to stand up for them? From within the Blazing Flame team, a level 35 warrior named Blazing Hero stepped forward, sneering. Boss, no need for you to get involved. Let me teach that kid a lesson. Just as he unsheathed his sword and prepared to charge at Lu Ming, Blazing Soul suddenly leapt forward and kicked Blazing Hero to the ground. Who the hell dares lay a finger on my big brother? Blazing Soul roared, then dashed over to Lu Ming. The anger on his face instantly turned into excitement and joy. Big brother, why are you here? This unexpected turn of events left everyone at the scene stunned. The members of the Blazing Flame team were dumbfounded, while the players from Excellence and Transcendence couldn't believe their eyes. What's going on? Could this guy from the Netherworld faction be in cahoots with the Blazing Flame team? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had stumbled into a den of thieves. Lu Ming looked at Blazing Soul calmly and got straight to the point. So, you're the one who stole someone's girlfriend? Blazing Soul suddenly realized what was happening. The memory of Lu Ming effortlessly defeating over a dozen level 50, 6-class players earlier that evening sent a chill down his spine. Trembling, he quickly explained, Big brother, you've got it all wrong. I didn't steal anyone's girlfriend. It was Dingyu who came to me. He then immediately turned to Dingyu. We're breaking up. Right now. Dingyu's face turned livid with anger as she pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, he's just a level 22 array master. What are you so afraid of? You're such a coward. I can't believe I ever liked you. Blazing Soul ignored her entirely and clung to Lu Ming like his life depended on it. Big brother, can I become your disciple? Please take me under your wing. I swear, from now on, I'll do anything you ask, even if it means risking my life. Seeing his sincerity, Lu Ming replied directly, sure. Just join my ranks. Thank you. Big brother, Blazing Soul exclaimed, overjoyed. Dingyu looked on with utter disdain, while the other members of the Blazing Flame team were utterly perplexed. What's going on? Why are we suddenly supposed to follow a level 22 array master? From the Excellence faction, Transcendence Dream looked on in disbelief. Wait, that's it? It's over just like that? Excellence Tiger smirked smugly. I told you, didn't I? He's crazy strong. I think it's just because they know each other. Transcendence Dream scoffed. No wonder he was so confident. I really thought he had some actual skills. Turns out it's just connections. Lu Ming found Blazing Soul's quick surrender disappointingly dull. Just as he was about to lose interest, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw a large group of dark figures surging toward them with an imposing momentum. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. Finally, a real challenge? In the darkness, a massive crowd of players surged forward, swarming along the coastline to encircle the members of the three elite teams. Excellence, Transcendence, and Blazing Fire. Their numbers were overwhelming, easily over 100, and their presence was menacing. The leaders of the three teams Blazing Soul, Little Tiger of Excellence, and Dream Beyond exchanged uneasy glances. Damn it, who stirred up this mess? Blazing Soul demanded angrily. Little Tiger and Dream Beyond both shook their heads in denial. Not me. I don't even know who they are. Blazing Soul scanned the unfamiliar faces of the approaching players, realizing they were all solo adventurers. He bellowed furiously. Who caused this trouble? If you've got guts, step forward. Don't drag my Blazing Fire team into this. From the crowd, a level 38 mage named June Flame stepped forward, his voice sharp and commanding. Where is Nether? Get out here. The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Lu Ming. Blazing Soul's face darkened instantly, and the surrounding players locked onto their target. We only want Nether. If you value your life, get out of the way. June Flame shouted coldly. Initially intending to stay out of it, Blazing Soul clenched his bloodbath bow tightly upon hearing Lu Ming was the target. He stepped in front of Lu Ming, his voice resolute. Let's see who dares lay a hand on my master. June Flame's eyes burned with killing intent. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Brothers, attack! As June Flame raised his staff to cast a spell, a shadow streaked through the crowd like a phantom. In a flash of steel, June Flame's health bar plummeted to 0 before he could react. He collapsed to the ground. Qin Churin emerged from the shadows, her blood-stained dagger glinting in the faint light. A level 34 assassin had just one-shot a level 38 mage. The sheer power of her attack left everyone present stunned. What insane damage. So the real expert here is this assassin. Dream Beyond exclaimed in awe. But Ding Yu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. Hiding behind a woman for protection? What a pathetic excuse for a man. Standing protectively in front of Lu Ming, Qin Churin's icy gaze swept over the crowd, her voice filled with lethal intent. You dare lay a finger on someone under my protection? Qin Churin? The sister of the captain of Godslayer, the 7th-ranked team in the Great Xia server. Someone murmured, and the crowd visibly recoiled. Yet, the lure of the massive bounty emboldened them. 10 million. Kill Nether, and the reward is yours. Another voice shouted, the promise of riches igniting greed in their eyes. Even the Transcendence team and Ding Yu looked shaken by the staggering figure. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The command rang out, and the rogue players charged in unison. 3 level 37 assassins lunged at Qin Churin simultaneously. At that critical moment, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. His sword struck like lightning, instantly piercing through the chest of the leading assassin, who crumpled to the ground. The other 2 assassins staggered back as crimson marks appeared on their chests, only for them to be swiftly cut down by a death lord that materialized out of nowhere. Summoning his power, Lu Ming called forth a blood-red barrier bathed in golden light. From within the glowing fissures emerged hundreds of death lords, their presence suffocating as they encircled the enemy players. Kill. Lu Ming's voice rang out, cold and commanding. With his word, an array of devastating abilities were Stomp, Fortress of Life, Ground Bind, and Gale Surge unleashed from beneath his feet, rippling outward like a tide of destruction. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into a scene of unparalleled carnage. Hundreds of Tier 3 Death Lords surged forward like a relentless tide, their soul shatter abilities unleashed in rapid succession, filling the air with an ominous, bone-chilling hum. With the amplification effects and sword enhancements in place, the power of War Stomp had been elevated to an astonishing 39 times its usual force. The casual players targeted by Soul Shatter had no time to react and fell lifeless to the ground in mere seconds. Over 100 casual players on the battlefield were as fragile as paper under this terrifying assault, crushed into oblivion by the relentless Undead Army in the blink of an eye. The only survivor, a level 36 priest named Schwer, stood trembling amidst the corpses of her teammates. Her legs were weak, her face ashen, and her entire body shook uncontrollably, clearly paralyzed with fear by the gruesome scene. Lu Ming gazed at her coldly, his tone calm and indifferent. Who paid you to come here? I don't know him, Schwer stammered, her voice trembling. He wore a mask, hid his level and ID. All I know is that he's a middle-aged male warrior. Qin Churin, hearing this, glanced at Lu Ming thoughtfully. It must be Longhun Guan Yu. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. In truth, the moment this group of players appeared and openly declared their intent to target him, he had already deduced who was pulling the strings. But why didn't he take action himself and instead sent these people? Qin Churin asked, puzzled. Lu Ming replied coolly, if he came personally, the one lying dead right now would be him. Qin Churin's eyes lit up with realization. He's testing your strength. At that moment, Schwer suddenly dropped to her knees, begging for mercy. Please, I'm begging you. Let me live. I have a 3-year-old child at home. I only took this job to earn some extra money to buy better formula for my baby. Lu Ming's icy gaze swept over her face, and he uttered a single word. Kill. With a mere thought, 2 Death Lords simultaneously activated Soul Shatter, and Schwer was killed instantly. To Lu Ming, it didn't matter who the opponent was once they chose to accept the bounty, they had to be prepared to pay with their lives. If their roles were reversed, the other side wouldn't have spared him for the sake of the 1 million reward. As the battle came to an end, Lu Ming sensed something and turned his gaze toward the darkness ahead. Faint silhouettes could be seen darting away in the shadows. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he commanded once more, kill. Dozens of Death Lords, utilizing their lightning-fast speed, shot into the darkness like arrows, launching a merciless pursuit. In the darkness, 2 level 50, 6th-job assassin players activated their swift movement skill, their figures flashing like lightning as they fled in the direction away from Dawn Coast. However, in the very next moment, when they glanced back, a chilling sight met their eyes. Dozens of Death Lords were closing in at an astonishing speed. With the 39x enhancement from the Atir Lightning Sprint buff, the speed stats of these Death Lords had surpassed 7,000, far exceeding the peak 6,000 speed of the 6th-job assassins. In an instant, dozens of Soul Shatter skills erupted simultaneously, leaving the 2 assassins no chance to resist. They fell in battle before they could even react. Through shared vision, Lu Ming quickly identified the 2 assassins. They were members of the Dragon Soul team, though merely low-level scouts tasked with keeping watch. Evidently, after multiple encounters, Dragon Soul's Guan Yu had become even more cautious. It seems you're even craftier than I imagined, Lu Ming thought to himself. He then ordered the Undead Army to begin refining the corpses and clearing the battlefield. At this moment, the players from the three major teams Excellence, Transcendence, and Blazing Fire were all staring at Lu Ming with looks of disbelief. Transcendence Dreams was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped, despite his friend, Excellence Little Tiger, repeatedly emphasizing how powerful this Formation Master was. Witnessing a level 22 Formation Master deal over 500,000 damage with one strike left him utterly stunned. Not to mention the Death Lords, who seemed like harbingers of hell, exuding an oppressive aura of dominance and majesty. Even Excellence Little Tiger and Blazing Fire Soul, who prided themselves on knowing Lu Ming well, had to admit that the Lu Ming before them had grown far stronger since their last encounter. Back during the arena PK, his sword strike only dealt 180,000 damage. How did it suddenly triple? Excellence Little Tiger marveled inwardly. Holy crap! I'm sold on this guy. Blazing Fire Soul exclaimed excitedly. The three of them ran toward Lu Ming in unison, all expressing their willingness to join him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and pointed toward Qin Churen. Just listen to her. Faced with their confused expressions, Lu Ming said one sentence that dispelled all their doubts. She's my girlfriend. She speaks for me. Shortly after, Qin Churen swiftly created a group chat, added the three of them, and informed them that further details would follow. Even after Lu Ming and Qin Churen left, the three players remained in a state of exhilaration, eagerly imagining the bright future of joining the Netherworld Guild and breaking into the national top 100 rankings. On the way back, Qin Churen glanced at Lu Ming beside her, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thanks for being here tonight. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow, she said with a warm smile. Clearly, she didn't want their relationship to feel one-sided or transactional. Lu Ming brushed off Qin Churen's concerns with a soft smile. It's fine. You go handle the team matters first. Everything else can wait until later. Qin Churen nodded, finally feeling a sense of relief. Lu Ming's calm and measured approach made her feel at ease, free from any pressure. All right then, I'll head over to the Crimson Camp. There's an event at 10 p.m., and I've arranged to meet another studio there, Qin Churen said. I'll go with you, Lu Ming offered. There's no need, Qin Churen politely declined. I'll be fine. That studio's average skill level isn't high, but they're good people. I'm confident I can handle them. If things don't go as planned, I can always call in help from the Blazing Flame team. Lu Ming, however, insisted, I don't have anything else to do. I'll come along. Deep down, Qin Churen was pleased. With Lu Ming accompanying her, the chances of success would undoubtedly improve. Seeing his determination, she readily agreed. All right then, dinner's on me later. For Lu Ming, accompanying Qin Churen served two purposes. First, to ensure her safety, as her role was crucial to the next phase of his revenge plan. And second, to personally evaluate potential recruits. Teams like Blazing Flame, Superior, and Beyond might appear to belong to Qin Churen on the surface, but in reality, their loyalty would ultimately lie with him, ready to act when the time came. On the way to Crimson Camp, Lu Ming quietly assessed his current state of strength. Since his sword draw skill had advanced from Drank to Crank, its power had significantly increased, and the overall strength of his Undead Legion had risen as well. Now, the Legion could easily take on level 50 players, and even stand a fair chance against the massive forces of the Dragon Soul team. Thinking of Dragon Soul's Guan Yu, a cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. You've lived long enough. It's time for you to die. He began devising a plan to draw his enemy out. Meanwhile, in a gym in Hanghai City, Jiang Province, Dragon Soul's Guan Yu was in the middle of a 200-kilogram bench press when his phone rang. Brother Guan, the assassination attempt on Nether failed. The two men we sent to tail him were discovered and killed by Nether. Before they died, they managed to send you a recording. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Guan Yu was still stunned when he played the video. The footage showed a devastating 570,000 damage sword draw attack, paired with such incredible speed that even his level 50, 6th tier assassin stood no chance. In just one day, Nether's power had grown to an alarming degree. As Guan Yu silently thanked himself for not acting recklessly, his expression darkened with rage. He knew he had to eliminate Lu Ming quickly. Every passing moment would only make him a greater threat. Just then, a call from Boss Qin interrupted his thoughts. How's the job going? Is that array master dealt with? Don't rush me. I'm working on it, Guan Yu replied irritably. I have a new task for you, Boss Qin continued. Qin Churen has been recruiting team members recently. I want you to kill anyone she recruits. One head, 1 million. I'll send you part of the payment up front. As soon as the call ended, Guan Yu received a text notification. A deposit of 50 million yuan from Daxiao Bank. The sight of the hefty sum instantly calmed his irritation. I have only one condition, Boss Qin added before hanging up. Qin Churen must not die. I still have use for her. Leave it to me, Guan Yu replied coolly. After ending the call, his mind remained fixed on how to eliminate Lu Ming. Suddenly, A plan emerged, one that could accomplish both tasks simultaneously. Nether, prepare to face my wrath. Guan Yu's eyes burned with determination as he crushed his phone in his hand. To escape the fate of being a pawn in her family's arranged marriage schemes, Qin Churen, accompanied by Lu Ming, tirelessly visited 3 different studios overnight. At 10 p.m., their first stop was the workshop of Wu, a level 33 mage. Originally a factory worker from Yunzhou, Wu had grown dissatisfied with low-paying jobs and, within just 6 months, led a group of like-minded colleagues to establish a 17-person team in the world of Tianyuan. Around midnight, they arrived at the base of Heartbroken Senior, a level 29 archer. A recent graduate from Hanghai University, this young woman was leading a team of 13 former classmates in pursuit of new opportunities within the game. At 2:30 a.m., their final stop was the headquarters of Monkey King, a level 35 warrior. The son of a merchant from Linhai, he had faced the brink of bankruptcy in his family business but managed to gather over 50 former employees to form a battle team. However, his team was now struggling with severe financial constraints. Qin Churen's choices were far from random. These teams shared common traits. They lacked strong leadership, were in desperate need of guidance, and were financially strained, yearning for a breakthrough. She made an offer of 8,000 yuan monthly salary, far above the market rate, which immediately caught everyone's attention. Didn't your brother freeze all your bank cards? How are you planning to pay over 200 people? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. With confidence, Qin Churen replied, Along and Xiaohu left me some money, and I sold a few things. It's enough to sustain us for 6 months. Once the team stabilizes, we can start taking on missions and earning commissions. That's the standard revenue model for all battle teams. This 6-month period hadn't been spent idly. Qin Churen had delved deeply into understanding team operations, precisely identified her target groups, and secured sufficient funds, all to prepare for this moment. By 3 a.m., with everything settled, the two began their journey back to Starshine City. Qin Churen gazed at the starry sky, her eyes filled with determination. I will build one of the top 100 teams in the national server. You will, and I'll be here to help you, Lu Ming said, looking at her profile. Qin Churen gave him a heartfelt glance. By the way, I still don't know your real name. Calling you Yuming feels a bit strange. My name is Zhang Yi, Lu Ming replied calmly. On the way back to the city, Qin Churen's emotions were in turmoil, her face alternating between red and pale. Once they arrived in Starshine City, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and gave Lu Ming a light kiss on the cheek. Good night, see you tomorrow, she said before logging off in a hurry. Lu Ming stared at the spot where she had disappeared, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. It seems everything is going according to plan. Qin Churen, you're quite pitiable. On one side, your brother uses you as a pawn, and on the other, you're being used by me. If you want to blame someone, blame your brother. In the real world, after logging off, Lu Ming found Lin Yue asleep on the living room table. Her phone screen was still on, displaying her Alipay balance, 7,134.46 yuan. Over the past few days of working with him, this young girl had managed to save up a decent amount. He gently carried the petite girl, who weighed just over 80 pounds, back to her room. After washing up, Lu Ming lay on his bed and reviewed the day's gains. During the day, his ventures in the 8th dimension of the Soul Tower had yielded 185,000 yuan, averaging 20,000 per hour. In the evening, with the help of a Tier 1 magic scroll called Fortune Beckoning, he earned 97,000 yuan in less than 2 hours. The 8,000 yuan spent on the scroll had brought nearly 60,000 yuan in additional profit, making it a worthwhile investment. After converting all the soul stones, copper coins, equipment, and skill scrolls into cash, his bank account balance finally surpassed 1 million yuan. And all of this had been achieved in just 5 short days. In just 5 days, Lu Ming had earned his first million in this lifetime. As he stared at the string of numbers in his bank account, a wave of accomplishment and satisfaction washed over him. However, before he could even relish the feeling, he unhesitatingly transferred the money to Qing Yin. This is the money I borrowed from you last time. I'm paying it back first. As for the funds for the soul set, I'm still saving up, Lu Ming added after sending the transfer notification. At 3 a.m., Qing Yin, who was also awake, was stunned upon receiving the message. Gathering 1 million in just a few days was nothing short of astonishing. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, If you need it, just keep it for now. There's no rush on my end. I don't need it for now, but thank you, Lu Ming replied. As he watched his bank account balance plummet from 7 figures to 3, a pang of disappointment crept into his heart. Back to eating dirt, he chuckled to himself, then resolved, time to make more money. Keep grinding. With dreams of striking it big, Lu Ming drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, a voice call jolted him awake. On the other end of the line was Qin Churen, and the sound of her voice instantly shook him, banishing all traces of sleep. Without even washing up, he jumped out of bed, turned on his computer, and logged into Tianyuan. A flash of white light later, Lu Ming's figure materialized in Xinghue City. Qin Shuren had already sent him her location, and he immediately followed the marker. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the outskirts of a desolate city, only to be greeted by a crowd of scattered players gathered in heated discussion. This is horrible. Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. Who could have done something so ruthless? Pushing through the crowd, Lu Ming made his way to Qin Shuren, who was waiting for him near the city gates. The scene before them was nothing short of shocking. The vast, abandoned city was littered with corpses, blood pooling everywhere. Hundreds of players' bodies lay in disarray, each one mutilated, severed limbs scattered across the ground. What was even more horrifying was that the deceased were all familiar faces, members of the Shuaiyue, Chaoyue, and Liehua squads, along with teams from Wu's studio and Qitian Dashing's group. Qin Shuren stepped into the desolate city, her feet treading on blood-soaked ground. She moved slowly through the field of corpses, the remains of over 200 players from 6 major factions: Excellence, Transcendence, Blazing Flames, Qitian, Shattered, and Dream Factory. The harrowing scene before her felt surreal, dragging her mind back to the haunting memory of Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird meeting their tragic ends before her eyes. Tears of anguish slid down her numb face as every shred of hope and anticipation within her shattered completely in that moment. Suddenly, a noise echoed from deep within the abandoned city. Qin Shuren's eyes turned icy as she seized her dagger and dashed toward the source without hesitation. Upon arrival, she found 3 players, who looked like university students, surrounded by 4 elite warriors. Leading the attackers was a level 29 archer named Heartbroken Senior, the very team leader Qin Shuren and Lu Ming had recruited the previous night. The other 2 were a level 27 assassin, Heartbroken Jr., and a level 27 priestess, Heartbroken Sister. As Qin Shuren arrived, Heartbroken Jr. and Heartbroken Sister were mercilessly slain by the 4 Dragon Soul warriors, their desperate pleas for mercy drowned in the clash of blades. Blood splattered across the ground. Recognizing the attackers, Qin Shuren's eyes burned with unbridled hatred. She charged forward without regard for her own safety. The 4 Dragon Soul members noticed her approach. One of them shouted, "Brother Guan's orders don't engage Godslayer or Moon. Kill the archer and retreat." The 4 turned their blades toward Heartbroken Senior, who clutched her head and sobbed, "Please don't kill me. Please." Just as their blood-stained weapons were about to strike her down, crimson marks suddenly appeared on their chests. In the next instant, dozens of Death Lords materialized, their swords swiftly cutting down the 4 level 56th tier Dragon Soul warriors. They had no chance to resist. Under Lu Ming's command, 660 Death Lords launched a sweeping search of the area. Qin Shuren rushed to the trembling Heartbroken Senior, pulling her into an embrace. "It's over now. You're safe. Tell me what happened." Heartbroken Senior shivered as she spoke. "We were added to a group chat and told to bring our entire team here to gather, but when we arrived, we were ambushed by a horde of high-level players. We didn't stand a chance. Everyone is dead." She glanced up and, upon seeing Lu Ming, screamed in terror, "It's him. Netherworld." Lu Ming's brow furrowed. Checking Heartbroken Senior's chat logs, he found a group with an account that perfectly mimicked his avatar and username. Qin Shuren's voice was cold. "The Dragon Soul members impersonated you to lure them out." A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "So eager to die, are they?" He immediately ordered the Death Legion to expand their search radius, but no other Dragon Soul players were found within a 1,500-yard range. It was clear their main force had already retreated. Left with no choice, Lu Ming recalled his Death Legion and escorted the sole survivor, Heartbroken Senior, back to safety. 5 miles away, in a dense forest, dozens of Dragon Soul players had set up camp. A rogue approached Dragon Soul Guan Yu to report, "Boss, 4 of our men couldn't retreat in time and were killed by Netherworld's ambush." Dragon Soul Guan Yu remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He asked calmly, "Is everything on the other side taken care of?" "Per your instructions, only the female archer was left alive," the rogue replied, then hesitated, "Boss, why spare her?" A sharp glimmer flashed in Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes. "I have my reasons." Back in Starshine City, Qin Shuren logged off in silence, her expression betraying the heavy toll the day's events had taken on her. The devastating blow had clearly cut too deep. The pain of losing Qinglong and the others still lingered in Qin Shuren's heart, and this new blow felt like salt being rubbed into her wounds. To her, the deaths of Zhuiyue Xiaohu, Lihua Fenshuan, and the others were all her fault. If it weren't for her invitation, they wouldn't have been targeted by Longhun's revenge. This realization was too much for her to bear. As soon as Qin Shuren logged off, Xian Suishuejia, the only survivor, rushed to Lu Ming and clung to him tightly. Her voice trembled as she sobbed, "Will they come after me again? What should I do? I'm so scared." Lu Ming gazed calmly at the tearful, fragile figure of this young girl. Instead of pushing her away, he gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid. They'll protect you. Since you've joined us, Even if you're the last one standing, we'll take full responsibility for you. Xian Sui Shuejia nodded and held on to Lu Ming even tighter. Just then, Lin Yue logged in and saw the scene. Her small face was full of shock. Yumingej, what's going on here? No, this isn't like Yumingej at all. Summoning her courage, she ran over and shouted at Xian Sui Shuejia. Who are you? Why are you holding on to Yumingej? Startled like a frightened bird, Xian Sui Shuejia quickly let go of Lu Ming. I'm sorry, I was out of line. It's fine, Lu Ming replied calmly. For now, stick with us. This way, Long Hun's people won't dare to trouble you. Okay, thank you. Xian Sui Shuejia nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling. Yumingej, you're so kind and gentle. Meanwhile, Lin Yue stood to the side, her round eyes fixed on Xian Sui Shuejia. She pouted angrily, thinking, that's my Yumingej. When did he become yours? But in the end, she didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Lu Ming glanced at the time. Let's go. It'll help you level up. Really? Thank you, Yumingej. Xian Sui Shuejia followed him happily, while Lin Yue trailed behind them silently, still fuming. Elsewhere, Qin Churan, having just logged off, wandered alone to the seaside. The repeated setbacks, combined with the cold indifference of her brother and family, had plunged her into deep despair. As she reminisced about the happy times she shared with Along, Xiao Wu, Xiao Hu, and Lao Zhu, even her strong heart couldn't hold back the flood of grief. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm such a failure. I'm sorry, Along, Xiao Wu, Xiao Hu, Lao Zhu, I'm useless. I can't even avenge you. At the peak of her hopelessness, her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. It was a WeChat message from Lu Ming. Log in. I'll let you personally take down Long Hun's Guan Yu. Brother Yuming, you're amazing. Ling Wanner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You easily defeated a level 50 player from the Dragon Soul Guild. I really thought I was going to die back there. Thank you for saving me. With an enthusiastic smile, she continued, where are you from? Are you from Hanghai, Yunzhou, or Linhai? I'm a recent graduate from Hanghai University, 22 years old, and still single. We should meet up in real life sometime for fun. Throughout the journey, this heartbroken senior kept finding ways to chat with Lu Ming, sweetly calling him Brother Yuming. Her cheerful demeanor showed no signs of mourning her recently lost friend. Strangely enough, Lu Ming responded to her every word with gentle patience, leading Ling Wanner to mistakenly believe he had feelings for her. Brother Yuming, can I come see you tonight? She asked boldly, her tone turning coquettish. It's so lonely here in Hanghai without my family. Oh, and make sure to cover my travel expenses. Standing nearby, Lin Yue could no longer hold back. Puffing out her cheeks, she declared, Brother Yuming already has a girlfriend. Stop bothering him. However, Ling Wanner, emboldened by Lu Ming's kindness throughout the journey, retorted sharply, I'm talking to Brother Yuming. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business, little girl. Lin Yue's face turned red with anger, but she dared not argue further. Just as Ling Wanner was reveling in her triumph, Lu Ming suddenly turned to her, his voice stern and cold. Try speaking to her like that again, and see what happens. The unexpected reprimand sent a shiver down Ling Wanner's spine. Lin Yue, meanwhile, hid behind Lu Ming, sticking her tongue out mischievously. Though Ling Wanner was seething, she dared not speak out under Lu Ming's intimidating presence. They continued in silence for a while until they reached the Nightshade Cemetery, a level 50 area. Ling Wanner, her spirits lifted once more, asked eagerly, Brother Yuming, are we leveling up here? No, Lu Ming replied, turning to face her with icy eyes devoid of emotion. I'm here to kill you. Before she could react, a flash of sword light struck. A staggering 570,000 damage reduced Ling Wanner's health to a single point. In the player versus player PvP mode, she was on the brink of death. Brother Yuming, what are you? Ling Wanner stammered, her face pale with shock. Message Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Lu Ming ordered coldly. If you value your life, do it now. Even as Lin Yue attempted to plead on her behalf, for Death Lords emerged through spatial rifts, their flaming blades glinting menacingly as they closed in on Ling Wanner. Under the suffocating pressure, her entire body trembled, her eyes filled with unprecedented terror. Meanwhile, in a luxurious 5-star hotel in Hanghai City, Dragon Soul Guan Yu sat comfortably, smirking as he glanced at the $2 billion transaction on his phone. Just then, a new message notification popped up. Senior, Guan Yu, Yuming is dead. This sudden message sent a jolt through Long Hun Guan Yu's heart. He immediately replied, if you're messing with me, you know the consequences. The response came quickly. He's really dead. Without hesitation, Long Hun Guan Yu initiated a video call. As the screen connected, Ling Wanner's face appeared. She was standing in a desolate graveyard. The phone's camera slowly panned down to the ground, revealing a blood-soaked corpse, the very person Long Hun Guanyu hated most, the formation master Yu Ming. Send me the location, Long Hun Guanyu said curtly. 10 minutes later, an assassin player from the Long Hun Guild silently infiltrated the level 50 Nightfall Cemetery. Carefully inspecting the lifeless body of Lu Ming, he excitedly sent a message to Long Hun Guanyu. Guanyu, he's really dead. Completely gone. Another 10 minutes passed, and Long Hun Guanyu arrived at the scene, leading a group of elite Long Hun Guild members. As he gazed at Lu Ming's lifeless body, a complex mix of satisfaction and regret flickered in his eyes. How did you kill him? Long Hun Guanyu asked Ling Wanner, who stood nearby. Was he supposed to be tough? Ling Wanner replied nonchalantly. I just waited until he was busy controlling his summoned creatures to fight monsters, then attacked him from behind. One strike, that's all it took. He's just a level 22 formation master, easy kill. Long Hun Guanyu didn't question her explanation. After all, the corpse before him was undeniable proof. Looking down at Lu Ming's body, he sneered coldly, foolish weakling. Did you really think a mere level 22 formation master could challenge me, the number 39 gold-ranked warrior in the national server? It's just a shame I couldn't kill you with my own hands. The moment his words fell, an unexpected voice echoed. Well then, how about I give you another chance to kill me yourself? Everyone present froze in shock. Under the stunned gaze of hundreds of Long Hun Guild players, the supposedly lifeless corpse began to rise slowly from the ground. Slash, slash, slash. Lu Ming stood up from the pool of blood, fully revived in an instant. The surrounding players from the Dragon Soul Guild were immediately on edge, retreating cautiously to maintain their distance. Fear filled everyone's eyes, including Dragon Soul Guanyu. What? You? How is this possible? Dragon Soul Guanyu exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Ming turned to face him, a chilling smile curling on his lips. Surprised? Excited? Dragon Soul Guanyu tightened his grip on his ornate golden Guandao, his fiery gaze fixed on Lu Ming. As a level 39 warrior in the Great Xia National Server, he now faced a strategist 28 levels below him, yet an unprecedented fear gripped him. He knew he'd fallen into a trap, but he still couldn't resist asking, "You were dead. How did you?" With that simple mind and overdeveloped muscles of yours, it's no wonder you can't figure it out, Lu Ming replied calmly. Besides, for someone about to die, understanding is unnecessary. You enjoy lurking in the shadows like a worm, assassinating my people, don't you? Well, today, I'll let you kill to your heart's content. Before his words fully settled, countless blood-red barriers shimmering with golden light appeared from all directions. The space around them was torn open, and a legion of third-tier Death Lords, radiating an aura of death, emerged to encircle the 100 players of the Dragon Soul Guild. Planting his longsword into the ground, Lu Ming activated a massive quadruple formation spanning a radius of 1,900 yards, engulfing the entire Nightfall Cemetery. Prison of Earth reduces all enemy armor by 7,449 points. War Stomp boosts all allies' attack power by 43,126 points. Windstride increases all allies' speed by 7,184 points. Fortress of Life grants all allies 5,529 shield points per second. Kill, Lu Ming commanded. At his word, all 659 Death Lords raised their flaming swords, charging toward the Dragon Soul players. The Dragon Soul Guild fought back valiantly, but even with a 28-level advantage, they were no match for the Undead Army. Their armor, nullified by the 39 strengthened Prison of Earth, left them defenseless against the Death Lord's 43,000 attack power. Worse yet, the Undead Army, empowered by Windstride, moved as swiftly as they did. Amid the chaos and screams, Dragon Soul players fell one after another. In desperation, Dragon Soul Guanyu activated his 5-star account talent, Bloodlust Frenzy, drastically boosting all attributes and converting damage dealt into shields. With newfound power, he swiftly cut down 2 Death Lords blocking his path and charged straight at Lu Ming. Die! Guanyu roared, slashing his blade into Lu Ming's shoulder. The system notification rang out. You have been attacked by player Dragon Soul Guanyu. You lost 132,534 HP. You are dead. A flicker of triumph crossed Guanyu's face, but the system chimed in again. Phoenix Rebirth talent activated. Sacrifice the weakest Death Lord to instantly revive on the spot? You have revived with full health and a 2-second invincibility period, immune to all damage and control effects. As Lu Ming stood up once more, fully restored, the shock on Guanyu's face deepened. Impossible! He shouted, refusing to believe it. With renewed fury, he swung his blade at Lu Ming again. That strike didn't cause Lu Ming any harm at all. Lu Ming stared coldly at Long Hun Guanyu, a faint sneer of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. Clown. Before the words had even faded, a sharp flash of sword light swept through the air. A clever sword draw despite being in a berserk state. Long Hun Guanyu's 200,000 shield points, accumulated through damage conversion, couldn't withstand the fatal blow. In PK mode, his health bar instantly dropped to just 1 point. Lu Ming didn't immediately end Long Hun Guanyu's life, as though waiting for the perfect moment. At that instant, four Death Lords closed in seamlessly, their sharp blades pressed against Long Hun Guanyu's neck. Flames danced along the edges of the swords, scorching his skin. The searing pain twisted his expression, but he dared not move a muscle, for the slightest motion could mean instant decapitation. Qin Churen approached, gripping a dagger with an icy resolve. Her murderous intent was palpable. A wave of fear surged through Long Hun Guanyu's heart. Cowards like him, who feigned bravery but were inherently timid, often valued their own lives above all else. Especially now, having just secured a 300 million commission, how could he willingly perish before enjoying his newfound wealth? Don't kill me. What do you want, money? Anything. I can give you whatever you want, he shouted desperately. Qin Churen's bloodshot eyes burned with rage and hatred, reaching a breaking point. I want your life. In the blink of an eye, she moved like a phantom, appearing directly in front of Long Hun Guanyu. Her dagger poised to strike. He suddenly screamed, "Wait, it wasn't me. I'm not the one targeting you. I was just paid to do the job." The dagger stopped mere millimeters from his neck. Qin Churen's icy gaze bore into him. Who? Captain of the Godslayer squad Qin Feng. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving Qin Churen's mind reeling. Impossible. You're lying. She snapped. Long Hun Guanyu hastily explained. The 4 top-ranked players guarding you in the national server, they were specifically marked for death by Qin Feng. 10 million per head. Even the new recruits in your squad this morning, it was all his doing. I have all the recent call records and transaction receipts with Qin Feng. I can show you. Qin Churen's mind went blank, her already shattered heart pierced once more by an invisible blade. Tears welled up in her eyes, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her hesitation, Long Hun Guanyu quickly added, "Don't kill me. I'm still valuable to you. I can help you take revenge on Qin Feng." Before he could finish, Qin Churen's dagger slashed across his throat in one swift motion. Blood gushed from the deep wound on his neck. Clutching at his throat with both hands, Long Hun Guanyu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Qin Churen. Moments later, his body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Although she had personally slain Dragon Soul Guanyu, Qin Churen felt no joy. Instead, her heart grew heavier. She finally understood that her enemies were not just the Dragon Soul squad, but also someone she had never suspected: her own elder brother, Qin Feng. This truth struck her like a hammer, shattering her last shred of hope. Abandoned by her family at an orphanage when she was young, she was only brought back years later, not out of love, but as a tool for a political marriage. And now, to be schemed against by her own brother, it was a blow that would crush anyone. Her strength seemed to drain away entirely. If it weren't for Lu Ming catching her in time, she might have collapsed to the ground. Log out and rest for now. They'll handle things here, Lu Ming said softly. Qin Churen glanced at him with tear-filled eyes and nodded silently. In this moment, Lu Ming was the only person she could rely on. Turning to Lin Yue, Lu Ming instructed, "Take her back to the city." Although Lin Yue didn't have much affection for Qin Churen, seeing her in such a pitiful state, she quickly stepped forward to take Lu Ming's place. With the protection of 100 Death Lords, she supported Qin Churen as they headed toward the city. On the battlefield, only Lu Ming and Ling Weiner remained. Standing behind him, Ling Weiner was filled with unease. Finally, she couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer and asked, How did you know?" Lu Ming turned to face her, his gaze piercing. "First of all, on WeChat, only friends can add each other to a group. You, being the second person added, clearly knew the one impersonating me. Secondly, everyone else was killed, yet you survived in a manner that seemed far too deliberate. Lastly, your eagerness to expose your agenda was far too obvious. These flaws don't try to act clever in front of me." Ling Weiner's face turned pale, and she broke down, pleading, "I'm sorry, Brother Yuming. I was wrong. It was Dragon Soul Guanyu who forced me. He threatened to kill me and my family. I've already cooperated with you to lure him here. Please, I beg you, spare me. I'll do whatever you want. Do you know what kind of people I despise the most?" Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly. "Traitors." Before his words fully settled, a flash of his blade ended it all. Ling Weiner fell into a pool of blood, her face frozen in terror and regret as her health bar instantly emptied. Following Lu Ming's command, the Undead Legion began scavenging the battlefield for loot. Walking over to Dragon Soul Guanyu's corpse, Lu Ming picked up the fallen greaves and blade. Seeing their attributes, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Pride of the world. Luminous Greaves and Shatterer. Demon-slaying blade, both 50-level legendary grade items. Although Qin Churen's swift attack hadn't caused Dragon Soul Guanyu to drop any gold, These two legendary items were more than sufficient compensation. Lu Ming promptly listed the greaves for 1.55 million and the blade for 1.7 million in the trading market. Combined, the total exceeded 3 million a fair price, considering that even silver-grade items below level 50 were rare, let alone legendary-grade treasures like these. Meanwhile, the Undead Legion had finished clearing the battlefield. The 50-level elites of the Dragon Soul squad, though not as valuable as Dragon Soul Guan Yu, had still dropped an impressive haul. Most of their gear was bronze grade, with a few lucky drops of silver-grade equipment. In total, over 135 bronze items and 7 silver items were looted. Lu Ming listed them all in the trading market, ready to cash in. Selling these items would not only cover the remaining 500,000 owed to Qing Yin, but also pay off the bulk of his bank mortgage. Staring at Dragon Soul Guan Yu's lifeless body, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. What a waste such incredible legendary gear. If only I could have farmed you a few more times. With that, he began refining all the corpses and led the Undead Legion away from the Nightfall graveyard. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of watchful eyes had been silently observing everything from the shadows. Not long after Lu Ming departed, the eerie silence of the Nightfall graveyard was shattered by a brilliant silver light. From a rift in the space emerged a figure cloaked in darkness. The figure strode to the spot where Dragon Soul Guan Yu's body had been refined and pulled out a scroll shimmering with golden light. Crushing it, the golden radiance cascaded onto the ground, and, to his astonishment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's body began to reappear. After leaving the Nightshade Cemetery, Lu Ming headed straight for the Phantom Soul Tower. Life had to go on, and his top priority now was to repay the remaining loan as soon as possible. Although the donation from the Dragon Soul Guild had covered 60 of the debt, the remaining 40 was still a significant amount. In the second heaven, the Phantom Soul Tower was undoubtedly the fastest way to earn money. His plan was to farm soul stones for income while leveling up. At this pace, by the time he cleared his debt, his level should reach 50, allowing him to move straight to the third heaven. With his current strength, staying in the second heaven felt like an underutilization of his abilities. He sent Lin Yue a message, and the two met outside the Phantom Soul Tower before entering the 8th dimension to begin farming. They grinded until noon, then logged off to have lunch. After a short break, they returned to the game and continued. With the efficient farming strategy of the Undead Legion, Lu Ming's experience bar soared, and thanks to Lin Yue's 390 drop rate bonus, his inventory of soul stones grew rapidly. By 5 p.m., a golden light descended once again. It was the third time that day. Lu Ming had finally reached level 25. He quickly listed all the soul stones in the trading hall, then turned to Lin Yue, who was still focused on killing mobs, and said, "That's enough for now. Log off and grab some dinner. We can continue tonight." Lin Yue dealt a final blow to the last undead warrior, happily scooped up the copper coins it dropped, and cheerfully replied, "Got it. Coming." As they were about to leave the Phantom Soul Tower, Lu Ming noticed a familiar figure lingering outside. It was Qin Churen. She seemed to have been waiting for some time, but the moment she saw Lu Ming, she lowered her head and turned to leave. "Wait," Lu Ming called out to her in time. "Do you need something?" Amid the bustling crowd of players, Qin Churen appeared visibly uneasy. Knowing how shy she could be, Lu Ming approached her and asked gently, "What's wrong?" She glanced at him briefly before quickly averting her eyes. Can I come over to see you?" Her words were hesitant, and before she could finish, she turned as if to leave. "Sure," Lu Ming said, watching her retreating figure. "Which part of Hanghai are you in? I'll book you a high-speed train ticket for tonight. Come to Linhai." Qin Churen stood there, visibly uneasy. Her nervousness wasn't unwarranted. When they had first started dating, she had suggested visiting Linhai to see Lu Ming, only to be politely turned down. For someone as reserved as her, bringing it up again was something she would never do unless absolutely necessary. "Aren't you curious why I came to see you?" she asked, turning to Lu Ming with a mix of surprise and hesitation. "You're my girlfriend. Isn't it natural for you to come see me?" Lu Ming replied casually. "Honestly, I should have been the one visiting you. I just thought moving too fast might make you uncomfortable since we've only been together for a short time." Thanks to the lessons from his previous life with Yilinger, Lu Ming had mastered the art of making girls feel at ease. That perfectly measured response immediately dissolved Qin Churen's worries. She let out a breath of relief and confessed, "My WeChat wallet, Alipay, and bank cards are all frozen. I'm about to end up sleeping on the streets." "Miss Qin, fallen so far from grace?" Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, stop laughing at me." Qin Churen frowned. "I did spend quite a bit of the Qin family's money over the past 6 months. Qin Feng is demanding I pay it back. When I refused, he froze all my accounts." Lu Ming's expression grew thoughtful. "Let me guess," said, "the only way to resolve it was for you to marry into the Wang family?" "Exactly." Qin Churen hesitated before asking tentatively, "Do you think I should marry Wang Long?" "If you want to marry him, go ahead. It's your decision. I'm not going to stop you," Lu Ming teased. Qin Churen had intended to get a rise out of him, but his answer left her feeling unexpectedly disappointed. You idiot. Fine, I'll marry Wang Long right now. Lu Ming swiftly grabbed her wrist. Do you want to marry him? No. Qin Churen admitted frankly. I don't want to marry that fool. Then don't. If you don't want to, no one can force you. I promise. Her eyes softened, a faint glimmer of emotion flickering within them. Zhang Yi, you're actually pretty nice. The air grew still. Lu Ming froze. Wait, what? You're such a blockhead. Qin Churen muttered, a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's thoughts were racing. What the Zhang Yi? Oh, right, that's the fake name I gave her. Back to reality. Lu Ming booked a 7:10 p.m. high-speed train ticket from Hanghai South Station to Linhai East Station. Even though Qin Churen insisted she didn't need him to pick her up, he decided to go anyway. As he ate the shredded pork and egg noodles Lin Yue had prepared, he casually said, I won't be running ghostly Phantom Tower tonight. You don't need to log in or wait for me. Get some rest early. Lin Yue, who already knew Lu Ming was going to pick up Qin Churen, lowered her head and softly replied, okay. Finishing his meal, Lu Ming logged into the game and headed straight for the black market. Just as he was about to arrive, he received a WeChat message from Qing Yin. Someone from our team spotted that little mage, Rose, following you around in Starshine City's southern Ogre Plains. She's been kidnapped. The kidnappers are demanding 10 million gold as ransom. Should I have someone pay them off first? Lu Ming's brow furrowed deeply. This girl is always causing trouble. Lu Ming frowned deeply as he read the message from Qing Yin. Without hesitation, he quickly replied, don't pay them yet. Have the team hold them off for me. I'm heading over right now. 1 million wasn't a small amount, and on top of that, he had no clue about the situation over there. Glancing at the black market just a stone's throw away, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. In the end, he turned around and sped off in the direction of the Troll Plains, guided by the map. Meanwhile, in the southern region of Starshine City, at the LV-25 Troll Plains, a heart-pounding kidnapping was unfolding. A dozen fierce-looking players, armed with swords and blades, had surrounded Lin Yue, whose health bar was down to just 1 HP. On the outskirts, Qing Yin, Tianquan Eternal, Tianquan Shadow, and several dozen other players from the Tianqian squad were locked in a standoff with the kidnappers, trying to buy more time. When Lu Ming arrived at the scene, the sight before him ignited a sharp, murderous intent in his eyes. They're from the Foodie Gang, Tianquan Eternal whispered to Lu Ming. It's a notorious underground black market group from Yunzhou, specialized in dirty work like this. Qing Yan's brows furrowed tightly. They're known for being ruthless and merciless. Countless hostages have been killed by them. We've been negotiating for ages, but they won't budge. Should we just pay them first? Keeping her alive is the priority. Before Lu Ming could make a move, the Foodie Gang had already noticed his arrival. Leading the group was a dark-skinned, one-eyed man and assassin at level 50. His sharp dagger was pressed against Lin Yui's pale neck as he barked menacingly, You'd better not try anything stupid, boy. Let's see if your sword is faster than our blades. The one-eyed man sneered and continued, I know who you are, Nether. That sword-drawing skill of yours can kill from a distance and summon an army of undead. But no matter how fast you are, killing this little girl takes just a second. Lu Ming's heart sank. These people were clearly prepared, targeting him specifically, who knew how long they'd been watching in the shadows before seizing the chance to take Lin Yue when she was alone. Lin Yui's face was pale as a sheet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother Nether, please save me. The one-eyed man kept taunting. I know this little girl means a lot to you. 1 million. Pay up, and she walks free immediately. Facing 12 kidnappers from the Foodie Gang, a glint of icy killing intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. These level 50, 6th-tier players were nothing more than ants in his view. Yet he couldn't act recklessly at the moment their speed gave them the upper hand, and the staggering ransom of 10 million was a barrier he couldn't ignore. As Lu Ming found himself trapped in a dilemma, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his ear, Do you need my help? The sudden voice startled all the Tianqian players present, prompting them to glance around warily, but no one could locate the source. The voice, seemingly emerging from the void, spoke again directly to Lu Ming. I can help you save her. Lu Ming could sense the speaker's presence nearby, but was unable to detect even the faintest trace of them. This surpassed any ordinary stealth technique. His breathing quickened as he replied in a low voice, You must ensure her safety. As soon as he finished speaking, a rift shimmering with silver light appeared before everyone. A figure cloaked in black slowly stepped out, radiating an oppressive aura that put the Foodie Gang members on high alert. Damn it! You think I won't kill her? Roared the one-eyed leader, raising his dagger to slash at Lin Yue's neck. In the critical moment, the black-cloaked figure raised a hand slightly. Time freeze. With a crisp sound, a transparent energy dome with a 50-yard radius instantly formed, enveloping all the Foodie Gang players. Inside the dome, time seemed to stop. Everyone, except Lin Yue, was frozen in their last motion, utterly still. Taking advantage of the pause, Lin Yue escaped from the blade's edge and dashed behind Lu Ming. The moment the energy dome dissipated, the Foodie gang members regained their senses, only to realize their hostage was gone. Panic set in immediately. Retreat. Run. They knew full well that without the hostage, they were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Desperation drove them to flee. But Lu Ming's eyes burned with murderous intent. Kill them. Dozens of Death Lords appeared at his command, charging at the enemy with war stomps and lightning-fast speed. In mere moments, the air was filled with screams, and the Foodie gang members lay lifeless on the ground. It was then that Lu Ming recognized the identity of the black-cloaked figurite was the same mysterious individual who had previously foretold the end of the world and claimed that Lu Ming was the savior. Thanks. Name your price, and I'll pay it, Lu Ming said. The black-cloaked figure turned to face him. No payment is necessary, but I have one condition. I need you to work with me. You don't have to decide now. Time will reveal your answer to me. Before the words could fully sink in, the figure stepped into a newly opened spatial rift and vanished without a trace. The remaining Tianxian players were left stunned, exchanging bewildered looks and murmuring among themselves. What the heck? Where did they go? What kind of skill was that? Spatial teleportation? The mysterious identity of the black-cloaked figure became the center of everyone's attention. In the world of Tianyuan, even the simplest return scroll requires a strict 10-second channeling time. Yet, the mysterious figure before them displayed a teleportation ability that defied all the established rules of the game. While skimming through web-based research, Qing Yin analyzed quickly. It's not just their teleportation spatial confinement ability they used earlier isn't documented as a skill or innate talent anywhere in the historical records. What's even more bizarre is that my reconnaissance skill couldn't glean any information about them at all, Tianxian Shadow remarked, his face filled with astonishment. A faint gleam flickered in Tianxian Eternal's eyes. His reaction mirrored the one Head had when he first encountered Lu Ming. This individual is extraordinary. We have to find a way to recruit them into the Tianxian Guild. Doubt crept into Lu Ming's mind. Could their earlier words have been true? But there was no time to dwell on it. Now more urgent matters awaited. A glance at the clock showed it was already 6:30, leaving only half an hour before the goblin departed from the black market. After expressing his gratitude to Qing Yin and the others, Lu Ming urgently left with Lin Yue. As they rushed toward the black market, Lu Ming's expression darkened ominously. Lin Yue, aware of the trouble she had caused, hesitated to speak. But just as she opened her mouth to apologize, Lu Ming spun around, his gaze searing with anger. I told you to stay offline. Why didn't you listen? Why did you go off on your own? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. His voice was sharp with fury. I just wanted to grind for more copper coins. Lin Yue stammered, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, Brother Yuming. I made a mistake. I won't do it again. Grinding for money at the cost of your life? What if I had really paid $1 million to ransom you just now? Do you think you could ever earn that much in your lifetime? Lin Yue, who had never seen Lu Ming this enraged, was visibly shaken. She clutched at the hem of her clothes, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lu Ming's anger began to subside. Forget it. Just don't wander off next time. I can't guarantee you'll always be there in time when you're in danger. Realizing that Lu Ming was genuinely worried about her safety, Lin Yue nodded vigorously. I promise I won't run off again. At 6:50, they finally arrived at the black market. Only 10 minutes remained before the goblin of Annie would leave. Lu Ming quickly passed the verification process to enter and soon spotted the distinct figure in the crowd, a small goblin with prominent ears, green skin, and a height of just over 4 feet. Above his head floated the red ID, Goblin of Annie LV 50 gold tier boss. Decades ago, when this goblin with his golden scroll first appeared in the black market, he was treated as a novelty, surrounded by curious players. But once it became clear that he ignored everyone and no one could obtain his golden scroll, the excitement quickly faded. Now, as always, Avani wandered aimlessly through the black market, occasionally lifting his head to scrutinize passing players with his golden eyes. Lu Ming crouched in front of the goblin, eager and determined. Nearby players chuckled among themselves. Another newbie hoping for the scroll? Save your energy, this goblin doesn't care about anyone. But Lu Ming remained confident. In his previous life, this was exactly how it unfolded. While Avani ignored everyone else, he had once responded to Lu Ming, even granting him a bounty quest. This time, however, when Lu Ming greeted him enthusiastically, "Hello, little and I," Avani merely glanced at him with his golden eyes and walked away. Laughter erupted around him, but Lu Ming remained frozen in place, stunned. He tried a few more times, yet Avani showed no reaction. Could it be that he doesn't recognize me because I've assumed a different identity? At that moment, Lin Yue bent down, her large, glistening eyes meeting Avani's gaze. She greeted him softly, "Hello?" Lu Ming was about to shake his head dismissively when he saw Avani pause. The goblin scrutinized Lin Yue with his golden eyes, then, to Lu Ming's astonishment, spoke. Greetings, my chosen one. The goblin of Fanny's response to Lin Yue left all the players present utterly stunned. Even Lu Ming was caught off guard. The surrounding players began murmuring. Wasn't it said that this goblin couldn't talk? I even tried introducing my cousin to him before, and he ignored me. What's the deal? With only a few minutes left before the goblin left the black market, Lu Ming quickly signaled Lin Yue to continue talking to a Fanny and try to extract a quest. Lin Yue directly and decisively asked, "Can you give me a quest?" However, a Fanny feigned ignorance. "What quest? I don't have any quests here." Lin Yue turned to Lu Ming and relayed honestly, "Brother Yuming, he says he doesn't have any quests." Lu Ming frowned. This was completely different from what he had experienced in his past life. He distinctly remembered that the first thing he had said to a Fanny was, "Hello, child of destiny," and he had immediately received a bounty quest titled Avenger, Path of Rebirth, which involved assisting a Fanny in his revenge plan against the extinction of his race. Lu Ming spoke directly, "I can help you avenge the destruction of your race." But a Fanny ignored him entirely, his gaze fixed solely on Lin Yue. No matter how Lin Yue tried to probe, she couldn't extract any quest information from a Fanny. As Lu Ming puzzled over the situation, he noticed a crucial detail. The golden scroll a Fanny carried had dimmed significantly. This realization hit him immediately. The quest hadn't disappeared. It had already been claimed by someone else. His extensive experience from completing quests in his past life told him that whenever a quest was claimed, the golden glow of the scroll would fade. After carefully observing, Lu Ming confirmed that the scroll was indeed the scroll of apotheosis. Fortunately, the scroll was still in a Fanny's possession, meaning that the person who claimed the quest had not yet completed it. By the time the clock struck 7, a Fanny vanished from the black market, and no one had come to turn in the quest. Leaving the black market, Lu Ming's mind was filled with questions. Why had Lin Yue triggered this encounter with the goblin? Who was the person that had claimed the quest? However, one thing was crystal clear to him: the scroll of apotheosis must never fall into the hands of others. Not only did it hold the immense potential to elevate a player's account to the legendary 10-star level, but it could also pose a grave threat to the safety of the entire world if exploited by someone with malicious intent. In this world of Tianyuan, which had descended upon humanity a century ago, players' ambitions were always limited by their power. Aside from Lu Ming, the strongest players were only at the 6-star level. Even figures like Guan Yu of the Dragon Soul Guild, a 5-star national-level professional, who could easily defeat players 20 or 30 levels higher, would still be insignificant in the face of a 10-star account. Lu Ming knew all too well the terrifying power of a 10-star account. Even at lower levels, the account's 3 unique talents made it capable of rivaling entire nations upon reaching level 200. If a player who had already reached levels in the 2 to 300 range were to obtain the Scroll of Apotheosis, their power could literally devastate the world. After devising a plan, a cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He vividly remembered that this quest would automatically reset if it failed, and even if it was completed, the claimant would still need to return to the black market to submit it. His experiences in his past life had ingrained in him the harsh truth of survival. If you don't look out for yourself, no one else will. At that moment, Qin Churen sent him a message on WeChat. "Dummy, I'm on the high-speed train now." Lu Ming replied, "Got it. Stay safe. You're such a dummy. How am I supposed to stay safe on a high-speed train?" Qin Churen teased. What are you doing right now?" Camping at the black market, Lu Ming responded curtly. "I'll meet you at the station before 9. This time, Qin Churen didn't hesitate and readily agreed to Lu Ming's invitation. Lu Ming had already planned the route. Taking the subway from his neighborhood to Linhai East Station would take just over 10 minutes. With time to spare, he and Lin Yue decided to tackle a dungeon in Phantom Tower, maximizing every opportunity to level up and earn in-game currency. After all, he was preparing to shoulder the expenses of looking after 2 women in the near future. By 8:30 p.m., Lu Ming and Lin Yue logged out on time and returned to the game city. After ensuring Lin Yue was settled at home, Lu Ming headed out to the station. The location of his apartment was ideal, just a stone's throw from the subway station, making it a prime piece of real estate. The Friday evening rush hour was in full swing, and the subway was packed with people, leaving Lu Ming swaying unsteadily in the crowded car like a squished sandwich. At that moment, the thought of buying a car grew even more tempting. After arriving at Linhai East Station and waiting for over 10 minutes, a large wave of passengers poured into the waiting hall just after 9. Amidst the crowd, Lu Ming instantly spotted Qin Churen. She was pushing a black suitcase, her jet-black short hair adorned with a white hairpin, exuding a clean and elegant charm. Her cool demeanor, fair skin, and the hint of her legs peeking out between her knee-high socks and black coat turned many heads as she walked. "Dummy!" Qin Churen greeted him with a smile as she approached, drawing envious glances from those around them. Taking her suitcase, Lu Ming gave her a once-over, noticing how much more refined she looked in person. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Did you tweak your character's appearance in the game?" "Yeah," Qin Churen sighed. "I thought if I made myself look less attractive, the Wang family might give up on the arranged marriage." Lu Ming was taken aback. Everyone knew that new players in Tianyuan were given one chance to adjust their character's appearance, with a limit of 20 up or down. Yet, even after intentionally lowering her in-game beauty, Qin Churen still managed to outshine everyone else. Considering that her payment accounts had been frozen, Lu Ming suspected she hadn't eaten yet. He suggested, "There aren't any restaurants around here. Let's head back to my place first, then we can grab dinner at the mall across the street." The subway ride back was even more crowded. Lu Ming braced himself against the car walls, trying his best to create a small bubble of space for Qin Churen. Suddenly, he regretted not thinking of hailing a cab. Being used to a frugal lifestyle, he had momentarily forgotten that he was now financially well off. As he was lost in thought, the train came to an abrupt halt. A large, heavy-set woman behind him stumbled forward, crashing into him. Lu Ming lost his balance and fell toward Qin Churen. In that instant, the soft sensation of her body and the faint fragrance she carried left him flustered and red-faced. He tried to move away, but the pressure from the crowd behind him made it impossible. Even Qin Churen's attempts to help were futile. The two were forced to remain pressed together, so close that they could feel each other's heartbeat and hear each other's breathing. Lu Ming, in particular, was acutely aware of the soft sensation against his chest, which only made him more self-conscious. Qin Churen's fair cheeks turned a shade of pink, and the air between them grew thick with awkwardness and unspoken tension. "You're really soft," Lu Ming blurted out, attempting to lighten the mood. But his words only made the situation even more awkward. Finally, they arrived at their stop and exited the train. Standing at the entrance of the prestigious Jiangshan Wanli residential complex, Qin Churen took in the upscale surroundings and remarked, "The rent here must be pretty expensive." Lu Ming didn't elaborate and casually replied, "Yeah, it's not cheap." As they joined the stream of residents entering through the facial recognition gate, regular visitors were greeted with a polite welcome. However, when Lu Ming scanned his face, the system displayed a different message. "Welcome home, esteemed resident." "Welcome home, esteemed resident." The polished voice of the automated system echoed through the hallway, drawing the attention of a few girls passing by who couldn't help but glance back at Lu Ming. "Wait, you're the owner?" Qin Churen asked, her tone filled with surprise. "Yes, I bought it. It's not rented," Lu Ming replied with a calm smile. The apartment, priced at 6.48 million, now seemed to him to be worth every bit of its 6.47 million value. "Wow, didn't expect that. You don't look like much, but your situation's not bad at all," Qin Churen teased with a grin. "Well, I should thank you. 40,000 of that came from your generous contribution," Lu Ming said casually. Qin Churen froze for a moment, then remembered how she had recently spent 40,000 to buy his soul stone, which was realistically worth only 4,000. "So that's why you were so desperate to make money to buy an apartment. If I'd known, I should have given you 4 million instead." "It's all Qin Feng's money anyway," she said, only now realizing the situation. Lu Ming looked at her and remarked, "If you'd been a bit slower this morning at the Nightshade Cemetery, we'd probably be billionaires by now. I was just so furious when I saw Longhun Guanyu that I didn't think things through," Qin Churen admitted with a small laugh, sticking out her tongue. A glint of cold determination flashed through her eyes as she added, "If he could resurrect, I'd extract the money first and then kill him again." Later, they went upstairs, where Qin Churen chose the apartment next to Lu Ming's. With Lin Yui's help, she quickly organized her things. The three of them then headed to the 4th floor of Wanda Plaza across the street for a late-night meal at Heideleo. For Qin Churen, it was dinner. For Lu Ming and Lin Yue, more of a midnight snack. Qin Churen shrugged off her loose coat, revealing a fitted black tank top that highlighted her flawless figure. Lin Yue caught a glimpse of her well-defined curves and instinctively glanced down at her own flat chest, feeling a pang of self-consciousness. "So, what's your plan now?" Lu Ming asked. "Anything that doesn't break me will only make me stronger. The more Qin Feng wants to see me fail, the more it'll prove him wrong," Qin Churen declared, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Seeing her determination, Lu Ming felt reassured. He decided to offer her some encouragement. "He'll always be your strongest support." Qin Churen suddenly fixed her gaze on him, her expression softening. "Why are you so good to me?" she asked seriously. "Because you're my girlfriend, of course," Lu Ming replied after a brief pause. Qin Churen smiled faintly but didn't say anything further. After finishing their meal and returning to the apartment complex, they agreed to team up the next morning to tackle the haunted Soul Tower. With that settled, the three of them retired to their respective rooms. Late into the night, just as Lu Ming was preparing to sleep after a shower, he sensed someone entering his bedroom. He reached for the bedside lamp, but a soft, delicate hand stopped him. In the darkness, a fragrant, warm body climbed onto him. "Thank you for avenging Along and the others. I want to give myself to you." Qin Churin whispered softly. Lu Ming's pulse quickened as he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Yet, he made no further move. He could feel her shallow, nervous breaths and the slight trembling of her body. Though she didn't resist, to him, she seemed as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. As Qin Churin closed her eyes tightly, bracing herself to give away her first time, Lu Ming suddenly released her and turned on the light. I'm your boyfriend. Doing these things for you is what I should do. You don't need to make such a big sacrifice just to thank me, he said, sitting on the edge of the bed. Qin Churin lay there, staring at him in disbelief. I know you don't actually like me, but don't all the books say that men are willing to sleep with women even if they don't like them? Qin Churin was no fool. She understood that Lu Ming might only be with her out of novelty, attraction to her looks, or the desire to conquer the Qin family's heiress. She doubted it was genuine affection. To her, his actions seemed like an elaborate ploy to win her body. Don't worry, I won't ask you to take responsibility, she added, thinking this would ease his concerns. But Lu Ming remained resolute. Let's wait until you're truly ready. Qin Churin froze, utterly stunned. Could it be that she was truly judging him with a petty heart, assuming the worst of an honorable man? This thought circled in Qin Churin's mind as she gazed intently at Lu Ming, trying to discern if his refusal was genuinely as he claimed to avoid taking advantage of her vulnerability. Silently, she rose to her feet, her trembling fingers adjusting her disheveled clothing. I'm sorry. I was being presumptuous, she murmured, her voice trailing off. Before she could finish, she bolted out of Lu Ming's bedroom like a startled rabbit. As the door clicked shut, Lu Ming finally exhaled a long breath of relief. How could a man, brimming with youthful vigor, remain unaffected by someone as stunning as Qin Churin? If she had stayed even a moment longer, he feared he might have lost control. Yet deep down, he understood her intentions. This was a carefully laid trap. If he had crossed the line, all the trust he had painstakingly built in her heart would have crumbled. She would have concluded that his interest in her was purely physical. Draining the glass of water on his bedside table in one gulp, Lu Ming worked to calm the turmoil within him. His goal was Qin Churin's heart. Only by making her truly fall in love with him could he leverage her to exact revenge on Qin Feng and Yi Linger. Schemes. It's all just one big scheme, he cursed inwardly. Suddenly, the door creaked open again. Qin Churin peeked in, now dressed in a modest set of pajamas. Can I borrow your computer for a bit to log into Tianyuan? Mine broke on the way here. Seeing that the clock had already struck 11 p.m., Lu Ming tried to dissuade her. It's so late. Why don't you get some rest and take care of it tomorrow? It's not for leveling up, Qin Churin explained. I've secured an investor who's agreed to fund me with 10 million. He's based in Modu, but his son happens to be in Xinghua City, near here. He just messaged me to meet online to discuss the investment. Lu Ming couldn't help but admire her resilience. Even after Qin Feng had killed her most trusted allies Xinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zake destroyed her team, and froze all her accounts, Qin Churin still displayed incredible tenacity. Her unyielding spirit moved even him. Do you want me to come with you? He offered. It was as if Qin Churin had been waiting for him to say this. A radiant smile spread across her face. Yes. At 11 p.m., two streaks of white light flashed across Starlight City, and the figures of Lu Ming and Qin Churin materialized. The city was still bustling with activity, its lights glowing brightly. Do you stay up late every night? Lu Ming asked, glancing at the lively Qin Churin beside him. Not every night, maybe 1 or 2 nights a week, Qin Churin replied casually. 1 or 2 nights. Sounds more like 1 or 2 nights you don't stay up. Lu Ming chuckled and shook his head. I've got nothing left, Qin Churin said calmly. So, I have to push myself harder. You're wrong, you're not alone. Lu Ming looked at her intently. You still have me. Qin Churin's lips curled into a warm smile. You're right. I have you now. Lu Ming scanned their surroundings. Where's that guy? He said he's leveling up in the wild and asked me to meet him there, Qin Churin explained, noticing the concern in Lu Ming's eyes. She quickly added, you don't have to come with me. Log out and get some rest. That guy's dad has connections with Along and the others. I know him, his dad's a decent person. He'll be fine on my own. Oh, and send me your bank account number. If the investment comes through, they'll ask him to transfer it directly to you. My account's frozen. 1 million just casually wired to my account. Aren't you afraid he'll keep it all? Lu Ming teased. You wouldn't dare take advantage of me, let alone my money, Qin Churin retorted playfully. Lu Ming nodded. All right then. Go ahead. You're really not coming with me? Qin Churin gazed at him expectantly. Didn't you just tell me not to? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Fine, I'm going. Qin Churin turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, she glanced back to see Lu Ming already logging out. She frowned slightly and muttered under her breath, Humph, what an idiot. Once outside the city, Qin Churin followed the map and, after about 10 minutes, arrived at the eastern outskirts of Starlight City, in the level 38 wilderness known as the Bone Tower. Ahead of her, a group of level 36 players were hunting level 38 bone sentinels. Boss Hui, Miss Qin Churin is here. A level 35 warrior clad in green armor called out loudly. Amid the crowd, a cocky, sharp-eyed level 36 archer named Hui Huang Suiyue finished off a weakened bone sentinel with a precise shot. Turning around, his gaze landed on Qin Churin, and a flicker of fervor flashed in his eyes. Long time no see, Churin. Hui Huang Suiyue greeted her, his tone laced with arrogance. Boss Hui, it's been a while. Qin Churin greeted politely, though she felt uneasy under his brazen stare. You're as stunning as ever, Hui Huang Suiyue said, his eyes blatantly sweeping over her. Qin Churin felt uncomfortable but forced a polite smile, mindful that he was a potential investor. Let's get straight to the point, Hui Huang Suiyue said bluntly. They'll double the investment to 2 million, but I have one condition: you'll have to be my girlfriend. Sorry, Boss Hui, but I can't agree to that. I already have a boyfriend, Qin Churin responded firmly, her brows furrowing slightly. Let me guess, some level 20 Enigma Master? Hui Huang Suiyue scoffed dismissively. You've fallen on hard times, but seriously, him? What can he possibly offer you? My dad's a big name in Magic City, and our family's worth over $1 billion. We're a good match for the Qin family. Stick with me, and you won't regret it. Anything but that condition, and I'll agree, Qin Churin replied resolutely. Then forget it. Hui Huang Suiyue sneered coldly. Without another word, Qin Churin turned to leave. Her unwavering stance clearly infuriated Hui Huang Suiyue. I've always gotten whatever I wanted, no exceptions, he snarled. His eyes darkened as he muttered under his breath, Qin Churin, you're not getting away from me. He gestured subtly to one of his lackeys, who immediately understood and began typing a message on his phone. Meanwhile, Qin Churin continued walking away from the Bone Tower, her mind racing as she contemplated where to find another investor. In the darkness, a group of figures suddenly emerged, surrounding Qin Churin. A few players eyed her greedily, openly sizing her up without restraint. Hey, beautiful, all alone? How about joining us for a little game? One of them said with a sleazy grin. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind her. It was Hui Huang Suiyue, speaking in a teasing tone. Miss Qin, if you need help, all you have to do is ask. Call me honey, and I'll take care of them for you. How about that? Qin Churin instantly saw through their act. It was obvious these men were Hui Huang Suiyue's hired lackeys. Ignoring his provocation, she drew her dagger without hesitation, the blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. Hui Huang Suiyue's expression darkened at her defiance. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Huh? Qin Churin, you'd better not come crying to me later. As his words fell, the surrounding players sneered, their faces filled with arrogance as they closed in step by step. Qin Churin tightened her grip on the dagger, assuming a battle stance. At this tense moment, a figure appeared in the distance, walking toward them at a steady pace. When Qin Churin recognized the newcomer, her furrowed brows relaxed, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. That fool. Didn't he say he wasn't coming? The players noticed the change in her expression and followed her gaze. They saw a 25th-level formation master approaching. Hui Huang Suiyue scoffed. You turned me down for this kid? Qin Churin, I can't imagine what goes through your head. The leader of the group, a 38th-level black-robed summoner named Dishi Tian, glanced disdainfully at Lu Ming. Hey kid, let us borrow your girlfriend for a night. If you don't want trouble, then... Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming's right hand had already moved to the hilt of his sword. In a flash, a sharp arc of sword light cut through Dishi Tian's body, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The level 38 4th-tier summoner, Dishi Tian, with only 50,000 to 60,000 HP, stood no chance against Lu Ming's devastating 570,000 damage attack, enough to kill him 10 times over. With a dull thud, Dishi Tian collapsed to the ground. The smiles on the surrounding players' faces froze instantly. Their terrified gazes turned toward Lu Ming in unison. What kind of damage is that? They stammered. They had assumed they were dealing with a mere level 25 support array master, only to find themselves facing an overwhelming foe. As realization set in, the crowd scattered in panic. A cold glint flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. The space around them trembled, and 750 third-tier Death Lords, clad in crimson armor and draped in battle-worn cloaks, emerged from the void. The entire bone-crushing spire transformed into a domain of the undead. The sheer presence of this army left the players from the glorious Arab Guild, including their leader and his dozens of subordinates, pale and paralyzed with fear. Attack, Lu Ming commanded, his voice as cold as ice. The Death Lords moved in unison, unleashing their soul-shatter skill. In an instant, the scattered rogue players were obliterated. As Lu Ming prepared to give the order to eliminate the remaining members of Glorious Era, a soft voice interrupted him. Could you do me a favor and spare them? Qin Churin asked gently. They wanted to harm you, Lu Ming replied, his tone icy. So I will kill them. Despite the coldness of his words, Qin Churen couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. His father is a good man, Qin Churen reasoned. He once helped Along and the others. To me, he is a benefactor. His father is aware of tonight's negotiations. If something happens to his son, he'll inevitably link it back to me. The Li family is a prominent one in Shanghai. Why make more enemies when we could gain another ally? Qin Churen walked up to Glorious Era's leader, crossing her arms as she spoke. Do you think my boyfriend is second-rate? No. First-rate. Absolutely first-rate. I'm the one who's second-rate. Glorious Era's leader stammered, his face ashen with fear, terrified of sharing the same fate as the others. And what about the investment matter? Qin Churen pressed. Please, just send me your bank account number. They'll transfer 20 million right away. Glorious Era's leader trembled as he fumbled to open his interface. Thank you, young Master Hui. Don't worry. Within 2 years, you'll get back your principal plus 15 interest, Qin Churen said with a smile. She sent Lu Ming's account details via text and then left with him. As the Undead Army dissipated, the players from Glorious Era finally exhaled in relief. But as Hui Huang Suiyue, Glorious Era's leader, watched Qin Churen's retreating figure with a flicker of resentment, a voice suddenly spoke behind him. Do you want her? Let me help you, the voice said. In the shadows stood a figure cloaked in darkness. When Hui Huang Suiyue heard that this stranger could make Qin Churen his despair turned to excitement. If you can help me get Qin Churen, he'll give you anything you want. I want your hatred, the shadowy figure replied. Before Hui Huang Suiyue could respond, the stranger's blade slashed through the air, sending a crescent-shaped wave of energy tearing through every member of Glorious Era. All except Hui Huang Suiyue, who had been marked as the protected target, were instantly killed. Collapsed on the ground, Hui Huang Suiyue trembled uncontrollably, his fear overwhelming him. What do you want from me? He stammered. The shadow's voice was chilling. I told you this is just the down payment. A shadowy figure waved its hand, and a semi-transparent status panel slowly unfolded in midair. The information on the panel was clearly visible. Account 329,917. Account rating. Account talent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Increases all attributes by 100. Converts 50 of damage dealt into a shield, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Account restriction power of vengeance. As the cost of being resurrected through the power of the God of Vengeance, the character is subject to divine suppression of hatred. All hatred points must be cleared before the restriction timer ends, or the account will face a ban and the character will be permanently killed. Current status. Hatred points 9,953,258. Restriction timer 1,824 days. Hatred clearance rules. Kill monsters of the same level or higher. 1 point. Kill elite monsters. 10 points. Kill bosses. 100 points. Kill players. 1,000 points. On the other side, Lu Ming and Qin Churen were walking along the road back to the city. This time, you've learned your lesson thinking about the bigger picture instead of acting impulsively, Lu Ming said, glancing at Qin Churen with a tone of approval. Qin Churen looked slightly embarrassed and replied, I let my anger cloud my judgment before and acted too hastily. If I could get the money from Long Hungguanyu, I'd be able to secure your investment right away. As she spoke, her confidence returned. I've already scouted a few studios. Once the money comes in, they'll start recruiting them. Knowing your brother, even if the first Long Hungguanyu is taken down, there will always be a second, or a third, Lu Ming reminded her. I know, Qin Churen said, her eyes filled with determination. I won't give up. Later that night, after both of them had logged off, the house was quiet. Lin Yue tiptoed into the living room to get a glass of water. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from behind her. She turned around and saw Qin Churen stepping out of Lu Ming's room, dressed in pajamas. The sight froze Lin Yue in place. Lin, you're still up this late? Qin Churen greeted her casually, seemingly unfazed. I was just thirsty and came out to get some water, Lin Yue stammered, her tone flustered. Get some rest. Good night. After Qin Churen returned to her room, Lin Yue remained standing by the table. She held her glass of water mechanically, her right hand unconsciously tapping the edge of the table, her gaze fixed on the floor. A complex and indescribable emotion welled up inside her. Back in her room, Lin Yue tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She drifted into a restless slumber at some unknown hour. The morning sunlight streamed into the living room as the three of them sat around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. The aroma of soy milk filled the air. While munching on a steamed bun, Lu Ming asked, Qin Churen, what are your plans for today? The investment funds from Li Hui haven't arrived yet, so I can't proceed with my plans for now, Qin Churen replied, taking a sip of soy milk. She then asked, what about you? Got anything in mind? We'll just tag along with you. Sure, we'll head somewhere in a bit. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. At the moment, His priority was figuring out who had taken over the quest involving the Goblin of Annie. Initially, he had planned to wait at the black market for a chance encounter, but as he lay in bed last night, a better idea struck him. Since he had completed this quest in his previous life, he could simply go straight to the quest location and wait there. After finishing breakfast, Qinshuren followed Lu Ming back to his room. Lin Yue, noticing this, froze for a moment before quietly retreating to her own room. Lu Ming sat down at his computer and turned it on. Glancing back at Qinshuren, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, he said, "I should buy you a new computer. It'll make logging into the game easier." "No need," Qinshuren replied, looking a little embarrassed. "Money's tight right now. My computer's already sent for repairs and should be fixed in a day or two. I can't even afford to treat you to a meal right now." Knowing her prideful nature, Lu Ming didn't push further. The two logged into Tianyuan one after the other and soon met up with Lin Yue in Starshine City. After leaving the city, the three of them headed north. "Where are we going?" Qinshuren asked curiously along the way. "You'll find out when we get there," Lu Ming replied. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly tensed. He quickly led the two of them to hide in the roadside bushes. Through the Death Lord's shared vision, he had spotted a large group of Dragon Soul Squad players passing by. Qinshuren was startled to recognize several of them as former subordinates of the late Dragon Soul Guan Yu. When the Dragon Soul Squad moved on, the three quietly followed at a distance. It wasn't intentional stalking. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was dead, and it just so happened that they were heading in the same direction. Before long, the Dragon Soul Squad arrived at a mountain valley. In the center of the valley, the ground shimmered with a swirling vortex. "Isn't that the Gate of Hell?" Qinshuren murmured thoughtfully. "The legendary gateway to Hell, said to connect the second layer of Tianyuan to Starshine City?" Lin Yue, hiding behind Lu Ming, whispered timidly, "I heard there are monsters inside that devour people whole. This Gate of Hell has been here for decades, and no player has ever managed to enter." Qinshuren scoffed. "Those are just baseless rumors. Some even say it's hiding countless rare treasures." Lu Ming silently observed the scene ahead. The Dragon Soul Squad's presence confirmed his suspicions. They were the ones who had taken the quest. This was the very place he had planned to visit. Could they have already learned the secret? The players of the Dragon Soul Squad began dragging the corpse of a shadow wolf over the vortex. As the body slowly sank into the swirling energy, the vortex transformed into a black hole. "Everyone move. Go in," one of the players shouted. One by one, the members of the Dragon Soul Squad jumped into the black hole, which soon closed as the vortex returned to its original state, leaving the valley quiet once more. "They actually opened the Gate of Hell," Qinshuren exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming's suspicions were confirmed. Dragon Soul Squad had indeed taken the quest. Only through the Goblin of Annie could they have learned the secret that corpse energy could temporarily corrode the Gate of Hell. With them paving the way, Lu Ming wouldn't need to explain how he knew the method to open it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the valley and locked onto a shadow wolf within his attack range. With a sharp, crisp sound, the sword was unsheathed, followed by a piercing, agonized howl. In that heart-pounding moment, Lu Ming, a level 25 formation strategist, defied a 25 level gap and struck down the level 50 shadow wolf with a single blow. The system notification chimed in right on cue. "Ding, Shadow Wolf LV 50 killed. EXP 5450. Lu Ming moved with swift precision, summoning two Death Lords and signaling them to drag the Shadow Wolf's corpse to the swirling vortex nearby. As before, the moment the body sank into the vortex, a mysterious black hole materialized. Without hesitation, Lu Ming leapt into the void. Qinshuren and Lin Yue, seeing this, quickly followed after him. In the blink of an eye, the three of them descended into a mysterious realm shrouded in darkness. According to Lu Ming's memories, this was a hidden level 50 map located near the Goblin Kingdom Starshine City. It was also the homeland of Avani, the Goblin. Decades ago, Avani had fled from here to the black market. This land held a tragic tale. For generations, the Goblin race had guarded a slumbering deity to repay the god's protection. But disaster inevitably struck. The deity's aura attracted demons resurrected from the depths of hell. Seeking to claim the god's power, the demon king she knew led his demonic army and, under Avani's helpless gaze, massacred the entire Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin King, Alaska, sacrificed his life to cast a forbidden spell that trapped the demons within the kingdom and tasked Crown Prince Avani with escaping, carrying a scroll that sealed the god's power. From that moment on, Avani harbored a burning hatred, vowing to find the chosen one who could avenge his people. The core objective of this quest was to eliminate all demons within the Goblin Kingdom. Though these demons had the advantage of being level 50, their combat abilities were no greater than ordinary mobs. However, in his previous life, Lu Ming had failed repeatedly due to his lack of funds to hire assistants and his unwillingness to expose this rare opportunity. At present, surveying the scene, Lu Ming spotted members of the Dragon Soul Squad who had entered earlier. They were now scattered across the area, systematically clearing out demons outside the castle. It was evident that the player who had accepted the quest was among them. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. With a single thought, he summoned all 750 of his Tier 3 Death Lords, who immediately surrounded the 100 Dragon Soul players engaged in combat. Before they could react, Lu Ming issued the command to attack. Like a tidal wave, his undead army surged forward, overwhelming the unsuspecting Dragon Soul players. According to Lu Ming's plan, the Scroll of Divinity on the Goblin of Ani must be obtained. If it were ordinary players, as long as they were willing to abandon the quest, he wouldn't make things difficult for them. But since they were members of the Dragon Soul team, there was no need for restraint that would kill them all and force the quest to reset. At the moment, the Dragon Soul players were busy hunting demons when, all of a sudden, a massive undead legion surrounded them. Panic immediately spread through the group. Damn it, the Undead Legion. Netherworld is nearby. Someone shouted in alarm. Don't get caught up in the fight. That guy's Undead Legion is invincible below level 50. Use your return scrolls and retreat. It was clear that after multiple encounters, they were well aware of Lu Ming's capabilities. They knew that with their current strength, there was no way to contend with the overwhelming power of the Undead Legion. Without hesitation, everyone pulled out their pre-prepared return scrolls from their inventory and crushed them. White light enveloped the group as they entered the 10-second channeling period for returning to town. However, under Lu Ming's command, there was no way the Undead Legion would give them that chance. With the combined effects of War Stomp, Life Fortress, Lightning Charge, and Prison of Earth, the Undead Legion charged in with an unstoppable momentum. A buzzing sound filled the air as blood-red marks appeared on everyone. Hundreds of Death Lords simultaneously unleashed their soul shatter skills and swarmed the players. The Dragon Soul team's return channeling was interrupted, and amidst a chorus of agonized screams, they fell one after another under damage exceeding 50,000 points. After effortlessly wiping out 100 Dragon Soul players, the Undead Legion dispersed under Lu Ming's orders, conducting a meticulous search across the entire Goblin Kingdom. Through shared vision, Lu Ming carefully scoured every corner. Once he confirmed there were no other players remaining, he left with Qin Churen and Lin Yue. This is a hidden map. Are we really just leaving like this? Qin Churen asked, puzzled. Compared to how Dragon Soul had learned the method to open the gate of hell, this question bothered her more. The Dragon Soul team has set up control here. They'll definitely send someone over soon. We'll come back later, Lu Ming explained, though his reasoning seemed unconvincing. With his current strength, he could dominate the second heaven without opposition. No matter how many Dragon Soul members arrived, they would only be throwing their lives away. However, Qin Churen was sharp and understood that Lu Ming must have his reasons for doing so she didn't press further. As the three of them left the valley, a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows watched their departing figures with burning rage. Netherworld. Qin Churen, if I don't kill you too, I swear I'm no man. To Lu Ming, there must have been someone among that group who had accepted the quest, and their death would have caused the quest to reset. The task on Avani's body was undoubtedly refreshed now. At 6 in the evening, they would head to the black market for Lin Yue to trigger the quest. Until then, leveling up and farming money would take priority. Although the third heaven, accessible after reaching level 50, held countless opportunities, a place like the Phantom Soul Tower where one could both level up and rake in money was truly rare. In this lifetime, Lu Ming wasn't just pursuing power. He wanted wealth as well. While the thrill of crushing opponents with sheer strength was intoxicating, he also wanted to experience the kind of dominance that Qin Feng, Li Hui, Qin Churen, and Qing Yin had achieved through wealth. Money, power, and influence. He wanted it all. The three of them headed straight for the Phantom Soul Tower. Considering that Qin Churen was only level 34 and lacked a soul set, Lu Ming suggested, let's farm the 5th dimension today. No need, let's stick to the original plan. I can keep up, Qin Churen replied, pulling a soul set out of her bag. Didn't you ask me to help you get a soul set before? I got one for myself too while I was at it. It's a shame I haven't had the chance to use it yet. Honestly, if it weren't for Qin Feng freezing all my accounts, I probably would have sold it by now. She quickly equipped the soul set. With the set bonuses in effect, the three of them bypassed the level restrictions and entered the 8th dimension, the Shadow Lair. Lu Ming summoned all his Death Lords and issued an auto-hunt command. Under the relentless onslaught of the Undead Legion, the battlefield was flooded with kill notifications, while Lu Ming simply sat back and reaped the rewards. In the heat of battle, the kill notifications kept ringing out. Ding killed level 49 Undead Mage, EXP 5250. Ding killed level 46 Undead Warrior, EXP 4880. Ding killed level 48 Undead Archer, EXP 5110. Lu Ming watched as the soul stones in his inventory piled up, a wave of joy surging through him. This was real, tangible wealth. On the battlefield, the trio demonstrated their unique skills. Lin Yue moved gracefully across the chaos, keeping her usual calm demeanor. Every time she took down a monster, She meticulously collected the copper coins it dropped, carefully storing them in her bag to grow her personal treasure trove. In stark contrast to Lin Yuai's composed approach, Qin Shuren was like a streak of lightning. Wielding a sharp dagger, she darted through the horde of undead with breathtaking speed, leaving deep gashes on her enemies with every strike. With the formation buff provided by Lu Ming, her damage output even surpassed that of the Death Lords. What shocked Lu Ming the most, however, was her movement speed. It was so fast that it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. As Lu Ming pondered, Qin Shuren had already sliced through 6 weakened undead like a whirlwind. During a brief pause in the fight, she noticed Lu Ming's gaze and explained, "My innate talent is 4-star God Speed, which boosts my speed by 200. This confirmed Lu Ming's suspicion with the talent bonus. Her speed had indeed reached an astonishing 30,000. After a short rest, Qin Shuren dove back into the fray. At that moment, the gap between a professional player and mechanical summons became glaringly obvious. Even with Lu Ming's formation buff, Qin Shuren alone could match the combat power of 10 Death Lords. "Looks like you guys are just too weak," Lu Ming said, opening his summoning panel. He noticed that through relentless killing and refining, the Death Lords had accumulated 5,125 soul power points. Without hesitation, he spent 3,000 points to upgrade the Death Lord's Soul Shatter skill from F to E rank and used another 1,000 points to unlock a new skill, Soul Slash. Soul Shatter E rank, LV 25. Targets an enemy within 50 yards, marking them with a soul imprint. Within 3 seconds, delivers an instant attack, dealing 180 attack power, 242 damage. Cooldown, 9 seconds. Cost, 152. Soul Slash F rank, LV 25. Strikes a nearby target, dealing 130 attack power, 255 damage. If the target has a soul imprint, damage is increased by 50. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Cost, 155. Looks like these two skills can form a combo, Lu Ming mused. Just as he was about to test them, he saw a Death Lord lock onto a freshly spawned level 49 undead warrior and launch an attack. Soul Shatter. Soul Slash. The Death Lord charged forward with precision, slashing twice in quick succession. Ding killed level 49 undead warrior, EXP 5250. A clean one-hit kill. The growing strength of the Necromancer Legion brought a gleam of satisfaction to Lu Ming's eyes. In the past, facing a level 50 undead monster in the second heaven required an entire Soul Shatter skill to deal over 50,000 damage, enough to shave off only a third of the monster's health. Several follow-up basic attacks were needed to finish the job. Now, with a single Atir Soul Shatter skill comboed with an entire Soul Slash, he could dispatch a monster effortlessly in one strike. The rapid pace of combat notifications confirmed to Lu Ming that the investment of 4,000 soul power was well worth it. Even more exciting was the untapped potential of the Necromancer Legion. Upgrading Soul Slash from Ftire to Atir required 3,000 soul power, and the enhancement of the Legion's 5 core attributes hadn't even begun. Add to that the upcoming comprehensive upgrade at level 30, and Lu Ming knew the ceiling was far from being reached. Fueled by this anticipation, Lu Ming threw himself into battle, never missing an opportunity to hone his sword-drawing skills to increase proficiency. Except for a brief break at noon to grab a meal, he spent the entire day in the Shadow Nest. With Lin Yue and Qin Shuren, two strikingly beautiful companions by his side, he paid no mind to the envious stares of passers-by. The day's harvest was impressive. His level shot up from 25 at 13 to 27 at 36, and the total value of copper coins and soul stones reached a staggering 310,000, setting a new personal record for daily earnings. Most importantly, he accumulated a total of 19,325 soul power throughout the day. Without hesitation, Lu Ming opened the Necromancer Legion summoning panel, channeling 3,000 soul power to upgrade the Soul Slash skill to Atir. Its base damage increased from 130 to 170. While it still fell short of the 180 base damage of the Atir Soul Shatter, the synergy between the two skills offered an additional 50 bonus damage, bringing the maximum output to 255 attack power on par with Atir skill. The remaining 6,000 plus soul power was allocated to enhancing the Legion's 5 core attributes. Every 10 soul power permanently increased the attributes of all undead units by 1 point, capped at 100 of their base values. For instance, the Death Lord's original attributes of around 100 points each were maxed out after spending just over 5,000 soul power. Your level is skyrocketing. How are regular players, who struggle to level up once every 10 days, supposed to keep up with you? Qin Shuren exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Ming glanced at her, noting that she had climbed from level 34 to 35 in a single day, and chuckled. You're doing pretty well yourself. If it weren't for you, it would have taken me a week to hit level 35, Qin Shuren said, sticking her tongue out playfully. Listening to their banter, Lin Yue lowered her head, a hint of self-consciousness crossing her face. At 5:40 in the afternoon, Lu Ming made a suggestion. How about we swing by the black market? You two go ahead. I'll log off to grab groceries and cook dinner, Lin Yue said timidly. Minga, Churanji, is there anything special you'd like to eat tonight? You have to come with us, Lu Ming said, turning to her with a serious look. You're the star of the show. Without you, there's no point in going to the black market. His words instantly lit up Lin Yue's face. Really? With that, the three of them set off together and arrived at the black market just as the clock struck 6. After completing the verification process, they encountered the Goblin of Fanny, who had just appeared in the market. As before, Lu Ming motioned for Lin Yue to step forward and initiate the conversation. Avani responded to Lin Yue's greeting, but, to Lu Ming's surprise, Lin Yue still couldn't accept the quest from Avani. The scroll in Avani's hand remained dim, clearly indicating that the quest had not refreshed. This realization got Lu Ming thinking, could it be that the group he eliminated earlier that morning didn't include the quest holder? After arranging for Qin Churan and Lin Yue to return to the city, Lu Ming stayed behind at the black market, waiting alone until 7 p.m. Even after Avani left, the target still hadn't shown up. Without wasting any time, he rushed to the Goblin Kingdom and finally uncovered a clue. The area surrounding the castle was littered with demon corpses. According to the rules of Abyssal World, these corpses would despawn within an hour, meaning the perpetrator had left only recently. Lu Ming immediately summoned his Undead Army and ordered them to conduct a thorough search of the entire Goblin Kingdom. Yet, his efforts yielded nothing. It was clear that whoever he was after had already retreated before his arrival. At that moment, Lu Ming realized that his earlier move of taking out 100 Dragon Soul players that morning might have alerted the enemy. The other party's strong counter-surveillance skills reminded him of Long Hun Guanyu. However, not all hope was lost. This quest had a 7-day time limit, and completing it required clearing out all the demons in the Goblin Kingdom. Lu Ming calculated his next steps. As long as he stayed vigilant, the target would eventually reveal themselves. For now, he decided to leave the Goblin Kingdom needed to conserve his energy for the battles ahead. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows of the valley followed his every move. I was going to let you live a few more days, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish, came the cold, menacing whisper. When Lu Ming logged off and entered the living room, he was greeted with a heartwarming sight. Lin Yue was taking charge in the kitchen as the head chef, while Qin Churan assisted her with cheerful banter. The aroma of their perfectly prepared sauerkraut fish filled the room, and the dish itself looked like it had come straight out of a high-end restaurant. The two women worked seamlessly together, one rolling meatballs, the other prepping vegetables, getting along like old friends. The scene caught Lu Ming by surprise. He had been worried that Lin Yue's humble background might clash with Qin Churan's prestigious upbringing, but reality proved otherwise. If anything, it was he who felt out of place in this warm and harmonious atmosphere. As they began enjoying the delicious meal, 2 messages arrived at the same time. Qin Churan received a notification from Li Hui confirming an imminent transfer of funds, while Lu Ming got a message from an anonymous buyer at the trading house. Hey man, I'm taking those 2 gilded items. How about we do a face-to-face online trade? Lu Ming had listed 2 gilded items, Pride of the World, Radiant Greaves and World Shatterer, Demon Slayer Blade, which he had looted from the Dragon Soul Guanyu, on the auction house for an entire day. Despite the fact that the number of interested buyers had already exceeded 1,000, the exorbitant price tag of over 1,000,000 gold deterred everyone from making a purchase. The 3,000 gold daily listing fee was starting to sting, but finally, a serious buyer had emerged. For high-value items like these, many players preferred to avoid the 5 auction house fee by arranging face-to-face trades. With the total price of the 2 items set at 3.25 million gold, the auction house fee alone would amount to 162,500 gold. Splitting the savings of 81,250 gold between both parties was a tempting prospect for any seller and buyer. As Lu Ming hesitated over whether to reply to the buyer's message, he turned to ask, Qin Churan, what's the update on your side? Qin Churan glanced at her phone, where a WeChat message from Li Hui had just come in. He wants to meet me at the same place as last night. Bonecrush Spirito discussed the contract, she replied, before asking in return, what about you? You look like you've got some good news. The 2 gilded items from Dragon Soul Guanyu Mion wants to trade for them face-to-face, Lu Ming explained. Lin Yue, who was sitting nearby, remarked casually, what a coincidence. Both of your matters seem to be happening at the same time. Her comment made the two exchange a quick glance, as if they had a sudden realization. Without further delay, Lu Ming responded to the anonymous buyer's message in the auction house. Sure, you pick the time and place. The reply came swiftly. I'm doing a quest near Molehole Cavern. Bring the items here directly. No problem, Lu Ming replied. After dinner, Lin Yue busied herself cleaning up the dishes while Lu Ming and Qin Churan each returned to their rooms to log into the game. The Bonecrush Spire, a level 38 dungeon, and the Molehole Cavern, a level 47 dungeon, were located on opposite ends of the Starshine City map. The two parted ways within the city and headed toward their respective destinations. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming arrived at the western outskirts of Molehole Cavern. A level 46 summoner named Young Summoner Prodigy waved at him enthusiastically. Over here, bro. Lu Ming approached, scrutinizing the summoner and his 4 teammates, 3 men and 1 woman, all clad in unremarkable black iron tier equipment. They didn't exactly look like wealthy players. You're the buyer? Lu Ming asked bluntly. That's me, the summoner replied, grinning with excitement. Did you bring the items? Without saying another word, Lu Ming retrieved the Radiant Greaves and Demon Slayer blade from his inventory. The dazzling glow of the gilded equipment immediately caught the attention of nearby players. Whoa, look at that shine. Those are gilded items, aren't they? One of those alone is worth over 1,000,000 gold. That's more than ID make in decades. Several players began eyeing Lu Ming with ill intentions, but the sight of the 10 Death Lords standing ominously behind him like harbingers of doom quickly dissuaded any rash actions. Money first, Lu Ming stated firmly. The summoner's grin twisted into something more sinister. Of course. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Starshine City, at Bone Crush Spire, level 35 armored warrior Li Hui was leading a group of players from the Radiance Guild in clearing bone sentinels. Every so often, he glanced anxiously toward the city. Why isn't she here yet? It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to get here from the city center. Finally, a graceful figure approached in the distance. Li Hui's eyes lit up. She's here. Qin Churen walked straight up to him, wasting no time with pleasantries. I've drafted the contract based on what we discussed. Take a look and let me know if there's anything you want to change, she said, sending him the electronic document. But Li Hui didn't even glance at the contract. His gaze lingered on Qin Churen, a smirk forming on his face. Churen, you're so beautiful. Why don't you be my girlfriend? Li Hui, please show some respect, Qin Churen replied sharply, her brows furrowing. The smirk disappeared, replaced by a cold sneer. Respect? Qin Churen, whether you like it or not, you're mine today, he declared. With a series of sharp sounds, players from the Radiance Guild emerged from every direction, their weapons at the ready. Qin Churen found herself surrounded, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Qin Churen stared at Li Hui in shock, disbelief flashing in her eyes. A cold smirk curved at the corner of Li Hui's lips as he spoke with a threatening tone. I told you last night, as long as you're willing to be my woman, you can have as much money as you want. Too bad I couldn't do anything with Yuming around then. But now, he paused meaningfully, his voice dripping with menace. With Yuming absent, what can you possibly do to protect yourself? Li Hui narrowed his eyes, his tone filled with disdain. Even if you have some skills, do you really think you can handle the gold-ranked warrior of the national server, rank 39? As his words fell, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. When Qin Churen saw who it was, her pupils constricted sharply. The man before her was cloaked in a golden glow that symbolized top-tier quality, from his armor to his weapon, save for his leg equipment. He held a long blade in his hand, his sharp features exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance and strength. It was Long Hun Guanyu, a level 50, 6 transformation warrior, ranked 39th in the national server's top warriors. How is this possible? Qin Churen exclaimed, her voice trembling. I thought you were dead. Long Hun Guanyu fixed her with a gaze as cold as death itself, his voice dripping with contempt. You? Kill me? Don't make me laugh. Known for his vengeful nature, his eyes burned with hatred and murderous intent, his desire to obliterate the woman who had once killed him seething to its peak. Li Hui quickly turned to Long Hun Guanyu with urgency. Brother Guan, you promised me that as long as I helped you, I could deal with Qin Churen however I wanted. Long Hun Guanyu glanced at his phone and read a message from Grand Summoner. Brother Guan, Yuming is currently in the Mole's Cavern trading with me. Closing the chat window, he addressed Li Hui, his tone casual yet chilling. You have 10 minutes. Do whatever you want. He then cast a mocking look at Qin Churen and added, a little suffering before death isn't a bad idea. With Long Hun Guanyu backing him, Li Hui's face twisted into a lecherous grin as he approached Qin Churen step by step. However, the shock on Qin Churen's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an eerie calm. She locked eyes with Long Hun Guanyu and said evenly, Aren't you afraid I'll kill you again? Kill me? Long Hun Guanyu burst into laughter, his tone dripping with mockery. Do you really think the last time you killed me was because you're strong? Without Yuming, you're nothing. He's currently in the western region of Starshine City, and even at full speed, it'll take him 20 minutes to get here. And what can you possibly do to kill me? At that moment, a voice emerged from the darkness. I can kill you. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, and from the shadows behind Qin Churen, a figure slowly stepped forward. When Long Hun Guanyu saw who it was, his arrogance froze instantly, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. Yu Ming. Behind Qin Churen, Lu Ming's figure emerged slowly from the shadows. His sudden appearance sent a chill through everyone present, everyone except Qin Churen, who remained calm as ever. You? Shouldn't you be in the mole's den? Looking for the map? Long Hun Guanyu stammered in shock, his face pale. His trembling hands fumbled to open WeChat, desperately sending a message to the Grand Summoner for an explanation. But no reply came. Looking for that summoner? Lu Ming sneered. Don't bother. He's already here. As his words fell, two Death Lords stepped forward, dragging a battered and bloodied player into view the Grand Summoner. The summoner was thrown harshly to the ground, landing at Lu Ming's feet. He knelt there, his face twisted in pain, silently begging Long Hun Guanyu for help. In that moment, realization struck Long Hun Guanyu like a thunderbolt. Grand Summoner had been under Lu Ming's control all along. Every message he'd sent before had been dictated by Lu Ming, a ploy to make Guanyu believe Lu Ming was still in the mole's den. You dare betray me? Long Hun Guanyu roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Lu Ming smirked disdainfully. Relax. He wouldn't dare. Look at him. He gestured toward the Grand Summoner, whose tattered, low-level iron equipment spoke volumes. Does he look like someone who could afford millions in gilded gear? And when I showed up at the mole's den, you recognized me as the seller immediately. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Turning his icy gaze to Long Hun Guanyu, Lu Ming's tone darkened. If you're so afraid of me, maybe stop throwing yourself into my path to die over and over again. Long Hun Guanyu's face turned ashen. He had indeed feared Lu Ming's overwhelming power. That fear had driven him to concoct this elaborate scheme. Distract Lu Ming with an equipment trade while he dealt with Qin Churen alone. But despite his caution, he'd walked straight into Lu Ming's trap. Seize Qin Churen. Long Hun Guanyu suddenly bellowed, his voice cracking with desperation. It was his last gamble he needed to capture Qin Churen to have any leverage against Lu Ming. Li Hui, panicked, darted behind Long Hun Guanyu for cover, barking orders at his subordinates. Move. Get Qin Churen now. Dozens of players surged forward, but Lu Ming's response was chillingly simple. Kill. In an instant, the Death Lords unleashed their soul shatter abilities. Chaos erupted as bodies fell one after another. Long Hun Guanyu tried to escape, but to his horror, all exits were blocked. 800 Death Lords had surrounded him, cutting off every possible retreat. I don't care how you managed to revive, or how many times you can do it, Lu Ming said, his voice low and deliberate, each word like a blade. If you appear before me even once, I will kill you every single time. Lu Ming reached for his sword, ready to end it, when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Wait. A flash of silver light shimmered, and a rift in space-time opened before Lu Ming. From it stepped the mysterious figure in the black cloak, the one who wielded the power of temporal manipulation. Spare him, the cloaked figure said evenly. Do me this one favor. Lu Ming hesitated. This enigmatic individual had once saved Lin Yue. He owed them a debt. But letting Long Hun Guanyu live could mean endangering Qin Churen or Lin Yue in the future. The thought gnawed at him. The black-cloaked figure seemed to sense Lu Ming's inner conflict. The voice beneath the black cloak rang out with undeniable authority. If he ever threatens you or those around you again, I will personally deliver him to you, and you may deal with him as you see fit. Lu Ming remained silent for a moment, his sharp gaze fixed on the black-cloaked figure. Answer 3 of my questions, and he'll let him go. All right. The black cloak responded without hesitation. First question. Lu Ming shifted his eyes to Long Hun Guanyu. How did you bring him back to life? This question had lingered in his mind for a long time. The black cloak's demonstrated powers, spatial teleportation, time manipulation were already astonishing. But resurrecting someone who had perished in Tianyuan was unheard of. The scroll of deification, the black cloak answered curtly, yet the words struck Lu Ming like a hammer, leaving him deeply shaken. After calming himself, Lu Ming pressed on with the second and third questions. Who are you? And when you mentioned working together, what exactly did you mean? The black cloak didn't respond immediately. Instead, he tilted his head to look at the increasingly full moon in the night sky. Tomorrow night is the full moon. At 11 o'clock tomorrow night, meet me in Xinghue City. They'll take you to a place where you'll find all the answers you seek. Then, turning to Long Hun Guanyu, he added, you should come too? Lu Ming asked no further questions and walked straight toward Li Hui, who was standing behind Long Hun Guanyu. Alarmed, Long Hun Guanyu quickly said, you already promised to let me go. What, are you going back on your word? This has nothing to do with you. Move. Lu Ming's voice was cold and unyielding. Though displeased, Long Hun Guanyu didn't dare act out and obediently stepped aside. Li Hui, seeing this, clung desperately to Long Hun Guanyu's arm. Jiguan, brother Guan, help me. Get off me. Long Hun Guanyu snarled, shaking him off with force. Li Hui immediately turned to Lu Ming, pleading, boss, please spare me. It'll help your girlfriend get investors. Do it now, Lu Ming commanded icily. If you value your life. Without delay, Li Hui pulled out his phone and contacted his family's finance team. Moments later, Lu Ming received a notification. An account ending in 649 had received a transfer of 20 million yuan, bringing the balance to 20,331,258.3 yuan. B-boss, the money's been transferred. Did you get it? Li Hui asked cautiously. I got it. Lu Ming replied flatly. Relieved, Li Hui forced a servile smile and asked, so will you give me another chance? Let me go this time? But inwardly he sneered. No matter how strong you are in the end, you still bow down to money. At that moment, a glint of frost flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. If I recall, I already gave you a chance. Before Li Hui could react, Lu Ming's blade was already in motion. A cold gleam sliced through the air, and with a single strike, Li Hui collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The decisive moment when Lu Ming killed Li Hui, the eldest son of the Li family in Modu, threw the brilliant players who followed Li Hui into a panic. Surrounded by the undead legion, these players knelt and begged for mercy. Spare us, Great One. We were just working for the Li family. Yes, it was all Li Hui's idea. He ordered us to capture your girlfriend. We were just following orders. Lu Ming looked at them with a cold, emotionless gaze, showing no mercy. To him, anyone who threatened him had to pay the price. With a mere thought, hundreds of Death Lords swarmed forward, tearing apart the dozen or so brilliant players, including a Grand Summoner. He's with Dragon Soul Guan Yu, even more deserving of death. Only Dragon Soul Guan Yu remained on the scene. He understood that Lu Ming was making an example out of them. If not for the presence of the Black Cloak, he knew he would be dead already. Concerned that Lu Ming might target Dragon Soul Guan Yu, the Black Cloak said, let's go. Fear and a hint of murderous intent flickered in Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes as he slowly retreated into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Lu Ming kept his promise this time by not attacking him, but it would be the last time. Once Dragon Soul Guan Yu was completely gone, the Black Cloak also disappeared into a spatial rift. What is the scroll of deification? Qin Churen pondered aloud. I've researched it, and there's no historical record of such a thing. To bring the dead back to life is simply incredible. Lu Ming remained silent, harboring doubts. If this was indeed the same scroll of deification he had obtained in a past life, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's account should have reached the 10-star level, possessing 3 major 10-star talents. Yet, from what he observed, the opponent seemed unchanged in strength. Lu Ming set aside his suspicions for the time being, instructing the Undead Legion to clean up the battlefield by refining all the corpses, and then left the bone-crushing spire with Qin Churen. On the way back to the city, Qin Churen remained silent. Lu Ming understood her feelings, having finally avenged the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, only for the enemy to come back to life, reigniting her hatred and sorrow. We'll see what tomorrow night brings, Lu Ming promised Qin Churen. I'll make sure you get the chance to kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu again. Qin Churen looked up at Lu Ming, showing a weary smile. Okay. After regaining her composure, Qin Churen opened WeChat and sent a video to a contact labeled Uncle Li. Luckily, I had the foresight to record this. Li Hui tried to harm me, and my boyfriend, in self-defense, accidentally killed him. No matter how you explain it, he was still his son, Lu Ming reminded her. Be cautious in the coming days. I'm not afraid, because I have you to protect me. Qin Churen replied with a radiant smile at Lu Ming. Lu Ming advised, stay with me for now, don't act alone. Okay. Put those 2 million in savings for me for now. I won't recruit anyone until I reach level 50 in the 3rd heaven. Qin Churen realized that with Dragon Soul Guan Yu's resurrection, forming alliances now could lead to a repeat of the disaster that befell the group led by Zhuiyue Xiaohu. With time to spare, they planned to pick up Lin Yue to tackle the Phantom Demon Tower. After returning to the city, Qin Churen went to the pharmacy for supplies, while Lu Ming logged off to rest. At home, Lu Ming found Lin Yue mopping the floor in the living room. This domestic expert always kept the place spotless. Wei, come here for a moment, I need to talk to you, Lu Ming called. Lin Yue, leaning on the mop, approached nervously, quickly reflecting on whether she had done anything wrong recently. Brother Yuming, what's up? When you first entered the game, before your account was banned, did you receive a golden scroll? Yes, I did, but I used it. Lin Yue's response confirmed Lu Ming's suspicions. In his past life, as the 99,999,999,999th player to enter the Abyss, he had also received a golden scroll from the system, which was the source of his account ban quest, Twists of Fate. This meant that any scroll of deification, including the one on the Goblin of Ani, would initially appear in a sealed state. Players who used it would receive a sealing quest, and only by completing it could they truly unseal it and obtain the scroll of deification to enhance their account's power. This implied that Dragon Soul Guan Yu's account was also in a sealed state. More importantly, Lu Ming realized that only players with sealed accounts could trigger the Goblin's quest. This perfectly explained why both his past self and Lin Yue now could trigger Avani's quest, but his current self could not. Based on this trait, the person who took the Goblin's quest was Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Realizing this, Lu Ming felt a shock. Recalling the mysterious Black Cloak, he understood. The purpose of resurrecting Dragon Soul Guan was to use him to trigger the Goblin of Ani's quest, thereby obtaining that scroll of deification. But how did the Black Cloak know that only players with sealed accounts could trigger the quest? Where did they get the scroll of deification used to resurrect Dragon Soul Guan? Who exactly was this mysterious figure? Lu Ming's curiosity about the Black Cloak grew stronger. Why choose tomorrow night, on a full moon night? What was about to happen? It was still early when Lu Ming, along with Qin Churen and Lin Yue, set off for the Ghost Tower. Their team was a perfect combination. Lu Ming's Death Lord Legion could sweep away everything in its path, while the two beauties, Qin Churen and Lin Yue, were responsible for collecting the spoils. This legion of over 800 Death Lords could handle level 50 monsters solo, equivalent to top-tier game boosters that cost 7 to 800 yuan a day. For Qin Churen and Lin Yue, it was like saving 50 to 60,000 yuan in booster fees every day. As the battle raged on, Qin Churen, while slashing through the undead around her, glanced at the time and exclaimed in surprise, "How did it get past 11 already? But I'm so pumped, I don't feel sleepy at all." She touched her stomach and flashed a mischievous smile. "Are you too hungry? How about we go out for a late-night snack?" Lu Ming was thinking the same thing and immediately agreed. Qin Churen turned to call out to Lin Yue, who was still focused on picking up copper coins. "Stop picking, Sister Lin. Come on, let's log off and grab some supper." Lin Yue quickly pocketed the last copper coin from beneath a necromancer's corpse and ran over. On their way back to the city, Lu Ming was organizing soul stones to put up for sale when he received two trade notifications. His two level 50 gilded items, the Proud World, Luminous Legguards, and the World Shatterer, Demon Slayer Sword, had sold for 2.375 million each. This was exactly as he had anticipated. Although the trading house didn't display buyer information, he knew it had to be Longhun Guanyu. These items, originally priced at 1.55 million and 1.7 million, had been looted from him and were now bought back at 2.5 million, netting Lu Ming a tidy profit of over 1 million. Checking his bank account, he saw that, excluding the 20 million investment from the Li family for Qin Churen, his balance had reached over 5.1 million. Including the remaining 300,000 worth of items in the trading house, he had more than enough to pay off the 5.18 million loan. Lu Ming immediately contacted Xiao Zhang, the agent, to arrange an early repayment, generously sending a 1,000 yuan red envelope. Xiao Zhang, having just finished a shower, was so excited he jumped out of bed, repeatedly assuring Lu Ming that he would pull strings at the bank the next day to expedite the process. After logging off, the three of them headed to a bustling night market near their neighborhood. The late-night stalls were teeming with people, full of young folks playing drinking games. Qin Churen, in high spirits from the recent 20 million investment, offered to treat them. Lu Ming picked up the menu and said with a smile, "All right, I won't hold back then." Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Star City in the Abyss world, the level 37 wild map, Dark Night Camp, was eerily silent, littered with the corpses of players. "Please don't kill me. I can pay you any amount you want." The young mage player, trembling with fear, pleaded as he knelt on the ground. With a swift motion, the golden blade of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's weapon, the world-shattering Demon Slayer, gleamed as it sliced through the air. The mage's head fell, and his lifeless body collapsed, joining the growing pile of corpses in the camp. Dragon Soul Guan Yu stared at the weapon he had just acquired for 2.5 million from the auction house, his eyes burning with a mix of hatred and determination. "Yu Ming, Qin Churen, once I lift the account ban and gain ultimate power, your days are numbered." Just then, the abrupt chime of a WeChat notification interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at his phone, where a message from a contact labeled "Sweetheart" appeared. "Dad, help me." The message struck him like a hammer to the heart. He immediately set off for the City of Starlight, spending 10 silver coins to activate the teleportation portal. As a level 50 player, he could freely travel between the second and third realms. Guided by the WeChat location, he raced to the level 52 wilderness map known as the Doomsday Altar. The sight that met his eyes stopped his heart. His daughter, a young level 50 mage, was bound to a gray altar. Around her lay the bodies of dozens of level 60 players, mercenaries he had hired at a high cost to protect her. "Dad, save me," she cried out upon seeing him. "Don't worry, Tong Tong. I'm here to save you." Dragon Soul Guan Yu reassured her, suppressing his panic as he rushed toward the altar. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down. He barely rolled to safety, looking up to see several figures emerging from behind the altar, the formidable members of the Godslayer team, all seasoned players over level 70. Leading them was a level 78 archer with a golden bow, known as Zhan Shan, Tianci. "If you don't want your daughter to suffer, don't make any rash moves," he warned coldly. "You took our captain's money, promising to eliminate the array master by Qin Churen's side within 3 days. Why is he still alive?" It dawned on Dragon Soul Guan Yu that these were Qin Feng's men. "I'll return the money, just let my daughter go. Give me some time, and I'll take down Yu Ming." 3 days, Tianci said, holding up 3 fingers. Fail to complete the task, and you'll be collecting your daughter's body. And if word gets out about your secret collaboration with us as a long-term member of the Dragon Soul team, you'll be blacklisted. At that moment, a bank notification buzzed on his phone. Account ending in 3195 has received a deposit of 24 million yuan, balance 275,327,652.12 yuan. The amount chilled him to the core. Qin Feng was known for compensating 2 million per lost subordinate. The 24 million matched the 12 mercenaries who perished. Madman. You're a complete madman. Dragon Soul Guan Yu regretted ever taking the job, now trapped in an impossible situation. He had no choice but to complete the mission within 3 days, or his daughter's life would be in jeopardy. Tong Tong, I swear I'll save you, he vowed silently to himself. Last night's drinking session kept Lu Ming in bed until past 9 in the morning. He wasn't in a rush, as he had nothing special planned for the day, except meeting the Black Cloak in the evening. As for the task from the Goblin of Fanny, since it was speculated that Long Hun Guan Yu had taken over, and Lu Ming had promised the Black Cloak not to act against him for the time being, this matter was temporarily shelved. Passing by Qin Churen and Lin Yue's room, he noticed it was quiet inside. Recalling last night's events, Lin Yue had a low alcohol tolerance and was out after just half a bottle of beer, while Qin Churen could drink glass for glass with him, not consuming any less. Lu Ming was about to go downstairs to buy breakfast when he saw Qin Churen returning with it. You're up? Qin Churen switched to slippers and placed the steamed buns, fried dough sticks, layered pancakes, and soy milk on the table. Noticing Lu Ming's surprised expression, she boasted, You can't hold your liquor, huh? Not as well as your big sister here. You should drink less when you're out alone. Lu Ming feigned composure. I was just drinking casually last night. Next time, I'll show you my true strength. Really? Qin Churen teased. Do you even remember how you got back last night? If it weren't for Lin Mimi and me supporting you, you'd have slept on the street. She couldn't help but laugh noisily. Lu Ming blushed and quickly changed the topic. Let's eat breakfast. After that, we'll log in and level up. Lin Mimi isn't up yet. I'll go wake her, Qin Churen said with a smile as she walked past the blushing Lu Ming. After breakfast, the three of them logged in at 9:30 and headed straight to the Shadow Nest on the 8th floor of the Ghost Tower. Lu Ming summoned the Undead Legion, forming a formation with the two women, and began their monster-slaying journey. System notifications kept popping up, killing level 49 undead mages, level 46 undead warriors, and level 48 undead archers, with experience points steadily accumulating. As time went on, Lu Ming grew bored. With the current strength of the Undead Legion, they could easily challenge monsters above level 50, but the second realm's level cap was frustratingly low. He resolved to reach level 50 quickly and move on to the third realm. They continued grinding until past 9 at night, even skipping dinner. Lu Ming's level had reached 29 and 33, just a step away from the level 34th tier transformation and level 4 of the 3 major talents. Calculating the time, returning to town and eating dinner would bring him back just in time for the 11 o'clock appointment. Let's stop grinding and go out for a meal, Lu Ming suggested to the two women. Lin Yue, who had just finished picking up copper coins, turned and said, Let me treat you this time. Yuming Gij, Churenjia, what do you want to eat? Lin Mimi treating us? Then I won't hold back. Qin Churen said with a playful thought. How about spicy hot pot? It's been a while since I had it. What about you, Zhang Yi? Lu Ming, who was busy with the trading house, was momentarily confused. Who? Oh, anything is fine. Qin Churen glanced at him curiously. Lin Yue, who initially planned to spend a few hundred on a nice meal, was surprised to hear it was just spicy hot pot. Her innocent nature didn't catch on to Qin Churen's considerate gesture, giving her the honor of treating while ensuring she didn't overspend. After the three friends logged off from the game, they headed to a nearby spicy hot pot restaurant for dinner as planned. On their way back to the neighborhood, Lu Ming turned to his two female companions and said, You two should take the night off from the game and get some rest. Qin Churen, aware that Lu Ming was about to meet with the mysterious figure in the black cloak, volunteered, Let me go with you? No need. I'll handle it myself, Lu Ming politely declined. Even though she knew that Lu Ming was nearly unbeatable in the second heaven, Qin Churen couldn't help but worry. The person in the cloak seems really strange. Please be careful. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Once home, Lu Ming immediately logged into the game. A flash of white light later, he found himself in the city of Starlight. The clock showed 10:50 p.m., leaving him 10 minutes before the scheduled meeting time. At this hour, the city of Starlight was bustling, with crowds filling the streets. Many players stood gazing at the unusually bright full moon. The moon is so round tonight. It looks big and soft. I just want to squeeze it. Did you notice there's a hint of red in the moon? Yeah, it seems like every full moon in recent years, there's been this eerie red tint. Could it be a blood moon? Is the apocalypse coming? You need to stop reading those dystopian novels and maybe try some online games. Sounds like someone's got an overactive imagination. Listening to the chatter around him, Lu Ming couldn't help but look up at the moon. Sure enough, the bright moon was veiled by a layer of red mist. This phenomenon began 5 years ago, right when Lu Ming first entered the abyssal world in his previous life, and the red mist grew thicker every full moon. Although no one could explain it, as long as it didn't affect the game's operation, players paid it little mind. Soon, Dragon Soul Guan Yu arrived with a group of followers. The two rivals stood facing each other, their silent exchange filled with palpable hostility. What? Afraid I'll kill you? So you brought backup? Lu Ming broke the silence. Dragon Soul Guan Yu snorted. You could bring people too if you wanted. Only the weak need protection, Lu Ming retorted nonchalantly. Dragon Soul Guan Yu glared, but dared not challenge Lu Ming directly, forcing himself to endure the clear provocation. Moments later, a silver glowing spatial rift suddenly opened before them. The black-cloaked figure emerged, getting straight to the point. Let's go. I'll take you to that place. With that, he headed towards the southern part of the City of Starlight, with Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guan Yu following closely. After nearly an hour of walking, they reached the edge of the city map. Before them lay a bottomless dark abyss, like a gaping maw. The black cloak glanced at the moon shrouded in red mist, then turned to Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Are you ready? While everyone was still confused, the clock struck midnight. The black cloak approached the abyss, drew a dagger, and sliced a cut into his left palm. Blood dripped into the abyss. Instantly, the ground shook violently, and an ominous dark aura erupted from the chasm, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. A thick, black mist surged skyward. Sensing an unknown threat, the Dragon Soul players tensed up, gripped by a mysterious panic. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a skeletal ghostly hand, exuding black energy and resembling a millennium-old corpse, suddenly reached out from the mist, clutching the edge of the abyss. Hee. An eerie, spine-chilling cackle shattered the silence of the abyss. From the depths shrouded in black mist, a creature slowly emerged, its face greenish-blue with menacing fangs, and its blood-red eyes glimmering in the darkness. It exuded a thick black aura, moving with a gait reminiscent of a gorilla, yet strikingly different. Its emaciated body was skeletal, and its limbs were long and sharp, like blades. The players of the Dragon Soul Squad exchanged bewildered glances, utterly shocked. Such a creature was unheard of in the Second Heaven, and was nowhere to be found in any strategy guide. As confusion loomed, the creature suddenly vanished from sight without a trace. It's nearby. Everyone be careful. The warning had barely left their lips when a shadow darted through like lightning. A piercing scream followed, and warm blood splattered onto the nearby players. When they gathered their wits, their comrade in the center had been gruesomely dismembered, head and limbs severed, with entrails scattered on the ground. Fear surged like a tide, and screams erupted one after another. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's face turned ashen. This expedition consisted of only 10 members, each handpicked for their prowess. All level 50, 6-time reborn with 3-star account qualifications, equipped with silver gear worth millions. Such a lineup could stand toe-to-toe with even the underworld wraiths, yet they were obliterated in an instant, and the most resilient knight, Dragon Soul Fusheng, was the first to fall. The shadow continued to weave through them like a phantom, and the screams persisted. One by one, the Dragon Soul players fell, each dying a similarly gruesome death. Severed limbs littered the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air. Dragon Soul Guan Yu immediately activated his 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, scanning his surroundings in terror. Behind him, Lu Ming remained vigilant, quickly analyzing the situation. The undead in the 8th realm of the Spectral Tower at level 50 had an attack power of only 10,000, and even the strongest historical level 50 golden boss, the Earth Demon, boasted only 30,000 attack power. The creature before them far exceeded these benchmarks. With all 10 fighters fallen, the monster would inevitably target the 2 of them next. Lu Ming promptly summoned his Undead Army, his right hand gripping his sword hilt, eyes searching intently for the enemy. Finally, he spotted the creature was gnawing on a bloody severed arm, producing a nauseating chewing sound. The sight rendered Dragon Soul Guan Yu motionless in shock. Seizing the moment, Lu Ming employed reconnaissance to gather information on the creature. Blade Ghost. Physical type, 1st tier Ghost Beast. Level, 50. Physical attack, 43,200. Armor, 25,300. Magic resistance, 22,800. Speed, 20,600. Health, 758,000. Skills, Terra level, Rapida level. Description, unknown. The data left Lu Ming astounded. Its attributes were more than 4 times that of an ordinary creature of the same level, and its attack power surpassed that of a golden boss. Even more perplexing, it defied the traditional classification of ordinary monster, elite monster, boss in the Abyss world, adopting a unique tier system. Without hesitating, Lu Ming decided to strike first. But as he drew his sword, the blade ghost vanished into thin air, flawlessly evading the lethal blow. Before Lu Ming could react, an icy chill crept up from behind. A sharp crack echoed, and excruciating pain engulfed his entire body. In the moment when his entire being was shattered by a terrifying force, a system notification sounded. You have been attacked by the Blade Demon, losing 42,145 health points. You are dead. Immediately followed by another alert. Phoenix Rebirth ability triggered. You have been revived and granted 2 seconds of invincibility. With the disappearance of a Death Lord, Lu Ming resurrected at the same spot. The Blade Demon, with its menacing face and ferocious claws, charged at him again with incredible speed. Lu Ming stood his ground, enduring the deadly blow thanks to the brief invincibility from his Phoenix Rebirth. Seizing the moment, Lu Ming concentrated his thoughts. For nearby Death Lords simultaneously locked onto the Blade Demon, unleashing a combo of Soul Shatter and Soul Slash. The Blade Demon's health bar plummeted by 2/3. Dragon Soul Guanyu watched in horror. He knew all too well the power of these Death Lords capable of easily defeating level 50 players at level 20. Yet now, even with the enhancement of a 39-fold quadrupala level formation, the combined attack of 4 thirder Death Lords failed to kill the Blade Demon. The Blade Demon let out a chilling laugh, its limbs transforming into blades that instantly tore through the surrounding Death Lords. Its speed was so astonishing that even the Soul Shatter skill of the Death Lords couldn't lock onto it. It rampaged through the Undead Army, leaving a trail of fallen Death Lords in its wake. Dragon Soul Guanyu was too frightened to act. To him, facing an enemy that even the Nether couldn't handle was a death sentence. Ultimately, at the cost of over 20 Death Lords, dozens of Soul Shatters erupted simultaneously, finally slaying the Blade Demon. The Blade Demon's corpse lay twitching on the ground, eyes wide with rage. Scattered around were dismembered limbs, indistinguishable between Dragon Soul players and Death Lords. In that moment, both Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guanyu felt an unprecedented fear. Lu Ming turned to the figure in a black cloak standing at the edge of the abyss, who had released the Blade Demon, and demanded, "What is this creature?" The cloaked figure, still facing the endless abyss, replied in a deep voice, "A demon. One that, in 2.5 years, will single-handedly destroy the entire Star Glory City and cause the death of 9.35 million players in Jiang Province." The explanation from the figure in the black cloak left Lu Ming and Dragon Spirit Guanyu in shock. "How do you know about future events? Can you predict the future?" Dragon Spirit Guanyu couldn't help but ask. The black cloak slowly turned to face them both. "I cannot predict the future, but I come from it." His voice was deep and grave. "In 2.5 years, the blood moon will descend, and the ghostly creatures will fully awaken. At that time, mortals will be powerless against them. Only deities can match their strength. However, the number of deities awakened by humans is too few, and their power too weak. Within just 6 months, all the remaining 100 deities were wiped out, and the world fell completely. I am from 3 years into the future, the sole survivor of humanity." "Ridiculous!" Dragon Spirit Guanyu scoffed. "The abyss descended over 100 years ago, and nothing happened. Now you say humanity will be extinct in 3 years. Lu Ming, however, did not doubt him. Having experienced something as bizarre as reincarnation, his capacity to accept the unbelievable was greater than most. He calmly asked, "Then how did you come back from 3 years in the future?" Dragon Spirit Guanyu let out another scoff. "One dares to speak, and the other dares to believe 2 lunatics." The Black Cloak did not immediately answer Lu Ming's question but said, "You asked who I am. I am a second sequence deity, codenamed 017, the divine agent of Kronos, the god of time." This answer struck a chord with Lu Ming. He had long suspected that the scroll of deification, which granted him a 10-star account, was a gift from a deity of fortune, and that Lin Yue's account suspension, the wrath of the deity, was due to angering a god. In recent years, players around the world have frequently discovered traces of deities in the abyssal world. Although no one has ever seen them with their own eyes, many firmly believe in their existence. The Black Cloak continued, "My divine power is to control time. In the last battle between humans and ghosts, when humanity was on the brink of extinction, I exhausted all my divine power to reverse time and return to this moment." Lu Ming suddenly realized a terrifying fact: if what the Black Cloak said was true, then even with his 3 10-star talents, he ultimately did not survive against the ghostly creatures. The Black Cloak looked up at the moon shrouded in red mist. "There are still 2.5 years until the blood moon descends. Until then, all the ghostly creatures lurking in the abyssal world remain in a semi-sealed state, their powers not fully restored, and can only manifest briefly on the night of a full moon, like the blade ghost we just encountered. It was only a first-level ghost beast, and even then, 6/10 of its power was sealed." Remembering how it took the sacrifice of over 20 Death Lords to barely defeat the Blade Ghost, Lu Ming frowned. It was so powerful with just 40% of its strength. So you've come back to eliminate them before they fully awaken and rewrite the future of humanity's extinction? Yes, but that's not all. The Black Cloak looked directly at Lu Ming. I came back mainly to find you. Because you are the divine agent of Fortuna, the goddess of fortune, the first divine agent born in the human world, the top player in the Great Xia server, the only first sequence divine agent in the world. Divine Code 008, Yu Ming. Just as pride flickered in Lu Ming's eyes, the Black Cloak added, according to historical records, you will die on June 15, 2037, cause of death unknown. Lu Ming was Shakenit's currently November 22, 2034, and 2.5 years from now is precisely when the ghostly creatures will break their seals. Dragon Spirit Guan Yu couldn't help but mock. He dies just as the ghostly creatures awaken? This top player title in the national server is really overrated. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to respond to the sarcastic guy. Lu Ming stood frozen, his brow furrowed. The words, cause of death unknown, echoed in his mind, clashing with his vivid memories of a death caused by malevolent spirits. Just then, the figure in the black cloak spoke in a deep voice, revealing a shocking truth. It's not the spirits that are the most terrifying. More terrifying than spirits are humans. He explained in detail that the spirits had been secretly active even before their resurgence, manipulating humans to become their pawns. It was these traitors that enabled the spirits to nearly wipe out humanity within half a year of their revival. There are 3 teams within the borders of Xia that have sided with the spirits, the Black Cloak said with deep regret. Hearing this, Long Hun Guan Yu was filled with rage, his bearded face turning crimson. I admit, I, Guan Yu, am not a saint, but I would never betray humanity. Lu Ming finally understood the true intention of the Black Cloak. So, when you said you wanted to collaborate, you meant you wanted me to help you eliminate all spirits and human traitors before their resurgence? Yes, it's the only way to save humanity, the Black Cloak stated bluntly, then turned to Long Hun Guan Yu. You may leave now. There's nothing more for you here. Get your account unbanned as soon as possible. This world needs you too. Relieved, Long Hun Guan Yu hurried away, fearing both the reappearance of the Abyssal Blade Spirit and any potential threat from Lu Ming. Once Long Hun Guan Yu was out of sight, the Black Cloak extended the invitation to Lu Ming again. Only by working together can we redeem this world. Lu Ming paused for a moment, then asked the most pressing question on his mind. You mentioned that in the future, 3 major teams from Xia betray humanity and side with the spirits. Which teams are they? The human pawns of the spirits are deeply hidden. We can only confirm one for now. The Godslayer team, the Black Cloak replied, pausing briefly. We even suspect that your death is linked to them. Given your long-standing feud with them, they might have used the spirits to get rid of you. Godslayer. At these words, the faces of Qin Feng and Yi Linger flashed in Lu Ming's mind, and a wave of intense killing intent surged through him. This outcome didn't surprise him. After all, Qin Feng had once conspired with Yi Linger to betray him for the scroll of deification and later harmed his own sister for family gain. Such a person would stop at nothing for profit. What Lu Ming couldn't accept was that he had died at the hands of this treacherous pair in his past life, and now it seemed the same fate awaited him in this life. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. I have 3 10-star talents. How could you possibly kill me again? I won't let it happen. Qin Feng, Yi Linger, you vile pair. I will ensure you meet your end with no place to rest. Seeing the overwhelming hatred in Lu Ming's eyes, the Black Cloak, unaware of the true target of his fury, assumed it was directed at Long Hun Guan Yu. He is the chosen proxy of the god of vengeance, Horus. Of course, you could still kill him if you wish to. This time, I won't stop you. Lu Ming watched Long Hun Guan Yu's retreating figure thoughtfully. What would happen if I killed him? The Black Cloak replied with a meaningful tone. You would become the first Godslayer in human history. Late at night, Lu Ming lay in bed, unable to sleep. The information he received tonight was overwhelming. Gods, spirits, and time travelers from the future. The most shocking revelation was that he had only 2.5 years left to live, and he would meet his end at the hands of Qin Feng and Yi Linger. He mulled over the words of the man in the black cloak. If this person truly was an agent of Kronos, the god of time, then this prophecy was nothing short of a disaster. With his talents, he should have reached the pinnacle of human capability in 2.5 years, yet he was still fated to die. The only explanation was that they too had gained divine powers, or had allied with formidable spirits. What troubled him even more was his future self being utterly alone. No Qin Churen, no Lin Yue, not even a trustworthy teammate, just a cold, lifeless army of undead. This was far from what he had envisioned. Lu Ming resolved to change this fate. Since Qin Feng and Yi Linger might collude with spirits, he decided to eliminate them before their resurgence. He needed to stop them from becoming agents of the gods and build the most powerful force in Xia. As for Long Hun Guan Yu, Lu Ming had never wavered in his determination to eliminate him. If someone like him gained divine power, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had only held back because he promised Qin Churin that she could handle it herself. Moreover, rather than waiting for the 72-hour cooldown of the Goblin Quest, he could use Long Hun Guanyu to complete the task, obtain the most valuable scroll of deification, and then eliminate him. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming finally fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, after breakfast, he logged in with Qin Churin and Lin Yue. On their way to the wilderness, the prophecy from the Black Cloak came to mind, and he glanced at the two girls chatting beside him, feeling a pang of sadness. Would they die in the future, or would they simply leave him? You didn't die, he muttered absent-mindedly. What are you talking about? Qin Churin looked at him curiously, tilting her head. What's this about dying? Don't talk about death, it's so inauspicious. Don't worry, I'll always protect you and little sister Lin. Okay, Lu Ming replied with a smile. The three soon arrived at a familiar valley, with a swirling vortex hovering above the ground. The gate of hell? Why are we here? Qin Churin asked, puzzled. To complete a task, Lu Ming said, drawing his sword and instantly killing a level 50 ghost wolf with 570,000 damage. He then ordered the Death Lord to drag the corpse to the vortex, opening the gate of hell. Meanwhile, in the hidden map within the gate of hell, the Goblin Kingdom Long Hun Guanyu was slaying demons alone. Having offended Lu Ming, the master tactician of the second heaven, no one dared to follow him anymore. Just as he killed 2 demons and was preparing to continue, several blood-red barriers of golden light suddenly appeared around him. One by one, Death Lords emerged from the barriers. Seeing Lu Ming appear in the distance, Long Hun Guanyu was shocked and gripped his demon-slaying blade tightly, demanding, "You promised him you wouldn't kill me." Lu Ming, however, paid him no heed and simply ordered his undead army, "Go kill the monsters." The Death Lords immediately charged at the surrounding demons with their fiery blades. Are we helping Long Hun Guanyu? Qin Churin asked, confused. Ever heard of piggybacking? Lu Ming replied softly. Qin Churin suddenly understood and smiled sweetly. I get it. She then joined the battle, and Lin Yue raised her staff to fight as well. Lu Ming specifically assigned 100 Death Lords to protect the 2 girls. Watching the task progress rapidly, Long Hun Guanyu looked at Lu Ming with concern. He had stayed up all night worrying about his daughter, Guan Xiaodong's safety. If he couldn't kill Lu Ming within 3 days, Xiaodong would be in danger. But if what the mysterious person said was true and Lu Ming would die during the spirit resurgence in 2.5 years, then no matter what he did now, he couldn't kill him. Thinking of his daughter, whom he had relied on, Long Hun Guanyu was torn with anxiety. After weighing his options, his gaze turned cold as he made a decision. Clutching his gilded, demon-slaying blade, he began to walk toward Lu Ming. Dragon Soul Guanyu trudged forward with his long sword, each step heavy as he approached Lu Ming. The surrounding Death Lords instantly sensed the threat, their blood-red eyes fixated on this uninvited guest. Although Lu Ming hadn't given any orders, they remained poised, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. It was clear, should Dragon Soul Guanyu make any rash moves, he would face dire consequences. So, are you looking for a fight? Lu Ming asked coldly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Dragon Soul Guanyu suddenly halted. With a resounding clang, he plunged his sword into the ground and, gritting his teeth, fell to his knees with a thud. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in stunned silence, including Lu Ming, who was visibly taken aback. Yo Ming, I beg you, please help save my daughter. Dragon Soul Guanyu pleaded, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. Everything I did against you and Qin Churin was under the orders of Captain Qin Feng. He has my daughter, and if I don't bring him your head in 3 days, she'll die. He confessed openly. I know I have no one to blame but myself for being greedy. But my daughter is innocent, caught in this mess because of me. If you can save her, I'll give you my life. To everyone's surprise, Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll help you. Thank you. Dragon Soul Guanyu expressed his shock and relief. I understand. You need a video of my death, right? Lu Ming asked directly. Dragon Soul Guanyu nodded eagerly. You have the ability to revive, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. But let's not rush. We'll deal with that after we've completed your task. Understanding the plan, Dragon Soul Guanyu replied. Once the task is done and I get the divine scroll from the goblin, I'll hand it over to you. Smart move. Lu Ming waved him off. Now, go have some fun. With the hope of saving his daughter, Dragon Soul Guanyu fought with renewed vigor, slicing down several demons with his long sword. At that moment, Qin Churin approached Lu Ming, providing background on Dragon Soul Guanyu. His real name is Guanyu, from Longchuan. He was just an ordinary fish seller. His wife ran off with a rich man, leaving him and his daughter to fend for themselves. He accidentally killed someone while protecting his daughter and served 10 years in prison. After his release, he fell severely ill. His daughter, Guan Xiaodong, dropped out of school to join the Abyss to save him. Once Guanyu recovered, he became a professional player to protect her. How do you know so much? Lu Ming asked, surprised. Qin Churin replied coldly. I wanted to avenge Along and the others, so I investigated him thoroughly. I planned to use his daughter against him. Are you starting to feel sorry for him? No. Someone like him doesn't deserve sympathy. I must kill him to avenge Along and the others. Qin Churen's eyes flashed with determination. Fool, once you save Guan Xiaodong, will you let me deal with Guan Yu? I never intended to save Guan Xiaodong. Lu Ming replied bluntly. This big pie of mine tastes excellent. I don't need to help him to get the divine scroll, and you can kill him anytime. He holds no value for me. Besides, knowing Qin Feng, even with the video, Guan Xiaodong is as good as dead. The battle continued unabated. These level 50 Goblin Kingdom demons fell effortlessly before the Death Legion, akin to the undead of the Abyssal Tower's 8th plane. Amidst the skirmish, Lu Ming sorted through his inventory, discovering a peculiar stone emitting an obsidian glow. Upon closer inspection, the stone pulsed like a heartbeat in his hand. The system indicated it was a Ghost Core Tier 1, requiring 10 points of divine power to unlock. It was loot from last night's defeat of the Blade Ghost, automatically collected by a Deathlord, and Lu Ming had momentarily forgotten about it. According to the Black Cloak, a divine agent must reach level 30 and undergo 4 transformations to awaken divinity and wield divine power. Lu Ming was currently at level 29, 35 complete, just shy of level 30. Once reached, not only could he unlock the Ghost Core, but his 3 major talents would also upgrade to LV4. Thus, the Death Legion launched a more ferocious assault. By noon, a golden light finally appeared. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 30. Ding, congratulations, your talents have upgraded to LV4. Finally reaching level 30. Lu Ming eagerly opened the talent interface, and all 3 major talents upgraded from LV3 to LV4, resulting in significant enhancements. The Soul Slayer talent increased the soul power gained from killing enemies from 1 point to 3 points, and the maximum number of undead summons increased from 30 times his level to 40 times. The Comprehensive Amplification talent boosted all skill effects by 40 times, surpassing the previous 30 times multiplier. The Rebirth by Fire talent now sacrifices the weakest undead to resurrect the player upon death, granting 3 seconds of invincibility, an entire second more than before. The Necromancy summon page also received a major update. Previously, spending 50 points of soul power could only summon a Tier 3 Deathlord. Now, by investing 300 points of soul power, a Tier 4 Grim Reaper can be summoned. Filled with excitement, Lu Ming immediately spent 300 soul power points to summon. In an instant, a shadowy barrier of dark gold light tore through space. From it emerged a majestic figure dressed in dark red armor, a cloak draped over his shoulders, eyes gleaming with cold light, wielding a blood-red scythe, exuding a dense aura of shadows, resembling a messenger from hell. This Tier 4 Grim Reaper was not only visually stunning but also boasted impressive attribute growth. By consuming soul power, its strength, spirit, constitution, endurance, and agility could be permanently increased to 500 of their base value, far exceeding the 100 cap of a Tier 3 Deathlord. Every 10 soul power points consumed permanently increased an attribute by 1 point. Without hesitation, Lu Ming invested all his accumulated 30,000 soul power points, maxing out the Grim Reaper's attributes to 500. The resulting attribute data was astounding. Nether Strength, 580 growth 3.2. Agility, 760 growth 2.1. Spirit, 400 growth 18. Constitution, 400 growth 40. Endurance, 400 growth 2.22.0. Physical attack, 2124. Armor, 1012. Magic resistance, 932. Speed, 1671. Mana, 7850. Health, 18,200. In terms of skills, it was equipped with Soul Shatter a level and Soul Slash a level. These attributes far outstripped those of level 30 wild creatures, and even without Lu Ming's formation bonuses, the Grim Reaper was already a formidable force. Reflecting on his choices, Lu Ming was grateful for having chosen the Array Master profession. Had he chosen a mage, he might have perished countless times by now. Although all soul power was used to enhance the Grim Reaper's attributes, only allowing a dozen Tier 3 Deathlords to evolve into Tier 4 Grim Reapers, the current LV4 Soul Slayer now grants 3 points of soul power per kill, tripling the acquisition speed, promising a bright future. As noon approached, Lu Ming, Qin Churen, and Lin Yue prepared to log off for lunch. Before leaving, they noticed Long Hun Guanyu still battling alone, prompting Lin Yue to curiously ask why he wasn't taking a break to eat. Qin Churen replied with a knowing smile, that's probably how much his daughter means to him. The trio quickly grabbed a meal downstairs and returned to the game. Before heading out, Lu Ming made sure to pick up his 4th transfer quest from the profession hall, killing 1,000 monsters not lower than his level within 6 hours. This quest could be completed alongside the Goblin Kingdom mission, with the bonus of awakening divinity, leaving Lu Ming filled with anticipation. Soon, the 3 returned to the Goblin Kingdom. Seeing Long Hun Guanyu still fighting solo, Lu Ming summoned his undead army and joined the battle. With the comprehensive enhancement talent upgraded to LV4, Lu Ming's necromancer army experienced a significant power boost. His formation enhancement multiplier skyrocketed from the previous 39 times 30 times from comprehensive enhancement 9 times from sword drawing to 52 times 40 times from comprehensive enhancement 12 times from sword drawing. The sword plunged into the ground with a sudden force, and a brilliant light immediately erupted. Centered on Lu Ming, a super quadruple formation with a radius of 2,600 yards enveloped the entire Goblin Kingdom like a celestial canopy. For enhancing auras intermingled. Earthbound. Enemy armor 9882. War Stomp. Ally attack power 60767. Swift as the wind. Ally speed 9183. Fortress of Life. Grants allies a shield of 7,129 points per second. Under such terrifying amplification, level 50 demons with only 9,000 attack power, 7,000 armor value, 5,000 speed, and 150,000 health were utterly defenseless against the necromancer army. They were quickly turned into experience, copper coins, and equipment, all of which Lu Ming effortlessly collected. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's soul power surged at an astonishing rate, tripling in speed compared to before. He kept a close eye on the summoning panel, immediately promoting a Tier 3 Death Lord to a Tier 4 Reaper whenever his soul power reached 250 points. Although his summoning space could accommodate 1,200, there were currently only 900 undead, with over 90% still at the Tier 3 Death Lord stage. Achieving the goal of a full Reaper army was clearly a long-term endeavor. Soon, the task of killing 1,000 monsters for the 4th transformation was completed. However, Lu Ming did not rush back to the city to hand in the task. Instead, he decided to wait for Long Hun Guanyu's task to be completed as well. Long Hun Guanyu casually glanced back after slaying a demon in front of him, witnessing the emergence of the immensely powerful reapers surrounding Lu Ming. He was deeply astonished. This guy? No wonder he's destined to become the top player in the Great Xia Kingdom. Is this the power of the divine? If I could lift my account ban and obtain divine power, could I become as strong as him too? If so, I could protect Xiao Tong and never let anyone bully her again. The number of monsters within the Goblin Kingdom was vast, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, and their respawn rate was astonishing. Without Lu Ming's assistance, Long Hun Guanyu alone could never have completed the task. This task, which had caused Lu Ming countless failures in his previous life, now seemed effortless in his hands. In just one day, the demons inside and outside the royal city were completely eradicated. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the ground shook violently. Lu Ming, Qin Churen, Lin Yue, and Long Hun Guanyu all turned their gaze towards the depths of the royal city, where a formidable dark force was stirring restlessly. Was the final boss finally about to appear? In the world of Tianyuan, larger maps often hide a guardian boss. The hidden map of the Goblin Kingdom is no exception. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a massive figure emerged from the depths of the royal city. It was a demon standing 5 meters tall, with sharp horns protruding from its head, cloaked in black and encased in dark armor, gripping a massive battle axe. It exuded a suffocating demonic aura, with a line of blood-red text hovering above its head. Demon King Xinhua LV50 physical type gilded boss. A gilded boss? Even Long Hun Guanyu was taken aback by this quality. Qin Churen exclaimed in astonishment. In history, the Second Realm has never seen a gilded boss. The highest has only been golden level. No wonder it's a hidden map, it actually broke records. Lu Ming understood that the appearance of a gilded boss here wasn't merely because it was a hidden map, but because this boss was the guardian of the scroll of deification. This underscored the scroll's immense significance. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. A gilded boss, and the first kill in the entire server, must be worth a lot. Using his scouting skills, Lu Ming examined the boss's detailed stats. Demon King Xinhua. Level, 50 physical type, gilded boss. Physical attack, 61,800. Armor, 41,000. Magic resistance, 38,000. Speed, 35,500. Health, 3,200,000. Skills, Earth Shatter Clevel, Death Stomp Clevel, King's Intimidation Level. Description: a ruler from the demon realm who led a demon army to ravage the Goblin Kingdom for the scroll of deification decades ago. Now, it has amassed even more malice. So powerful. Qin Churen gasped as he looked at the shared data Lu Ming posted in the team channel. Lin Yue, not bothering to pick up the copper coins on the ground, hurriedly hid behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming, however, was unfazed. Powerful? It's all right. At that moment, Demon King Xinhua, seeing the corpses of demons littered around, let out a thunderous roar. Damn humans, you dare slaughter my demon kin. I will make sure you have no grave to rest in. Demon King Xinhua advanced menacingly with his axe. To prevent Long Hun Guanyu, who was also level 50, from affecting the boss's loot rate. Lu Ming instructed, "Don't move, stay aside." Long Hun Guanyu, knowing he couldn't handle this level 50 gilded boss, obediently retreated. As soon as the boss stepped into the attack range, Lu Ming made his move. Swish! A sharp blade shadow pierced through Demon King Xinua's body, and a huge blood-red damage number appeared over the boss's head. With the enhancement of his talent, Lu Ming's sword-drawing skill had greatly increased in power, taking out a quarter of the boss's health in a single strike. What's going on? Long Hun Guanyu was shocked. This morning, this skill only did 570,000 damage. Did leveling up once really increase it this much? With his talent's comprehensive amplification effect, which strengthened skills by 40 times, Lu Ming's sword-drawing skill continued to exert its 1200 attack power and skill strength bonus. Lu Ming pressed his attack, summoning a horde of Tier 3 Death Lords. Wielding blazing swords, they launched an assault on Demon King Xinhua under the boost of quadruple formation. Buzz, 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 shatter, 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 shatter. Admittedly, this gilded boss was indeed formidable. Even with the 52-fold enhanced level formation, draw the ground as a prison, reducing its armor by 9882 points. Demon King Xinhua retained over 31,000 armor, making it difficult for the Death Lords to inflict significant damage. After withstanding concentrated attacks from several dozen Death Lords, Demon King Xinhua roared furiously, wielding his massive axe and striking the ground heavily. Crack! Earth shatter! The ground instantly fractured, and a powerful shockwave swept outward. With over 60,000 attack power combined with the might of a clever skill, a dozen nearby Death Lords were instantly obliterated. Fortunately, Lu Ming had anticipated this, deliberately sending Tier 3 Death Lords into battle while keeping Tier 4 Reapers in reserve. Lu Ming quickly weighed the pros and cons and made a tactical adjustment. Losing a dozen Death Lords was far more acceptable than losing the same number of Reapers. So, he continued to command the Death Lords to charge at the front, while the Reapers remained on standby at the back. Under the relentless assault of wave after wave of Death Lords, the health bar of the Demon King Xinhua rapidly decreased. Ultimately, at the cost of sacrificing 50 to 60 Death Lords, the arduous battle finally came to an end. Seeing the fallen Death Lords, Lu Ming felt a sharp pang in his heart. Summoning a single Tier 3 Death Lord required 50 points of soul power, and this loss amounted to nearly 3,000 points of soul power. The root of the problem lay in the lack of a defensive formation. His only existing 11 life fortress, even with a 52-fold skill enhancement, could only provide a shield equivalent to a maximum of 26 times the health of an array master to his allies. With Lu Ming's base health attribute of just over 5,000, he could at most provide a shield worth over 130,000 to the Undead Legion. This level of protection was sufficient against level 50 ordinary monsters, but was utterly inadequate against the powerful attacks of a level 50 glorious gold boss. Fortunately, after his fourth job change at level 30, a new skill slot would be unlocked. Lu Ming resolved that this time he must equip a powerful defensive formation. At that moment, the massive body of the Demon King Xinhua crashed to the ground. The system's pleasant notification sound immediately followed. Ding! Congratulations on killing the level 50 glorious gold boss Demon King Xinhua. Experience points 4 million. This experience reward was enough for Lu Ming to gain half a level since it required 8 million experience points to advance from level 30 to level 31. Truly the power of a glorious gold boss. Even more exciting was the boss's loot. Lu Ming personally and solemnly stepped forward to collect it. This was the first level 50 glorious gold boss kill across the entire server, and with Lin Yue's 520 kill drop rate bonus, the drop rate was maximized. The system notifications rang one after another. Ding! You have picked up 33 gold coins. Ding! You have picked up the 3-star magic treasure World Annihilation Scroll. Ding! You have picked up the glorious gold equipment Demonic Realm King's Ring. Ding! You have picked up the glorious gold equipment King's Mountain Cleaving Axe. Ding! You have picked up the Night Clevel Skill Scroll, Lethal Intimidation. Brother Yuming, what kind of loot did the boss drop? Lin Yue eagerly leaned over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Ming carefully sorted through the spoils. A Clevel Skill Scroll and a 3-star magical artifact, worth about 1 million in the market. 33 gold coins, valued at 660,000. Lin Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing. Altogether, over 6 million? Even Lu Ming was taken aback by this number. A single boss drop equaled the value of a house in the city center of Linhai. However, Lu Ming knew this was far beyond the usual value of a first kill on a glorious gold-level boss. Such a bountiful reward was mainly due to Lin Yue's talent for boosting drop rates. Normally, a glorious gold-level boss would only drop golden items, and even on first kills, the chance of dropping a glorious gold item was just 10. But Lin Yue's boost, combined with Lu Ming's 52x skill enhancement, brought about an astonishing 520 increase in drop rate. raising the chance of Demon King Shinua dropping glorious gold items to 60, resulting in 2 being dropped at once. You truly are my little lucky charm, Lu Ming thought to himself as he looked at Lin Yue. He began managing the loot. The Clevel skill scroll for the Knight class wasn't needed, so he listed it for 1 million in the marketplace. He kept the gold coins for future use, priced the Knight weapon King's Cleaver at 1.7 million, and decided to hold onto the Demonic Realm King's Signet, a rare level 50 glorious gold item suitable for physical classes, to use when his soul set becomes obsolete. Finally, there was the 3-star magical artifact, World-Destroying Tome. Upon seeing its skill effect, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The passive ability, Heaven's Might, allowed the wearer to share 15 of all attributes with teammates during group play. This was a permanent, cost-free 15 all-attribute share, unlike the A-level single attribute boost of an Array Master, which only provided a 20 boost with a 15-second duration and 50-second cooldown, requiring substantial mana. Lu Ming immediately equipped the artifact. With the comprehensive boost and continuous effect from his 52x skill enhancement, the attribute sharing of Heaven's Might skyrocketed from 15 to 780. This was a perfect match for the Undead Legion. After checking the task panel, Longhun Guanyu said, "The mission is complete. I'll head to the black market to hand it over to the Goblin of Fanny and get the scroll of deification for you." Longhun Guanyu then headed to the black market, while Lu Ming and his team returned to Starlight City. Lin Yue and Qin Shuren logged off to prepare dinner, and Lu Ming went to the professional hall to submit his class change task. As golden light showered down, the system notification chimed. 4th transition complete. Level cap increased to 40, skill slot 1, and significant attribute growth. Lu Ming opened his status panel, examining his attributes as a 4th transition Array Master. ID: Yuming LV30. Account rank: 10 stars. Base attributes: Strength 125, Agility 110, Spirit 182, Endurance 115, Constitution 100. Combat attributes: Physical attack 620, Armor 454, Magic resistance 422, Speed 298. Energy attributes: Mana 39,494, Health 7,820. Economic status: 51 gold, 35 silver, 32 copper. Experience points: 6, 225, 2458, 000,000. Looking at these stats, Lu Ming couldn't help but lament the underwhelming attributes of an Array Master. Lu Ming gazed at the data panel in front of him, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Despite being classified as a subpar profession, he possessed 3 unbeatable talents, leaving him unfazed by any shortcomings in his attributes. His confidence stemmed from his formidable Undead Legion. At this moment, the skill Heaven's Might from his 3-star artifact, the Apocalypse Tome, was in full effect, granting the Undead staggering attribute boosts, a 780 increase in all attributes, a massive 48-36-point rise in attack power, a 35-41-point enhancement in armor, a 32-92-point boost in magic resistance, a 23-24-point increase in speed, a 308-053-point surge in mana, and a 60-996-point jump in health. So this is what invincibility feels like? Lu Ming mused as he studied the Undead Legion's data panel. Filled with awe, this power surge felt like having a cheat code activated. Although his previous strength was enough to dominate the 2nd realm, to venture into the 3rd realm after reaching level 50, where opponents were stronger and more gifted, his current power was still insufficient. For him, the pursuit of strength was endless. At that moment, a golden system notification appeared. Ding, esteemed divine agent of the underworld, congratulations on reaching the required strength to awaken the divinity of Fortuna, the goddess of luck. The Black Cloak had once mentioned that for deities, the most crucial core data is divinity. Eagerly, Lu Ming opened this new panel. Unlike the ordinary white attribute panel of regular players, this one glowed with a sacred golden light, highlighting its extraordinary status. The panel displayed Goddess of Luck Fortuna Roman Mythology Deity Code 008. First tier Divinity 1. Character account upgraded to 10-star level, capable of possessing 3 growth talents simultaneously. Divinity 2. Not activated, requires level 80. Divinity 3. Not activated, requires level 200. Current divine power: 0 small chance to obtain from defeating monsters, guaranteed from defeating ghosts. Exclusive divine skill 1. Lucky hand, requires 100 divine power to unlock. Exclusive divine skill 2. To be unlocked, requires prior unlocking of skill 1. The divine introduction noted. As one of the oldest deities in Roman mythology, Fortuna governs human happiness and opportunity. When the wheels of fate begin to turn, everyone faces varying degrees of fortune or disaster. As her divine agent, Lu Ming would be blessed with unparalleled good fortune. Upon seeing the divine data of Fortuna, the goddess of fortune, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he finally grasped the true essence of the scroll of deification. This artifact's power extends far beyond elevating a player's account to a 10-star level. Its most significant feature is enabling one to become a divine agent and wield the power of a deity. The abilities granted by different deities vary. His account's elevation to the 10-star level and the possession of 3 talents all stem from Fortuna's divine persona. This was the first time Lu Ming had felt the awe and might of a first-tier deity so directly. What excited him even more was the realization that this godlike persona was just the beginning. By reaching level 80 and level 200, he could unlock a second and third divine persona. The first divine persona alone elevated the account to the highest 10-star level and provided 3 scalable talents, suggesting the subsequent divine personas might have even more astounding effects. Moreover, the exclusive skills associated with a deity are bound to surpass imagination in both prestige and power. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation for the future, convinced that with such strength, he wouldn't fall to Qin Feng and Yi Linger 2.5 years later. Now that he knew the ending in advance, he was determined to personally put an end to those 2 traitors. After logging off, Lu Ming noticed Qin Shuren and Lin Yue busy in the kitchen. Unable to assist, he leaned back on the sofa and started browsing the trading hall. Having completed his 4th transition to unlock a 5th skill slot, and with a permanent slot gained from a 3rd magic scroll, he now had 6 skill slots in total. He had already mastered 5 skills: Sword Draw, War Stomp, Fortress of Life, Ground Imprisonment, and Swift Wind. With the newly unlocked skill slot needing to be filled, he began searching for formation defense skill scrolls. In the Jiang Province trading area, there were only 3 formation defense skill scrolls available. 2 were the lowest grade: Iron Wall, which increased allies' armor, and Impenetrable, which boosted magic resistance. Such single bonus low-level skills were clearly insufficient. Fortunately, there was a grade Indestructible skill scroll that caught his eye. Casts a 50-yard radius circular formation. Allies within the formation gain 15 of the formation master's average armor and magic resistance, 185 damage reduction. Lasts for 15 seconds. Level 30 skill cost, 225 mana to activate, 43 mana per second. Cooldown of 50 seconds. Although the bonus was less than other formations of the same grade, it could mitigate both physical and magical damage. Priced at 30,000, it seemed steep, but considering he had just gained a windfall from Dragon Soul Guan Yu and over 6 million from a gilded boss, Lu Ming bought it without hesitation. In his previous life, this would have been a luxury, requiring 2 to 3 months to save up for. After dinner, he logged back in and promptly claimed and learned the skill scroll through the system mail. The system indicated he received a LV4 comprehensive amplification of 40 times sword draw 12 times, totaling a 52 times enhancement. The effect of Indestructible immediately soared to. All allies gain 520 of the formation master's average armor and magic resistance, 6,500 damage reduction. With Lu Ming's average of 438 for armor and magic resistance, it provided the Undead Legion with a fixed damage reduction of 13,036 points, nearly nullifying the damage from level 50 mobs. When combined with Iron Wall or Impenetrable, the results were even more impressive. Lu Ming glanced at his empty skill panel and let out a soft sigh. The clock read 6:10, and his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Long Hun Guan Yu, whom he had added as a friend earlier. Are you ready on your end? I've got the scroll of deification and can give it to you anytime. Turning to Qin Shuren beside him, Lu Ming spoke with determination. Let's go. It's time to get your revenge. However, Qin Shuren's expression was somewhat dazed. Lu Ming quickly noticed her unease. What's wrong? Don't you want to kill Long Hun Guan Yu anymore? No, Qin Shuren replied softly, her eyes filled with confusion. It's just that suddenly, it feels like even if we kill him, it won't mean much. Before she could finish, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to get to the heart of the matter, because the one who truly killed Qin Long and the others was your brother, Qin Feng. This statement hit Qin Shuren like a sledgehammer. Lu Ming continued, if you want to kill him, go ahead. If you don't, then don't. The choice is yours. These words, free of any pressure, made Qin Shuren's affection for Lu Ming grow even more. She realized that her confidence now entirely stemmed from the person beside her. She nodded gently. Okay. The group left the city of Starlight and headed towards the black market. About 10 minutes later, just as they were nearing their destination, a commotion erupted ahead. Run! Help! Help! Ah! Screams echoed as people surged from the direction of the black market, their faces etched with terror, stumbling over each other as if something terrifying was chasing them. Lu Ming grabbed a panicked, overweight mage. Hey, what's happening up there? There are ghosts. The mage's face was ashen, his voice trembling. Ghosts that eat people. A lot of people have been torn apart and eaten. My ex-girlfriend was eaten too. It's terrifying. Man, get out of here. Don't go over there. Lu Ming furrowed his brow and looked up, stunned by the sight before him. A horde of green-faced, fanged creatures rampaged ahead. Their eyes glowed red. Their bodies exuded dark energy, like demons crawling out of hell, mercilessly slaughtering and devouring players. Qin Churin stared in astonishment at the bizarre creatures before him and asked, "What are those monsters?" Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the bloodthirsty beings and replied in a grave tone, "First-tier ghost beasts, blade ghosts." Even as he spoke, he found it hard to believe. According to the man in the black cloak, these ghostly creatures were supposed to remain sealed, only able to briefly appear during a full moon. But tonight was far from a full moon, so how had these 7 or 8 blade ghosts broken free? The scene was gruesome, with severed limbs scattered across the ground and blood forming small rivers. The blade ghosts killed anyone in sight and feasted upon them, their methods brutally savage. Their strength was terrifyingly formidable. No player, whether level 20 or 50, could withstand them for even a moment. The blade ghosts used their limbs as blades, slicing through the players' bodies. Lu Ming noticed their damage was significantly higher than the one he encountered the previous night, prompting him to quickly use his scouting ability. Blade Ghost. Physical type, first-tier ghost beast. Level, 50. Physical attack power, 95,600. Armor, 58,300. Magic resistance, 55,800. Speed, 50,600. Health, 1,900,000. Skills, a level rend, a level speed burst. Description: vicious ghosts that slumber underground, their bloodlust and brutality intensified by a century-long seal. Only a deity can truly stand against them. Indeed, these blade ghosts were about 2.5 times stronger than the one from the previous night. That one had an attack power of just over 40,000, with armor, magic resistance, and speed around 20,000, and health of over 700,000. This meant the ones before him were fully unsealed, complete ghost beasts. Their stats are even higher than Xino, the level 50 Gilded boss of the Goblin Kingdom. Qin Churin exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the shared bestiary entry from Lu Ming. It was true Xino's attack power was just over 60,000, and aside from health, all other stats paled in comparison to these blade ghosts. Suddenly, Lu Ming recalled the words of the man in the black cloak. The power of the gods is supreme, and it's not just humans who seek it. The ghosts covet it too. Damn. They're after the divine scroll held by Longhun Guanyu. Lu Ming suddenly realized and began scanning the crowd for Longhun Guanyu. At that moment, a blade ghost, having just devoured a player, set its sights on Lu Ming. With a chilling howl, it lunged at him with astonishing speed. Just as Lu Ming was about to draw his sword, a figure darted out from the side. Positioning itself in front of him, it was Longhun Guanyu. With a single slash, Longhun Guanyu forced the blade ghost back, then turned to thrust a golden scroll into Lu Ming's hands, his eyes burning with intensity. "Yu Ming, I entrust my daughter to you," he declared. With that, he activated his 5-star bloodthirsty frenzy ability, raised his gilded weapon, the Demon Slayer blade, and charged at the blade ghosts without hesitation. The previous night in the abyss, Longhun Guanyu had been wary and evasive even against a blade ghost with 60 of its power sealed. Now, facing a full-strength group, he charged in fearlessly. Clearly, he had pinned all his hopes on Lu Ming, willing to lay down his life to protect him. For his daughter, he's truly willing to risk everything. Lu Ming thought, watching Longhun Guanyu's retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Yet, the strength of these adversaries was far beyond what any mortal could handle. Even the mighty Longhun Guanyu, a top-tier warrior in the Great Xia's national server, with a 5-star account and full set of exquisite gilded equipment, seemed insignificant in front of the Blade Demon. The Blade Demon launched an attack, closing in with an eye-defying speed. With a swift slash, the Blade Demon's right hand transformed into a sharp blade, piercing through Longhun Guanyu's body. Blood splattered as a terrifying 73,258 damage instantly drained half of his health. This was merely a basic attack, and dishearteningly, it happened while Longhun Guanyu was in his 5-star bloodthirsty rage state, which boosted all attributes by 50. The surrounding players watched in despair as even a national server legend, clad in full gilded gear, struggled against the monster. Longhun Guanyu struggled to lift his head, only to see the Blade Demon raising its blade-like left hand, ready to strike. In that critical moment, several beams of protective light suddenly emerged from the ground. As the Blade Demon's attack landed on Longhun Guanyu's shoulder, the damage was significantly reduced, and the unexpected shield absorbed what remained, sparing him from a fatal blow. While Longhun Guanyu was still in shock at his survival, a series of system notifications rang out. Ding, you have received the War Stomp skill buff from player Yu Ming, increasing attack power by 92,352 points. Ding, you have received the Life Fortress skill buff from player Yu Ming, providing a shield of 16,453 points per second. Ding, you have received the Swift Wind skill buff from player Yu Ming, increasing speed by 16,099 points. Ding, you have received the Unbreakable skill buff from player Yu Ming, reducing fixed damage by 13,036 points. Ding, you have received the shared attributes of the artifact World-Destroying Tome from player Yu Ming, gaining attack power 4,836, armor 3,541, magic resistance 3,292, speed 2,324, mana 308,053, health 60,996. Dragon Soul Guan Yu turned to look at Lu Ming, who was setting up a formation behind him, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This moment was not just because of the astonishing boost the formation provided, but also because he had finally been chosen by Lu Ming. Previously, while battling in the Goblin Kingdom, he had never been included in Lu Ming's team, let alone receive the benefits of the formation. Today marked the first time he had been favored by Lu Ming. There was no time to dwell on the emotion, as Dragon Soul Guan Yu quickly refocused on the Blade Ghost charging at him. Under the incredible power of Lu Ming's 52-fold enhanced quadrupile level formation and the dual boost of the 3-star magic weapon, the World-Destroying Tome, his combat strength reached its peak. Facing the onrushing Blade Ghost, Dragon Soul Guan Yu swung his green dragon crescent blade in rapid succession, slicing the Blade Ghost to the ground. The Blade Ghost's health bar plummeted by 2/3, and even Dragon Soul Guan Yu was stunned by the damage. Previously, even with his 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Fury active, his strongest single-target skill, Absolute Execution, had never dealt more than 130,000 damage. Now, his damage output had increased fourfold. The Blade Ghost, with 1/3 of its health remaining, let out a piercing howl and lunged again. But the previous massive damage had bolstered Dragon Soul Guan Yu's confidence. Thanks to the 50 damage Edo Shield conversion effect of his Bloodthirsty Fury talent, he faced the Blade Ghost's attacks hidden, protected by a super Bloodthirsty shield of over 700,000. The sharp claws sparked against his gilt armor, but aside from some high-skill damage, the basic attacks couldn't budge him. Is that all you've got? Dragon Soul Guan Yu sneered, executing a clever armor-piercing strike followed by a clever deadly combo to finish off the Blade Ghost with 1.9 million health. This feat of single-handedly taking down a full health tier 1 ghost beast in 5 seconds impressed even Lu Ming in the back. At that moment, Lu Ming realized the true potential of his formation. While it could elevate ordinary players into formidable warriors, when applied to someone already skilled, it could create an existence beyond limits. With his full set of level 50 guild equipment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu, a level 56 Stern warrior, already boasted an impressive 20,000 attack power. The dual boost from War Stomp and the World-Destroying Tome raised his base attack to over 110,000. When his 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Fury activated, all attributes increased by another 50, pushing his attack power to an astonishing 170,000, far exceeding the total health of a typical level 50 player. Of course, this peak state wasn't permanent. After 10 seconds, Bloodthirsty Fury went on cooldown, and his skills were exhausted, leaving Dragon Soul Guan Yu to rely on his over 100,000 basic attacks to contend with the Blade Ghost. Even though the explosive damage was gone, it was enough to keep the opponent at bay. The unfolding situation confirmed that these ghostly creatures were indeed after the scroll of deification. Once Dragon Soul Guan Yu handed the scroll to Lu Ming, all the Blade Ghosts immediately shifted their focus to him. Their blood-red eyes locked onto Lu Ming, and they emitted a chilling, guttural growl. In an instant, several Blade Ghosts lunged toward Lu Ming with lightning speed. Even though you're 60 stronger than the Blade Ghost from last night, which only had 40 of its power, I'm not the same as I was then. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. With a thought, hundreds of Tier 4 Reapers appeared out of nowhere. Half of the Reapers formed a protective barrier around Qin Churen and Lin Yue, drawing envy from nearby players being harassed by the Blade Ghosts. The other half launched a fierce attack against the Blade Ghosts, stepping through the quadruple formation. Soul Shatter. Soul Slash. With Lu Ming's 3 talents upgraded to level 4, and combined with the 3-star magic weapon, the World-Destroying Tome, the damage output of his Undead Army had significantly increased compared to their previous encounter with the Blade Ghosts. The 5 Blade Ghosts launched a ferocious assault, as relentless as a storm, slicing 3 Reapers into pieces in an instant. Even with their formidable damage reduction abilities and the all-attribute enhancements from the Apocalypse chapter, the Reapers could only hold out for an extra half-second against the fully formed Blade Ghosts, whose power rivaled that of a Golden Tier boss of the same level. Attack. Lu Ming's eyes blazed with determination as he commanded the Reaper troops on the perimeter to grip their scythes tightly and launch an aggressive assault on the Blade Ghosts. Standing behind Lu Ming, Qin Churen watched the relentless slaughter of the Undead Army, feeling a deep pang of sorrow. To her, these mindless summoned undead were like Lu Ming's comrades. The scene before her brought back memories of the tragic deaths of Along, Zhuiyue Xiaohu, and Chao Yumeng Xiang, fueling the flames of vengeance in her eyes. She drew her sword, ready to charge forward, but Lu Ming held her back. Don't go. You can't defeat them. Leave it to me, he said. On the battlefield, 7 Blade Ghosts remained, one already felled by the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and another being held at bay. The remaining 5 blade ghosts were finally slain through the relentless onslaught of hundreds of reapers. The system notifications chimed continuously. Ding, you have slain a level 50 tier 1 ghost beast. Blade ghost. Experience gained. 550,000. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point of divine power. Lu Ming felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing that each blade ghost provided experience equivalent to 100 times that of a regular monster of the same level. The defeat of these blade ghosts propelled him directly to level 31, as golden light descended, enveloping him. Beside each blade ghost's corpse lay a pulsating, heart-like, dark brown ghost core. As Lu Ming moved to collect these tier 1 ghost cores, he suddenly detected through the Reaper's shared vision a shadow rushing toward Qin Churen and Lin Yue at an astonishing speed. In a split second, Lu Ming saw a hidden stray blade ghost closing in on Lin Yue, its blade-like right hand about to strike. At the critical moment, a transparent energy shield with a 50-yard radius suddenly expanded from Lin Yue, freezing time within its bounds. Seizing the opportunity created by the time freeze, Lu Ming swiftly drew his sword and executed a clever sword-drawing skill, slashing away 2/3 of the blade ghost's life force. Following his command, dozens of Reapers unleashed their soul shatter skill, dealing over 90,000 damage each, instantly obliterating the blade ghost. As the time freeze lifted, a rift in time and space appeared beside Lu Ming, and a figure in a black cloak, claiming to be the agent of the time god, Kronos, emerged. They have started moving, said the black-cloaked figure. They? Who? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. The god-slaying squad. Lu Ming stood still, a disturbing thought suddenly flashing through his mind. According to the historical timeline, the Blood Moon's arrival was still 2.5 years away, marking the day when the ghost would fully awaken. The fact that these blade ghosts broke free from their seals ahead of time could only mean one thing. Someone was secretly feeding them. The Black Cloak had once mentioned that ghosts fed on human flesh and blood. While the flesh and blood of ordinary people could help them grow quickly, the flesh of gods could accelerate their growth by hundreds or even thousands of times. By consuming enough flesh, these ghosts could break the seals in advance. Among the 3 major forces that would betray the Xia kingdom and side with the ghosts in the future, Zhan Shan was undoubtedly the most likely and capable of feeding these ghosts. History shows that Zhan Shan began contacting the ghosts during this period. The Black Cloak, gazing at the blade ghost corpses on the ground, slowly revealed the truth. Zhan Shan had artificially fed and released these blade ghosts, originally sealed in the Darklands east of the City of Starlight, in an attempt to use them to seize the scroll of deification. More terrifyingly, they planned to use these ghost beasts to hunt down players in the City of Starlight, using their flesh to feed the ghost general lurking underground, the Blood Moon warrior, Gula. Hearing the name of this ghost general, Lu Ming felt a shock in his heart. When the Black Cloak mentioned last night that the blade ghost from the Abyss would massacre the City of Starlight and slaughter 9.35 million players in Jiang Province 2.5 years later, Lu Ming found it suspicious. Even the most powerful first-tier ghost beast couldn't possibly be strong enough to withstand millions of players from Jiang Province working together. Now the truth finally surfaced: the ghost beasts were merely a prelude. The true destroyer was this ghost general. The Black Cloak explained that known ghosts are divided into 3 tiers: first-tier ghost beasts, second-tier ghost generals, and third-tier ghost kings. Whether a being stronger than a ghost king exists is still unknown, as just 5 ghost kings were enough to annihilate the entire Xia kingdom. This fact left Lu Ming utterly shocked. A fully formed first-tier ghost beast could rival a gilded-level boss, so the power of a revived second-tier ghost general must be terrifying. No wonder it could single-handedly destroy the City of Starlight and paralyze the entire Jiang Province server. The Black Cloak continued, saying that to prevent this doomed future, the first step was to eliminate this ghost general before it was fully fed. Once it regains its form and breaks the seal, no one within the second heaven could stand against it. When Lu Ming asked about the specific location of the ghost general, the Black Cloak indicated that he was still searching. He also warned Lu Ming that his current strength was far from enough to confront a second-tier ghost general, even if it hadn't yet broken the seal. Lu Ming needed to continue strengthening himself and wait until he was powerful enough to join forces to defeat it. Dragon Soul Guanyu, standing nearby, seemed incredulous at these words, but Lu Ming was well aware of his own abilities. Losing dozens of Reapers while dealing with just a few ghost beasts showed that he still needed to grow stronger. Only when he could easily crush first-tier ghost beasts with 0 casualties would he barely qualify to challenge a second-tier ghost general. Finally, the Black Cloak instructed Lu Ming to safeguard the scroll of deification. When the chosen one by the gods appears, the scroll will provide a sign. However, until the true agent is confirmed, anyone could become a candidate. He also warned to be wary of the ghost's covetous eyes on the scroll, as it must never fall into their hands. At this point, the Black Cloak suddenly turned to look at Dragon Soul Guanyu on the other side. The figure in the Black Cloak spoke to Lu Ming with a deep meaning. You must understand one thing. For a mortal to combat ghosts, there's only one way, and that's through level suppression. An 80-level mortal can kill a 50-level ghost, but at the same level, a mortal can never defeat a ghost. Only a god can truly fight against ghosts and save our Disya, and indeed, this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the black cloak tore through space and disappeared. Lu Ming looked at the scroll of deification handed to him by Longhun Guanyu, thinking to himself, this guy really trusts me. He doesn't worry at all that I might run off with the scroll. The description on the scroll of deification was clear. A scroll that seals traces of the goddess Nyx, the goddess of the night, a deity from Greek mythology. I wonder what rank she holds and what the conditions are for choosing an agent. Lu Ming placed the unresponsive scroll into his backpack. At that moment, Longhun Guanyu approached Lu Ming, showing rare gratitude. Yu Ming, thank you for saving my life just now. If not for Lu Ming's timely formation, he would have been devoured by the blade ghosts. Just as Longhun Guanyu was about to inquire about his daughter's situation, Lu Ming interrupted, wait for my news back home. Longhun Guanyu felt a shiver, but understood that only Lu Ming could save his daughter. All right, but Qin Feng only gave me one more day. Please, I need your answer by tomorrow night. I'm willing to trade my life for hers. Once you save my daughter, you can do whatever you want with me. With that, he vanished into the darkness. Qin Churen saw through Lu Ming's thoughts. Are you trying to recruit him? Lu Ming didn't answer directly but said, I promised you. If you want him dead, you can do it anytime, anywhere. Qin Churen looked at the scattered limbs and blade ghost corpses on the ground, still shaken. Such powerful creatures are beyond the ability of ordinary people to handle. Besides you, only someone as powerful as Longhun Guanyu could barely stand a chance, right? Lu Ming recalled the Black Cloak's parting words, understanding their deeper meaning. He could kill Longhun Guanyu, but that would deprive humanity of a future divine agent. Longhun Guanyu was clearly chosen by Horus, the god of vengeance. In the recent battle, Lu Ming's formation and magical artifacts enhanced all the players, yet only Longhun Guanyu survived. Even with the formation's support, the other dozens of players couldn't escape death. Clad in golden armor and possessing a 5-star qualification, the national server's level 39 warrior Longhun Guanyu not only survived but also single-handedly slew 2 blade ghosts. Qin Churen sighed. When you asked me to kill Longhun Guanyu last time, in my heart, he was already dead. Besides, Qin Feng was the one who truly killed Long and the others. I understand. If he can use this power to guard Xia and address the crisis we are about to face, then I, as his sister, will let him go. Of course, I must thank you, or I wouldn't even have the chance to spare him. She looked at Lu Ming with a tinge of guilt, unknowingly. You've helped me so much, and I don't even know how to repay you. Lu Ming smiled. No worries, you can treat me to a late-night snack tonight? Sure, no problem. Qin Churen replied with a sweet smile. Lu Ming's resolve grew stronger as he thought of Qin Feng and Yi Linger, a sharp glint in his eyes. Want to revive ghost generals, cozy up to ghosts, and destroy Xia? Don't want to be human, and prefer being a dog? Truly a pair of despicable lovebirds. Go ahead and try. Lu Ming stood at the center of the battlefield, his eyes scanning the chaos around him. He ordered the Reaper to begin refining all the corpses on site, whether they belonged to players or the remnants of blade ghosts. These mangled bodies could be granted a dignified end through refinement. His attention then shifted to the glimmering ghost cores on the ground. From the 8 blade ghosts, only 3 first-tier ghost cores were dropped, all of which were picked up near the corpses of the 6 blade ghosts hunted by the Undead Legion. The 2 blade ghosts defeated by Dragon Soul Guanyu yielded nothing. Without Lin Yue's 520 drop rate boost, even these 3 might have been hard to come by. Rarity adds value, Lu Ming mused. It takes 10 divine power points to unlock a first-tier ghost core, yet defeating 6 blade ghosts only earned him 6 divine power points, leaving him temporarily unable to unlock any. Fortunately, as a divine agent, he could obtain divine power not only from ghostly beings but also from ordinary monsters. With this in mind, Lu Ming immediately led Qin Churen and Lin Yue to the Phantom Tower, heading straight for the Shadow Nest on the 8th plane. A 5-layer formation unfolded in sequence. War Stomp, Life Fortress, Swift as Wind, Ground Confinement, and Unbreakable. Qin Churen, a level 38 assassin with 52 times extreme enhancement, moved like a phantom in the night, weaving through the monster horde. Her weapon gleamed with a cold light, each strike effortlessly annihilating level 50 undead with 150,000 health. Level 29 Mage Lin Yue raised her staff and launched an Flevel Fireball at a level 49 undead warrior. With a damage number of 146,524, flashing, the fully healthy undead warrior collapsed into a pile of bones. The astonishing damage left other players present in awe. As Lu Ming's 3 major talents advanced to LV4, the formation bonuses became even more formidable. Coupled with the permanent boost from the 3-star artifact, the world-destroying tome, being his teammate was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Although the Heavenly Might skill only calculated based on players' base attributes, its effect was already quite significant. The 5-layer formation consumed 233 mana points per second, but this posed no issue for Lu Ming. With the 1-star artifact, the Source Power Ring, granting a 520 mana boost and 52 mana recovery rate, he had 39,494 mana points and recovered 97 points per second, more than sufficient. In the Shadow Nest, 1,240 undead were frantically harvesting the undead. Each refinement yielded 3 soul power points, steadily advancing Lu Ming's undead legion towards the goal of becoming all reapers. Yet, after 10 minutes, no divine power was gained. It wasn't until half an hour later, after thousands of undead were slain, that a golden notification finally appeared. Ding, congratulations on the lucky acquisition of 1 divine power point during the battle with a level 50 undead knight. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, feeling as if he had finally won a try-again bottle cap after drinking energy drinks for years. Remembering how each blade ghost used to yield 1 divine power point, he couldn't help but reflect on how unappreciative he had been back then. Lu Ming gazed at the spoils before him, suddenly realizing that the generosity of the ghost beasts far exceeded his expectations. Each one contributed a whole point of divine power. This discovery made him regret having Long Hun Guan Yu kill those 2 blade ghosts, resulting in a loss of 2 precious points of divine power. He continued battling in the wild, taking down one small creature after another. By the time night fell and the clock struck 10, he had finally accumulated his 4th point of divine power, reaching the long-awaited total of 10 points. Eagerly, Lu Ming opened the Divinity panel and retrieved a Tier 1 Ghost Core from his inventory. As the system notification chimed, he infused the Ghost Core with 10 points of divine power. A bright light flashed, and the Ghost Core dissolved into stardust, vanishing into the air. Immediately, a new system alert came through. Congratulations, you have activated the Divine Soul, Guardian LV1. Guardian LV1 permanently increases the armor attribute of the Divine Agent by 10, a permanent percentage-based attribute boost. This discovery filled Lu Ming with joy. In the Abyss world, aside from regular leveling, the only way for players to gain permanent attribute boosts was through the arena, which unlocks at level 30. The arena's reward shop offers fixed attribute bonuses, while percentage boosts are rare rewards reserved for top-tier players. Even more exciting is the potential for this Divine Soul to be upgraded, promising even higher boost percentages in the future. As a formation master, Lu Ming was well aware that while his class had the lowest attribute growth, it was the most reliant on panel attributes, with all formation bonuses closely tied to his own stats. Checking his status bar, with the Guardian Divine Soul's enhancement, his armor value jumped from 454 to 499. The advantage of this percentage boost would become more apparent in the later stages, as the enhancement effects would grow increasingly significant with the rise in base attributes. Looking at these gains, Lu Ming felt that the knight's efforts were entirely worthwhile. His bag still contained 3 more Tier 1 Ghost Cores awaiting resolution, meaning he needed to gather another 30 points of divine power. And once that was accomplished, an even more important task awaited him to continue collecting divine power and activate the exclusive divine skill of Fortuna, the goddess of luck. At 10 o'clock in the deep night, the day's adventure came to a close. Lu Ming and his companions returned to the main city, ready to log off and enjoy the long-awaited late-night snack. All of this indicated that the potential of the Divine Agent was far from fully realized. The night market was bustling with activity, and the barbecue stalls were packed with young people savoring the delicious food. The clinking of beer glasses and bursts of laughter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Ming was sitting at a table with Qin Churan and Lin Yue, surrounded by skewers of grilled treats. As he casually glanced at Lin Yue, who was intently gnawing on a chicken wing, a startling thought crossed his mind. This seemingly petite girl was also an agent of a deity. Reflecting on his past life, Lu Ming was chosen by the goddess of fortune, Fortuna, to be her agent simply because he was the 99,999,999,999th player to enter the abyss. Lin Yue must have also fulfilled some unique condition. Which god had chosen her, and what abilities had they bestowed upon her? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation and was eager to help her grow. As he pondered, Qin Churan suddenly thrust her phone in front of him. "Hey, look at this. You're famous again." Lu Ming took the phone and saw a TikTok video. It captured the gruesome scene outside the black market earlier that evening, where a blade ghost slaughtered players. In just a few seconds of footage shot from a bystander's perspective, the ghost's brutality and power were on full display, causing an uproar in the comments section. What kind of monster is this? There's nothing like it in the Abyss Guide. A level 50 player taken down in an instant? They actually eat people and drink blood. Where there are gods, there must be ghosts. Could this really be a ghost? Whoever killed this creature must be amazing. Could he be a god? The comments came flooding in. Lu Ming knew that the rapid emergence of these ghosts into public awareness was not a good sign. Ordinary players were powerless to deal with them, and this would only increase panic and strain society. But for him, the pressing issue was to change the prophecy of the Black Cloak that foretold his death at the hands of Qin Feng and Yi Linger in 2.5 years. The Ghost Slayers had already begun secretly colluding with the ghosts, and history was unfolding just as the Black Cloak had predicted. Relying solely on enhancing his personal strength would lead to the same tragic end. In the timeline that the Black Cloak had traveled back from, Lu Ming had also gained these power-ups, but still couldn't escape his fate. As the Black Cloak had said, his future self was alone, without allies, unable to withstand the combined forces of the Ghost Slayers and their ghostly allies. Since conventional methods couldn't alter fate, he needed to find a different path. Mortal strength was no match for ghosts. Only by harnessing the power of deities could he stand a chance. The priority was to find the agent of Nyx, the goddess of the night, and form an alliance. Simultaneously, he needed to help Lin Yue lift her account ban and quickly become a god's agent. Each additional divine agent represented a glimmer of hope for humanity and increased his chances of changing the future. With his support-oriented profession and talents, he could enhance the powers of the divine agents. As for the future agent of Horus, the god of vengeance, Longhun Guanyu, Lu Ming decided to give him a chance, out of respect for the god of vengeance. Whether he could seize it would depend on his own fate. In the dead of night, Longhun Guanyu wandered alone in the darkness. His daughter's cries echoed in his ears, "Daddy, save me! Daddy, I'm so scared." Gripping his dragon-slaying saber, he anxiously searched for his daughter's figure. Finally, he saw Guan Xiaodong. "Xiaodong, don't be afraid. Daddy's here to save you." He rushed toward her, only to watch helplessly as a blade pierced through her from behind. Her white robe was instantly stained with blood, and with a look of pain and fear, Guan Xiaodong collapsed in a pool of blood before her father's eyes. "Xiaodong!" Longhun Guanyu awoke with a start, drenched in sweat. He looked around and realized he was in his hotel room. It had all been a nightmare, but the fear the dream instilled in him lingered. Just then, the phone rang suddenly. The phone of Longhun Guanyu suddenly rang, and the furious roar of Zhanshan Tianxi came through. "Guanyu, how dare you team up with Yuming to go against me and Zhanshan?" This voice sent a shock through Longhun Guanyu's heart. He immediately realized that the scene of him and Lu Ming teaming up to strike down the Blade Ghost in the black market earlier that evening had been captured by a passerby and sent to Zhanshan Tianxi. Before he could explain, the threat from the other end came through. "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want your daughter to suffer a terrible fate, you must do as I say. Tomorrow night at 8, by any means necessary, bring Yuming to the magical forbidden zone on the north side of Xinghui City. Remember, this is your last chance." The call ended abruptly, leaving Longhun Guanyu's right hand trembling as he held the phone. The words of the Black Cloak echoed in his mindit was this group of traitors, Zhanshan, who colluded with ghosts and betrayed Xia, ultimately leading to the downfall of human civilization. His fist clenched tightly, burning with fury, but the thought of his daughter Guan Xiaodong still in their hands restrained him. "I'm sorry, Xiaodong. It's your father's failure that he can't save you." Morning sunlight bathed Xinghui City as 3 beams of white light appeared, bringing Lu Ming, Qin Churan, and Lin Yue online simultaneously. Their urgent task was to increase their strength by slaying the second-tier ghost general, Blood Moon Warrior Gula, lurking in the city. This would not only prevent a massacre in Xinghui City 2.5 years later, but also yield substantial rewards from the ghost general. The experience points and ghost core obtained from slaying a first-tier ghost beast last night had given Lu Ming a taste of success. For him, the fastest way to boost his strength was to level up every 10 levels. His 3 major talents would upgrade, leading to a qualitative leap. By reaching level 40, with all talents at LV5, he should be able to contend with a ghost general. The 3 of them went to the ghost magic tower as usual. After a day of grinding, Lu Ming rose from level 31 at 24 to level 33 at 51. The soul power gained during this period allowed all 1,320 undead to advance to the 4th tier Reaper, and he was fortunate enough to gain 10 points of divine power. He took out a first-tier ghost core, used divine power to crack it, and activated the Immortality LV1 Divine Soul, increasing his health attribute from 7,944 points to 8,738 points. Gods are truly gods. How can a non-paying player compete with a VIP spender? Lu Ming was musing when he suddenly received an urgent message from Longhun Guanyu. "Yuming, I've discovered that Zhanshan's people are negotiating with ghosts. Come quickly." Location: LV-43 Magical Forbidden Zone. As dusk fell, a magical aura enveloped the northern part of Starlight City, known as the LV-43 Magic Zone. The old district lay silent as Lu Ming paused at the edge of the zone before stepping in. Upon entering the city, he immediately encountered Dragon Soul Guanyu. "Where is the God Slayer?" Lu Ming asked directly. Dragon Soul Guanyu pointed towards the depths of the city. "That way?" Lu Ming headed in the indicated direction, with Dragon Soul Guanyu following closely behind. However, when they reached the destination, it was deserted. Suddenly, with the sound of hurried footsteps, A large group of players with the Godslayer ID surrounded them from all sides. Leading them was a level 50 advanced mage in a red robe. Godslayer Honglian. He stared at Lu Ming expressionlessly. "Yu Ming, you finally came. I've been waiting for you." Lu Ming glanced at Dragon Soul Guan Yu beside him, seemingly understanding something, yet remained calm. "Waiting for what? Your death?" A glint of coldness flashed in Hong Lian's eyes. "Do you think you're invincible, with your unbeatable undead army? You've said it all. What else is there for me to say?" Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, leaving Hong Lian momentarily speechless. After a pause, Hong Lian spoke again. "I've done my homework on you. Yu Ming, this is the magic zone. All summoning skills are sealed. Without your undead army, what are you but a mere support array master?" He then turned to Dragon Soul Guan Yu. "What are you hesitating for? Strike. Kill Yu Ming, and you'll be reunited with your daughter immediately." Dragon Soul Guan Yu gripped his gilded level world shatterer demon slayer blade and stepped forward slowly. Hong Lian sneered with satisfaction. A national standard, easily handled. Yet, in the next moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu walked straight to Lu Ming, planted his blade on the ground, and pointed it at the Godslayer players. "Whoever dares to touch Yu Ming will have to step over my dead body first." Hong Lian was stunned. "You fool. Have you lost your mind? Don't forget your daughter is still in our hands." Seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu's unwavering stance, he shouted angrily, "Idiots! Attack! Kill Yu Ming!" Dozens of fully armed Godslayer team players rushed forward, each boasting level 50 advanced strength, equipped with full silver gear. Hong Lian felt smug. Killing Yu Ming and collecting the 5 million bounty seemed all too easy. At that moment, Lu Ming anchored his long sword into the ground and unleashed an array. War Stomp, Life Fortress, Unbreakable, and Swift Wind arrays instantly empowered Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Simultaneously, Guan Yu activated his 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, transforming into an invincible war god as he charged into the enemy ranks. Under Lu Ming's Prison of the Earth, all the Godslayer players' armor values dropped to 0. With a mighty swing of his gilded demon-slaying sword, Long Hun Guan Yu dealt devastating blows exceeding 180,000 damage with each strike, felling the surrounding Zhan Shen players one by one. Dozens of archers and mages launched a relentless barrage of arrows and spells from a distance, but the attacks merely sparked a series of damage-immune numbers bouncing off Long Hun Guan Yu's form. More astonishingly, no attack from the melee assassins, warriors, or knights could breach his defenses. It dawned on the players that something was amiss. How could a level 33 player, even with the unbreakable support of a formation master, achieve such an incredible damage reduction? Damn it, it's his formation. A Zhan Shen player realized. This guy's Undead Legion is so powerful because it's boosted by the formation master setup. But it was too late. Long Hun Guan Yu moved as if he were invincible, his demon-slaying sword cutting through the Zhan Shen players like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, dozens of them lay defeated, not one spared. He walked over the battlefield littered with bodies, his sword aimed at the last surviving Zhan Shen Hong Lian. Zhan Shen Hong Lian sat on the ground, terror-stricken, staring at the warrior who had been terrifyingly empowered by the formation master Lu Ming. "I don't understand," he stammered. "The formation master's setup doesn't enhance themselves. You could easily kill Yu Ming, so why side with him? Let me kill him instead." "Do you know who he is?" Long Hun Guan Yu coldly retorted. Zhan Shen Hong Lian glanced disdainfully at Lu Ming. "Isn't he just a formation master? No matter how strong the setup, he's just a support from the shadows." Long Hun Guan Yu planted a foot on his chest and leaned in. "Listen carefully, is the proxy of Fortuna, the foremost deity of luck, and the future top player of the great Xia server, the abyssal god, Yu Ming." Before the words had fully sunk in, the demon-slaying sword severed Zhan Shen Hong Lian's head. "You should know," Lu Ming spoke from behind. "I need to use the undead to achieve resurrection. In this map, I can't summon the undead, so I can't revive. Zhan Shen gave you the perfect chance. Why didn't you kill me?" "Because you promised to save my daughter," Long Hun Guan Yu replied, turning around. "I trust you, not Zhan Shen. Kill me. Record a video as proof," Lu Ming said calmly. "We'll discuss it outside." "No need, right here." "But don't you need the undead to revive?" Long Hun Guan Yu asked, surprised. "Now do it." Despite his hesitation, Long Hun Guan Yu's demon-slaying sword fell without mercy, killing Lu Ming. After the video was recorded, an incredible scene unfolded. Lu Ming stood up before Long Hun Guan Yu, revived at full health. Seeing Lu Ming resurrect in the magic-restricted zone left Long Hun Guan Yu utterly shocked. After handling the situation, he followed Lu Ming outside the boundary of the zone. The sight before him took his breath away. Hundreds of 4th-tier Reapers were already on standby. At that moment, Long Hun Guan Yu realized the truth. Lu Ming had set up an undead army before entering the restricted zone. Although summoning spells were useless inside, and summoned creatures couldn't enter, he could still use the undead outside to resurrect himself. No wonder he was so confident earlier. A more terrifying realization dawned on him. What seemed like a hopeless situation was actually a test from Lu Ming. If he had truly succumbed to Zhan Shan and attacked Yu Ming, he might never have left the zone alive. The thought sent shivers down his spine. History had already destined Yu Ming to die in 2.5 years. No one could kill him now. Aside from Long Hun Guanyu, Qin Churan, and Lin Yue, no one else knew about Lu Ming's resurrection ability. Long Hun Guanyu sent the recorded video to Zhan Shan Tianxi, who had kidnapped his daughter. Yu Ming is gone. Can you release my daughter now? The video convincingly showed Yu Ming being beheaded, but Zhan Shan Tianxi's reply infuriated Long Hun Guanyu. Not so fast. If you want your daughter alive, you have to do something for our captain. As Long Hun Guanyu was about to confront him, Lu Ming stopped him in time. Agree to his terms for now. Suppressing his anger, Long Hun Guanyu asked, what else do you want? You'll find out when the time comes. Stay in Xinghui City for now, Zhan Shan Tianxi replied. If you lay a finger on my daughter, I swear you'll pay 1,000-fold. Long Hun Guanyu said through gritted teeth. After the call ended, Lu Ming said to Long Hun Guanyu, if you want to save your daughter, follow my lead. Inform me immediately of any movements from Zhan Shan's side, and don't act without my instructions. For Long Hun Guanyu, Lu Ming's cooperation in faking his death for the video was already more than enough. He didn't expect Lu Ming would continue to help, reigniting his hope amid despair. All right, I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Watching Long Hun Guanyu disappear into the darkness, Lu Ming began to strategize. He knew that in Qin Feng's eyes, he was just a pawn, to be discarded once his usefulness ended. His life was spared for now, likely because of the second-tier ghost general lurking in Xinghui City. Since the Black Cloak couldn't pinpoint its location, Lu Ming planned to use Zhan Shan to locate the ghost general and thwart their resurrection plans. Tonight's events were a chance for Long Hun Guanyu, and he didn't disappoint. This made Lu Ming realize the importance of allies without Long Hun Guanyu. Dealing with the Zhan Shan team alone would have been nearly impossible. Though they couldn't kill Lu Ming with his phoenix-like rebirth ability, they couldn't always be caught off guard. Lu Ming even suspected that his death at Qin Feng's hand 2.5 years later was due to stepping into a similar magic-restricted trap unprepared. Before that happened, he needed to build a loyal faction. As the future god of vengeance, Horus's divine agent, Long Hun Guanyu was undoubtedly the best candidate. After tonight's test, Lu Ming had won half his loyalty, and rescuing his daughter would secure his full allegiance. To avoid arousing Zhan Shan's suspicion, Lu Ming switched to his alternate account, Dawn, and returned to Xinghui City. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of beautiful eyes watched from the shadows. Yu Ming, not only are you powerful, but you can switch between two accounts? Interesting. I've made my choice. When Lu Ming logged off back in the city, Lin Yue had already prepared dinner. As dinner time approached, Lu Ming noticed that Qin Churan had not returned. He turned to Lin Yue, who was setting the table, and asked, where's Ranan? While arranging the plates, Lin Yue replied, Sister Churan said she was going to participate in a PK, so she didn't log off with me. But I just messaged her, and she said she'll be here soon. The term PK refers to the player kill system in the game arena. Players can unlock this feature once they reach level 30, allowing them to earn points that can be exchanged for permanent attribute boosts and improve their rankings. Titles like Dragon Soul Guanyu, the top warrior in the national server, are earned through such battles. Although Lu Ming's level was high enough to participate in the arena, he found it too time-consuming and the current ranking didn't hold much significance for him, so he decided to put it aside for now. On the other hand, Qin Churan's participation in the arena was clearly aimed at boosting her fame and prestige to gather allies in the future. At that moment, in the northern duel arena of Starshine City, a virtual stage was witnessing an intense battle. With her 4-star swift talent, Qin Churan moved like a phantom around her opponent, who couldn't even react before being defeated. The system announcement followed. Player, Zhan Shan, Yu, a level 38 4th-tier assassin, has defeated player Tianxiang, a level 39 4th-tier warrior, and claimed victory. Duel points 1. Today's 30-win streak. Extra bonus points 10. Congratulations on advancing to Bronze Tier 1. Currently ranked 15,354th assassin in Lianhai City. You have used up today's duel attempts. Please return tomorrow. Both players were teleported back to the duel arena. Tianxiang, visibly impressed, said, You're incredibly strong. I didn't even get a chance to strike before being taken down. You're the toughest opponent of my level I've faced all week. When Tianxiang subsequently asked to add her on WeChat, Qin Churan politely but firmly declined. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. So I don't add unfamiliar male friends. Just as Qin Churan was about to log off, a tall, aloof-looking archer girl suddenly appeared and challenged her directly. Qin Churan, you may not know me, but I know you're Yu Ming's girlfriend. Accept my challenge, and if you lose, leave Yu Ming. Facing the sudden challenge from the level 42 archer girl named Wan Yue, Qin Churan couldn't help but frown. She had no interest in this inexplicable challenge. My name is Li Wanning. The girl introduced herself calmly, I'm Li Hui's sister. This revelation hit Qin Churen like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily stunned. She then noticed the group of players surrounding Li Wanning, all with IDs prefixed by Hui Huang. Li Hui was the young master from the Li family who had secured a 20 million investment for her, but was killed by Lu Ming just days before, known in the game as Hui Huang Suanyan. Qin Churen recalled what Alone and the others had mentioned about the Li family's overseas-educated daughter from Shanghai. Clearly, this was her. Li Wanning was here seeking revenge for Li Hui. Although Qin Churen had already sent the video to Uncle Li, who didn't respond, she knew it was self-defense since Li Hui had been the one with malicious intent. My father may be silent, but that doesn't mean I have no opinion, Li Wanning said, arms crossed, exuding an imposing aura. No matter how wayward Li Hui was, or even if he was the family outcast, he's still my brother. If you beat me, we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, the Li family won't let it rest. To avoid implicating Lu Ming, Qin Churen thought briefly before agreeing. All right, I accept the challenge. What are the rules? Simple, best of 3, Li Wanning replied with a faint smile. The stakes were quickly set. If Qin Churen lost, she would have to leave the netherworld. If she won, the matter with Li Hui would be dropped. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, who had been waiting offline and was worried about Qin Churen, logged into the game. He arrived at the Starry City Arena just in time to witness the duel, which had attracted a large crowd of spectators. These two are no ordinary players, the crowd buzzed. The one on the right is the heiress of the Li family from Shanghai, and the one on the left is the younger sister of the captain of the Godslayers. Are they fighting over the same guy? Which guy is lucky enough to have both of them after him? Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He wasn't worried about Qin Churen but felt a tinge of sympathy for Li Wanning. Li Wanning was confident. She thought to herself, even if her opponent is strong, her level and equipment are inferior, not to mention her own 3-star talent. As the countdown ended, the battle began. Under the boost of her 4-star swift talent, Qin Churen became a blur, rapidly closing the distance. Li Wanning fired 3 arrows, but Qin Churen evaded them all with perfect maneuvering. Before Li Wanning could recover from her shock, Qin Churen was upon her, executing a seamless combo that swiftly defeated her. The system announcement followed. Player Godslayer, Moon wins this round? A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Li Wanning's eyes as the second match was about to begin. Li Wanning initiated the first strike, but her predictive ability was clearly lacking. Despite being well-equipped, having a higher level, and possessing a powerful talent that increased her damage by 50 with the 3-star severe injury boost, she still couldn't hit the agile Qin Churen. After a round of missed ranged attacks, Qin Churen seized the opportunity to quickly close the distance and skillfully executed a combo, defeating Li Wanning. The match ended with a score of 2-0. The audience erupted in amazement, buzzing with discussions. This Godslayer Yu is incredibly strong. No wonder she's part of the 7th-ranked Godslayer team in the national server. It's clear that although Godslayer Yu's equipment is average, her skills are exceptional. On the other hand, Wan Yu has top-tier gear but lacks the skill to make full use of it. Not only is Godslayer Yu beautiful and well-built, but her skills are also impressive. Her boyfriend must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Yeah, that guy is really lucky. The spectators' comments made Li Wanning feel even more embarrassed, but she could only watch as Qin Churen logged off and left. Lu Ming was unsurprised by the outcome and quietly faded into the crowd. Qin Churen, being strong-willed, was worried that Lu Ming might find out about her duel for attention, so she kept it to herself. Lu Ming, on the other hand, tactfully pretended to be unaware. After dinner, the 3 of them logged back in. Their original plan to tackle the Ghost Tower had to be postponed if the Godslayer team discovered that Lu Ming was still alive. They would definitely suspect Longhun Guanyu and stop assigning any tasks related to the resurrection of the Ghost General. Without those tasks, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to track down the Ghost General's location. Let's head to the Shadow Domain, Qin Churen suggested while checking the map. Here, the monster's strength increases by about 20 at night, so most players avoid it. But with our current strength, this increase is no problem. For Lu Ming, as long as he could level up and hunt the Ghost General, the location of grinding didn't matter much. Compared to farming soul stones for money at the Ghost Tower, the current priority was leveling up. As night fell, the Shadow Domain was deserted. Without hesitation, Lu Ming summoned his Undead Army 1-3 24th tier Reapers spread out under his command, automatically seeking targets. With the support of Lu Ming's 5-layer formation, the army displayed overwhelming superiority even against the Shadow Guardians, who had a 20 strength boost. System notifications continuously popped up. Dingyu killed a level 48 Shadow Guardian, gaining 5,120 experience points. Dingyu killed a level 47 Shadow Guardian, gaining 4,950 experience points. Dingyu killed a level 49 Shadow Guardian, gaining 5,360 experience points. Congratulations! You have luckily gained 1 point of divine power while hunting Shadow Guardians. As Lu Ming's experience steadily increased, Longhun Guanyu suddenly sent a message. The Godslayer team has started to move. The night enveloped the eastern part of Starshine City, shrouding the Serpent Forest. In this level 33 wilderness, a sudden cry of panic erupted. Run! Run for your lives, guys! A group of 5 players, each around level 30, was fleeing frantically from the forest. Behind them, a deafening roar shattered the night as a massive level 33 Silver Serpent King boss emerged from the woods. With its gaping maw, it instantly devoured the level 30 priest who lagged behind. The Serpent King let out a series of roars, summoning countless smaller snakes that surged from the surrounding darkness, encircling the remaining 4 players. We shouldn't have messed with that Serpent King. It's over, we're done for. Somebody help me. I don't want to die. Sob. Just as the 4 players were sinking into despair, a barrage of arrows rained down from above, annihilating the surrounding snakes. A group of well-equipped players, all above level 40, appeared, their IDs uniformly prefixed with Zhanshan, the 7th-ranked elite team on the Grandxian National Server leaderboard. The Zhanshan team executed a seamless strategy. Knights formed a shield wall at the front, blocking the Serpent King's venomous attacks. Warriors spread out to deal with the endlessly emerging smaller snakes. Archers and mages launched a fierce assault on the Serpent King, bolstered by the buffs from a tactical specialist. Assassins worked with summoners to finish off the enemy. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of the 12 Zhanshan members, the Silver Serpent King soon fell to the ground, letting out a final wail. The 4 survivors were just about to express their gratitude when the Zhanshan leader, a knight, gave a curt command. Seize them. Dozens of Zhanshan members swiftly subdued the 4, even retrieving the remains of the priest devoured by the Serpent King. They were escorted to a dark cave far from Starshine City, where hundreds of similarly bound solo players were already gathered. In front of this ominous cave, resembling a gaping maw, the captives erupted in cries of terror and pleas for mercy. Where are we? What do you want with us? I'll pay you. Please, just let me go. The Zhanshan members ignored these pleas, seemingly waiting for something, until a figure emerged from the darkness. Longhun Guanyu. He was visibly taken aback by the scene before him. At that moment, a remarkable young archer turned around. Longhun Guanyu immediately recognized him as Zhanshan Tianci. He was supposed to be in the 70+ level area of the 3rd heavenly layer, yet here he was, clearly having used a suppression scroll to lower his level to 50. Such a scroll not only suppresses levels but also restricts power, with no way to revert until the effect ends. As Longhun Guanyu pondered, Zhanshan Tianci issued a chilling command. Kill them, all of them. Following his gaze to the group of captured solo players, Longhun Guanyu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Divine Executioner Tianci summoned the Dragon Soul Guanyu. With a clear intention, he needed an executioner. Although the Divine Executioner team was fully capable of handling the task themselves, they specifically wanted this top national server warrior to wield the blade. Noticing the hesitation in Dragon Soul Guanyu's eyes, a cold glint flashed in Tianci's gaze. He once again used Guanyu's daughter as leverage, his words dripping with menace. In an instant, Dragon Soul Guanyu drew his sword. The surrounding members of the Divine Executioner team tensed up, fully aware of this elite warrior's formidable power. Fortunately, Guanyu did not defy the command. Even if I don't act, the Divine Executioner's men won't spare you, Guanyu murmured. Consider this a contribution towards lifting my account ban. Once I become the agent of the god of vengeance, Horus, I will avenge you. My apologies, everyone. Before he finished speaking, he charged into the crowd, wielding the Gilded Grade World Shatterer, Demon Slayer blade. With each flash of the blade, screams echoed relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, over 300 innocent bystanders lay lifeless in pools of blood. Such decisive slaughter left the surrounding Divine Executioner players in awe and fear. Now that it's done, what's next? Dragon Soul Guanyu asked, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Tianci. Tianci smiled with satisfaction. Nothing for now. You can leave, but stay ready for my next orders. Remember, if a word of this leaks, not only will your daughter's life be in jeopardy, but you'll also meet a grim fate. Guanyu clenched his fists, recalling Lu Ming's advice not to act rashly without orders. He sheathed his sword and turned to leave, casting a meaningful glance at the cave as he departed. As soon as Guanyu left, Tianci ordered his men to transport the bodies into the cave. Eerie laughter and the sound of chewing emanated from within. Staring at the cave's gaping, bloodthirsty maw, Tianci smirked. Eat up, eat plenty. When you grow up, don't forget who raised you. Soon after, the cave fell silent. Tianci frowned and messaged his contact labeled Big Brother on WeChat. Brother, we've been feeding it for days, hundreds of people daily, and still no sign of movement. Is it not full yet? Does it have such a massive appetite? Qin Feng quickly replied, a fine horse naturally eats more. This is key to our Qin family dominating the Daxia national server and achieving a class leap. We'll feed it as much as it needs. When it emerges, our Qin family's rise will begin. Not just in Daxia, but worldwide. You and I will command the winds and rains. Tianci was immediately invigorated. Great. I'll personally oversee everything and won't leave Jiang province until it's sated. Good, that's my brother. I trust you with this, Qin Feng responded. But it must remain secret. No one outside the divine executioner can know. Understood, brother. Tianci then asked, but I don't understand. Why involve Guan Yu in killing these people? The array master by second sister's side is dead. He's no longer useful. Why not eliminate him and his daughter to prevent future threats? No. Qin Feng firmly replied. I have my plans. Don't ask too much, just follow my lead. All right. Tianci then addressed the 100 divine executioner players present. Brothers, great work these past few days. Feel free to relax with a foot massage at the best parlors. All expenses covered by the team. Plus, this month's bonus is doubled from 50,000 to 100,000. The announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy of joy, and they shouted in unison, "Thank you, Brother Ci." In the stillness of the night, as the world lay silent, a few figures moved stealthily through the darkness in the northern part of the city of Starlight. Lu Ming, Qin Churen, and Lin Yue followed the coordinates sent by Longhun Guanyu and soon arrived at the entrance of a deep cave. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, causing the two women to wrinkle their noses. Longhun Guanyu was already waiting there and approached as soon as he saw Lu Ming. He quickly briefed them on the situation. The mastermind was someone named Zhan Shantianci, who had ordered the capture of over 200 wanderers, all imprisoned in this cave. It was highly likely that they were feeding a Tier 2 ghost general here. Zhan Shantianci? Qin Churen's expression noticeably froze upon hearing the name. What is it? Lu Ming asked. Qin Churen hesitated for a moment, her tone heavy. His real name is Qin Ci, and he's my brother? This revelation strangely excited Lu Mingjit, reminded him of the time in his past life when he personally killed his brother-in-law, Yichan. Although he couldn't yet deal with Qin Feng and Yilinger, taking out their key allies would weaken their power. There's something odd, Longhun Guanyu said, puzzled. I don't know why, but they insist that I personally execute those people. This statement reminded Lu Ming of a question. What is your account ban mission? To eliminate 10 million hatred points within 5 years. Killing a monster earns 1 point. Elite monsters give 10 times, bosses 100 times, and players 1,000 times. Does Qin Feng or Qin Ci know about your account ban situation? Only Qin Feng knows. I told him about it back when I was trying to save Xiao Tong. Lu Ming immediately understood. Qin Feng was interested in Longhun Guanyu's status as a divine proxy. As someone aware of the existence of the scroll of deification, Qin Feng would surely know there are gods in the abyss world. By having Longhun Guanyu kill, he could not only feed the ghost creatures, but also help speed up the lifting of the account ban. Trying to play both sides? Quite ambitious. Too bad the god of vengeance is already reserved by me, Lu Ming thought. He didn't say much more and just advised Longhun Guanyu to continue cooperating with their operation. As they approached the cave entrance, a powerful aura hit them. Longhun Guanyu raised his demon-slaying blade to scout ahead, but Lu Ming stopped him. They weren't strong enough to kill a ghost general yet. This trip was merely to assess the situation. Lu Ming used 1 point of soul power to summon a Tier 1 undead warrior. Through shared vision, he saw a pair of eyes deep in the cave, staring intently in their direction, exuding a tremendous sense of oppression. Suddenly, an eerie chuckle echoed, followed by a flash of obsidian light, and the undead warrior was instantly obliterated. Although the vision was cut off, Lu Ming had gathered crucial information. Tina, the Tyrant. Magic type, Tier 2 Ghost General. Level, 50. Magic attack, 187,200. Armor, 121,100. Magic resistance, 135,000. Speed, 128,800. Health, 4,200,000. Skills, Night Domination C, Brutal Stomp C, Slaughter Zone C. Description, unknown. This was indeed a ghost general, but Lu Ming recalled the Black Cloak mentioning that the ghost general set to destroy the city of Starlight and massacre over 9 million people in Jiang province 2.5 years later was supposed to be called Blood Moon Warrior Gula. Could he have remembered incorrectly? Lu Ming didn't dwell on it, as the ghost general's presence was undeniable. He immediately shared the acquired data in the team channel. Qin Churen stared in disbelief at the data panel before her, her voice filled with astonishment. These stats are terrifying, and this is just the strength in a sealed state? Lu Ming recalled the words of the figure in the black cloak, his expression serious as he analyzed. According to what it said, the ghost beast that night had 60 of its power sealed. This ghost general should be the same. In other words, we're only witnessing 40 of the might of the tyrant ruler, Tina. Only then did Qin Churen truly grasp the dreadfulness of these ghostly creatures. When Lu Ming had mentioned that humanity would be wiped out by ghosts in 2 years, she had been skeptical. But now, the threat felt all too real. Though Lu Ming had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked by the vast disparity in power. He quickly calculated the data. His current LV-33 Death Stomp skill provided an attack boost of 92,458 points to allies. Even with the additional power from the 3-star artifact, the Extinction Tome, and the 4th Tire Reaper's attack power, it barely surpassed the 100,000 mark. Despite the 17,555 armor reduction from the Art of Imprisonment, it was insufficient to shake this ghost general with over 120,000 armor, not to mention the comprehensive disadvantages in speed, health, and other areas. Making a quick decision, Lu Ming turned and left the area. On the way back to Starry City, Qin Chern asked, "Have you figured out how to deal with this ghost general?" "Once I reach level 40, Lu Ming replied confidently. By then, his overall enhancement talent would reach LV5, and the skill amplification multiplier would hit 50 times. Coupled with the 15 times boost from sword draw, the total 65 times skill amplification effect would push the Death Stomp's attack boost to over 140,000. With the armor reduction from the Art of Imprisonment, it would be enough to inflict significant damage on the Ghost General. "We'll lay low for a few days," Lu Ming said, glancing at his level progress at 33 with 55 experience. "I expect to reach level 40 within 3 days." Qin Chern suddenly tilted her head and looked at Lu Ming. "Do you know how people in the comments section describe you?" "How do they describe me?" "They say you're a bug." "You really are a bug." Qin Chern's eyes sparkled with admiration. Initially, she agreed to be Lu Ming's girlfriend for revenge. But in this strength-driven world, who could resist a top-tier powerhouse who is both gentle and respectful? At midnight, eager to reach level 40 and face the Ghost General, Lu Ming told Qin Chern and Lin Yue, "You two log off first. I'll keep leveling a bit longer." "I'll stay with you," Qin Chern insisted. "It's too dangerous for you to be alone in the wild. Big sister needs to protect you." "I want to go too," Lin Yue chimed in. Dragon Soul Guan Yu hesitated before speaking. "Then Never mind, I'll go grind on my own." "Join us," Lu Ming called out to him. "With my formation boosts, you'll level up faster." Dragon Soul Guan Yu hesitated, but ultimately couldn't face Qin Chern. "No, I'll pass. If there's any news from the Godslayer group, I'll let you know right away." With that, he vanished into the darkness alone. Lu Ming noticed the lingering hatred in Qin Chern's eyes. It wasn't surprising, considering Dragon Soul Guan Yu had personally killed her closest companions, Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhu Ke. Anyone would find it hard to forgive such a deep vendetta. She was only holding back for Lu Ming's sake. In the face of humanity's survival, what are personal grudges? Qin Chern could only console herself with this thought. As the three prepared to return to the Shadow Domain to level up, Lu Ming suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in the surrounding darkness. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows rained down on Qin Chern. In the nick of time, Lu Ming lunged forward, grabbing Qin Chern and rolling across the ground to narrowly evade the arrow storm. Before she could gather her wits, a horde of aggressive players surged in from all directions. As Lu Ming rose to his feet, he instinctively positioned Qin Chern behind him, casting a wary glance at the players surrounding them. This group was formidable, all at level 50 with 6 advancements, their gear ranging from bronze to silver. The prefix Glory adorned each of their IDs, instantly reminding Lu Ming of the glorious era he had defeated just days ago. At the forefront stood a striking level 42 archer, Guan Yu, known as Li Wanning. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she looked at Qin Chern. "Is hiding behind others all you're good for?" she sneered. "Li Wanning." Qin Chern's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Ming had already guessed their intentions and got straight to the point. "Didn't you agree that if Ran beat you in a duel, you'd stop bothering her? Is this how a lady from a prestigious family keeps her word?" Qin Chern suddenly realized that Lu Ming was aware of her planned arena duel with Li Wanning to compete for attention. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the thought. Li Wanning crossed her arms, her voice firm. "She killed my brother. This can't be brushed off easily. And I know you killed him because of her." Considering the Li family's past kindness to Qin Chern, Lu Ming held back his urge to fight. "I killed Li Hui. I'm Ran's boyfriend. If you have a problem, take it up with me." Li Wanning suddenly shifted her tone. "Be my boyfriend. Agree to that, and I won't hold Qin Chern responsible," she declared arrogantly, eyeing Lu Ming. "Our Li family is worth billions, a renowned name in Shanghai. My father is the chairman, and I'm the heiress. I can give you anything you want." Turning to Qin Chern, she added with scorn, "Qin Chern is just an outcast from the Qin family, powerless and insignificant. She's not worthy of a strong player like you. She'll only hold you back. Besides, her brother has already arranged her marriage to that fool from the Wang family. You two are doomed from the start." The harsh truth of her words left Qin Chern speechless. To Li Wanning, Lu Ming seemed like a commodity for sale. Of course, Li Wanning continued, There's another option, an eye for an eye. If you won't be my boyfriend, then I'll kill Qin Churen to avenge my brother. As Qin Churen teetered on the brink of self-doubt, Lu Ming looked at Li Wanning with cold resolve. Go ahead and try. Li Wanning was taken aback, having underestimated Lu Ming's determination. Just then, a level 50 assassin, Glory Moment, pointed angrily at Lu Ming. Who do you think you are, talking to Ning Ning like that? You're lucky she even considered you. He then turned to Li Wanning. Let's go. Ning Ning. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. A mere level 35 formation master isn't worth your trouble. I don't care. I want him. Li Wanning stomped her foot in frustration. Glory Moment, eager to win Li Wanning's favor, drew his blade and approached Lu Ming and Qin Churen. In that case, Ning Ning, I'll kill this girl for you. He scoffed at Lu Ming, who was 15 levels below him. A worthless fool who can't even protect his own girl. Before he could finish, Lu Ming had already made his move. In a flash, his sword pierced through Glory Moment, dealing an overwhelming amount of damage that instantly drained his health bar. Lu Ming looked down at the disbelieving Glory Moment with icy disdain. Who are you to tell me how to protect my girlfriend? In the next moment, Glory Moment's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless in a pool of blood. Swish, swish, swish. Ahead, dozens of players from the Glorious Squad stood ready for battle. In an instant, countless dark golden, blood-red barriers erupted from all directions. Then, squads of 4th-tier Reapers, draped in blood armor and wielding scythes, tore through the space, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to messengers of hell. The mere appearance of these Reapers turned the faces of the Glorious Squad players ashen with fear, leaving them hesitant to make a move. Only Li Wanning remained calm. Clearly, no one but her anticipated that this seemingly ordinary level 30 plus 4th-tier support formation master harbored such power. Lu Ming fixed a cold gaze on Li Wanning. I gave you a chance, he said. With a thought, hundreds of 4th-tier Reapers brandishing scythes advanced from all sides toward Li Wanning and her group. Even the usually composed Li Wanning felt a twinge of fear at this moment. However, just as the Undead Legion was about to strike, Lu Ming seemed to sense something and immediately ordered all Reapers to halt. He coldly addressed the Glorious Squad players, 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Upon hearing this, the Glorious Squad players scattered in all directions. Before leaving, Li Wanning glared at Lu Ming and Qin Churen, gritting her teeth. You will regret this, Yu Ming. Qin Churen didn't harbor much ill will toward Li Wanning, and even felt guilty for killing her brother. Yet, when Li Wanning attempted to seize Lu Ming, a strong urge to kill surged within her, so she did not stop Lu Ming's actions. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly hold back, Qin Churen was puzzled. At that moment, Lu Ming pulled out a golden scroll from his backpack, the scroll of deification, obtained from the black market goblin, Avani, which sealed the divine power of Nyx, the goddess of night. As Li Wanning departed, the glimmer on the scroll gradually dimmed. Witnessing this, Qin Churen finally understood and exclaimed in shock. Li Wanning is the chosen divine agent of Nyx, the goddess of night. Li Wanning's figure vanished into the depths of the night, and the scroll of deification in Lu Ming's hand returned to its calm state. Qin Churen gazed at Lu Ming, finally understanding why he had spared Li Wanning. So, the scroll of deification resonated? Qin Churen asked softly. Lu Ming, looking invigorated, replied. The one in the black cloak mentioned that the scroll reacts when a chosen agent of the gods approaches. I've encountered countless people these past days, but it only resonated for the first time just now. He paused, frowning slightly, but strangely, I can't crush the scroll. Could it be that Li Wanning is indeed one of Nyx's chosen agents, but hasn't fulfilled certain prerequisites yet? Lost in thought, Lu Ming stared in the direction Li Wanning had left. Qin Churen watched the fervent light in his eyes, secretly hoping she too could become an agent of Nyx and gain immense power. That way, she wouldn't be a hindrance to Lu Ming, as Li Wanning had suggested. But reality was harsh. Nyx had not chosen her. Finding an agent is already a good start. Qin Churen forced a smile. As for the contract conditions, we can figure them out over time. Lu Ming nodded in agreement and tucked the scroll of deification back into his pack. The trio returned to Starry City by half-past midnight. After the arena's reset, Qin Churen headed to the dueling grounds alone. Even if she couldn't become a god's agent, she was determined to prove her worth through hard work. Within half an hour, Qin Churen won 30 consecutive arena matches, showcasing her extraordinary skills. Just as she was about to log off, exhausted, Li Wanning appeared before her once more. Name your price and leave, Yoming, Li Wanning said bluntly. You can set any price. Qin Churen sneered. Do you think this is about money? It seems you haven't realized your position. Li Wanning crossed her arms, her eyes filled with disdain. Yoming is destined to become Daxia's unparalleled powerhouse. What can you do on his path to greatness? Besides relying on him and slowing him down, you can't do anything. And what about you? What can you do for him? Li Wanning proudly listed her contributions. I can help him rescue Guan Xiaodong, the daughter of Dragon Soul Guan Yu, from the Godslayers and assist him in winning over Dragon Soul Guan Yu. I have the money to forge top-tier equipment for him and the influence to clear obstacles in his way. Can you do any of that? Qin Shuren's heart ached, but she maintained her composure. Do you love Yoming? Of course I do. No, you don't. Qin Shuren met Li Wanning's gaze. All I see in your eyes is possessiveness, not love. Love? Li Wanning scoffed. That's the cheapest thing in this world. Only fools believe in it. Then why are you with him? What are you really after? That's none of your concern. Li Wanning replied impatiently. You should consider your own options. Oh, and if the Godslayers find out Yoming is still alive and plotting with Dragon Soul Guan Yu against them? She left with a meaningful smile. Qin Shuren stood there for a long time before quietly logging off, disappearing from the scene. Since her computer was being repaired, Qin Shuren had been using Lu Ming's computer to log into Tianyuan for the past few days. That night, after logging off, she appeared in Lu Ming's room. Moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping the sleeping Lu Ming in a gentle glow. Qin Shuren tiptoed to the bedside and carefully tucked him in. She sat down beside him, quietly gazing at his sleeping face, her eyes gradually welling up. This affection had crept in silently, yet it had seeped into her very being. Perhaps it was the time spent together, facing life and death. Or perhaps it was Lu Ming's subtle care and protection. At that moment, a thought became clear in Qin Shuren's mind. I think I might really like you. After a long while, she quietly got up and left the room. As the morning sun began to pour into the room, a rapid knocking on the door startled Lu Ming awake. Brother Yuming, wake up. Lu Ming opened the door to see Lin Yue looking anxious. I just saw Sister Churen's door open, and when I went in, she was gone. Even her luggage is missing. Just as Lu Ming was processing this shock, a WeChat notification sounded on his phone. It was a message from Qin Shuren. Dummy, forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I just couldn't bear to see you sad if I left in person. Lu Ming immediately called Qin Shuren. Qin Shuren, what are you doing? Why did you leave without a word? Where are you? On the other end, Qin Shuren's voice came through, tinged with apology. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I just never told you. I'm going to Anyang. Along and the others have taken over a team there, and I'm going to manage it. Okay. A brief goodbye is for a better reunion next time. Dummy, take care of yourself while I'm away. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Lu Ming frowned. I am your boyfriend, right? Qin Shuren suddenly said something that made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Dummy, your real name isn't Zhang Yi, is it? Before Lu Ming could respond, she laughed and said, It's okay. After all, you don't like me. Lu Ming was completely stunned. Qin Shuren had already figured everything out. All right, that's it. Qin Shuren said cheerfully, Dummy, I'm getting on the bus, talk later, bye. The call ended, leaving Lu Ming with a mix of guilt and anger. Although he initially approached Qin Shuren to get back at Qin Feng and Yi Linger, during their time together, he had come to see Qin Shuren as separate from Qin Feng. Qin Shuren and Lin Yue were true friends and partners, and he would not allow anyone to harm them. Going to Anyang was clearly just an excuse. If it was because she discovered his deception, Qin Shuren wouldn't have waited until now to confront him. Why did she leave suddenly after Li Wanning appeared? Lu Ming immediately realized. Qin Shuren must have been threatened by Li Wanning. A flash of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Li Wanning, how dare you mess with my people? You're asking for it. Don't think that just because you're a divine agent, I won't dare to kill you. After finishing breakfast, Lu Ming and Lin Yue went online. After some thought, Lu Ming realized that Qin Shuren's temporary absence might actually be beneficial. Given the current situation, they had to prepare for battle against the Ghost General while avoiding the attention of the Godslayers. Qin Shuren's presence could inadvertently attract unwanted attention from them. Once these issues were resolved, she could return without any rush. The immediate priority was to level up to 40 as quickly as possible to deal with the Ghost General and alleviate the crisis in Jiang Province. Lu Ming quickly chose their target map, the Holy Light Camp. The monsters there were the opposite of those in the Shadow Domain. They gained a 20 boost during the day and weakened at night, making the area unpopular for leveling during daylight. To avoid attracting attention, Lu Ming switched to his alternate account, Dawn, and set off for the camp separately from Lin Yue. On the way, Lin Yue's troublesome holy body once again attracted trouble. A group of thugs surrounded her, with their leader sneering, Little girl, remember us? We're Long Ji's crew, and I'm Cyclops. Watching from the shadows, Lu Ming immediately recognized these people as members of the largest underground gang in Yunzhou Fudi Gang. A few days ago, Lin Yue had been kidnapped by Cyclops, one of them, who demanded a huge ransom. She was eventually rescued by Black Cloak using his time-freezing powers. 8 thugs eyed Lin Yue mockingly as she gripped her staff, fear evident on her face. They taunted, Oh, what's this? All alone today? Where's your array master bodyguard, Brother Yuming? Heard he got his head chopped off by the Godslayers. Pretty tragic, huh? Lu Ming realized why they dared to act so boldly. They thought he was dead, and came specifically to take revenge on Lin Yue. The bystanders, though numerous, chose to remain indifferent, unwilling to intervene. Just as Lu Ming was about to switch to his main account to summon the Undead Army, he noticed several Godslayer players among the crowd. He paused. Acting now would reveal his identity. If the Godslayers learned he was alive, Guan Yu's betrayal would be exposed, endangering Guan Xiaodong's life and disrupting future plans. While Lu Ming hesitated, a figure in the shadows was about to draw a blade to help. However, at that moment, a rain of arrows engulfed the scene, severely injuring the Foodie gang members. A stunning level 42 archer in tight chainmail appeared Li Wanning. Her cold gaze swept across the scene. What a disgusting bunch of trash. Kill them. With her command, dozens of members from the Glory Guild surged forward, executing all 8 Foodie gang members. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The figure in the shadows quietly sheathed their dagger, and Lu Ming relaxed his guard. Meanwhile, the divine scroll in his backpack resonated again, emitting a faint glow. Li Wanning approached Lin Yue and said warmly, "Where are you headed? Let me escort you." Lin Yue looked up and froze upon recognizing Li Wanning. She thought, it's her. The one who almost got Sister Churin killed last night, made Brother Yuming upset, and tried to steal him away. This bad woman. Though usually sweet and gentle, Lin Yue had a temper. She huffed at Li Wanning and turned away. Li Wanning didn't take offense, simply instructing the Glory Guild members to follow Lin Yue. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Li Wanning remained standing in place. She suddenly turned to Lu Ming, who was using the ID Dawn and looked completely different from his persona Yuming, and flashed a meaningful smile. "Hello Yuming, we meet again." Lu Ming felt a jolt in his heart. How had she recognized his identity? Since she did, there was no need to pretend any longer. He swiftly switched to his main account as Yuming, a cold glint appearing in his eyes as he approached Li Wanning. Li Wanning crossed her arms, appearing innocent and naive. "You're not planning to bite the hand that feeds you, are you? I just helped save your sister. Or is it because your girlfriend left you, and you want to take it out on me?" Her words immediately brought Qin Churin's departure to Lu Ming's mind. He fixed his gaze on Li Wanning, his voice low. "What did you say to Qin Churin?" "What could I have said?" Li Wanning feigned a look of grievance. "Maybe she felt she wasn't good enough for you and left on her own. How can you blame me? I just genuinely like you and haven't done anything wrong." In his previous life, Lu Ming might have been fooled by her act. But now, he saw through the charade. Compared to the Emperor Yi Linger, Li Wanning's acting was far too clumsy. Li Wanning suddenly glanced around and lowered her voice. "I'll tell you a secret. I know where the Godslayer people are holding Guan Xiaodong. If you want to rescue her, I can arrange it any time." Seeing the surprise on Lu Ming's face, she added triumphantly, "See? I told you, if you're with me, I can give you anything you want. Why are you so insistent on having me as your boyfriend?" Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. Li Wanning batted her eyes, feigning coyness. "Brother Yuming, do you think I have ulterior motives? I just think you're handsome and strong. It was love at first sight. Besides, you're single now, so why not consider it?" In the shadows, Qin Churin watched everything quietly. She hadn't gone to Anyang as she claimed but stayed in Starshine City. She still harbored a sliver of hope for Lu Ming, wanting to see how he would respond to Li Wanning's advances. However, Lu Ming's response shattered her heart. "All right, let's give it a try." "Really? Brother Yuming, you agreed." Li Wanning's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly reached out to take Lu Ming's arm. However, Lu Ming gently shook her off, avoiding her touch, and simply said, "Let's give it a try first." A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Li Wanning's face, but she quickly masked it with a demure expression. "It's just me being too eager. I just like you so much, I can't help wanting to be close to you." Watching from the shadows, Qin Churin felt her heart wrench. She had to admit that Li Wanning, with her impeccable background, figure, and looks, was indeed perfect. No ordinary man could resist such temptation. Moreover, she had willingly given up this opportunity herself. With a broken heart, Qin Churin silently turned and walked away. As Li Wanning followed Lu Ming to the Holy Light camp, she felt a sense of triumph. "So, your aloof demeanor was just an act. In the end, you're just like any other man, falling at my feet. I thought you were special, but it seems you're no different from the rest." Little did she know, she had already become a pawn in Lu Ming's eyes. Lacking connections, Lu Ming was at a loss for how to save Guan Yu's daughter. If Li Wanning could indeed save Guan Xiaodong, it would solve an urgent problem. But what truly swayed him was the scroll of deification. Lu Ming pondered. Since anyone could potentially become a divine agent, the terms of the contract must be crucial. Through Li Wanning, he might uncover the conditions under which Nyx, the goddess of night, chose her agents, and then find someone more controllable to replace her. At that moment, Lu Ming absent-mindedly opened his backpack, only to find that the scroll of deification had lost its glow. This puzzled him. Wasn't it supposed to react when the chosen divine agent was near? Could it be time-sensitive? He glanced at Li Wanning suspiciously, deciding to continue observing. Before long, they arrived at the Holy Light Camp. Apart from Lin Yue, hundreds of level 50, six-turn glorious players had gathered. Upon Li Wanning's arrival, these players immediately dispersed, leaving weakened monsters for her to land the final blow, as if she were the center of attention. See that, brother Yuming? Li Wanning boasted, pointing to the players around her. These are the elite of the Li family's glorious team. My personal power levelers. Now that you're my boyfriend, they can help you level up too. Although you can summon dozens of undead, they surely can't match my power levelers. Just as Li Wanning was about to continue her bragging, Lu Ming made his move. With a thought, countless dark golden blood barriers blossomed throughout the camp. In an instant, 1,400 fourth tier reapers emerged. He planted his longsword in the ground, unleashing a 5-layer formation with a radius of 2,600 yards. Soul Shatter. Soul Slash. With the swishing sounds, all the glorious players were left stunned. Li Wanning's mouth hung open in shock, followed by a wave of delight. I knew I had a good eye. While Lu Ming was focused on slaying monsters, Li Wanning suddenly spoke up. Brother Yuming, as your girlfriend, can I ask you for a small favor? Lu Ming glanced at her without exposing her intentions and simply asked, what favor? Later, will you come with me to meet someone? Li Wanning said with a mysterious smile. Lu Ming had no interest in her mystery and mechanically replied, okay. As they continued to battle monsters, Li Wanning kept up a casual conversation with him. Li Wanning was going on and on about her experiences studying abroad and her privileged life as a rich girl in Shanghai, to the point where even Lin Yue couldn't take it anymore and quietly slipped away to focus on fighting monsters. Lu Ming was even less interested, keeping his attention on the scroll of deification, though it showed no sign of reaction. After a whole day grinding at the Holy Light Camp, Lu Ming's level had reached 36, at 91. At this rate, he would hit level 40 in just 2 more days. As the sun set, casting a twilight over the city of starlight, Lu Ming was about to log off when Li Wanning suddenly grabbed his arm. Wait, brother Nether. The person I invited is almost here. Following her gaze, Lu Ming saw a young archer in silver armor approaching. The young man had an extraordinary aura, and above his head, his ID was displayed prominently. Godslayer Tian Ci, level 56 stage archer. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was the very person Long Hun Guanyu had mentioned, the one who had captured his daughter. He was also Qin Feng's brother, Qin Churen's younger brother, Qin Ci. In his past life, he was one of the culprits who had conspired with Yilinger to harm him. A surge of murderous intent rose within Lu Ming, but he quickly suppressed it. This was a safe zone, bustling with people, and he was using the alt account Dawn, so Qin Ci wouldn't recognize him. Qin Ci glanced at Lu Ming and sneered at Li Wanning. Is this your new boyfriend? I thought he'd be something impressive. Turns out he's just a weak noob. Wanning, you're a rich girl. You don't need to settle for this kind of trash just to spite me. Li Wanning crossed her arms and huffed. He's way better than you. How about a bet? If my boyfriend can hit a city milestone within 10 days, you can't touch any woman for 3 years. Lu Ming realized that Li Wanning was using him to get back at her ex-boyfriend, Qin Ci. Qin Ci's cold gaze swept over Lu Ming. Kid, I'd advise you not to meddle in things that don't concern you, or else. This threat only fueled Lu Ming's resolve. 10 days? That's too long. 3 days is enough. 3 days for a city milestone? Do you think you're a god? Qin Ci laughed. Li Wanning, having seen Lu Ming's prowess at the Holy Light Camp, was confident in him. What, afraid to bet? What happens if I lose? Qin Ci squinted. If I lose, I'll make sure to pickle your cute little boyfriend right in front of you. With that, he patted Lu Ming's shoulder and whispered in his ear, mess with my woman? You're dead. Looking forward to your city milestone in 3 days. After Qin Ci left, Li Wanning immediately turned to Lu Ming, complaining, Brother Nether. I've broken up with him, but he keeps pestering me. You have to win, or he'll never leave us alone. Don't worry, I won't lose. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ming felt his backpack vibrate. Upon opening it, the scroll of deification, dormant all day, finally resonated again, emitting a faint glow. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Qin Churen. Have you eaten yet? Not yet, was just about to log off. Are you in Anyang? Yeah, I'm here. Qin Churen was actually hiding in a nearby corner, quietly watching Lu Ming and Li Wanning. She tentatively asked, Dummy, did Li Wanning talk to you? Lu Ming answered honestly. She asked me to be her boyfriend, and I agreed. But don't worry, I'm just using her to figure out the conditions of the next contract. After that, I'll choose a different agent. You're such a dummy. Qin Churen watched Lu Ming from afar, a warm smile unconsciously spreading across her face. At 7 p.m., the northern arena of Starshine City was buzzing with excitement. The venue was packed with players from Hanghai, Linhai, and Yunzhou, regardless of their level, gender, or age, all eagerly participating in the competitive matches. Their goal was simply to earn points and advance their ranks and professional standings. For professional players, reaching the top 1,000 and earning the mark title was more than just a badge of honor. This title was akin to a valuable professional qualification, bringing tangible benefits. Teams and studios offered bonus pay to members with a mark. An additional 1,000 for a city mark of 900, 1,200 for 800, and 1,400 for 700, and so on. The benefits for provincial and national marks were even more generous. The arena echoed with players' voices. Finally made it into the top 3,000 on the Yunzhou City Warrior leaderboard. Just a little more effort for the city mark. Damn it, what bad luck. Lost 29 matches in a row today. Rookies, your brother's on a 5-game winning streak. Come and challenge me. Suddenly, a powerful presence filled the arena, causing the players to pause. It was Lu Ming. He initially planned to deal with the Ghost General first, but since Li Weining had this request, he decided to hit the arena early, earning points to exchange for attributes and increase his chances of defeating the Ghost General. After registering with the arena master, Hearn, a system prompt notified him, "You have registered for the match. Congratulations on receiving 30 energy points. Good luck in your match." Lu Ming opened the arena panel, and the information was clear. ID: Yu Ming. Level 36, 4th turn formation master. Rank: Iron Eye 0100. Ranking: 52,585th in Linhai City. Points: 0. Historical record: 0 wins, 0 losses. Historical win rate: 0. With 9 million people in Linhai City, 61 are players, that's 5.5 million players, and only one chose formation master, Lu Ming calculated to himself. The less competition, the better for me. Before Lin Yue and Li Weining completed their registration, Lu Ming was already in competition mode. The system quickly matched him with an opponent. This match consumes 1 energy point. Your opponent is Huang Tiandi, a level 38, 4th turn archer, Iron 2. Both appeared at opposite ends of the virtual arena, with the system equipping Lu Ming with a puppet of the same level as special privilege for formation masters, as they had no direct damage skills. Seeing that his opponent was a lower-level formation master, Huang Tiandi burst into laughter. Haha, a free win. I can finally win a match today. However, as the match began, Lu Ming made a simple sword-drawing motion, and a sword shadow pierced through Huang Tiandi's body. The whole process took less than a second, and the puppet hadn't even moved when the system declared Lu Ming the victor. Huang Tiandi was bewilderedly transported back to the arena. How did I lose? Just as Li Weining and Lin Yue finished registering, they saw Lu Ming returning. Aren't you supposed to be in a match? Li Weining asked in surprise. Finished, Lu Ming replied, already queuing for his second match. His new opponent was a level 35, 4th turn mage named Xiao Wu, a young female player who appeared much more cautious than Huang Tiandi. Faced with Xiao Wu's coquettish charm, Lu Ming remained expressionless and uttered just 2 words. You can't. As soon as he finished speaking, the system countdown hit 0. With a crisp swish, the system notification sounded. Ding, match over, player Yu Ming wins this round. Lu Ming, wielding his swift sword-drawing technique, moved as if he were in an empty field. In the arena, his figure was as fast as lightning, and no opponent could withstand his blade. The system notifications kept coming. Ding, congratulations, you earned 1 point. Dual experience 1. Ding, you've won 5 consecutive matches today, earning an extra 3 points. Ding, you've won 10 consecutive matches today, earning an extra 5 points and dual experience. Ding, you've won 20 consecutive matches today, earning an extra 7 points and dual experience. Ding, you've won 30 consecutive matches today, earning an extra 10 points and dual experience. With 30 consecutive wins, Lu Ming seemed relaxed, as if it were just a warm-up. Li Wanning stood nearby, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions: shock, delight, admiration, and awe. My gosh, 30 straight wins? That's incredible. Seeing Li Wanning so impressed by his prowess, Lu Ming smirked inwardly and proceeded with his next plan. Mimicking her tone, he feigned concern and said, "Oh, too bad each player only has 30 energy points a day. If I had more, I could earn more points and get the city badge to avenge you sooner." Sure enough, Li Wanning took the bait immediately. "No worries, I'll buy you some energy potions." At Master Hina's shop, energy potions were quite pricey, costing 1 gold coin each, equivalent to 20,000 renminbi. Most players balked at the cost, and even the wealthy had to budget carefully. But Li Wanning didn't hesitate for a moment and instructed her high-profile bodyguard to purchase 100 bottles, the daily limit for a player, totaling 2 million renminbi. "Yu Ming, keep it up. I'm counting on you." Li Wanning beamed as she handed the potions to Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had to pay for those 2 million worth of energy potions out of his own pocket, it would sting even with his current financial status. But since it was a freebie, He accepted them without hesitation, downing all 100 bottles in one go. His energy level soared to 100 points. Fueled by this newfound energy, Lu Ming plunged back into battle. His ensuing performance left Li Wanning unable to contain her excitement. The system chimed 5 times in quick succession, celebrating Lu Ming's achievement of 50, 70, 90, 110, and 130 consecutive victories. Each milestone rewarded him with an additional 10 points of score and duel experience. Li Wanning stood nearby, utterly astonished by Lu Ming's record. As a daughter of the prestigious Li family from Shanghai, she had studied abroad for 8 years and encountered countless top-tier players in the abyss. Her family alone boasted over 100 accounts with 5-star credentials. Yet, she had never witnessed a prowess like Lu Ming's. She wasn't alone in her amazement. Even the other players from the glorious team were left speechless. A winning streak of 130 matches was a feat rarely seen, even among national server competitors. Lu Ming opened his panel to check the stats. ID: Yu Ming. Level 36, 4th stage Array Trickster. Rank: Iron Tier 3, 5100. City ranking: 25,365th in Linhai City. Array Trickster points: 205. Match record: 130 wins, 0 losses. Win rate: 100. These 130 victories had earned him 130 points of fixed duel experience, plus an additional 75 points from the winning streak bonuses, totaling 205 points, which allowed him to level up twice. His ranking soared by over 27,000 positions. In Linhai, a 3rd-tier city, the competition for Array Tricksters aren't typically favored and unknown duels wasn't fierce. Lu Ming recalled his past life in the capital, Beijing, where he had battled in the arena for 5 years, maintaining 30 matches daily, and his highest rank was only around 800. In contrast, the current top-ranked Array Trickster in Linhai was merely at Bronze Tier 1, 81200, with a daily gain of 205 experience points. Breaking into the top ranks of Linhai City within 3 days seemed feasible. He then accessed the points shop, where points could be exchanged for 6 permanent attributes: strength, intelligence, agility, vitality, endurance, and spirit. 1 point could be exchanged for 1 attribute point, with a cap tied to the highest historical rank. Currently, as an Iron Tier 3, Lu Ming could exchange up to 150 points in each attribute. Since Array Tricksters don't require intelligence, he distributed the 205 points evenly among the remaining 5 attributes, adding 41 points to each. This allocation seemed most rational to him, considering his ultimate goal was to maximize all attributes. With the attribute growth bonus of a 4th stage Array Trickster, physical attack increased by 115 points, armor value rose by 94 points, magic resistance improved by 86 points, speed increased by 86 points, health points boosted by 1,722 points, mana points increased by 1,435 points. Additionally, with the level 1 Divine Soul Guardian and level 1 Immortality's 10 bonuses, armor and health points received extra boosts of 9 and 172, respectively. Although the current base attributes and Divine Soul levels were low, and the bonuses seemed minor, Lu Ming anticipated a significant leap in his attributes as his exclusive Divine Soul and Arena attributes accumulated over time. While Lin Yue was engaged in her 8th match, Li Wanning suddenly approached Lu Ming with eager anticipation. "Are you free tonight? I'm in Linhai and would love to treat you to dinner." Lu Ming shot her a cold glance. "Let's not refer to each other as boyfriend and girlfriend. You helped me save someone, and I helped you with your bet. We're just partners." Li Wanning instantly put on a pitiful expression. "Please don't be mad, brother Yu Ming. I admit I initially sought your help to spite my ex-boyfriend, but now I genuinely like you. I want to be your girlfriend, not just a partner." Noticing Lu Ming's unchanged expression, she added, "I'll be more mindful next time. Please give me a chance." As soon as the match ended, Lin Yue stood off to the side, her face flushed with anger as she watched Li Wanning's arrogant demeanor. Being gentle by nature, she could only quietly endure in the presence of the powerful heiress of the Li family. In her heart, she silently wished for the quick return of her sister, Chu Ran. Although she previously disapproved of Qin Chern's relationship with Lu Ming, she would rather see them together than deal with Li Wanning. Lu Ming remained silent throughout. After Lin Yue finished her match, the two logged off together. By then, Li Wanning had shed her usual elegant and poised demeanor, transforming into an enthusiastic fangirl. The other players, witnessing this, whispered among themselves, "We've been with the young miss for years, and it's the first time we've seen her act so humble towards a guy." Even her ex, Qin Ci, the deputy captain of the national server's 7 Slayer team, didn't get this treatment. This is the allure of a true powerhouse. You have to admit, this guy, Yu Ming, is impressive. In reality, Lu Ming took Lin Yue to a noodle shop near their apartment complex for a meal. During dinner, he kept pondering a question. Why did the scroll of deification of Nyx, the goddess of the night, resonate so inconsistently with Li Wanning? After observing for an entire day, he couldn't determine why Nyx chose Li Wanning or understand the conditions of Nyx's contract. To solve this mystery and bring Qin Chern back as soon as possible, Lu Ming spent the next few days constantly by Li Wanning's side. They leveled up and completed quests together during the day and teamed up in the arena at night. With the immense support of the wealthy Li family heiress, Lu Ming received 100 bottles of energy potions worth 2 million each day, maxing out his energy to 130 points. This allowed him to consistently complete 130 matches, securing 205 points in both ratings and duel experience. The 3 days of intense effort paid off. Lu Ming not only advanced to bronze rank 115200, but also ranked 962nd on Linhai City's strategist leaderboard, earning the city badge. Furthermore, he leveled up to 40, unlocked the 5th transformation, upgraded his 3 main talents to level 5, and unlocked the tier 5 Undead Legion. Seeing his current strength, a glint of excitement appeared in Lu Ming's eyes, quickly followed by a sharp determination. It seems the time has come to sentence you, Tyrant Ruler Tina. The system's crisp notification chimed, signaling that Lu Ming's 3 main skills had all advanced to level 5. The Soul Slash effect now grants 5 soul power points for each enemy killed, allowing him to summon a 5th-tier Undead Demon Emperor with a staggering summon limit of 2,000. The comprehensive enhancement boosts all skill strengths by 50 times, while Phoenix Rebirth enables him to sacrifice the weakest undead to revive himself upon death, gaining 4 seconds of invincibility. Opening the summoning panel, the stats of the 5th-tier Undead Demon Emperor caught Lu Ming's attention. Compared to the 4th-tier Reaper, not only did its base attributes and growth experience a qualitative leap, but the permanent attribute boost from soul power also increased from a 5x to a 10x limit. The skills, Soul Shatter and Soul Slash, were upgraded to grade, and more excitingly, a new skill, Soul Refinement, was activated. This skill allows the Undead Demon Emperor to gain a 10 all-attribute boost for 30 seconds when refining an enemy's corpse, stackable up to 3 times, with a 3-second cooldown and a mana cost of 328. With the Undead Army's speed in killing monsters, stacking 3 layers within 30 seconds to achieve a 30 attribute boost is quite formidable, Lu Ming calculated silently. However, such power comes at a cost. Summoning a 5th-tier Undead Demon Emperor requires 1,000 soul power points, 700 more than a 4th-tier Reaper. Even though Lu Ming had amassed 276,580 soul power points through relentless slaughter over the past 3 days, it wasn't enough to complete all upgrades at once. After careful consideration, Lu Ming decided to invest 20,000 soul power points to upgrade Soul Shatter and Soul Slash to grade, and spent 14,000 points to learn the grade Soul Refinement. The remaining 242,580 points were used to evolve 346 of his 4th-tier Reapers into 5th-tier Undead Demon Emperors. As he watched his Undead Army grow stronger, a sharp glint appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. To deal with the tyrannical rule of the 2nd-tier Ghost General, Brutal Ruler Tina, lurking in Starshine City, he had to feign death and hide, unable to expose himself before the Godslayer. He couldn't even venture near the Phantom Demon Tower, forced to level up quietly in remote areas. But now, it was time to settle the score. During this period, Lu Ming kept a close watch on the Godslayer's movements through Longhun Guanyu. The mass disappearance of people had plunged Starshine City into panic, with rumors spreading about a monster that devoured people whole. The sudden disappearance of entire guilds and players vanishing during night grinding sessions instilled fear, even in Lin Yue, who suggested to her brother, Yu Ming, to halt nighttime activities. In reality, these were merely smoke screens orchestrated by the Godslayer's group, with the missing players serving as sacrifices to feed the Ghost General. Unaware of this, Li Wanning continued to boast, "Humph, cowards. Don't worry, brother Yu Ming. I can call more people from Hui Huang to protect us." For the sake of his plan's success, Lu Ming tolerated Li Wanning's arrogance for the moment and instead inquired, "You mentioned a way to save Longhun Guanyu's daughter, Guan Xiaodong?" Previously, Lu Ming had held back to avoid alerting the enemy. But once he struck down Brutal Ruler Tina, Longhun Guanyu's identity would be exposed, putting his daughter at risk of immediate danger. Li Wanning's proposal presented an excellent opportunity for Lu Ming. With confidence, she declared, "My team has been keeping an eye on Guan Xiaodong for a while. Although she's trapped in a hidden map on the 3rd heaven, I can easily unlock the entrance with a little trick. Brother Yu Ming, just give the nod, and we can rescue her in 3 minutes." After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ming made his decision. "All right, let's begin the operation." "Sure, but you have to promise me one thing," Li Wanning said with a sly glint in her eyes. "Watch a movie with me tonight." Lu Ming knew the bigger picture was more important. Once Guan Xiaodong was rescued and the Ghost General was dealt with, he wouldn't need to accommodate Li Wanning anymore. He readily agreed. "All right, no problem." Lin Yue, who was nearby, immediately felt dejected upon hearing this. Li Wanning quickly contacted her team to start the operation, while secretly planning the evening's date. Her eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Lu Ming, thinking, black stockings, horror movie, hot pot night. I must win him over. Clearly, the past few days had made her develop genuine feelings for Lu Ming. However, at that moment, Lu Ming was more concerned with dealing with the Ghost General and Qin Si. According to the intelligence from Long Hun Guanyu, Qin Si had deliberately suppressed his level to 50 to return to the second heaven, while his actual level was 78. Now is the best time to eliminate him. Otherwise, it would be more challenging on the third heaven. Soon, Li Wanning brought good news. Guan Xiaodong has been rescued and is on a private jet heading from Yunnan to Linhai. She'll arrive in 2 hours. Once Lu Ming confirmed Guan Xiaodong's safety, he immediately contacted Long Hun Guanyu. Prepare for action. The response was instantaneous. Received. Lu Ming set off for the hideout of the second-tier Ghost General, Tina, leaving Lin Yue and Li Wanning staring at each other. Unwilling to stay with Li Wanning, Lin Yue made an excuse about logging off to cook and quickly left. Meanwhile, in a private room of an upscale restaurant in Hangzhou, Jiang Province, Qin Si, who was enjoying drinks with several beauties, received a report from his subordinates. Brother Si, Guan Xiaodong has been rescued. Qin Si wasn't surprised. Instead, he laughed. So it's finally starting? He then coldly dismissed the women in the room and pulled out his laptop to log into Tianyuan. In the northern part of Starshine City, Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guanyu were making their way to the mysterious cave where the tyrant Tina lay in wait. Along the journey, Lu Ming keenly sensed the divine aura around Dragon Soul Guanyu growing stronger. Is your account ban about to be lifted? Lu Ming asked thoughtfully. These days, Qin Si has had me eliminate many lone players. My unbanning progress is now at 90, Dragon Soul Guanyu nodded in response. As a divine agent, Lu Ming could clearly feel that as Guanyu got closer to gaining divine power, his aura intensified. Even if killing one person reduces 1,000 points of hate, your 10 million hate value shouldn't have dropped to 90 so quickly, right? Lu Ming was puzzled. Well, I used some special methods, Dragon Soul Guanyu whispered. I've been secretly hunting down many tier 1 ghost beasts that are 80 to 90 unsealed. Each ghost beast reduces hate by 10,000 points, 10 times that of killing a player. Impressive. You truly are destined for greatness. Lu Ming praised. I'm starting to admire you. Before he could finish, Dragon Soul Guanyu suddenly moved forward, his long blade startling Lu Ming into almost drawing his sword. In the next moment, Guanyu knelt on one knee, solemnly swearing, I, Guanyu, pledge my allegiance to you, Yu Ming, ready to face any challenge. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked, relieved. Guanyu looked up, his eyes glowing red. I just spoke with Xiao Tong, and she thanked you for saving her. Just don't chase me down with your sword like before. Lu Ming waved dismissively. I wouldn't dare. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. The dark cave entrance loomed like a gaping maw, exuding a chilling dark aura. As a rift in time and space opened, the agent of Kronos, the god of time, arrived cloaked in black. Realizing this battle was crucial for the lives of 9.35 million people in Jiang Province, Lu Ming immediately summoned the Undead Legion. A dark golden barrier tore through space, and squads of undead emperors, clad in dark golden armor and coursing with crimson blood, emerged wielding blood shadow scythes. Compared to the 4th-tier Reapers, their regal aura was even more imposing. They've evolved again, Guanyu exclaimed in awe. Go, slay the ghosts, Lu Ming commanded, and 10 undead emperors charged into the spatially restricted cave. Simultaneously, Lu Ming planted his sword into the ground, deploying a quintuple grade formation with 65 times amplification. War Stomp, Life Fortress, Invincible, Encircle, and Swift Gale. All undead emperors received enhancements. Physical attack power increased by 274,105 points, speed by 34,255 points, damage reduction by 28,295 points, and shield value by 42,112 points per second. Through shared vision, Lu Ming closely monitored the situation inside the cave. A bizarre laughter, like phlegm caught in a throat, echoed as the silhouette of Tyrant Tina finally emerged from the darkness. A female zombie clad in blood armor, her iron helmet revealing a grotesque face filled with centuries of resentment. Her eyes glowed eerie green, clutching a blood-stained bone whip, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Using reconnaissance, Lu Ming discovered that fed by the Godslayer, this ghost general had grown significantly stronger compared to 3 days ago. Magic attack power at 200,000, armor at 130,000, magic resistance at 140,000, speed at 130,000, and health at 4.5 million. However, under the 65 times amplified Encircle's armor reduction of 38,298 points, her armor dropped to 90,000, making it easy for the undead emperors to breach. Lu Ming immediately ordered the attack. Dozens of undead emperors simultaneously unleashed their soul-shattering skills, launching a concentrated assault on Tina. Although she evaded most attacks with her high speed of 130,000, the remaining strikes still dealt significant damage, instantly reducing her health by a third. The bone whip in Tina's hand sliced through the air, unleashing an astonishing damage of over 610,000, instantly annihilating 3 undead demon emperors. Observing this through shared vision, Lu Ming, standing outside the cave, couldn't help but knit his brows. A second-tier ghost general with only 40% of her power could effortlessly take down a 5th-tier undead. If she were to break the seal and regain her full strength, even he might struggle to contend with her. At that moment, Lu Ming fully believed the prophecy of the figure in the black cloak. 3 years from now, the Great Xia Kingdom would be destroyed by 5 third-tier ghost kings. He immediately commanded the undead demon emperors from the periphery to surge into the cave, filling the gaps in the battle line and launching a fierce assault on Tina. Tina dodged the attacks with extreme speed. Just as her bone whip was about to sweep across the undead demon emperors, the god of time, Kronos, intervened. The air froze, time halted. Seizing this opportunity, dozens of undead demon emperors unleashed a soul-shattering attack, severely wounding Tina. The power of the gods indeed proved to be the key to countering the ghostly beings. The combined efforts of the god of luck and the god of time plunged Tina into a dire struggle. Lu Ming deliberately spared her life, turning to signal Guan Yu to deliver the final blow. This was to help Guan Yu quickly reduce his aggro level and lift the account ban. Understanding the cue, Guan Yu picked up the gilded weapon, the Dragon Slayer, and activated his 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Under the protective formation set by Lu Ming, he charged into the cave. Even though the time freeze had a reduced effect on the second-tier ghost general, under the restraint of the undead demon emperors, the mortally wounded Tina ultimately couldn't escape her fate, and Guan Yu decapitated her with a single stroke. A system notification immediately sounded. Killed second-tier ghost general, tyrannical ruler Tina, gaining 8 million experience points and 50 divine power points. This was equivalent to 4 times the experience of a gilded level boss of the same level, and the divine power was akin to 5 days worth of rewards from killing ordinary monsters. Just as Lu Ming was reveling in this bountiful gain, a golden radiance exuding a divine aura suddenly burst forth from the cave. The black-cloaked figure gazed into the cave and murmured, "Aside from you and me, a third deity has awakened in this world." At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He was eager to discover the sequence and abilities of the god of vengeance, Horus. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.